two sides. It's all good when it's Friday night. Take your shot, you can take what you like. Just ain't good, you gon' pay that price. Cause every day is like a holiday with you. So we don't have to wait, yeah, we gon' celebrate. All around, I'm talking left and right. Through all these towns, people live their life, and we want more. We just need release to build this art. We'll make a masterpiece, yeah. Cause every day is like a holiday with you. So we gon' celebrate, yeah, we gon' celebrate. Cause every day is like
Nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back when I catch fire.
Sawabona is the greeting here in the land of the Quadakuza. It is a very good morning from myself, Gig Saliers, alongside Paul Cadding, as we get back to the show, bringing you coverage of the World Surf League's Challenger Series, third in a stop of 8. And it is midwinter in South Africa, and certainly, Paul, there is that crisp winter feel to the morning this morning.
Yeah, good morning, Gigs. Good morning, all the viewers around the world. After a lay day yesterday, it looks like we're back on some really good lines in the ocean. Nice groomed land breeze, so exciting day of surfing coming up.
Of course, yesterday we did go on hold. We'd had a lot of movement in the ocean the first 2 to 3 days, but then, as I say, for that fourth day of the waiting period yesterday, Thursday, it was the lay day. It was a tough call at stages as well for the team. There were almost signs of that little swell line, but then that northerly wind. We were plagued with that high tide sitting at around 9 a.m. yesterday, Paul. So we we were kind of in the starting gates for a couple of hours yesterday.
Yeah, no, I think it was a great call to call it off. The east eventually beat the tide in the end, and it was really small. There wasn't much opportunity, so good call, and I think we're going to have some good surfing today.
Well, it is a Friday morning here in South Africa, and of course, the town of Ballito has been festive. It has been a celebration. Of course, the key word from you guys at O'Neill, this word umkhosi, to celebrate. And certainly last night as well, some rock concerts and all kinds of entertainment in and around the village and town of Ballito itself.
Yeah, I know the tagline, umkhosi, celebration. It's just, there's a lot to celebrate. It's the 150th anniversary of the town of Quadakuza, 70th anniversary of the O'Neill brand. And also just celebrating, the event being raised to that elite challenger status. So, no, a lot of celebration.
Yeah, absolutely. It has been an intangible and infectious vibe running through the town of Ballito itself. And certainly, Paul, you alluded to the fact that the last time we were here was a qualifying series event back in 2019. Incredibly, 3 years with all the ups and downs that the planet has been through. But that talent that's come in, is specifically carrying championship tour surfers from the mid-season cut on both men's and women's sides. Just welcome to beautiful Ballito this morning, and let's go down and find Brad Bricknell and see what news he has from the edge of the water.
It's another beautiful morning in South Africa. Trav Loge with me here on the stand from Tours and Competition. Trav, tough day yesterday. We had to go on a lay day, but it's looking a lot more promising out behind us right now.
Yeah, Brickers, there's way more energy in the ocean today. So going to be another full day of surfing. Hopefully we get through that hard tide and it'll be a big day.
And we're just talking off camera. We're going to mix it up today. We've got men's and women's action, but we're going to try to progress as far as we can into the day.
Yeah, we're going to start off with that women's round of 32. Those are 4-man heats, so we're going to do 30-minute heats, and then after that we'll transition back into the men's round of 24. Those will be 25-minute heats, and then back into the women's round of 16 at the end of the day, the first 4 heats at 25-minute heats. So if all goes according to plan, it'll be a great day and a big day of surfing, make up for what we missed out on yesterday.
And then if we get through those heats, Trav, we're talking about the big weekend coming up. Looking at the charts, there's a lot more swell due from tomorrow onwards.
Yeah, there's heaps more swell this weekend. We're going to deal with a bit of wind, that's for sure, a bit of onshore wind, but we'd rather have swell and a lot of onshore, because at least there's going to be a bunch of opportunities out there. It'll be challenging but exciting at the same time, I'm sure.
Well, that's what you're here for. Pro surfing is back in South African shores, guys. We're excited for another full day's competition here at Ballito Bay.
Well, thanks, Brad. There's the update, just like that. Travis, going to pull the trigger and get going. And, of course, we have 32 women left in the draw, and on the men's side, 24. So we'll start off with those 30-minute heats. We're on the edges of getting things going this morning. There is your view of the lineup. And, of course, standard position every year. We use the cove here of Willard Beach, Paul. There's various coves in and around Ballito itself, but this one we call Surfers, and, well, it's seen a lot of action over the seasons.
Yeah, and, as we were saying, we had those heavy floods about 2 months ago, and normally we would have really, really good banks off the outcrops of rocks, allowing for some great right-hand peeling waves. But the banks haven't been the best this year. We're on the bigger swells, we definitely see the banks out the back, but on the smaller days with the higher tide, unfortunately, it's the banks have been a bit hard to work with, and that's what's making it tough for the conditions on the high tide.
Well, Ballito every year welcomes the world's best, and certainly we can use that statement this year with many championship tour surfers in both men's and women's draws, and we transition to the start of competition this morning. It is a beautiful, and we mentioned crisp Friday morning here. Temperatures will warm up right now. Water temperatures around a high 68 to 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Around 20 degrees is about the call. It's had a slight more chill this year than perhaps other seasons, Paul. But what about that lineup as well? This is a stacked heat to get the day underway.
Yeah, no. I mean, every heat now in the Challenger Series are like finals. They're really tough. But it's just great to see such incredible surfing here in Ballito firsthand.
Brushed offshore conditions to get competition underway. And winner of already a Challenger Series event, Portuguese surfer Teresa Bonvalot will come into picture. She'll be taking on Kaela Tomeda Bannett in the blue. And, well, this lady, Bronte McCauley, who we just saw framed up in the championship tour start of 2022, fell off at the mid-season cut, came back as a replacement surfer, and then really came out the gates, Paul. A third in G-Land, particularly, you could expect a result from her at a location like that. Bronte from Western Australia will get her campaign underway here in the Challenger Series this morning.
Yeah, Bronte is a great surfer. That was a pity about that wave. That first turn was really, really nice, and if she'd been able to make that second turn, it would have been a good score at the start of the heat.
Well, a lot of left-handers has been on offer this season. I can't think of a Ballito Pro with as many lefts in the lineup, and you alluded to that, Paul, with reference to the floods. We saw similar weather pattern over on the east coast of Australia through February, March and April, and certainly it was the same here. We incurred quite a lot of damage, but the sandbanks are working their way back quickly, as you said, lift and swell, and it will still be that evident and consistent right-hander that everyone's come to love and know from the Ballito lineup each year.
Yeah, no, it's just that bank is just a little bit further out on the right, so we just need a bit more swell, unfortunately, on these smaller days, and especially through the high tide. It's causing more of a, forming more of a left-hand bank that's running towards the rocks on the right-hand side, a little left bowl, especially on the high tide. We've been seeing a lot of scores come through on that.
Well, there's a spread of how wide each athlete, it's probably like 25, 30 yards in between each athlete. So with the higher tides this morning, local time now just after 7 a.m., we'll go all the way to a 10:40 a.m. high. So we're at the mid-tide. You see the lineups here in beautiful Ballito on what they call the Dolphin Coast. Talking of a spread of surfers across the lineup, it's a spread of flags as well. Bonvalot in white is your representative from Portugal. Kiala in blue out of Hawaii. Bronte, as we know her name, from Western Australia. And then, well, Daniela Rosas, an Olympian. She's out of Peru. So she's the one with priority. No rides yet as we look into the startup numbers for the first heat of the morning here at the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. If you're just with us, it's a good morning. Land breezes and beautiful groom conditions to get a Friday underway. And it'll be a big Friday. We will run the round of 32 women, and then we'll flip it over to men's 24, and then back to women again. Let's have a look at a quick throwaway score for Teresa. Prior to that, a 5. So medium range score for Teresa Bonvalot, a 5er. That's a good building block. And here goes Daniela Rosas. So perhaps some of these waves, sometimes the offshore can make these waves stand up and look like they've got something to offer. So you're going to expect perhaps a couple of successes and then a few closeouts this morning, Paul, as we get things moving.
Yeah, I know the offshore does make the waves stand up. The offshore breeze in the mornings when it's nice and cold like this comes down off the mountains, and for a few hours till about 9, 10 o'clock, we get beautiful groom conditions. It is great when there's swell, it makes for really open barrels. But as you said, on the smaller days, it does make them stand up. They think they can get more opportunity than what there is.
Oh, great to have some views from the drone and from White Hot Media as we just move in over the competition area. As we mentioned, we use the same zone each year. There has been a season or two, Paul, where we've run competition in the next cove next door, affectionately called Bathers, because that is where the lifesavers and bathers areas are, center of screen as you look at it. And then next cove up is Bogs. And you can see the development that's taken place here over the last decade or two, and certainly the Quatakuza municipality with a very strong vision to turn this into a vibrant and economic hub over the decade to come. And well, they certainly are already on their way. Their support each year to bring the world's best here is very forward thinking. Talking of forward, this is a nice run down the line for Bronte McCauley, who'll want to move her points forward. She only opened with a 2.4, plenty of time. And perhaps a nice little lip line will bring a better score for Bronte as she tries to up her numbers.
Yeah, no, it would be interesting to see the replay of that. He's nice, really up that wave, nice turn there. But as you're saying, I think the guys were considering Bathers yesterday. There's a really nice bank off at Bathers, their left-hand bank. But yeah, here we see Bronte's wave, great bottom turn. Really nice lip line floater. Looking for some opportunity, but the wave unfortunately closing out. But there is an option to go to Bathers, over to Bathers. Really nice left-hand bank coming off the rocks just on the other side of surfers there. And they were considering it yesterday, but I think as the tide drops down, surfers are going to offer a lot of opportunity.
Well, lateral drive off the lip for Bronte McCauley for a 3.83. Adds that to a 2.4. So a low set of scores right now for the lead. Plenty to unfold here in the first heat of the morning. And of course, the first year where we've had a full international field of women really bring the Challenger Series focus on the women's side of competition to Ballito itself. And the young ladies in the area have flocked down. I've noticed a lot of young female surf fans this year. It's really just added to the festivities. And of course, all of that off the back of a previous week of all the inter-schools challenges, the O'Neill Smith Shapes, Ballito Pro Junior, the Junior Qualifying Series event. So there's been a lot, and there's been a lot of young talent that's been here and able to sort of soak this all up with the top internationals arriving back on the shores.
Yeah, it's so good for the local kids. They're all on school holidays at the moment, And they're just learning so much from the pros that are in town. As you said, we had the Pro Junior last week and the inter-schools and the development tag team. And there's just this whole new crop of, especially as you say, young girls in the area that are all surfing so well and hanging out with the pros that are in town. And they're going to be gaining so much experience, which is great.
Well, the women on tour these days is such a healthy image, such a inspiring participation in the sport. It's easy to see why it's infectious and the kids want to get involved and emulate what they see in front of them. Of course, role models you could call our athletes these days. The sport is completely focused and professional. I like that shot, Paul. A little reflection off one of the houses, just showing that it is just after sunrise. Lots of golden light moving around. Of course, every morning everyone's here in the dark on site, and then the sky goes through that almost a fanfare of colors. Don't know if we can use that word, but it does. It just goes suddenly from grey-black to purples and oranges, and we're all down here at that time of day just soaking it all up. And certainly now the colors reflecting off the buildings and across the water surface. There's always that special feeling here in Africa.
Yeah, I know that you can't beat the sunrises and sunsets this time of the year in Africa. And it was great to look up the coast. That's looking up to the north coast to Salt Rock and Sharkers Rock up the top. And all those bays have got great little waves that come off them.
Well, this is called the Dolphin Coast. Lots of beautiful opportunities, perfect family holiday destination for local tourism. And we always mention it this time of year, the beaches of Ballito. They bake beautifully in the winter sun, whereas a lot of the country, it's really cold, especially the interior regions down in the Cape itself. It's a subtropical climate up here in the Quadacuza region in Ballito. And so we sit with a different set of temperatures. And then, of course, more a Mediterranean climate down at the tip of Africa. And essentially that's even relates to agriculture. That's why your wine industry and your citrus fruits are grown on that side of the country, and then up here is more your tropicals, big banana industry, sugarcane, a massive part of the region here as well, and plays a part with the history of the area as well, Paul.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's culturally, very rich part of the country, right back to the early days of, King Shaka, and as you say, Ballito, this time of the year is probably the best time of the year. Temperatures around 25 degrees, very nice sunny days, great offshore conditions, especially for surfing. So beautiful time of the year to come and visit Ballito.
It is also, we can just quickly segue to the topic, it is an all-rounder because December holidays in summer, we got to run a qualifying Series 5000 rated event in December, a sort of warm-up to this, Paul. And that was a very successful visit to Ballito on the other end of the calendar. Let's start breaking down a quick score. This is Teresa Bonvalot.
Yeah, great bottom turn, going left towards that inside bowl. Just gets one really, really nice big turn off the back. But we've been seeing the judges rewarding those, going into the sort of mid-fours, maybe fives. And here's Bronte. Great two turns there.
Well, she just holds it together, Paul. She slipped behind the lead of Teresa Bonvalot at this stage. So Teresa building a reasonable set of numbers for the heat lead, 9.4 top left of screen, made up of a 5 and a 4.4. So we'll feel this heat will still rake a lot of numbers in. We're not even at the halfway mark. And we had a look there at Dimity Stoyle and Nikki Van Dyke just taking in what is going to unfold later this morning. They're busy, everybody watching the lineup here. Teresa, perhaps a little left barrel. She'll pull out of that. And meanwhile, further down the line, the Peruvian, Daniela Rosas, incomplete. That was only the Peruvian second ride, Paul. Prior to that, not much either, just a 0.7. So very slow start, just slowest of the starts amongst the four in the lineup looking to advance is the Peruvian Daniela Rosas. And well, catching the most waves is Teresa Bonvalot, and also with the lead. So indication perhaps that just staying busy is the strategy. We saw that over the last couple of days, some surfers sitting with priority through the heats and almost falling out of rhythm, completely holding the priority.
Yeah, I think it's all going to come down to, when you have priority in the heat, hopefully a set comes through. So, when you get that priority, you really got to hold on to it, because there are only maybe 2 or 3 sets, good sets that come through in a heat. As we were saying, with that high tide, you've got to get that first turn in really quick, because it hits that sort of mid bank, mid bank that kind of goes a little bit deep. So you've got to get your turn in while you're still on the bank out the back before it goes into that deep water. We see a lot of surfers falling. The wave really stands up. They were able to get the turn in, and as they're coming down, the water's filling in and they're going into that deep water and not able to pull it off. Then they can work. Some of them are doing the turn, then you're able to work it through to the inside and get that inside connection on the shore break.
Well, the tide's still pushing in around 3 hours until the high, so there's a bit of a high tide feel, although we are only on the mid-tide. Certainly, though, we did speculate all of yesterday that we would start seeing some lines in the ocean. This year, more of an easterly swell as well, Paul. It's not so much out of the south. If you look at the charts, it'll show a little bit more of easterly lines. So more straighter lines coming into the Surfers Cove this morning. You got to see the athlete area again there a minute back. Of course, Richard Dogmarsh working alongside Ryan Callanan, and also Frederico Moraes, both of those surfers in the draw, and in the men's 24 surfers remaining. We will transition to men's surfing again later today. 8 heats to run here in the round of 32 as we cut the field in half. 4-person heats, 2 advance each time, and for now it's Bonvalot and Macaulay out front. Keala's holding priority there, you see her on screen. And she's still got to find a second counting ride, and she's going to make the left-hander work. So I think we'll see a lot of left-handers here today, Paul. Snap out the top, pockets forming. And it's not a big period swell. It doesn't have a lot of push in it. So perhaps just a little error there from Keala, giving way for priority. And nothing will come out of both surfers in white and red there. Also no infringements. We don't speculate. But kind of little slow numbers here and there, and as I say, putting it down essentially to that flatter swell direction that we have to deal with this week.
Yeah, and it is very unseasonal for Ballito, to have an easterly swell running, and as you say, such low second period. I think we only had a sitting in about 7-8 second period. We normally, through the winter months, we're up 12, 14 seconds, and so it is unseasonal. Unfortunately, with the event has just fallen in a gap of smaller waves. Last week we had great waves. There's a good swell coming for next week, but still really nice conditions.
We're at the halfway mark of the opening heat of the morning. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back for more from beautiful Ballito.
I am Lauren Ely McGregor, Senior Board Short Designer at O'Neill Clothing. The Hyperfreak board short features Hyperfreak Pro Stretch, a premium, high-density 4-way stretch fabrication engineered to be rash and clean resistant. The Hyperfreak features our Flex Tie Draw Cord, a super secure and comfortable stretch draw cord specially designed to stay tied while surfing and swimming. The Hyperfreak has a welded zip pocket with a low-profile, functional design to keep your goods safe and secure. This board short features O'Neill Hyperdry, quick dry water repellent treatment. The Hyperfreak, the ultimate performance board short. O'Neill, first name in the water.
Welcome back to the first heat of the morning. It is a beautiful Friday here in sunny South Africa. You're with us for the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. No rides while you were away at the break. A lineup with 4 surfers, Teresa Bonvalot out front. Gig Saliers and Paul Canning in for the call, and you'll love these moments this morning, the golden light of the sunrise, and of course those brushed offshore conditions. They'll last an hour or two, as is typical of this time of year, Paul, and then we'll swing it over to a little bit of onshore and sea breeze from there. Quick look in the athlete area. Laura Ropp coming up next. She'll take on Zoe McDougall, Paige Harrop, and Keely Andrew. So lots of the young talent mixing it up with surfers with a lot of championship tour experience. And finally, Daniela Rosas. A constructive ride for her. That was her 4th ride of the heat. Prior to that, no real numbers. And Teresa, as we mentioned, is the heat leader with a 5 and a 4.4. So her number's not going up just yet, Paul. And we were talking just before the break about the amount of left-handers, the straighter swell angle. It's going to suit Teresa and Bronte.
Yeah, no, definitely. Being goofy footers, you know, we see that left bowl running towards the rocks. But, you know, these surfers are so good on their backhands too, you know, and it's just, we've been seeing it in the past heats over the week, you know. There will be one good right that comes through, and it's whoever has priority when that does come through, and it allows for possibly 2 big turns out the back. So it's just a matter of working your way up through the priority, getting the priority, giving yourself time, and trying to find that right that eventually does come through and get those 2 big turns.
Yeah, talking about the back, Dolphin Coast Water Patrol, always part of the makeup of the Ballito Pro. Of course, we got to use skis actually to shuttle people back in 2011. We had that 10 to 12 foot Hawaiian type season here, and of course names like John Florence at that stage, Julian Wilson, Geordie were all reveling in the 10-foot top to bottom barrels. It's not that case this year, and that's okay. We still have them here as that safety feature, which is protocol, and of course all part of the Dolphin Coast. A lot of dolphins do swim by. We haven't seen many during the window of this week. I know last week there was a bit of dolphin activity. Of course, it is Africa. We do have an ocean that is alive, but no negative shark stories to tell from the lineups here for many a decade in Ballito, as we get a nice combination of turns for Bronte McCauley, who is trying to sneak the lead out from fellow goofy-footed Teresa Bonvalot. She would have needed, Paul, a 5.57. There are your requirements. Tamoda Barrett, perhaps her score of a 3.86 requirement, might start climbing. And Daniela Rosas found a 2.83. So 1 maneuver off the lip. That's a counting score for the lady in green. But her requirements remain at the 4.03. And we'll just see where that score comes for Bronte. Judges will have a little think on that. That wave had the first real feel and rhythm as far as turns out of the lip.
Yeah, I like that wave of Bronte. She surfed it really well. It's definitely going to better her situation. Great first turn there. And as we see Daniela taking off on a right-hander here. Beautiful turn off the top, getting a nice wrap back to the white water, just going into that deeper water as we've seen there in the past. Yeah, that also better Daniela's second ride, or probably even better than her first ride. We'll see where it goes.
Just under 10 minutes to go. Rosas will return to the lineup, trying to up her numbers, waiting for the judges to bring that score for red, and now they have. Not going to blow the lid off anything, Paul. We liked it, but it's only going to fetch a 4.77. But it's enough to secure that second place position and, well, perhaps up requirements a little bit. It does. 5.6 requirement now for the third place surfer in blue. Fourth place going to require a 5.77. Little shuffle between third and fourth positions now as well. Care of that last ride of Daniela Rosas. We'll start bringing replays to you shortly as the morning unfolds. At Rosas' last ride, Paul, you were right. It's going to be better than any of hers thus far, 3.2. So the Peruvian up to third and chasing a 5.4. 9 minutes to go, plenty of time.
Yeah, I think most of the scores, or the score came on Bronte's wave from that first turn. Really nice first turn. It's just a pity that the wave didn't offer much on the second turn, even though she completed it. As you said, it only gave her a 4.77. What it has done, it made Daniela's requirement now in the mid-5s, where it was only around a 3. So it's just made the surfers in third and fourth, their situation a little bit tougher to catch her in second place.
8.5 minutes. And a right-hander rolls through for Daniela Rosas. That one just zipped away from her. So no special numbers jumping out during this first heat of the morning. Best wave we're seeing is a 5. Here is second place surfer Bronte. Out of Gracetown, Western Australia. Needs no introduction at this stage. Got her start at the championship tour at the beginning of 2022. Fell off at the mid-season cut. And then got replacement invites. And, well, then started semi-finaling and just showing us her pedigree. She'll work her way through this heat and, well, on to the next one. Round of 32 now for women. She'll be wanting to get a fetcher result from this visit to the Challenger Series. She got a 5th on the Gold Coast, did Bronte. So made it to finals day, quarter-final finish there. But not a great visit to Sydney, a 33rd, so she'll want that as a throwaway. 8 Challenger Series events on offer, and 5 are the keepers. So Bronte already has a keeper in the quarterfinals from the Goldie. She'll want to go all the way to finals day again here in Ballito to make for a 2nd input for the year.
Yeah, and Giggs, as you see, Bronte's last right coming in at a 5.17. Let's have a look at it here. But yeah, beautiful bottom turn, really nice vertical hit off the top, and getting a nice little cut back to the white water. Pity it didn't just let her get through to that shore break section, but as we said, that inside channel there making it very difficult. But yeah, we definitely see that, the judges are, they favor the right-handers. When a right comes along and able to do a big turn out the back, do you seem to get more points than that inside left bowl that runs towards the rocks?
You see even Bronte in 4th priority in the lineup, just looking at everything, querying everything. She is now the heat leader, care of that last ride of the 5.17. And again, Paul, most of the meat of that score on one single backhand turn. So judges want strong turns in the pocket. They're looking for that on-edge stuff, as always. 4.77, the other counting ride for Bronte, so she'll be looking around the lineup now trying to improve. Meanwhile, Teresa Bonvalot holds the priority and has dropped down. Requirements for her, well, she's already found a 5 in the lineup. She needs now 4.95 to steal the lead back from Bronte. Of course, Teresa Bonvalot still looking for her full-time slot on the championship tour. We've seen her a number of times as wildcards over the years. We can reel back the history book all the way to 2013 for her first invite to the Cascais Women's Pro over in Portugal. Of course, that is her hometown, and well, certainly even as a 14-year-old having to go up against names like Steph Gilmore in the draw, it's been a decade of learning for Teresa Bonvalot, and she really is starting to come into her own in 2022. Teresa already a win on the Challenger Series over in Sydney. So that is a very positive input for the year. This is Rosas, the Peruvian, who's got to now look at in fact, it's the same story for both 3rd and 4th here, Paul. 6-point rides and more required now as the heat starts separating with 5 minutes to go. 3rd and 4th chasing bigger numbers.
Yeah, as we head into the last 5 minutes of the heat, Daniela and Kayla both looking for that 6. But Teresa, I'm sure she's going to hold on to that priority. Those are high scores to get, so she just needs to make sure she stays in the lineup with the priority and make sure that the next set that does come through, she's on it. She's only looking to better a 4.4, which will then make Daniela's and Kayla's situation a little bit tougher.
Well, the least amount of waves in the lineup, Paul, Kiela, Tamara Bennett. Only 2 rides selected, both of them counting. So she's been slow on the wave selection. Look at even Bronte McCauley, 6 waves in the lineup, and her last 2 are the ones that fetch her counting scores. So a work rate, perhaps the right way to approach this lineup this morning. It's been a similar theme all week long. A couple of things to add to that. Lots of left-handers and, well, lots of wave count. I mean, particularly I think of men's heats from 2 days ago. 50 to 60 waves in a heat. I mean, that is just, for the replay guys and for the judges, that's a lot of admin. Let's have a look at this one.
They're just focusing down the line. That first turn was really, really nice and crisp, and got the second turn.
Well, that's a look at the 4.77, and this is the look at the 5.17.
Yeah, that was the one I liked. Great bottom turn, nice hit off the top, got really vertical.
Yep. Punchy maneuver for Bronte McCauley, who has the lead in the heat. So a look at the top position and the counting rides and how they were constructed. A 4.77 on the left-hander, 5.17 on the right. It's been a kind of a quiet heat here for the Hawaiian, who's got a lot of ability, and it's not on show here with that little slip for Kiala Tamara Bennett. Not very typical of her. Kiala fared very well as well, Paul, just to talk of results on the Challenger Series thus far. 3rd place in Sydney for that lady on screen. So, yeah, let's see how she goes here. 3rd stop for her. She's staring at a 6.4 requirement in the round of 32 here. It could be where she gets off the bus at the Ballito Pro. We'll know in around 2.5 minutes or so if she can salvage this for a result. Otherwise, it's going to be a 17th place finish. Of course, we'll chop the field in half again. 16 surfers will remain at the end of this round on the women's draw.
Yeah, this is a very important day of competition for both the women's and the men's.
Well, here she goes. Oh, an opportunity to bring a turn underfoot for Kiala will go amiss there. And that was really a spent opportunity. She could turn some waves over quite quickly. There is high frequency to the lineup here in Ballito this morning. That mid to high tide feel. And we've seen Bronte single turn out of the lip for a 5.17. So, you know, you can go back to back and fetch some scores quite quickly in the lineup.
Yeah, as you're saying, it's such a quick, short paddle back out the back. So, you know, even down to 1.5 minutes, the heat can still change so much. You know, you can get a couple scores very, very quickly. So it's not over till the end.
Well, you start looking at how the priority falls. Priority with the heat leader, Bronte McCauley. So even second place surfers low down on the priority call now. Third priority to second place surfer Bonvalot. So the fourth position, fourth priority for Kiala. Not a great story. Unless there's a big flurry of waves and everybody gets a chance, Paul. Not seeing anything too evident on the screen at this stage with 1 minute to go. And perhaps that is going to be the final outcome. You see the spread of scores and requirements. Top left of screen, Rosas from Peru chasing a 6.2. Tamara Barrett from Hawaii chasing a 6.4.
Yeah, and as you say, as we head towards that high tide in an hour or so, you know, the opportunities will become less and less. So it's going to be the surfers that get busy early and get their scores on the board early, apply the pressure towards the end of the heat. And then as we head through that high tide and make our way through the rest of the day, then it should drop out and more opportunities.
Well, the discussion between the top two slots, both Goofy Footers, McCauley and Bonvalot. Bonvalot built her scores early in the heat. Bronte's built hers late. So it's interesting to see the spread of how the shape of the heat is taken. And that is not going to serve Daniela Rosas at all as the clock winds it down to start closing off the first heat of the morning. And Bonvalot has a higher priority and she'll just block out and see if she can up a number of her own. It will be an incomplete for Teresa. So the Western Australian in red and the Portuguese in white, McCauley and Bonvalot, as you may have expected, are on their way to the round of 16, and that is going to wrap up the first heat of the morning. And well, Paul, not a lot to take out of that except it is tough conditions. Couple of lines. We did have 1 or 2 sets rolled through the lineup there. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back for more for the second heat of the morning at the Ballito Pro.
But
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. Straight into action. You're joining us for the second heat of the morning. It is the round of 32 on the women's draw. It's a good morning from Ballito in South Africa. Gig Cilliers alongside former championship tour surfer Paul Canning. Of course, the man heading up the O'Neill brand here in the country. As we get a look at the lineup and, of course, the four surfers to do out battle and look for the top two advancing slots. Keely Andrew, former championship tour experience, will be in the lineup looking for numbers. Of course, that experience as well in the shape of Paige Harrop, the Kiwi surfer, will wear white. Zoe McDougall, the young talent out of Sunset Beach, Hawaii, will be in blue. And Laura Ropp, first of a crop of female Brazilian surfers starting to make the push into the future. Laura Ropp is your surfer in the red. So good morning, Paul, as we see a beautifully brushed offshore Ballito this morning for competition.
Yeah, good morning, Gigs. Yeah, it's amazing to be here. You know, I'm such a, even though I'm in the industry now, I'm such a fan of pro surfing. You know, I watched Manly and Snapper avidly on the webcast, and now it's amazing to have the surfers here in Ballito and see it firsthand. And it's been such an enjoyable event so far, and looking forward to the weekend.
Yeah, of course. Challenger Series 8 stops. We started on the Gold Coast in the first week of May, then, of course, down to Sydney, and now across to South Africa for the Ballito Pro. And then, well, a couple of weeks from now, over to California for the US Open of Surfing out of Huntington Beach. And then, well, Ericeira, Portugal, France will make up at Hossegor. Of course, Brazil, part of the Championship Tour calendar this year. I mean, the Challenger Series calendar, my apologies. And then, well, as always, that converging, that last event at Haleiwa is always such a frenetic shuffle on the rankings. We'll see that again this year. As is always, you know, on the calendars, we look for the top 10 slots on the men, top 5 on the women to join the Championship Tour for 2023.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. I love the new format WSL has put together. You know, this Challenger Series is so intense. You know, every heat is like a final. Such great surfing, and you know, the stops are great. And
I see the left you're talking about, Paul.
Yeah, I was watching that yesterday. Our block of flats is right in front of there, and I was definitely keeping a close eye on it. As the tide just drops out, there's a really nice little left that comes off that little rock shelf there, runs down that bank.
Oh, well, you've just told the whole world, so it'll be crowded tomorrow. 25 and a half minutes to go. Quick look at the numbers. Just a 4.5 makes up a meaningful score for Paige Harrop for the early start, and she's returned to the lineup in that fourth priority. Of course, until surfers have got to their feet and activate a ride, they do not become part of that priority rotation. So no priority at this stage between blue and red as a discussion. So blue and red have to do the old school rules as it is, and how you would execute it in a free surf. Person on the inside will have right of way. So if it's a predominantly left breaking wave, depends who's on the inside, and same for a right-hander.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, in the priority in the heat, you know, there's as you say, a different priority going amongst the four surfers, so they're all working it out amongst themselves. It's not just the surfer with the top priority.
But I'm loving this camera angle. I just want to talk to this picture just very quickly, and hopefully they'll keep the rotation going into Santorini and Sunrise, which is over to this. So this is a view east coast looking north, and you can see all the way into Thompson's Bay, and then the historical set of rocks that are just sticking out top right of screen is called Shaka's Rock. You mentioned King Shaka. This is, of course, the kingdom of the Zulu, and, well, a forceful military leader from a few hundred years back. And if somebody was disobedient or broke rank, well, that's where they ended up, particularly on the high tide. They would take a long swim off a short set of rocks, and, well, that's where the executions for King Shaka used to take place.
Yeah, and we, as you know, we've based our campaign off the Nguni hide, the Nguni cow, which is very iconic to the Zulu people. They build the imposing shields out of the Nguni hide. Here we see Laura Ropp from...
Lots of history in the area regards the Zulu culture. Of course, you're mentioning it on the trophies as well, Paul, this year again. You've always included that. And, well, the trophies this year looking real appealing again. And the use of all of those elements out of the Zulu culture.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's a great campaign. It's the cornerstone of our event campaign this year. And we always try and do something that's really relevant to the area. You know, the QS 5000 back in December, we incorporated the coral tree, which is indigenous to the Ballito area. Very, very important tree. It actually
Is that the tree that produces the lucky beans?
the lucky beans, yeah, which is very important in the Zulu culture. Yeah, I know it's great just to incorporate elements of the area in the campaign.
We're loving it. Umkhosi is our theme word here in Ballito this week. The Zulu interpretation dialect for celebrate. And certainly celebrating we are. Top level surfing returns to South Africa. And we're absolutely loving it here. We trust that you're enjoying the show from around the world, wherever you are. We are on the east coast of South Africa. And it is the time of year where the eyes of the surfing world fall on this region. Of course, we'll wrap up here the Challenger Series on Sunday, the 10th. Just 2.5 days out. And then just 2 days later, the start of the championship tour, the Corona Open J-Bay, will get underway July 12th. So it's the time of year. It's time for Africa, as they say. And it's time for Zoe McDougall to use priority, and that's a lovely approach to the lineup. That is the kind of approach that's going to fetch numbers. Zipped it through the pocket and then ran that along the lip line, and even a little connection here. Small inside section, evidence that the tide is filling in just a touch more than heat one there, Paul, and Zoe McDougall has done a great job of finding a lip line there, and I think that could be the best score of the heat. Paul, you with me on this one?
Yeah, no, 100%. That was a great turn. No, she surfed it with a lot of commitment and speed and found that nice hit off the top. And unfortunately, you know, getting through to the inside, but the wave just not offering her the lip on the inside, just getting a little inside foam floater. But I think all the score is going to come from that outside turn.
Well, prior to that, a 4.5 for Paige Harrop. We saw Laura Ropp for a 3.67. And we'll see where this score indicates what the judges want to see as we stand by for a score for Zoe McDougall's opener. And I see also, well, the scorecard is also open for Keely Andrew. Not sure what she has found in the lineup. And, well, number in, Paul.
Yeah, we see her getting well rewarded, a 5.67 for that one big outside turn. Again, evident, judges loving the rights and the big turn on the rights. So I'm sure a lot of the competitors in the upcoming heats are taking note of that.
Well, looked like Steve Honey said on the paddleboard out the back there, just patrolling. Could be wrong, but it may very well be him, part of water safety. But a 5.67 is the key score thus far as we get down to the 20-minute mark. So 1/3 of the heat gone, 30 minutes on offer for round of 32 for the ladies. Of course, so you did hear Brad and Travis talking that they would trim the time down because we'll go to 3-man format for the round of 24 men's when we get there. And so they'll trim those heats down by 5 minutes or so once this 4-man platform shuts down at the end of heat 8. So round of 32, heat number 2 in the water, 6 more after this. And then we will have halved the field down to 16 women remaining in the draw.
Yeah, no, we definitely got 3 full days of competition, a lot of heats to get through. You know, going to be long days, probably 7 to after 4 in the afternoon, 7 in the morning to after 4 in the afternoon. So a lot of heats.
Well, here goes Zoe McDougall, who opened with a 5.67, now quickly switching it up, goes the opposite direction and finds a reasonably usable left. We saw Bronte McCauley sort of fetch a 4.77 range type of score for a similar looking wave. And, well, tapping the toes, there was Laura Ropp, who'll go incomplete. That was the Brazilian's second ride. Of course, Laura opening with the 3.67 of her own, and her second counting ride will become a throwaway.
Yeah, Zoe went quickly on that one with 4th priority. She knows that after that 5.67, she just needs to back it up quickly, and she's going to put the other surfers in the heat with quite a hard task, you know, sort of mid scores to catch her. So, you know, with 4th priority, she just wanted to get that score backed up.
I see water photographer with permission in the lineup. That is Ryan Loge, oldest brother. Of course, all the Logies, highly proficient surfers. Ryan, Dane, and Travis, all growing up on the Durban beach culture. of course, Travis on to an incredible decade as a profile surfer. And now the role of the commissioner, the role of tours and competition, based in Los Angeles. But it's a nice trip for Travis to come back and see the brothers each year. And of course, no better person to make the calls as well, having grown up in the area.
Yeah, I know Travis was an incredible surfer. And as you say, the Loge
he may argue he still is.
And I'm sure he loves coming back to Durban this time of the year. I spent a few years on tour with Travis towards the end of my career. But yeah, very, very competitive personality in everything he does.
I was going to ask you, Bronte's dad, Dave, did you sort of cross over? Was he already done by the time you got to campaign?
Yeah, so I started the tour in '94, qualified for the WCT in 1995. So yeah, '94 was kind of the end of Dave's era. So as I was coming on, he was dropping off. He was with that era of guys like Rob Bain, that sort of crew, you know. But yeah, no, just they're all incredible surfers. We can see where Bronte got her talent from, and yeah, no, just great to see her here now.
Maybe Bronte will argue she's got the talent from her mom. We trust that you're loving the show with us. We're having so much fun here in Ballito this week. It is the third of 8 Challenger Series stops, and as we mentioned, the level has risen, the intensity is tangible, and every heat feels like a final. As we get more surfing underway, former championship tour surfer Paige Harrop out of New Zealand, certainly one of the most celebrated surfers from the land of the Silver Cloud. And that's just her second ride we've seen. Laura Ropp will answer straight back for a throwaway. So Paige, second ride, waiting for that score. She opened with a 4.5, our surfer in white. And just seeing Keely Andrew raking around the lineup with nothing on her scorecard right now, and that is very unusual because Keely is one of those surfers that has made a number of visits to South Africa. She knows the lineup. She's been holding the priority for close to half the heat now, and there's 0 on her scorecards. Well, actually, there's a 0.5 on her scorecards, but there's nothing to hang a discussion on there. And we'll see if the remaining 15.5 minutes change for the Sunshine Coast surfer Keely Andrew. But for now, absolutely nothing. And you can just get heats like that, Paul, where sometimes you just get a fistful, you're in the right place at the right time, you'll move down the beach, the waves will go there, and then there are heats where you'll go to the one end of the beach and everything will be on the other end of the beach.
Yeah, I know you do get those unlucky heats, but it seems like Keely's just taken the tactics of, you know, getting that priority and giving herself lots of time with it to try find a good score. She is sitting on the right-hand side of the bank towards the rocks and probably looking for hopefully a right that comes through on a bigger set.
Well, Keely, we've seen her championship tour with regular appearances on finals days. I always recall her final over at Trestles a few seasons back. So really at the forefront of women's performance surfing is Keely Andrew, but certainly not finding waves in the lineup at this stage. Meanwhile, Laura Ropp will change direction. She'll come around the bowl. Tide continues to push in, so we'll see a little bit more of this as the morning continues. Connections and reforms. And Laura Ropp will add to her scoreline now. She'll ditch the 0.63 and she'll add it. She opened with a 3.67. So perhaps a meaningful enough score to go up to second, but 3.44 requirement. Paul, what are we thinking?
Yeah, it's going to be close. Yeah, it looks like it's just so hard to choose the right waves out there, you know, when they take off out the back. You know, some of them look like they're going to just run through and give you a nice open wall through to the shore break. And then others just, you know, close out or run into that deep water and don't offer the opportunity.
Well, we were talking of the Macauleys. Let's go down and hear from Bronte. She's down there with Brad.
Bronte Macaulay, congrats on the first heat win of the day. Are you the kind of surfer that runs out for an early surf before the heat or stays warm on the land?
Well, it's still dark at like 6:30 when they're about to start, so didn't really have much time this morning. And it was hard to even see it, to be honest. It started so quick. So, yeah, I'm not really like every time I go for it early, I'm just kind of flexible depending on how I feel and how cold it is, I guess.
Now, you and Teresa Bonvalot had a pretty tight tussle there, back and forth with the lead. You end up getting the win over her. How was that experience for you? She's already had a win. You've had a 5th so far. And, Challenger Series number 3 is all starting to heat up.
Yeah, Teresa did great in Manly winning the event. That was really cool. I've stayed with her a few times and she's a good friend, so I was pretty stoked for her. But yeah, that heat was just so low scoring. We didn't really get anything. I think we had like low 4s, maybe a 5. So it's just quite stressful really when it's that low scoring, because you can lose pretty easily just in the last few minutes.
You got one scoring counting event in the bag. How do you construct your plan looking ahead to all the events that are coming up? US Opens after this one, then we go to Europe and then Hawaii.
Yeah, I guess it's like top 5, not top 6, so it's pretty brutal. Like I'll probably have to, make a final here or something, and like 5's not many girls, so just try to make semis and finals in a couple of events, and hopefully that's enough to re-qualify.
Well, you got all that championship tour experience, and all the best for the rest of the event.
Yeah, thanks, Brad.
Back to you guys.
Well, on the women's draw, 64, and at the end of the year, 5 get the slot. So that is a very, very low percentage. So 5 surfers at the end of November is what we're looking for at the top of the Challenger Series rankings. And Bronte McCauley just indicating to their pool that, a win would be nice. Just throw one win in there. She's got a 5th. And there's still a lot of work ahead for all of these ladies.
Yeah, as she is saying, it is brutal. 5. There's so many good surfers, and as she was saying, you pretty much got to win one.
Yeah.
And the rest you need quarters or higher, I'd imagine. To make that top 5. So.
Well, some movement in the lineup here. Let's have a look who can find something. It's a low priority and a throwaway score for Laura Ropp. A couple of lines approaching here at Ballito this morning. Local time now just almost 8 a.m. And Keely Andrew finally is going to get a turn out of the lip and a chance to bring a score, and she'll throw it away. This is not the Keely Andrew that we know. Keely, of course, a seasoned campaigner. But she started off 2022 fairly slow. A 49th on the Goldie, a 25th at Sydney. So she'll want some results here in Ballito, much as Bronte McCauley was indicating. You must perhaps just lock in one win just to sort of steer yourself to that top 5. This is beautiful Africa, and we call this the Dolphin Coast, and the visitors are finally in town again. Of course, bottlenose dolphins moving up and down from Mozambique off to the left of screen, all the way down to Jeffreys Bay and beyond 1,000 kilometers to the right. But here is a prevalent zone, and we call it the Dolphin Coast, and for a very good reason, Paul.
Yeah, no, beautiful to see the dolphins out the back. As you're saying, there's so much nature in the Ballito area with the dolphins, and just, an hour or so inland, we've got our beautiful game reserves.
Lots of diving in the area as well. Just off to the south, a offshore reef called Alawal Shoal. Up to the north, the towns of Sodwana. Lots to talk about here in the beautiful region. We'll take a quick break from the second heat in the morning, and we'll be back for more from the Ballito Pro. Welcome back to the show. Coverage of the 3rd Challenger Series of the season. It is the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. As on screen, Zoe McDougall will head back to the lineup, trying to fetch her scores here. She already has a 5.67 and a 4.27. She's become the heat leader. with now down to 8 minutes to go. Gigsilla's alongside Paul caddying for the call, and a couple of sets approaching us here in Ballito. Let's have a look and see if anyone can fetch a number from it. As again, Laura Ropp will find the set and she'll sink into the hole, incomplete again. She's done that a couple of times. So perhaps Paul indicating that the biggest waves are not the ones to fetch the scores on.
Yeah, and Paige also just dropping into that hole, you know, as we were saying, that inside channel there, that the water goes really shallow, where you can see the water photographer is probably standing on the bank there, into a deep inside channel, and just making the closeout turns there quite hard to make.
Well, Paige Harrop returns to the lineup. Throwaway score for her. She does sit in that second place advancing position, but one of her scores at 2.6. So the 7.1 top left of screen made up of a 4.5 and a 2.6. So lots of room to move for all four surfers here. Keely Andrews, surprisingly low set of numbers at this stage, with just over 7 minutes to go. Just talking of Paige, you know, thinking back, it's been more than a decade since we saw her come into focus at a global scale. Surfer out of New Zealand. Of course, already now 32 years of age is Paige. Had an interesting career. Top 10 finish in her first year. And then, well, sort of, it's almost like there's an intensity to everything that you can feel. I think that women's surfing season upon season is progressing. There's no doubt of that. And for many reasons, of course. But every year just gets harder and harder. So names like Paige, you know, got to fight harder and harder. You know, she came on as a Grom. Championship tour, as we mentioned, a top 10 finish, and then, well, it's been a little bit bumpy since then because that the level just continues to improve.
Yeah, and the 64 girls that are here this year, I mean, the level is so high, and as you say, every year there's a new crop coming on, and there's always the juniors coming up and fighting for their spots. So yeah, no, it's great to see women surfing and where it's at the moment.
Let's see what Laura Ropp can find, the Brazilian. There's a number of young Brazilian ladies starting to make their names known. Laura Ropp is one of them. She's only looking for a 3.44 here. Is she going to make the connection to the inside? Well, there's almost no water there. She'll dry dock it and step off. Perhaps the turns on the outside could construct a score. Didn't fetch much on the inside section there, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, it was great to see her get through to the inside. She was looking really light and you know, sort of electric getting through that inside section. You got a little hit off the back. Not looking for a very high score, only a 3.44. She's got that 3.67 in her scorecard there. So she's right in the heat. It's you know, heading into these last 5 minutes. I'm sure she's going to give a good push to get into that advancing position.
Well, Laura Ropp, the Brazilian, will fight for a slot. It's last score in of a 2.17. So judges didn't buy into the distance connected to the inside, and I felt that as she got to that inside shore pound, there really wasn't actually a wave to work with. There was just that wave just sort of bubbled and rolled onto the beach as opposed to pitched.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for her. If it just offered her a little lip on the inside, and you know, she could have just got that score. But yeah, as I say, not needing much. So the problem with that Laura will be facing is that fourth priority heading into these last 4 minutes, and you know, obviously the pushing tide, less opportunities. So she's really just going to have to hunt around under the higher priorities and try and find that 3.44.
Well, a number of Japanese surfers in the draw here at the Challenger Series event in South Africa. We saw Rina Mutsunabe in heat preparation, taking on Dimity Stoyle, Fahine Fierro, and Pauline Addo, and what is a pretty packed heat when you look at that one coming up next. Right now we'll focus for the remaining 4 minutes to see who advances to the round of 16. Zoe McDougall from Hawaii out in front, Paige Harrop with her experience sitting in second, and still that low number required for Laura Ropp, just a 3.44. Keely Andrew has not played a part in this heat. Decimal scores for her. She struggled with wave selection and did not expect the story to unfold this way for the Australian in green. And perhaps she can too, with the priority, salvage it in the last 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, Keely's been very, very selective in this heat. As you say, only two waves, both very, very low counters. But she's definitely taken the strategy of just trying to wait for the sets, but it just hasn't paid off. You know, we've seen the surfers that have stayed busier in the heats be more successful.
Well, 6.3 requirement for Keely Andrew down in fourth holding priority. Perhaps a two-wave approach is the right way to do it. We haven't seen any sixes out of the lineup just yet. We did see a 5.77 from previous heat winner, the first heat of the morning, Bronte McCauley. Highest score at this stage, a 5.67 to Zoe McDougall, heat leader. So she would need the best wave of the heat to turn this heat over and find the advancing slot. Paige Harrop sits in that advancing second place position. See the judges' scorecard open for Paige. Perhaps they're just amending some numbers. The other point to note, Paul, is Paige Harrop's counting score of a 2.6. She would be feeling a little bit vulnerable here with 2 minutes 15 on the clock.
Yeah, it's a tough one. You know, you know whether she, Keely with the priority, needing the higher score, but Lara only needing a 3.44. So,
well, the negative side, Laura's fourth priority, and Keely's first. So Paige in third priority. Can't do a whole lot about it. Paige could perhaps cover red, so you see white sitting close to red. That makes sense strategically as we go under the 2-minute mark. So Zoe McDougall, 5.67 and a 4.77 is out front. Quick look at the Challenger Series numbers for Zoe, heat leader, 17th on the Gold Coast and 9th at Sydney. Well on her way to the round of 16 here. A little bit of cat and mouse now. Rop trying to break away from Harrop. 3.44 requirement for the young Brazilian in red. And Paige is not going to try and give her any space. Here's your heat leader heading for the beach. Nice little redirect there for Zoe. Of course, Zoe, no stranger to visiting South Africa. She's been here a number of times with relative success at the qualifying series level as well, back in 2018, 2019. So we go inside the last minute, and it's cat and mouse in the lineup here. It's a game of blocking and chasing, and Rop will have a go at it. Paige had to let the opportunity unfold, and the Brazilian showing some resilience, trying to find that wave in the lineup. Paige Harrop was all over her, Paul. Not sure that she's going to fetch the score of a 3.44, but managed to unlock a wave in that final 40 seconds or so.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to get there. She did get the one turn, but the wave just didn't cooperate. I think she was hoping that, she was going to be able to sell Paige into that wave and then have the last 30 seconds. But
well, Keely Andrews had an absolute shocker. Not sure what has happened there, but not a heat that we would expect from a surfer of Keely Andrews' pedigree. The heat will count down, and Rop will have a last roll of the dice for the 3.44. Nice little stingy turn. She found it. She beat the clock by a couple of seconds, Paul. I think the negative of that is that it was a scrap. She was fighting against the clock there. We're not sure if the numbers are going to land for the requirements, so we assume that Zoe McDougall and Paige Harrop are going to get the advancing slots. We'll confirm that on the other side of the break. We'll take a quick break and we'll come back for more with Brad Bricknell and Kai Linda in the booth.
Hi, we're the WSL. We travel all over the world, chasing the best waves and surfing the nicest beaches. But we don't just surf. We're also doing our best to protect the thing we love most by restoring coasts, stopping plastic pollution, and reducing climate impacts. We know we're not the only ones trying to save the ocean, so we want to hear what you're up to. Use #WeAreOneOcean and tag WSL to share your sustainability story.
You can never determine who you are by what you do. Because if it gets taken away, then who are you?
My circumstances do not define me, I define me.
Just stay true to who you are, and if they don't like it, stuff that.
Well, it's a beautiful morning in sunny South Africa. Thank you for watching the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. It's great to have your company wherever you are tuning in from around the world. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kai Linder for the call. Kai, it's a day of lay day yesterday, but as you can see, nice conditions this morning, groomed offshore, and we are still battling some of that hard tide, but there have been a lot of contestable options for these surfers this morning.
Yeah, it's definitely more contestable, and you see that lovely drone angle just showing you that there is swell on the bank. Interestingly, it's really gone far down the bank. The swell direction is pushing in on that second peak. We've seen a lot of the big scores coming on that left-hander, running in towards that finger of rock in front of the commentary booth. And luckily for the girls in the water, the tide is pushing. So we're going to not see that rock come out, because a couple of days we've seen that rock go almost dry and you can't surf that peak really. And then, interestingly, there has been the odd right up the beach, so we might see a bit of a split.
Yeah, interesting to see that that rock that you see in the top left-hand side of your screen is generally the traditional takeoff place, just off that rock, and that right rifles down the bank. There's a bit of a gutter that runs out parallel to those rocks at the moment on this higher tide. But let's see if we can get action underway here. This is your heat number 3, round of 32. And it's going to be the surfer from Australia, Dimity Stoyle. She's found a nice little section to connect with. Might even get 3 turns in here. A softer exit as that wave goes into that deep channel, but Dimity Stoyle getting her heat underway.
DJ Dimity.
DJ Shimmy Disco, 30 years of age, from the Gold Coast, or residing on the Gold Coast, originally from the Sunshine Coast. She's got Championship Tour experience back in 2014, 2015. And she's got 2 33rds in the opening 2 Challenger Series events. Of course, there are 8 Challenger Series contests around the world. This is stop number 3 in South Africa. We started off on the Gold Coast of Australia, Snapper Rocks for the Boost Mobile Pro. We went straight down to Manly in Sydney for the second event. And here we are, event number 3. From here we go to the USA, to Huntington Beach. 2 stops in Europe, 1 in Portugal, 1 in France. Then we go to Saquarema in Brazil. And then we finish off the big one in Haleiwa. 5 slots up for grabs, Kai.
Yeah, it's crazy when you think about it. I mean, you know, starting in a round of 64 for the ladies, only 5 slots. Your percentages are so narrow at getting that slot. And if you look at the financial investment, the time investment, and the amount of stress that these athletes are put under in these big fields on the Challenger, it really has stepped up the game for not just WSL, the athletes, but also obviously for us, the viewers.
Yeah, it gives us surf fans a lot to look forward to. Scores are in for that first wave of Dimity Stoyle, 4.83. And introducing to you the other 3 surfers in the heat. Paulina Adu from France is in the red singlet. Former WSL World Junior Champion Vahina Fierro, also representing France from the French Polynesian island chain, living in Tahiti. And then we also have from Japan in the green singlet, Rina Matsunaga.
Yeah, and Vahine has been adopted by the Bell family locally, so they're all on the deck, and a lot of the locals know her now because she's been coming out and hanging out with Sophie a couple of times. And it's nice to, you know, it's one of the things I love about these events coming to our shores, is that it's not just about seeing the best surfers in the world, it's how they integrate with the local population, and as they come for a few more years, they really sort of settle into coming to these places, and you start getting the different camps as well, you know, who's supporting who.
Yeah, and that way too, you know, if you do stay with the local family, you really get to embed yourself in the local culture, the local community, and the Bell family will be doing exactly that with the young 22-year-old from Tahiti. She won that World Junior Champ title back in 2017, just south of Sydney at the World Junior Champs in Kiama, in conditions that were not too dissimilar to what we're seeing today. A little peaky beach break, some running little left-handers, the opportunity for a ride as well. So we'll stand by and see as this heat's got off to a little bit of a sleepier start. Kai, are we seeing the effect of that fuller tide that's coming up later on this morning right now?
Yeah, look, it's going to get a little bit more difficult on the high. We've seen this bank struggling with a lot of water in comparison to bathers next door, where it seems almost like the low tide is a problem there because it's so shallow, and as the tide comes in, it actually stabilizes a little bit. But I think the wave's looking pretty contestable. I think you're just going to see them move further down the beach and onto those middle peaks. And you know, it's going to be tough today. We said it at the start on the beach mic for Heat 1. It's going to be a difficult day, but the good news is that the swell is building through the day. Like, that is almost guaranteed. The charts are looking pretty rock solid, and then tomorrow and Sunday there's a decent amount of swell in the water. And this bank, it's not really a small wave bank at the moment. It's preferring the bigger days. So hopefully we wake up tomorrow morning to some 6-foot surf and some reelers.
That's exactly what the forecast is telling us. Of course, we are going to have to deal with some onshore winds tomorrow. Talking to Travis Loge from Tourism Commission this morning, there is that chance of that onshore coming up pretty strong tomorrow afternoon. But we'd rather have swell and onshore than no swell and offshore, wouldn't we?
Yeah, well, look, in the JQS and the juniors last week, we had a couple of afternoons with that onshore blowing. And, you know, if the swell's here, the bank kind of holds anyway. It actually gets a bit thicker, and you'll definitely see a few creased and broken boards if that does sort of pan out. But it is contestable, and at this point, I think, you know, we've had a bit of a dismal run as far as swell this week for the Challenger. I think we'll take swell with any conditions as long as there's swell in the water.
Bring it on. Of course, we are heading into finals weekend tomorrow. Thanks for watching wherever you are around the world. It's around 8:15 here local time in the morning. And Friday morning, school holidays. We've seen a lot of big crowds make their way in here for the last weekend, and certainly even yesterday while we had a lay day, the beach was absolutely packed. So surfers are fans of surfing are coming down to see international pro surfing back on South African soil for the first time since 2019, and really enjoying the spectacle that these pro surfers are bringing to our shores. 21 minutes remaining. It's been a bit of a sleepy start. Only Dimity Stoyle opening up this heat with a 4.83. And Kai, always nice to get that early start, especially when you know that the sets could be inconsistent throughout your 30-minute window.
Yeah, and I think the important piece of information for this morning is that the girls have gotten 30 minutes. There was a bit of debate this morning, but with 4 surfers in the water, Trav and Lulu deciding to stick with the 30 minutes. But next round for the girls will be 3 ladies in the water, and that's going to go down to 25 minutes. So that could get interesting. Of course, the next round of the men, we go man on, next round of the men is 3, and then the ladies will be actually man-on-man heats, and that's going to be very interesting.
Here goes Vaiene Fierro on her backhand. Nice big opening turn to start off with for her on that little right-hander. So slamming that section down nice and tightly, locking in her wave number 1. So things now underway for the surfer from French Polynesia. Waiting on Pauline Adu and Rina Matsunaga to open up their day. Heat number 3 of the day. We're getting down here nice and early in the dark every morning around 6 o'clock. And that call's been made around 6:30 in the morning. We're beginning some early starts, especially now with that high tide moving further into the mid-morning slot. There've been this little left-hand peak has been rearing up this morning. Looks like it's going to be Rina taking a look at this one on her backhand. It's one of the biggest set waves of the morning. It's got some flow to it too. She gets up and over that first section, a little bit hung up, but now opening the shoulders, and she could get an opportunity for a little tag here in that deep water, and does nicely now. This one might even reform into the shore break, and she gets out on that little rock finger that you've been alluding to. 20 minutes on the clock. That'll feel good for Rina.
Really nice ride there. I mean, got a little caught up on the first turn, and if we see the replay, maybe from the other angle, it'll be cool to see. Also looking at scores coming in for Vaheen, and a nice start for her. I mean, it's not going to be like a mega high score, but it's good to get that ball rolling. The interesting thing for me with Vaheen, Brad, is you meet her and she's this little petite Tahitian girl, and she's so nice and well spoken, and then the next thing I'm getting sent video clips of her charging like nasty monstrous chopus. So she's also got the whole bag. She's really good in small stuff, but not scared, and if she gets to the tour, she's going to be a really dangerous competitor.
Yeah, absolutely right. She's had some CT experience as a wild card back in 2019 with the Roxy Pro in France, so she'll have a taste of what it means to be on the Elite Championship Tour. And of course, the top 5 women will qualify for that championship tour in 2023 after the conclusion of this 8-event Challenger Series. A new introduction this year, and scores are now dropping in for Rina Matsunaga. It's a 4.83 for Rina. 4.53 rather, and Stoyle is holding the lead over that first exchange. Vaheen Fierro is in 3rd, and we are waiting on the 31-year-old Pauline Adu to open up her account here. Debuted on the qualifying series back in 2008. Resides in Anglet in France, and She's got around 2:33 in the first two heats, first two events of the year, Kai. So not the greatest start for Pauline. She's featured on the championship tour from 2011 through to 2018. So got plenty of event experience. She's really going to have to draw on all of that now to get her campaign underway.
Yeah, she's certainly one of the most experienced girls in the field, but we've seen a couple of surfers over the event having these slow starts, being really patient. She's got priority now, so I mean, lots of time, 18 minutes. She certainly can find 2 scores in there. Also interesting, well, here we go. She's going to open up.
We've called her into it. Pauline Adu on her backhand. Nice little click to get things started. There's been a few little running left-handers now in the last couple of exchanges, and that one also goes into that deep water section, but Pauline now would breathe a sigh of relief. She's got her heat underway. Quick in and out from Matsunaga. 17 minutes and 45 on the clock, so top 2 waves are going to count here, so we'll bring you those situations, but you can obviously keep in touch with them on the graphic on your screen. Those requirements are showing what it needs to get into second place, or if you're in Rina Matsunaga's place, she needs a 0.31 just to get into first.
Well, I think there's going to be a super tight spread at the start of this heat, because that score for Pauline's also going to come in that 3 to 4 range, I reckon. And I mean, look at the spread right now. It's 4.83 down to 4.33. So it's almost like they're going to have to restart this heat in some ways, because there's no real advantage.
Well, we've just got some news from Tours and Competition talking about restarting heat. You mentioned that bay just over to the back of the rocks over here. It's called Bathers. And you mentioned earlier, Kyle, that it was a little bit more consistent. We have news now that there's going to be a 10-minute break after this heat, and we're going to start heat 4 from over at Bathers this morning.
Okay, so there was a lot of talk yesterday on the beach, because you and I actually went when we were called off. We sprinted into our suits and went for a surf, and there were fun little waves, and literally no one was free surfing at the main break on the high tide. Like it had gone like a lake, whereas there were still highly contestable waves. We were surfing a little right on the far side where you can see those rocks over there that runs into the bay. There was like a mid-peak with a left and a right. And then some of the groms were getting some pretty good-looking lefts off of the Willards rock going back into Bathers. So I know it's logistically a really tough call, because you've got to move crews and judges and the whole shebang. But at the end of the day, we are allowed to move over there. And if it's going to give our competitors better waves to compete on, why not?
Yeah, I think it's about just providing our surfers with the most opportunities that they can to perform and make it fair across those 4-person heats. So 15 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. News just in from Travis Loge from WCL Tours and Competition. We're going to go on a 10-minute hold after this heat. We are going to relocate the break just to the right of your screen to the next little bay along, which just seems to be having a little bit more opportunity for consistency and a little bit of increase of size there as well. Looking like we've got a strong paddle here from Dimity Stoyle. It's a late drop into the left-hander. It might be a little bit too quick for her, as that wave does run off without her down the bank.
Well, Dimity can join our club. Flame Spray is on point.
Welcome to the team, Dim. 15 minutes remaining. All right, well, Zoe McDougall from Hawaii representing well in that last heat. She is the winner of that last heat, in fact, and she's ready for her post-heat interview with Mike Frew.
I'm here with Zoe from the last heat, the winner of the second heat of the day. Zoe, looked quite tough out there. You did get 2 of the best waves of the heat, and the other competitors, the other 3, were really, really struggling. What strategy did you use, or how did you get those 2 in particular?
My goal for this heat was just to be patient, because in my last heat I was feeling a bit flustered and nervous, so I kind of just kept one goal in mind, like just stay patient, wait for the good ones, and don't panic. And I think that worked for me this morning.
It certainly did, because you had a confident win and you were quite far ahead of the rest of the competitors. You've been to South Africa a number of times, but obviously you haven't been here for 3 years with COVID restrictions and all of that sort of thing. Have you noticed anything different in Ballito, or how's your trip been so far going through this event?
Yeah, it's great being back in Ballito. I feel really comfortable and familiar here. I love South Africa. I've missed it not being able to come back here. And it's just really good to be back and seeing a lot of familiar faces, seeing lots of my friends here, and it's just a good feeling to be back in South Africa.
Well done on your heat win. We really look forward to seeing you in the next round. Back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, thank you, Mike Frew, on the sand there with Zoe McDougall from Sunset Beach in Hawaii. Back to live pictures over here Looks like we've got Vaini Fierro finding a little corner on the right-hander. Aggressive backhand close-out turn there for Vaini, locking in her wave number 2. We'll wait for that score to be locked in, and then we'll see that leaderboard shuffle slightly. We can tell you that drawing on all her WCT experience, Paulina Du is holding down the lead with a 5.23 and a 2.77, 13 minutes to go. If you just joined us, thanks for joining us here on Heat number 3, round of 32. Brad Bricknell here with Kai Linder for the call. We've got the news that the event is going to go on hold straight after this one, Kai, just over to where that jet ski is located on the other side of that rocky outcrop. More opportunity on offer there for the surfers. And of course, it's going to be Macy Callahan, Alyssa Spencer, Zoe Stain, and Sarah Baum who are going to have to really readjust their mindsets now on the fly.
Yeah, but I think all of them have been doing the free surfs during the event at Bathers. I mean, we've seen a lot of action going down there, so I don't think it's too much of an ask. And it was nice to hear from Zoe there how much she loves South Africa and missed coming here. Really nice girl from Hawaii. Of course, a little bit of soap opera for you. She dated Maddie McGillivray, our championship tour surfer, for a number of years. They were like the glamour couple of the junior scene.
Yeah, well, that's what happens at these contests. Make lifelong friends. A lot of these surfers have been coming over here, like you said, to attend all the junior series events, and that's a great thing about pro surfing. It takes you all over the world to different cultures, and you make a lot of friends along the way that end up being lifelong companions and can share a lot of stories of our time on tour. 12 minutes remaining. It is Vaini Fierro who has taken the lead courtesy of that 4.47. The judges awarded her on that last closeout right-hander. One turn situation there for her that she really did capitalize on. Paulina Du now in second, looking for a 3.57. Stoyle drops down to third, looking for a 3.18. And Rina Matsunaga in fourth place, just a 3.48 requirement for her. So still low requirements for the surfers in third and fourth. 11:30 on the clock. And Kai, we're seeing this is winter in South Africa on the KwaZulu-Natal coast. It's warm. We had that land breeze blowing this morning, but also the threat of that slight onshore coming up this afternoon again.
Yeah, and it's just really nice to see the water going that nice green-blue see-through color again. We surfed yesterday. You could actually see your feet. Of course, after the devastating floods up here a few months ago, the water has been that chocolate brown color for a long time. Of course, further down near Durban, there's been beach closures because of E. coli levels and stuff like that. So it's really nice to see. The one advantage of us being on hold for a day or two is that it's allowed that water to settle, a lot of the sediment go down to the bottom and just clean the water up a bit. Good to see life going back to some form of normal up here. A lot of people really badly affected by those floods.
Matsunaga with priority will activate it here on this left-hander. That's a nice little flowing turn over that whitewater section. And again, the judges really have their work cut out for them this morning, Kai. We're seeing a lot of one-turn maneuvers, and it's the judges' job to really dissect those one-turn maneuvers and look at that sort of technical variance to see who scores higher than the other. Here we go, Dimity Stoyle, another opportunity for her. It's a quick draw turn for her, but doesn't quite ride out of that one. 10 minutes 14 on the clock. Of course, Kai, 5 judges on the panel any given time. Had a surf out there yesterday morning, and with the head judge and one of the judges, Mikey from the USA, and those guys can surf really, really well.
Well, our head judge shreds. I've surfed with him a couple of times. Had a few sessions at Boneyards in J-Bay during the J-Bay Open with him 2-3 years ago, and he was literally the standout, and there were a couple of pros in the water. So it's good to see, people I think often wonder about judges and commentators and others, and I can say to the viewers out there, Brad was shredding out there yesterday too. I saw him do a couple of nice turns.
Yeah, it was Mike McCabe out there, a little natural footer from the US, so great to see that now. Great to see Vaini Fierro. That's a big vertical turn, so a bit of variety shown there, and again, it's hard to tell when there's only one-turn maneuvers, but that one, she's able to get aboard a little bit sort of more vertical on that re-entry. Her timing was beautifully executed. So the heat leader waiting on a score to come in from her. She's looking to drop a 4.33 from her top 2.
Well, I like the turn there because she really, like you said, got the board up into the lip, and I think she got that 4.47 off of a one maneuver on the backhand and got the score, so now she's kind of made that her game plan.
Paulina Du doing the same. So it looks like this heat has been full of left-handers. That right-hand bank's starting to dry up a little bit with this fuller tide. 8 minutes 40 seconds on the clock. Fierro leads. Adu second. Matsunaga and Stoyle still waiting on a couple of scores to drop in. Looks like Paulina Du's score is not going to go into her top two. So still chasing that 3.57 in second place. Of course, Ballito Bay is situated about 35 minutes from Durban City, up the north coast of KwaZulu-Natal, which is the state or the province. And we see a lot of flurry of action. Yeah, priorities with the man, the surfer in green rather. This is Rina Matsunaga, another left-hander down the line. Can she get a turn in? Able to just get it quickly up and over there before that went into that deep water section. So judges really having to split hairs here on these scores, Kai.
It's a tough job. That's why they get paid the big bucks, because I would not want to be in that pressure cooker, especially in these kind of conditions. It's so hard. You got to, really differentiate between these scores at such a minor level. And of course, back in the old days, we had what was called ASRO here in South Africa. That's where I learned to judge as a youth. And the first point of difference was you've got those decibel places, please use them.
Here we go, surfer in wide. Timothy Stoyle looking like she can lock in a couple of turns there, and that channel really getting deep now. Obviously, we need sandbars or reef breaks or reef shelves, coral reefs to make the waves break. And as the tide gets higher, they're running into some deep water there, Kai. So that wave really running out of energy really quickly, and it just speaks to making sure you capitalize on that every opportunity that you have. Falling off's not going to help your cause, obviously, here, because there aren't any other opportunities on each other's waves.
Yeah, you gotta make every second count on these small waves, and you've really got to try to find that flow as well. It's so important, especially in the small waves, because if you can capitalize on that second or third maneuver, it's going to make a big point of difference. As much as the judges are liking those big explosive single maneuvers, they are going to reward a wave, especially in these tricky conditions that you deliver more than one.
Yeah, well, that's right. It all comes down to strategy, but even the best laid plans can be thrown out the window when you get out into the water. Oftentimes you'll hear a surfer talking to their coach. They'll have a plan A, a plan B, and a plan C. If things don't work according to plan, you have to be flexible. You have to go out there with a mindset that anything can happen. You are dealing with the ocean, so we don't have a tennis court where we know there's a couple of lines and we know that the court's going to be there. This is a changing environment, which makes surfing so unique and so special. Watch this big paddle over here. Priority with a surfer in blue. All two other surfers trying to put some pressure on Fierro, but she maintains her position, squares off the bottom. They know this was a good-looking set wave, so they're all trying to get onto it. She is the heat leader, and she executes a nice closeout turn there on her backhand. Meanwhile, Rina Matsunaga on the outside. That's a nice little slashing turn, something different that we've seen on the right-hander, but again, not much more opportunity on that wave. 5 minutes remaining. If you've just joined us, thanks for watching wherever you are around the world. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kai Linder. We're going to go on a 10-minute hold after the seat for a quick change of location. More on that in a second. Paulina Du on the outside. That's a nice turn from the French woman. Opens up her shoulders into that gutter and gets a nice little two-turn combination in the bag. 2.77 is her low, so sitting in second place. She needs a 3.57 if she wants to go into first place. Dimitri Stoyle in third, looking for a 3.18. And then Rina Matsunaga, as we hit that 5-minute mark now, also looking for a 3.48. And this is when it starts to get a little bit tense, especially for those surfers in third and fourth, Kai. They know that there's some small requirements, but in the context of the day, these threes are virtually like eights in terms of what they have to get.
Well, I mean, we look at the highest wave total of a 5.23, and I don't see anyone really going much higher than that.
On the outside now, nice looking left-hander. Yeah, this is one of the smoothest looking drawn-out walls we've seen. Will there be a second opportunity for a tag? Yeah, there is. And again, that wave hits that deep water mark, but Rina Matsunaga doing all she could there to try and convert that opportunity into a score, meaning she's in fourth place looking for a 3.48. And we'll see what the judges think of that one. Fierro leads, Adu second, so it's all to do now for Dimitri Stoyle. The thing on her side now, Kai, is she is the lady with priority, so she can take a deep breath, she can survey the lineup, she can put herself where she thinks is the best bank to get that opportunity, and now she's just got to pray for a wave to come through.
Yeah, and you look at heat strategy. Vahin had priority and was, maybe the girls thought she was a bit too deep, but it was a good-looking wave. two of them paddling in the battle with her, and then in the background you saw another set wave breaking behind them. So they'd actually paddled themselves out of position. And knowing that Vaheen had priority there, maybe the better bet was to just let her go for it and not get involved and maybe be rewarded with the second wave.
Nice little frontside re-entry now for Matsunaga. Scores are dropping in for some of those last exchanges. So Fierro and Adu do solidify their leads. Rina Matsunaga saw herself jump up into third place, now requiring their 4.38. Dimity Stoyle dropped down into fourth, but still only requires their 4.08, which really is going to be a nicely executed one turn on a bigger set wave. We can see the judges have set that scale quite reasonably throughout the whole course of the event. So one turn around that 4 points. We know if you can get a two-turn combination on a bigger wave, you're looking at 6 or 6.5, and once that scale opens up, we have seen some excellent waves too on that sandbar over the last few days. So hoping that swell and opportunity does increase as we move over to the next bank after this.
Well, I think we're going to definitely see a little bit more explosive action once we move on to the Bathers Bank. We even saw a couple of little barrels yesterday morning, especially on the left. So I think it's going to give these ladies in the next heat a little bit more scoring opportunity. And of course, we're excited for that because the next heat features the two South African girls, Zoe Stain and Sarah Baum.
Yeah, up against some heavy competition as well. Here goes Dimity Stoyle. Nice looking left-hander, one of the biggest ones of the morning. Unable to get a second turn in there, but that first turn was executed nicely. Just can't help but think if she got a second in there, it would have been a deal breaker for her. But there's a big turn from Vahina Fierro. That's one of the biggest turns of the day. She's still got some flow going through this inside section. She's found a little connection into that shore break. And if she finishes strong in here, you've got to say this lead that she's now found herself in is going to be all but secured. But we won't count our chickens yet. Here goes Pauline on the outside. Shorter wave for her. Vahina Fierro dropped a 5.30 on her last to go to first, but here goes Rina Matsunaga. Nice turn on the outside. A flurry in the last 2 minutes of this heat. Gets a second jab in there as well for a second maneuver. So it looks like, well, plenty of action. All four surfers grabbing a wave inside this last 2 minutes, Kai. And we like these exciting finishes.
Yeah, I think main breaks a bit cross that we're moving across to Bathers going like, hey, there's still some waves, yeah, I promise. But what I really liked on the exchanges, and I was thinking the same thing as you said, a Dimity with that really nice hook in the pocket and then just not able to find the second maneuver. I think that's going to be a big point of difference for her. And then Vaheen going the opposite direction, actually finding a right-hander that gave her, that first big turn, a couple of nice little carves, and then she got the closeout on the finish as well, and the Salt Rock Tahitian is going to have the beach making a lot of noise for that.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. My first impressions were that will be the highest scoring wave of the heat so far with 35 to go. Judges are now locking in those scores right across the board. It's a 4.7 from Stoyle, so she goes into second place momentarily, but we are all waiting on scores from Fierro, Adu and Matsunaga to come through. 23 seconds remaining. This is going to be tense times in the water for these surfers. The on-beach announcers will be relaying those scores out to the surfers, and there we go, a 6.67 from Fierro. So it is the highest scoring wave of the heat so far for the surfer representing France. Time is now winding down on the clock. It's all about the scores from Adu and Matsunaga. Can Stoyle hold the second place, or will a 4.3 or a 5.0 required by those two surfers change the leaderboard?
Well, I'm kind of seeing scores. The first score from the judges popping up on Red's timeline, so it's definitely not going to happen for her. And Green also a 3.3. So, Brad, it's a solid performance from the Tahitian. I'm really impressed with how she surfed that heat, building her scores all the way through to her top two wave scores right at the end there.
Yeah, amazing stuff. So it looks like those last couple of scores are not going to change the leaderboard, so it's going to be a comprehensive victory in the end there for Vahina Fierro. And a well-constructed hit there for Dimity Stoyle as well, going through into that next round. And unfortunately, out of the event there are Adu and Matsunaga from Japan. So these are the scenes here from Ballito Bay. If you just joined us, thanks for watching wherever you are around the world. Brad Brickman here alongside Kai Linda. We do have the news from Travis Loge from WSL Tours and Competition that we are going to go on a hold around 10 minutes so we can relocate to the bank just over to the right hand side. But don't go anywhere. We are going to be right back after this break with all the highlights. We're going to be chatting about J-Bay. We're going to be talking about the forecast coming up and plenty to get through. So please stay with us. We'll be right back after this.
On the bank there, and the waves are breaking a bit better on this higher tide.
Yep. I am Lauren Ely McGregor, Senior Board Shirt Designer at O'Neill Clothing.
Okay, and you'll talk me through it, eh? Okay.
One of the most important features of the Hyperfreak Hydro Comp is that there's no inseam. When there's no inseam, there's no rash. The no-tie fly is slim and secure, and it stays flush and flat when you're laying on your stomach. More security, no distractions. The mini welded zip pocket is less bulky and perfect for wax, wax comb, or your keys. The comp also features our O'Neill Hyperdry Plus, which is our premium water repellency, which dries faster and lasts longer. The laser cut hem allows for greater freedom of movement and less rash by eliminating the restrictive stitching or welding that you see in common board shorts. Hyperfreak Pro Stretch is our premium 4-way stretch fabrication that is engineered to be cling and rash resistant. O'Neill, first name in the water.
Nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire.
Welcome back to Friday morning in South Africa. Thanks for watching the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. It's super cool to have your company wherever you are around the world. My name's Brad Bricknell alongside Kai Linda for this morning's call. And Kai, we came down here bright and early in the morning, in the dark. In fact, it wasn't too bright when we got down here. And we got action underway and we've seen a few heats happening. The forecast is looking promising for later on today and tomorrow. So we did manage to get a few heats underway.
Yeah, I got a few hits underway, and I think it was a good thing to start on that lower tide. Of course, that high has been moving later and later in the day, and we did see a lot of action across at bathers. I think everyone in the mornings when they're queuing up for their bench coffee is staring in that direction. And of course, yesterday in the free surfs we mentioned in the last heat, there were waves there on the high when it was completely flat at Willards. So I think Travis and Lily are making the right call. Instead of going on hold again, let's rather make it a little tougher logistically for the crew and everyone else, but go where the waves are, and that is right across at Bathers.
Well, if you just joined us and wondering what we're on about, we are on a little 10-minute hold here at Ballito Bay. Travis Loge from WCL Tours and Competition. We're going to try to get him on the line shortly, but we are moving locations just over to the right-hand side of Willard Beach to a place called Bathers, where we are seeing a lot more opportunity over there. We're also going to jump into some highlights in a minute or two, but Kai, you and I both surfed Bathers yesterday morning. It just seems with the sand at the moment, with the swell direction at the moment, there's more opportunity there, and that's what we need for our surfers. Equal opportunity to catch as many waves as we can to perform to get those scores.
Yeah, and I don't want to say there's not a good bank at Willards, because Mainbreak has got a good bank, but on the high tide it goes a bit deep. Earlier in the week when we had the juniors and there was some solid punchy swell, we didn't need to move because it really broke throughout the tides. But yeah, yesterday, like we said, it was flat on high at Main, and there were still some really fun waves at Bathers. You've got that little right peak out across on the bog side of the bay. You've got a little A-frame action happening in the middle, and there's actually like a really hollow walled up left coming off the Willards Rock into Bathers. So what's also going to happen now is where are these competitors going to go in the water, because there are three options and we could see a big spread.
We're looking forward to action getting underway in around 10 minutes' time. And Kai, we spoke to Travis Loge this morning from Tours and Competition. We've actually got a big day of surfing planned. We're starting with the women's. We're going to go back into the men's round of 16, and then women's round of 16, and then we're going to go into men's later on as well.
Yeah, and it's that back end of the week, and we've had a couple of downtime days. In France last year, they had to go to multi-podium. I don't think that's ever happened in a QS that I've worked on. So there was a little bit of talk of those kind of options as people start getting a bit more nervous about finishing the event. And you've got to finish the event. We knew the swell's coming for Saturday. Sunday, finals day, the forecast is looking tasty. There is beautiful light northwest the whole morning. Even when the wind kind of starts changing a little bit more to the south, it's super light. And those are those dreamy days on the north coast in winter you dream of, and there's swell in the water. So I think as long as we get to Sunday with, like somewhere like the semis and finals, or even the quarters, semis and finals, will be good to finish. But, Trav and the team need to get us to that finish line.
Plenty to look forward to here as we head into the finals weekend. Of course, we did see some action happen early this morning. We kicked off at around 7:05 with that women's round of 32. And we saw some exciting surfing. Vahini Fierro, Bronte McCauley, and Zoe McDougall all putting on a good account of themselves.
Yeah, those three girls definitely raising their hands and showing, that they've got the skills. Interestingly for me, you've got Zoe out of Hawaii, you've got Bronte out of West Australia, and Vahine out of Tahiti. All heavy water spots and absolutely smashing small little beach break conditions this morning.
Yeah, I guess drawing on that qualifying series experience, a lot of experience amongst those three women. Vahine Fierro, 11.97, her heat score from that last wave and last heat rather. And we saw her putting that backhand attack to good use. And one thing we've noticed over the last couple of days, there aren't many opportunities once you catch a wave. It's either a one-turn or a two-turn combination, and she really put her board up there vertically to take the win quite comprehensively in the end.
Yeah, and we were talking about heat strategies from coaches earlier, and the morning was looking like the lefts. The first two heats scores all on the left. Vahine completely spun that and went and got her scores on the right. So just showing that, what you think's happening in the lineup's not always what's happening, and you've got to adapt to the conditions as they happen.
So speaking of those adapting conditions, we're getting an overview here of the event setups. You can see that wave breaking up in your far right. That's called Bogs. The next beach towards us is Bathers. That's where we are going to be relocating the event to. We're going to be kicking off in the next heat between Macy Callahan. It's going to be Alyssa Spencer, Zoe Stain, and Sarah Baum. So we might take a little minute just to talk about that coming up next. We've got two South Africans up against, two of the most exciting internationals on the women's draw. Alyssa Spencer, part of that young crop of resurgent women's surfing coming out of the US. And, of course, Macy Callahan from Australia, former world junior champion. She's got championship tour experience. So a really good opportunity for our South Africans to really test their mettle against some big names from international surfing.
Well, look, I think the two South African girls couldn't ask for a tougher heat, really, on paper. Macy Callahan is a ferocious competitor. Alyssa Spencer, one of my favorite surfers coming through the junior ranks. She has absolutely shredded all week. I've really been impressed with her in the free surfs. But then we move to my favorite South African surfer in the ladies, Sarah Baum. She is an absolute ripper. She's got the whole bag. She does the airs, she does the radical tail blows, and I've enjoyed watching her throughout her junior career. And then, of course, from your hometown, Brad, East London, Zoe Stain, one of the most deadly backhands on tour. She really knows how to go to work on those right-handers.
That's a really good point that you raised. We've got three goofy footers up against one natural footer, and when you've got multiple opportunities to go left and right, the judges are going to see something different to whether you're riding on your backhand or your forehand. And we had this discussion through the week. How can you generate speed more, whether you're on a small right hand or a small left hand? If you're natural or goofy, it's really going to be interesting to see where these four girls sit themselves up in terms of that lineup. Are they going to be chasing the lefts? Is it Macy strong on her backhand, or is it going to be all the goofy footers chasing the left-handers as they always do?
Well, I think if we look at this morning, like a lot of the scores coming on the backhand. Vahine there with the highest heat total of the morning, her scores all came on the backhand on those rights. And when you look at surfing small waves, I find just on your backhand you can generate a little bit more speed, a little easier, because you can surf off your back foot a little bit more. And then as you transition up into the lip, it's much easier to let the board drift on your backhand than on your forehand. So I think for me, I certainly would say if it's a choice, you've got a slight advantage on your backhand in small waves.
Well, we're going to see what's happening with the call shortly. If you just joined us and wondering why we aren't looking at live surfing action, we've just gone on hold after the third heat of the day. We got down here around 6:30 this morning, got competition underway with the round of 32 in the women's. We managed to get 3 heats done until that high tide really swallowed up the bank, and our Travis Loge from, I was going to call him the commissioner, but he is from Tours and Competition, and we do like to call him the commish. Down here in Durban, of course, Travis Loge, a former pro surfer from this area, a lot of success on the championship tour and a lot of experience to make these calls, Kai. He has decided to put the event on hold and to move us over to the other bank. So if you have just joined us and wondering where live surfing action, we're going to be getting underway in a few minutes' time. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kai Linder for the call, Kai. Let's just talk about the Ballito Pro event presented by Neil on the larger scale. We've been here for over a week already. We've seen pro junior surfing. We've seen the likes of the young South Africans testing their medal up against the internationals for the first time in their junior rankings. And how good is it to have international pro surfing back on South African shores again?
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, 3-year break since we've seen this happen. And in the ladies, I mean, I go back to the time of like Lane Beachley and Lisa Anderson since we've seen this level of women's competition up here. So it's been a big break, and it's great to see the ladies back. Looking at the previous week's action, the juniors, good to see 2 of those surfers who really put their hands up in the JQS, Luke Thompson and, of course, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, both still in the event, both still shredding. This morning we were watching conditions before we got the call in the sort of twilight of the morning, and one of the standout waves for me was Betty Lou Sakura Johnson from Hawaii. She is an absolute shredder.
It's really amazing to be able to see the international surfers come down here to Ballito Bay. And of course, we started, Kai, with 18 South Africans in the Challenger Series draw. We're down to 4. There's 2 on the men's side, 2 on the women's side. We spoke about the 2 women who are actually coming up against each other in this next heat. Let's talk about what we've been seeing here throughout the day. This is what we've come to see here at Ballito Bay. It's the Junior Series action, and we had some fun waves throughout the contest, and some good banks and some fun wins to get those surfers all the opportunity they needed.
Yeah, so a little bit of trials action there, and now we move into the men's trials. And of course, it was 2 of the youngsters out of the Durban area that won those slots, Tylee Lee Island and Luke Thompson. There's Luke Thompson in action now, and he has been on a tear. Definitely one of the biggest performances of the event so far. And Tylee Lee Island was unlucky to get knocked out in the main event, but he had a great performance in the men's trials. And there is Betty Lou Sakura Johnson and Ryan Carnalo. They both got into the main event, but Ryan unfortunately unable to get through the rounds. Betty Lou though on an absolute storm.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Yeah, love looking back on the highlights of those past couple of days. And we've got plenty more action lined up for you, of course. We're down to the 3rd last day of the waiting period, Carl. We're going to finish off with a big weekend here. It's around 10 to 9 in the morning here, local time, Friday morning in South Africa. Thanks for watching the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. It's really great to have your company wherever you are tuning in around the world. Brad Bricknell here with Kai Linder, breaking down a hold show. We're on hold because that high tide has swallowed up the bank out the front here at Willard Beach, and we're just relocating everybody over to the other side, and we're going to get action back underway shortly with heat number 4 of round of 32. So we're going to fill in a few gaps, we're going to look at a few highlights, and we also wanted to talk about those trials that came up as well. These are the opportunities for young surfers who maybe haven't had an opportunity to surf in the qualifying series. They're surfing their pro junior series, and they're surfing those trials events to be able to actually get a slot into the main event is something really special. If you don't make it through, you really bank a lot of experience at the same time.
Yeah, and I think for me, Luke Thompson, the young surfer out of Durban, really putting his hand up on this one. You know, you give surfers those opportunities so that they can show if they're ready or not for the big leagues, and I think Luke has really come to the party. For an 18-year-old, he only turned 18 last week. He, of course, comes off a 2nd in the ISA World Juniors in El Salvador with a great performance there, and I think it's really just given him that confidence now. You know, a lot of Groms come up to the big leagues and they're a little bit intimidated. He's not got that problem. And I was having a nice chat in the water with Lulu, the head judge, yesterday, and he was saying how impressed he is with the maturity of this kid, not just in his surfing, but in his approach to his heats. And I was like, well, do you think he's ready? And he was like, in his eyes, he reckons Luke is one of those young kids who could easily just make that transition onto the championship tour and keep going.
Yeah, he showed composure well above his years in those first couple of heats. And of course, the other male South African left in the draw is Slade Preston, which is from the South Coast. He's a tall surfer, and he has some big maneuvers in his arsenal as well.
Well, Slade's one of my all-time favourite surfers and such a nice kid. He really has got the whole package. I've seen him do the most crazy aerials. Obviously, coming from Scottsboro, when it's big and hefty and the barrels are thumping, he'll be dangerous. And that's the thing. If Slade can get to finals day, say, and we're looking at 4 to 6 foot and some barrels on the bank, he's going to be one of the most dangerous guys on the water, because that's when he's really going to light up. And we've always spoken about him. You know, he won that Pro Junior event in Cloudbreak. You know, so he's got the backhand. Which was interesting because, you know, coming from the land of rights on the south coast of South Africa, we didn't really think he had it, but he went to Cloudbreak on that event and absolutely blew up. I mean, Chris Cote and the guys on the mic were losing their minds with his surfing that event. And, you know, I really want to see Slade get the opportunity to get on the championship tour, because I think in waves of consequence he's going to stand out, and he's got the whole package.
Well, we've had a whole package of surfing here over the last few days. There's been a lot of highlights as well, so we're going to take the opportunity now to catch up on highlights from day one of competition.
Yeah, I can't hear anything.
Well, highlights from day one are now coming onto our screen. Challenger Series, some round of 96. We see here, Kai, there was some beautiful open canvases for our surfers to get their teeth into, and some high-performance surfing on the way as well.
Yeah, so we kind of thought this was going to be one of the smaller mornings on the forecast, but it definitely did not pan out that way. And if we can get some conditions like this, you can see the main break, if it's got a bit of swell on it, is going to be really, really good. And I think with the forecast we're looking at, we're looking good for the weekend. We're going to see similar conditions to these, if not a little bit bigger. And of course that man right there, Leo Fioravanti, one of the highest seeds coming into the event, and he is certainly looking dangerous. So everyone on the beach down here having a good time. It's the winter holidays. The rest of South Africa is absolutely freezing. And on the ladies' side, that lady there, Bahian Ferreira from Tahiti, she absolutely smashed it this morning. Bronte McCauley also one of the standouts in round one of the ladies. And of course we saw Nikki van Dijk absolutely smashed round one heat.
Yeah, well, that was a fantastic day one of competition. Of course, we started with 96 surfers in the draw on the men's side, 64 on the women's side. And now we're going to have a look at our day two highlights. What I have loved is the all the support on the stands there from the various getting in behind their surfers. And looking now, we're going to take a look at that day two highlights. Oh, well, I think that was just it. So we're running through it here this morning. Lots going on. We're going to take a look at those day two action. Let's have a look at what happened there. Conditions have been fluctuating throughout the event, Kai, and then day two dawned a little bit cloudy. We saw that southwesterly breeze blow up and conditions change again.
Yeah, as you see the bench coffee crew there, that's our first port of call every morning. Yeah, the southwest was up, but there were some really nice bowls. I mean, look at that lovely whip off the top there. And the girls were sort of straight out there to finish their round. And like I said, I mean, if you look at the end of this package, you're going to see Nikki van Dijk on an absolute tear. So showing that the conditions were still super contestable. And this is what I was talking about. There's just a little bit of size and punch in this lineup. Even this bank is very competitive. So hopefully from tomorrow we're back to some water and we won't need to do the move across the bathers. Oh, there is Nikki van Dijk.
Yeah, the 8.5, one of the highlight reels of the day. And Mahina Maheda too, one of the most powerful surfers on the women's draw. And of course, school holidays here in KwaZulu-Natal, so plenty of surfers down here, plenty of schoolgoers down here getting the opportunity to come and see some of the world's best, like Zeke Lau, and of course this man, John Mel from the USA.
Yeah, super impressed with John Mel. He absolutely lit up in round two. This guy too, out of Japan, with some really electric surfing, one of the toughest heats of the day. Of course, we saw a couple of big names fall. Zeke Lau there, we saw him in shot. He was out. And
yeah, that was Rio Inaba on that one, using his priority. And this man's been impressive too.
He's been in the gym since I last saw him out here in Ballito too. Wow, he's gotten stocky. And I suppose that's the interesting thing after 3 years off, is that some of these surfers we haven't seen in 3 years, and they've
Yeah, some high-fi surfing there. Eli Hanneman scoring one of the biggest scores of the day, that 9.17. And then we saw that right-hander starting to come to life then off the rocks as well.
Yeah, and Alejo Munoz, of course, he's won this event. He's had a lot of good results. This guy, Mateus Hurdy, he had a really clutch finish, and it was a tight one. And it was interesting, that aerial he did on the left at the end. I saw him after the heat, and I've known Mateus a long time. I was like, sure, buddy, you got a little lucky there. And he's like, no, don't say luck. That was a terrible wave. I lost my feet, and it was skill that got me back in the game. And he was being dead serious, and he wasn't being arrogant.
Yeah.
He was just saying, sometimes you're watching it from the beach on the webcast, you're like, wow, he got lucky. No, he didn't get lucky. He made that score.
Lots of hours of training go in behind the scenes to get these surfers prepared for the big leagues. Of course, the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill, part of the Challenger Series is why we're all here.
Really
event number 3 of 8 on those Challenger Series stops, all looking for those coveted spots on the World Championship Tour. 10 for the men's and 5 for the women's, and lots at stake here at Ballito Bay. Of course, if you've just joined us and wondering what's going on, we're on hold. Brad Bricknell here alongside Carl Linder for a hold show as we prepare to move over to a new location just about 200-300 meters off to the right hand side of the current bank, to a little setup called Bathers, where Kai, we're hoping to see a little bit more consistency and more opportunity for our surfers.
Yeah, it's definitely been looking better on the high. I think the big trial right now is getting all the bathers out of Bathers, because of course that's normally the swimming beach, and in the free surfs we've seen a couple of close calls between some of the surfers and some of the bathers. So the Varleys, as they are known, are going to have to move across to another swimming area, but I'm feeling mid-afternoon we'll probably move back.
All right, well, Vainia Figueroa has been one of the standouts of the event so far. She is the winner of the last heat. She's standing by on the beach now for a post-heat interview.
Vahini Figueroa standing alongside me here, advancing through to the round of 16. Conditions were not easy out there. There are lots of gaps between sets. How did it feel just to be in the water with that morning high tide, and also such a great result for you? What are you looking forward to moving into the next round?
Yeah, definitely the conditions were very slow. The waves were here, but the pace of it was really slow, and I started my heat like at 20 minutes into it, so it was like a 20-minute heat basically, and I kind of built through it and got my 2 last waves were my 2 best scores, and kind of played with priority a bit. It was like chess out there.
Yeah, exactly, a chess game, especially when we're dealing with Mother Nature. So far, your best result on the Challenger Series. Are you feeling good being in Ballito? I know you've got some really good support locally here. Does it feel a little bit like home?
Since the first time I came here, I always stayed with the Bells family, and they're a great family. They're like the best supporters, and they're such fans of surfing. So there's like always a good vibe at the house and even here at the beach. So it's been kind of like home, and good coming into this event.
Well, we are looking forward to seeing this talented young lady coming up in the round of 16 of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill.
Yeah, thank you very much there. Tasha Mantasti on the sand there with the winner of that last heat, Vaiini Figueroa, through to that next round. And Kai, just discussing in the booth here, of course, this is the Challenger Series, and the reason why we're all here is we're trying to book a place for the top 10 and top 5 surfers on the men's and women's side into the Elite Championship Tour. And we're down to, well, the final 2 events of the year before the Rip Curl Final 5, the World Title Showdown at Lower Trestles, Jeffreys Bay, Super Tubes J Bay, one of the most premium, elite, amazing Championship Tour stops in the world. Everyone loves going there. It's in our home country, and that starts off on Tuesday.
Yeah, very excited. The forecast looks incredible, and of course it's going to be an interesting year in J-Bay, because obviously when you say J-Bay, most people immediately think of Jordy Smith, South African, good track record, he's won the event. But for me this year, the South African to really keep an eye on is Matty McGillivray. He's actually above Jordy in the rankings after the last event, 14, Jordy in 15, and Matty of course is grown. He grew up in PE, but they moved to J-Bay relatively young, and he's got such a good relationship with the wave, and he's been on a real tear this year. And Matty comes across as this really cool, calm, quiet, But what most people don't know is that he's a bit of a wild man, and I was watching what he's been getting up to this week in the swell doldrums. He's been base jumping off the highest bridge in South Africa.
Well, lots to do down there in the Eastern Cape. We cannot wait to see Championship Tour action return to South Africa. We're going to give you a little teaser right now. The Super Tubes event is coming up real soon. Yeah, the fight for the final five is alive and well on the Championship Tour. We can't wait to see action get underway. Of course, after J-Bay, we go down to Tahiti, Chopu. We're going to see the women's at that event for the very first time as well. So some of those final five slots have been determined already. Carissa Moore, Felipe Toledo have already secured those slots, but it's all to play for now in these last two events. And J-Bay is a critical juncture for those who are trying to fight to get in.
Yeah, look, there's a couple of guys on the cusp there that are going to definitely need good results. And there's a couple of rookies sort of on that line as well. And, you know, speaking to Travis this morning, I was saying, like, someone like Callum Robertson, I'm super excited to see what he's got at J-Bay, because his surfing does suit it. You saw his result at Bells. But he's also shown that he can perform at the other breaks. And he's right there, I think, in 8th place at the moment. And some guys arrive in J-Bay and you think they're going to rip it, and they don't. It's an unforgiving wave, and it takes a different approach. And sometimes you need to spend a bit of time there over the years before you figure it out.
Yeah, there's a favourite saying about J-Bay or Super Tubes particularly, it's easy to surf but very difficult to surf very well. So lots to play for coming up next week. That waiting period starts on the 12th of July. And of course you referenced Callum Robson there. He's actually in the top 10 of the Challenger Series. We'll take a look at those rankings on the screen in a second. That means that at this point in time, because he's re-qualifying or double qualify on the Championship Tour, we've got 11 slots open there. And I think it's Jet Schelling who's sitting in that final slot. So lots to play for, and one Championship Tour surfer in the mix here in the Challenger Series rankings.
Yeah, and what's also interesting is there's also been a lot of talk about, obviously, a few no-shows for J-Bay. The big one, the big question mark is Kelly. He's living his best life down in Indonesia at the moment, and I'm not sure. He knows, I think, that he's out of that equation for the top 5 now, so he may not. Even though I know J-Bay is like one of his favourite waves, and he's always parking off at Brad and Kersner's house there above Tubes and enjoying it. But what that'll do is, who are going to be the guys who are going to get that chance? I know, like, you know, Leo, David Silva right now, right up there at the top of the rankings as well. And these are guys who've surfed there before. If there's 3 or 4 guys, will we maybe see another South African getting the chance alongside Jose Faulkner on a wild card? Someone like Aidan Masonkamp, Slade Prestwich, if he goes all the way, he had Ballito, does he get a shot? And I mean, he would be really dangerous at Super Tubes.
Well, lots to look forward to on the Championship Tour next week. Let's bring it back home right here to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. We are stock number 3 of 8 in the Challenger Series, and we are referencing those rankings. Kai, we're going to take a look at those rankings now. On the men's side, we've got a graphic here of the rankings coming into this event. So obviously this will change as this event goes on. But we're looking at the women's first. Of course, the top 5 are going to qualify here. And Caity Simmers, who qualified for the tour last year, turned down the spot on the Championship Tour. She finds herself on top of the rankings coming into Ballito Bay.
Yeah, and I love her approach. In her interview, she pretty much calls a spade, and she does the same in the water. Nikki van Dijk, I mean, she was on a tear in round 1. She's sitting there in that 2nd place, and she desperately wants to get on top of the rankings again and into the main event. And I mean, Teresa Bonvalot, we've just seen her get knocked out, so she's going to drop down a few rankings.
Yeah, tough, because she did win her first Challenger Series event in the Australian leg, so plenty to play for there. And I always like looking at what happens after that top 5, because this is where a lot of that jostling happens, and we see some great experience. And the one thing I love about this Challenger Series is that we've seen this real explosion of this young teenage level of surfer coming through, really challenging the old guard. We always talk about the changing of the guard in surfing, and it happens every few years. And looking down the rankings there, Sophie McCulloch, Ballito, Kira Johnson, Kiala, Macy Callanan, there's a lot of real challenges there. And looking at that ranking system is the future of women's pro surfing, and it's looking really exciting.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, just of those names you read out, Molly Picklum also coming up through the ranks, been really impressed with her surfing as well. What I like about the new school of women's surfing is how they are mixing it up. You know, we see the championship tour for the very first time going to Chopu this year. So now the girls, you know, they've been saying we want to go to the same spots as the guys. The tour has listened, they're taking them there, but now they've got to step it up. And, you know, Chopu for me is going to be the most interesting ladies competition in the history of professional surfing, because if it's going 8 to 10 foot and the ladies are paddling out, it's going to be an historical day.
Yeah, can't wait to see all that unfold in the future. Let's change gears now to the men's ranking coming into the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. And of course, the men will qualify the top 10 on the rankings. And this is how it looked now coming into Ballito. Leonardo Fioravanti from Italy is out in front. He hasn't won an event yet, but he's been really consistent. Rio Waida from Indonesia, he has won an event down in Manly, so looking stronger there in the top two. And then, of course, Callum Robson is a championship tour surfer in there, already requalified for 2023. So we see that top 10 effectively become a top 11 coming into this event.
And I'm looking at a couple of key names there that are already out, you know, Maxime, Ramsey, Morgan, Nolan, you know, they've all gone. And more importantly, Ryan Callanan sitting right there in 6th place. He's still in the event. He's been looking incredible in his opening heats. And I mean, let's be honest, we all want to see the big Australian with that devastating backhand back on tour.
Yeah, he's a devastating surfer when he gets that backhand going. Also got an incredible air game as well. So plenty to look forward to here at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. That is the rankings, and we've seen a few of those CT surfers being knocked out early. Connor Coffin, one of the surprise exits of the event early on, as he missed out at that mid-season cut on the championship tour.
Yeah, Connor, Zeke Lau, you know, Morgan Siblick. I mean, was in the finals last year on the championship tour. He's been knocked out, so it's interesting. The guy I'm really excited about there is that guy you see in number 2, Rio Waida out of Indonesia. He's been on a tear this year. And if he qualifies and gets on that championship tour, the first Indonesian to qualify for the championship tour, it is going to mean so much to the Indonesian people to finally have a championship tour surfer. And I mean, if we look at Indonesia, obviously a country that has done so much for surfing, and that surfing is so much a part of. If we talk dream trips where everyone wants to go on a trip for surfing, it's Indonesia.
It's absolutely.
So I'm really excited. I mean, having traveled there for like over 20 years and seen the growth through those years of Indonesian surfers, I cannot wait for that day to happen. And he's on a tear here too. He's been ripping.
Well, if you just joined us, thanks for watching wherever you are around the world. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kai Linder. We have gone on hold here after Heat 3 of the morning, round of 32, and we are just waiting on competition to get back underway after a relocation over to that break that you see in the middle of your screen. It's a section of the beach here at Ballito called Bathers, which is just over to the right-hand side of Willard Beach. And it looks like we have cleared the area over there. We've got the jet ski setting up, and we are hoping that there's going to be more opportunity over there. Of course, Travis Loge from Tours and Competition has made that call. And our heat number 4 of the round of 32 between Macy Callanan, Alyssa Spencer, Zoe Stain, and Sarah Baum will be taking place over there, Kai.
Yeah, and you can see the water patrol sitting there. That's just off the left peak, off of the rocks. As this beautiful aerial shot came in, you could see the whitewater line of how that wave runs. Bathers it's a difficult one because there are a lot of closeouts, and then they're the ones that run. So you're going to have to be really careful about your wave selection.
Yeah, wave selection being key throughout the event so far. And the judges doing a really great job in dissecting those 1 and 2 turn combinations and just that point of difference, that bit of flair, making all the difference in the world. Of course, we are running 30-minute heats through this round of 32. We are slated to run 25-minute heats from the next round, Kai, but we do have the luxury there of dropping down to those 3-person heats. So probably a fair call to drop down those heat times, given the amount of time we've got left in the event.
Yeah, good call. And I mean, I think the possibility of even going on overlapping heats for the man-on-man when we get there. But they don't really want to go to the overlap if they don't have to. So 3 guys in the water for the next round. I think 25 minutes, more than ample for them. The younger guys will still remember how to surf a 20-minute heat from their juniors. And for some of the older crew, they're just going to have to get in their Zen state and regress back to their youth.
Let's talk about the priority system just for a minute, Kai. You referenced those 4-man heats or 4-person heats. It can get pretty tricky when those waves are few and far between, and you've got to make all those opportunities count. The 4-person priority system really makes it a more even and fairer playing field.
Yeah, it was just chaotic before priority. I mean, a lot of heats over the years on the mic I've seen without priority, you know, they just... You lose a lot of surfing because the guys are so focused on trying to get that inside line, and especially in a multiple beat break, sort of peak break like this, it can get really messy. And we've just seen priority kind of settle that, and at the end of the day, it creates more surfing, and that's why we're all here, is we want to watch surfing.
Absolutely right. We're sitting with some beautiful pictures here of Willard Beach in Ballito Bay, just panning over the contest site. This is going to be the new location, right in the middle of your screen, the bathers section. Over to the right-hand side, you can pan over to where the contest site is. We're located in that block of units over on the right-hand side. And the crew here doing an amazing job in setting up this relocation. So the judges will move to the front so they can check out the surf dead on. And this does take a bit of doing to move everything. We can't just get up and move. Of course, we've got a broadcast team, we've got the camera crew, we've got all the logistics guys who are running around madly. Of course, Greg Swart, former pro surfer, heavily involved in this event this year as far as those logistics operations are concerned. And the last 15-20 minutes for him would have been quite chaotic.
No, there's steam coming out of Greg's ears. What I'm really liking about this look in the call is if you look across to the right off screen, you can see the groms are already swarming out there. But look at the difference in whitewater between main break and bathers. There's that really strong whitewater line with a lot of sand in it at bathers. We see that left running off the rock now. And when you look across it at Willard's, it actually has got very little whitewater.
Well, lots to play for in this round of 32 heat. Number 4, Macy Callahan, Alyssa Spencer, Zoe Stain and Sarah Baum coming up when we get action back underway. The last 2 South African women are together in one heat. Kai, how's this going to play out?
Well, I mean, when we talk fantasy surf and a lot of South African guys in our groups and stuff, there's always that big moan when the South Africans meet each other, and I'm sure it's the same for every other country as well. It's never nice having 2 South Africans or 2 Australians in a heat. I think it happens a lot more than we realize to the Australians and Americans and everyone else, because they got a lot more surfers on tour, and maybe that's why we feel a little hard done by, you know, when the South Africans meet. But the bottom line is those 2 South African girls need to go out there and absolutely smash it and get first and second and move on to the next round.
Well, let's give you a quick tour of the contest setup as we got it on screen here. On the left-hand side, under that first big monster tent, is the VIP area. And obviously that's been used on deck all week to bring in some guests and show our appreciation to the Kwatukuza municipality, all the event co-sponsors. And then we move over into that first of the pointy tents. That's the area where the judges are sitting. And then just to the right of that is where our priority judges sit. And then you will see those 4 X's, 1, 2, 3, and 4. That is the LED lights that show the surface in the water who has priority at any given time. And then from there we go into the live commentary booth. Kai Linder's been spending a bit of time in there. We have a WSL office where Tours and Competition will spend their days having a look at the surf and getting ready for the events ahead. And then over to the right-hand side, under the monster tent and umbrellas, is the competitors deck. And Kai, it's a great little setup here at Willard Beach.
Yeah, and a big shout out to Monster Energy. Been on board this event for a long time. They always look after the VIPs and the athletes. And well, the VIPs as the Lanis, as we call them here in South Africa. But the athlete deck, wow, they are super looked after. They've got a great little food and coffee area, and they've got like the board rack Lucky, the amazing beach guy who's running the start of the heats for their vests and everything else. Also does all the ding repairs for the guys up at John Hutchinson's place. Then you'll see those umbrellas. They've got changing rooms, male and female, right behind them there. There's a whole bunch of exercise equipment so they can warm up pre-heat. And then, of course, 4 physiotherapists on call every day for all those little niggles and injuries and making sure the athletes can perform at their optimum.
Might have to book in after this long stint in the booth for the whole show. If you've just joined us and wondering where the live surfing is, we're coming soon. Thank you for your patience and thanks for watching the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kai Linda. We are just on hold as we move locations, and we are just filling out some time and trying to keep you informed as we can as that move takes place. Of course, that apartment block on the right-hand side is filled with competitors and filled with staff as well. And we're located just in the bottom section there, our studio here, bringing all the action to you live. So it's great to have your company wherever you are around the world. We're looking forward to getting back to live action as soon as we possibly can. It's not just a case of restarting heat over on the next bank. There is some logistics, and there's cables that have to be moved, judges have to be moved, scoring systems got to be moved, and it takes a little bit of doing. But that is the location we will be moving to shortly. Kai, we've referenced the surf forecast for the event. Looking at the next 3 days, today is probably the worst day in terms of swell size over the next 3 days. If we can push through today and get the heats done that we wanted to initially, we'll be really set up for an amazing finals day for Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, and it's interesting because when we first looked at the forecast last week, Thursday did look like the smallest day. And then there was a kind of like a little shuffle in the charts, and it looked like it was going to be all right, and then it kind of reverted back to the original forecast. But just looking at that, look at that nice little right-hander, and that's where we were surfing after the event was called off yesterday, and definitely some contestable waves. I'm not sure how good we made it look, but there were a couple of the Japanese surfers out with us on the free surf, and they were going bonkers out there.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I saw you get a good one on that 7.6 charger of yours. So let's now look ahead to some of the upcoming heats. After this one, we go into heat number 5. Molly Picklum up against Brianna Cope and Francisco Veselka, Tessa Thiessen, and Molly Picklum certainly being one of those rising stars coming out of Australia. She's from the central coast of Avoca. She's coached by Glenn Micro Hall, and she's already had a taste of that championship tour. She's one to watch for the future, Kai.
Yeah, and she really impressed me in the juniors as well, and she's kind of been building momentum from the juniors into the main event. Was really felt sorry for that rock we speak about at Willards. She had a little coming together with it in an early morning heat in the juniors and scraped her face, and we were like, Tash was like in the interview, like, are you okay, you know, like, are you all right? And she was like, I'm more embarrassed about face planting on the bricks. So she's got a good sense of humor too. And we spoke about the Groms coming up. There's been a few of them really putting up their hands, and of course the girl we're still going to see later in the round, who is the number 1 seed, Caity Simmers. I mean, she is a phenomenal surfer. I can't wait to see that heat.
Yeah, looking forward to that one. That's heat number 7 of the round. She's coming up against Sophie McCulloch, Amuro Tsuzuki and Luana Silva. So what I have loved seeing too, Kai, is the rise of the Hawaiian surfers across men's and women's. There seems to be a new resurgence in that Hawaiian team, and a lot of those surfers now popping up high on the rankings and high in those event results too, and that's really good for world surfing.
Yeah, and I mean, if you think about it, like Hawaii, kind of similar to South Africa really, because small country, like it's 4 islands, not a massive population, but of course it is the home of surfing. It's where it all started for us. So they've got a big surfing population, but when you look at the big countries like Australia and America and the European countries, quite small, but guys like Shane Dorian working hard behind the scenes now with like the junior teams and stuff. You've had like John Florence flying the flag up top, you know, some of the girls like Carissa Moore. So there's a lot of inspiration there for young Hawaiian surfers, and I think that is always going to make a big difference when you've got the 2 best surfers in the world coming from your country, in the ladies and the men's. It's going to help grow the sport and get more kids excited and wanting to compete. And you know, we've seen it in South Africa, you know, Bianca Buitendach last year getting the silver at the Olympics. I've definitely seen like a resurgence and interest in girls surfing at the younger age groups.
That's awesome stuff. We love our heroes, and WSL is churning out a bunch of them as we go on to, well, we're hearing like we've got a 5-minute call from our commissioner. It sounds like the event's going to be getting back underway in a few more minutes' time, which is exciting news for us and exciting news for surf fans out there. So let's hone in a little bit on this heat to come, Kai. Macy Callanan from Avoca on the New South Wales coast of Australia. She's a former championship tour surfer. She's up against Alyssa Spencer, Zoe Stain, and Sarah Baum. We're going to catch up with that heat in a few minutes' time. We're going to take a short break here from the Hold Show. When we come back, hopefully we're going to have live surfing underway. We'll see you soon.
Calm yourself down. Keep on lifting higher, higher and higher. I said your love keep on lifting higher and higher. Now once I was downhearted, disappointment was my closest friend. But then you came and he soon departed, and you know he never.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. It's so great to have your company wherever you are watching around the world. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kai Linder for the call. We apologize for the break on hold, but we are ready to get back to live surfing action. You've joined us just in time for heat number 4 of the round of 32. It's a big one between Macy Callahan, Alyssa Spencer, Zoe Stain, and Sarah Baum. A 30-minute clash. Top 2 will go through into that round of 16, and of course the chance to surf on finals weekend. As well, the stakes are now getting higher and higher as we progress through the Challenger Series. Stop number 3 of 8. Kai, we've had a hold of around 25 minutes, and we've moved locations over to Bathers, and which is that next little slot along the way. Looking forward to seeing what the surfers can do here, and of course the call was made so that we can present the surfers with more opportunities.
Yeah, took a little bit longer than anticipated, but you know, to move a whole production team. The judges obviously need those replay cameras desperately now because they've got to be able to look back into the lefts on the camera angle. So a couple of logistical issues, but we're game on and very excited to see this heat. Of course, that lady in green, pretty much a local surfer. Her whole family live in the area. Dad is a local at Bog Bay, just around the corner.
I didn't know that.
These days, yeah, they're based around here. So I know Sarah's based in Australia these days, but still surfing for South Africa. And when she's home, this is home right here.
Yeah, she spent a bit of time in the Newcastle area in New South Wales. She's currently ranked number 12 on that Challenger Series. Had a very impressive 5th place in the Sydney event down at Manly, and opened up with a 25th place on the Gold Coast at the Boost Mobile Pro. So, Kai, I can tell you with a lot of excitement, the heat is officially on.
Woohoo!
We've got there.
That's okay. We had a work and it was all good. We had a lack of conversation there.
We did have a good conversation, and we have well, surfing is back underway. A 30-minute encounter. Callahan, Spencer, Stain, and Baum. Of course, Zoe Stain, the other South African in this heat. She qualified regionally through the WSL Africa region. She's from East London. And she's now under the tutelage of former professional surfer Greg Emsley, who has a wealth of international experience, and he'll be adding a lot of value to her campaign.
Yeah, I mean, Greg, obviously, you couldn't ask for more experience. The longest time on the championship tour out of any South African. But here's our first ride since the break.
Alyssa Spencer now, the opening wave over at Bathers. And she's found a left-hander on her front side there for one closeout turn. Looks like Sarah Baum behind her now, also opting for the left-hander on her forehand. One little click turn to get across the section. She wants to finish strong over here, gets the board up and over. Unfortunately, just can't convert that two-turn combination. So we'll get a wider shot here and see where the surfers have positioned themselves, Kai. There are a couple of takeoff opportunities or takeoff zones here in terms of the lineup.
Yeah, well, look, I'm not surprised at all to see Zoe moving down the beach to the right-handers because she has got a very strong backhand. But I was actually on the deck this morning, and Sarah was really happy to see the left-handers because she likes her front side. She likes to get those big tail blows out on the closeout section, and that's exactly what we saw for her on that first wave. She's not going to hang around. She's straight back into action.
Yeah, that one unfortunately didn't pan out for her. So, yeah, we saw an impressive win over championship surfer Joanne Defay, who's been on an absolute roll in her last 3 championship tour events. I think she's got a third, a second, and a first in her last 3 events, and currently ranked number 2 on the championship tour. So looking good there for a result for Sarah. So just early exchanges are now being exchanged. And we've got a big spread, Kai. The surfers have already spread themselves out. Looks like Zoe Stain has positioned herself right over on the right-hand side of the break. And knowing Greg Emsley, he's spotted something happening down there.
Yeah, look, Greg was also surfing down that bank yesterday morning with us, so he certainly has had that experience. And interestingly on Joanne Defay, I mean, she did lose in that heat, but she was under, I think, a lot of mental pressure with all her bags not arriving and her boards, and she was on a horrible layover that just got like completely blown out. But she's off to J-Bay. She's stoked. The forecast looks good. And Carissa Moore rolled into South Africa this morning at Johannesburg International, went down to get her bags at baggage handling and found one of Joanne's board bags full of boards.
Amazing. If you wouldn't mind bringing those down to J-Bay, Carissa, I'm sure Joanne will repay the favour. I know Joanne's also ordered some boards from Graham Smith from Smith Shapes, who has been a big part of this event, sponsoring the Junior Series too. So glad to hear everything is on track. And we're back on track here at Ballito Bay. Thank you for watching the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. Brad Britnell here is alongside Kai Linda for the call. We got underway this morning around 7 o'clock. Managed to get in the first 3 heats of the round of 32 of the women's. Went on hold for about 25 minutes to move locations over to the site you are watching now. And we're underway with 26 minutes remaining. A couple of scores have been locked in. A 3.67 from Alyssa Spencer, and just a 1.83 there from Sarah Baum. Alyssa Spencer is from that up and rising crop of Californian surfers who are really making an impact on the qualifying series and Challenger series. She started with a very decorated junior career. She's won 2 qualifying series events already this year, and is coming off a quarterfinal finish in the event down in Manly. But let's focus on Macy Callahan here, former championship tour surfer, opening up the shoulders nice and vertical up and over that section, a former world junior champion. And great to see her here fighting for her slot back on that championship tour again.
Yeah, and you saw her there in the middle break, so she was actually looking for the right, but every now and then those little lefts in the middle do pop up as well. So you've got, like we said, the A-frame in the middle, you've got the left on the Willard side of the beach, and you've got the right on the Bog Bay side. And I suppose it makes your life a little bit more complicated in the water, because now you've got 3 choices. Where do you go and sit? And we've seen a complete spread down through the lineup here of the 4 surfers.
Of course, Macy Callahan, 21 years of age, from the Avoca region on the Central Coast. She's got a pair of 9s so far in this Challenger series. And she's up and riding again. She likes going on her backhand. She's a solid surfer. And locking in wave number 2 is Callahan. She competed on that championship tour from 2018 through to 2021. And her best ranking there, Kai, was a 15th. And she's around 9th place on the Challenger Series this year so far. So building momentum nicely.
Yeah, and nice girl too. I had a chat with her yesterday, and she was happy to talk to a Bali she had never met before.
Here goes Sarah Baum. That's a nice manoeuvre from Sarah. That's starting to show some of that form that has got her the role that she's on so far in this event. I like Sarah's low center of gravity, and a very powerful surfer.
Yeah, and she's been like that since day one when I saw her in probably the under 14s. Really low center of gravity, loves to throw the tail. Definitely one of the most radical sort of female surfers I've seen. And I've seen her starting to get into the air as well. So she's really pushing the progression on her bag of tricks. And just sitting with Sarah yesterday and having a chat. You know, she's super stoked to be doing quite well this year. She's had some really nice results. She's climbing up the rankings, and she's been focused on wanting to make the World Tour for a very long time, you know, and I think if she can get there, she'll be pretty deadly. She's really excels in good waves, and a pretty formidable barrel rider too.
Well, you're going to need all those skills for all these different events that locations we're going to be going to on that championship tour. And 23 minutes to go in this one. Callanan has taken out an early lead, but we are going to wait until all those surfers drop in their 2 rides, which will give us a little bit of a indication of the shape of the heat. Meanwhile, Alyssa Spencer up and riding, also just trying to chase those left-handers. She's opened up with that 3.67 and just unable to convert a couple of those 2 opportunities. Currently in second place, though. Callanan has dropped in 2 scores already, so a 4.67 and a 4.17, and showing that she's pretty much accustomed to this new location straight off the gates.
Yeah, nice quick start, and you know, in the first 3 heats of the morning, we saw those 4s can be pretty deadly today. The scale's definitely a little bit low with the small conditions, and you're going to have to do something pretty spectacular to get up into that excellent range. Sarah Baum also with a nice quick start. She's got the 4.57, so she's in the ballpark. And interestingly, it is the young South African Zoe Stain sitting on that right across the peak that has not had a wave yet. But I can say this much: we saw yesterday there are longer weights on that right-hand peak.
Well, I'm quickly going to tell you a story. Greg Emsley and I competed in a final at Umhlanga Rocks many years ago. It was a 4-man final. 3 of us paddled out on the left-hand side of the break, and we couldn't see Emsley. We didn't know where he went, and last minute before the heat started, the final started, he paddled out quickly about 300 meters away from us on a right-hand bank. And before we knew it, he had 2 8-point rides inside the first 5 minutes. He had seen something different on that bank. So I know he's a wily competitor. He doesn't like losing, and he always likes thinking out of the box. So I'm sure there is some strategy here with Greg putting Zoe on that bank.
That's like a synopsis of every East London surfer in the history of the sport. Wily competitor, does not like losing, and will paddle circles around you.
Something in the water down there in East London. So we are waiting on Zoe Stain. You can see her on the screen now, looking for that right-hander. We know she's grown up on the right-hand points of East London, the Hoon Reef, Queensbury Point, Yellow Sands, a lot of amazing rights over there. And if you're a goofy footer coming out of East London, there's no chance you're not going to know how to have a solid, powerful backhand attack.
Yeah, a couple of Malherbies over the years there, the Johnsons. I mean, just such a rich crop of surfing talent.
Royden Bryson, Rosie
Hodge. So, you know, and it was interesting. I went down to the Vic Bay Quad the other day, which is one of the oldest running events at Victoria Bay on the sort of South African calendar, and it's the Opens and the Masters. And the East London crew, I mean, you got guys like Wayne Monk, like, you know, getting on to like 50 years of age, and they are still so competitive. They just do not like to lose heats, and that's bred a culture in East London almost of that level. And that's why when you see surfers coming on the tour, you know, you talk about Royden Bryson, one of the mellowest humans you'll ever meet, but my golly, you put him in a vest and you don't want to be anywhere near him.
Yeah, of course. Royden was one of South Africa's premium event surfers, connoisseurs. Think of Ricky Basnet as well. And now we have a long legacy of South African surfers on the tour. Matt McGilvery and, of course, Geordie Smith will be taking up those ranks on the men's side. And I think Rosie Hodge was the last women's South African surfer to represent full-time on the championship tour. So she's, of course, going to be in the booth down in J Bay calling that event. But how good would it be to see a South African or two show their face or fly the flag on that championship tour for South Africa, Kai?
Oh, I'd love it. And Zoe Stain certainly is in that mix. Like, she is being touted as that next big thing in women's surfing in South Africa. But I think right now, Sarah certainly is head of the queue. She is the one that's got the results. She's won some big events. She's got that maturity about her surfing and her approach to heats. And I think, you know, like, being based in Australia has definitely been beneficial for her, because she's been able to, like, keep up with that international level of training. You know, like you've just come back from Australia. You know, they got the professional sort of coaching clinics. They've got those systems in place. And it's not to say here in South Africa we don't have that. It is getting there, but we are a little bit behind on that curve.
Yeah, of course, Sarah basing in the same hometown as Philippa Anderson, also formerly from South Africa, born in the Port Elizabeth region, your old hometown,
Yeah.
Kai Linda. And Newcastle is one of those great surfing community towns, not dissimilar to East London in a lot of ways. It's a port, there's a lot of industry there, and the surf or the culture is all based around the coastline. So great to see Sarah bringing that experience back to the home shores here. She's currently in second place, courtesy of a 4.57 and a 1.83. Callanan leads with priority. That is the Californian Alyssa Spencer in third place, looking for a 2.74. And Zoe Stain, well, she's only had a quick in and out, Kai, 0.33. So at what point, Kai, do you change strategy if you're Zoe Stain and you've given it, at least 15 minutes or up to over 15 minutes? When do you change that strategy?
Well, right about now would be a good time because the other competitor is starting to open up that gap, and she needs a 6.07 today. That's going to be a huge task to get that on one wave. So she's going to have to pretty much get 2 more scores to get in the game, and we need to activate the South African fans. Like, she needs to get in the action. I think Sarah is sitting all on her own on that left bank, which we've seen 1.457 come out of already. And if she hadn't fallen on the first turn on that the second turn on that 1.83, I think she would have been in the 5s, even 6s there. So she would have had a commanding lead by now.
Yeah, well, it's all to play for now in this last 17 minutes and 20 seconds of the heat. It is Macy Callanan out in front with priority, and Sarah Baum in second, Spencer in third, and Stain in fourth place. We're going to take a short break here from the Ballito Pro in, the stop number 3 of the Challenger Series. We're going to come back after a short break. Don't get anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
Your love lifted me higher than I've ever been lifted before. So keep it up with my desire, and I'll be at your side forevermore. Calm yourself down. You know your love keeps on lifting higher, higher and higher. I said your love keeps on lifting higher and higher. Now once I was downhearted, disappointment was my closest friend. But then you came and he soon departed, and you know he never.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Great to have your company wherever you are watching around the world. You just joined us in time to watch Sarah Baum here lock in wave number 4 for her, representing the South African flag here, looking for inside turn, and closes that one nicely just in front of the surf photographer. Currently in second place was Sarah, looking for a 4.28. Here goes Macy Callanan from Avoca Beach in Australia. Nice 2-turn combination. Tidy surfing there from Callanan, former championship tour surfer, the 21-year-old from Avoca Beach. Alyssa Spencer in fourth place is the one with priority now. And Zoe Stain, Kai, looks like after that really slow start, about to lock in a score too. So we'll track here with Spencer. Surf looking nice and smooth on this second location bank. That's 2 turns there from Spencer and a third. Unfortunately, couldn't convert. And you've got to take those opportunities, Kai, when they present themselves. There's not many 3-turn options we've seen all morning, and you really have to make those ones count.
Well, I reckon that was the best wave I've seen all morning. If she had finished that off, maybe even going excellent in the conditions today. really connecting, beautiful looking wall. And looking at Sarah Baum's wave there, also a really nice looking wave, and she got multiple maneuvers in. Macy Callanan, getting 2 solid turns. But what was interesting is that Zoe and Alyssa had kind of been more across the beach. In the background on Macy's wave, you just saw them steaming across to the left. So that set was really lining up. And now, after getting that wave, I see Macy moving off down the beach with Sarah. So they've all swapped positions.
Here we go. Spencer looking for a right-hander down the beach. Squares off the bottom. Nice little tag off the lip there to lock in her wave number 4. Top 2 waves counting. She's going to replace the 0.63 on that last one. And she's looking for a 2.74 if she wants to go into the lead. So I think she will do it on that occasion. But these scores are compressed on these little one-turn maneuvers. And as soon as you can open up your shoulders on a 2 or 3 turn combination, we are seeing the judges rewarding that surfing. So let's stand by for those scores. We are waiting on one more score to drop for Zoe Stain, which will be her most meaningful of the morning. 13 minutes remain. Also scores to drop in, right across the board. So a nice flurry of action there. If you just joined us, we've made a location change just about 200 or 300 meters down the beach to the south. At a little section of the coast they call bathers, traditionally where all the swimming flags are set up and everyone goes for a swim. So I'm sure the lifeguards will be on hand to help us out with that. But scores coming in, a 6.83 for last of Alyssa Spencer. So the judges still rewarding that wave, even though she fell on that final turn. We saw her go to the lead momentarily. But look at this score being dropped by Macy Callanan, a 7.50 for a solid 2-turn combination on her backhand. Puts her out in front. Spencer now second. Baum in third. She requires a 6.2. And Zoe Stain, well, she's looking for a combination of scores, but we are waiting on one score to be locked in. And just like that, Kai, this heat has come alive.
Yeah, well, Zoe goes out of combination quickly there because she gets a 4.5, but she's going to need a 7.13, and that's almost 2 scores today. What we are seeing is that left, when it does happen, has got a lot of potential on both of our biggest scores going down in that last exchange. And the reason Macy got so rewarded was the aggression and the commitment on those turns. Those were proper aggressive turns into the lip line, and the judges rewarding it.
Yeah, exciting stuff there. Callanan showing her experience. I'll take a few replays. Yeah, this is that wave from Macy Callanan.
Lovely little whip off the top. And now she waits for this one, drives that second turn, and then goes straight up into the lip. So also a really nice flow down the line from Macy.
Yeah, we didn't spot that first turn on the live call, so a nice 3-turn combination, netting a 7.50 there from Callanan. She's got a really strong backhand and grew up in a real wave-rich area along the central coast of Australia, Avoca Beach. Also the home of another experienced goofy footer in Adrian Ace Buchan.
Yeah, Ace, what a ledge. Love that man, and one of the most devastating backhands in the history of surfing. And also, I'm going to give him kudos. One of the guys involved with getting plastic off of our beaches with great campaigns like 3 from the Beach.
Yeah, doing a lot of work down there. Of course, Maddie Wilkinson from that area as well. And of course, Glenn Micro Hall, the coach to the stars, is also from that that wave-rich area. So also, one of the strongest board riders club in Australia as well. They've won the Battle of Board Riders before. Great community down there. And yeah, big shout out to the Avoca crew, no doubt, tuning in to watch Macy Callanan in the seat. Of course, Macy travelling with Sheldon Simkus, her partner on the tour. Also, right up there on the Challenger Series. Got a final earlier on this year. And he's sitting on 4th place on the Challenger Series ranking so far over on the men's side.
Well, and interestingly, I'll tell you a funny thing about Micro Hall. I only ever seem to bump into him in the aisles in the supermarket. I don't know why that is. Bizarre fact, but pretty much every time I've gone shopping this week, I'll turn into an aisle and there's Micro waiting for me.
What's his go-to?
I think he's coming for the ice cream.
9 minutes and 43 seconds remaining. We've got surfing action back underway with heat number 4 of round of 32. Thanks for watching the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kai Linder for the call. Callanan leads, Spencer second. The 2 South Africans got some work to do in the final 9 minutes of the seats. Sarah Baum and Zoe Stain in 3rd and 4th position. The final 2 South African women left in the draw. And if you're a South African fan, you don't want the heat ending like it is right now.
No, we don't. But good news is priority is with Zoe Stain. Second priority was Sarah Baum. So if a wave comes on the left, they've got first and second choice. Interestingly for me, as we always talk about Zoe Stain's backhand, coming from the land of rights, her backhand's so good. Now she's going to have to show what she can do on her front side. And she has apparently, I've been speaking to Greg, she's been really trying to work on the left-hand surfing. But now the pressure's on her. She's going to have to prove that she can go just as solidly on her front side as her backside.
Yeah, well, waiting for that opportunity is the young 18-year-old from East London, down in the Eastern Cape. We're up on north. We always have this big rivalry between the Eastern Cape and the surfers from KwaZulu-Natal. We always knew that we had to perform up in Durban to be recognised, as a legitimate threat in South African surfing. This is where the industry was based largely. This is where a lot of the superstars of South African surfing came from. And if you wanted to stand out in the South African ranks, you had to come to Durban and you had to perform well up in the events up here. And great to see a couple of our best here doing their best against the international surfers now as we track with Alyssa Spencer from California. She's currently in second place, looking to get rid of that 4.80. She's under priority, so just scooting around, trying to find something on that left sandbar, which incidentally is the twin sandbar to the premium right-hand sandbar on the other side of that rock face. So we haven't moved very far, Kai. It's literally just over the rock shelf, but something about the sand and the tide is giving more opportunity there today.
Yeah, and I mean, we spoke earlier about the floods that went down here over the last 2 months, and I mean, absolutely devastation. I mean, if you go just down the road to Mdloti, like buildings being washed away and stuff in mudslides and that. So it was really severe flooding. And of course, it washed all the sand out. So if you'd come here a month ago, there was zero sand, like there were no waves. So we're very lucky in that the sand over a couple of big swells has been pushed back in. But what's kind of happened there is that Willard's, which is generally the main break, the most popular break, has a little less sand than Bog and Bathers, which means that left is kind of waking up. And another big swell will take all that sand on the left hand that we're watching the girls surf now and move it across, and then the right will really light up even on the small days. But right now, because of that, on the low tide, Bathers is super shallow. You really don't want to be there when it's breaking on that sand. But on the high tide, it's actually a really nice wave.
6.5 minutes for the two South Africans, Zoe Stain and Sarah Baum, to find, well, what you got to say are pretty meaningful scores. The 6.31 and a 7.13 requirement from both those two South African surfers. The good thing that's on their side is first and second priority is sitting with Stain and Baum. So Callanan and Spencer are going to play third and fourth priority, but they are your two heat leaders at this point in time. Top two go through to that round of 16. We are going to go down onto person-on-person surfing and going to cut down to 25-minute heats as we progress through the event. And just referencing that forecast, we are seeing a little ruffle, a bit of texture on the surface today. Kai, are we going to see that onshore come up strong?
Yeah, I actually was glancing at the forecast now and I looked at the tides for you, and there's definitely a northeast coming up this afternoon again. Not quite as early as yesterday though, so I think we're going to have a few more heats in clean to light sort of wind conditions, but by mid-afternoon it starts picking up, and around 5 o'clock this evening it's blowing quite hard. Of course, we know it'll happen around 8 p.m. it'll drop off again, and then there'll be that little still, and then in the morning the offshore will come again. But tomorrow is the same pattern, so you're going to have a beautiful clean morning, and then around sort of mid to late morning it'll start ruffling, and tomorrow from lunchtime we've got a strong onshore, so it'll be tough going. But the good news is that Sunday the wind doesn't really go over much above 5-6 knots, so we're looking at a great day for Sunday.
Plenty of swell forecast for tomorrow as well. Looks like Callanan under priority has found another left-hander. There's that nice backhand turn from Macy. A little bit more power and extension on that third turn. Now this one's running down the bank for Callanan. She's down to the south side of that bank and found another opportunity. And here goes Sarah Baum fighting for a place in the event. Second priority, looking for a 6.31. That's not going to do it. She's going to try and move off to another part of the bank. Zoe Stain now with priority, uses priority. She's far behind the section, but now she comes out to the front. Nice big back foot jam from Zoe. Got to make this one count. Another tag and a third little slash to end this one as it goes into the deeper water. And Zoe will kick out her wave number 3. She's been very patient, She's holding on to a 0.33 in her scoreline, but she needs a big score, a 7.13 if she wants to advance. And now time is starting to tick away with 4 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, she's certainly going to throw away that 0.33. Some good surfing. Just looking at the comparative, though, of like that great wave from Melissa Spencer and the 6.83s. Little bit more vertical surfing into those big calves. Zoe's wave had that funny little like side wash on it and kind of hung her up on the first section where you really wanted to attack the lip line. But putting the board down, getting a couple of turns in, she's going to back up her 4.5 with another score, and hopefully the judges reward the amount of turns on that one, and she can start building towards getting that 7.13 requirement down.
Well, we'll wait and see what those scores come through. But of course, Macy Callanan also had a little running left-hander as well. She's looking to drop a 4.67 from her top two. 3 minutes 25 on the clock. And there's Alyssa Spencer with priority, which puts her in a more comfortable position, should I say. Is in terms of a defensive strategy. She can hold off Sarah if she is close enough to her. We can't see her in picture right now. Sarah is sitting there in the green singlet by herself. Macy Callanan just drifting off to the right, creating some space. And 3 minutes to go. A lot of strategy will come into play here, and all surfers will be hoping for one more opportunity. Scores are in for Stain. It's a 5.70, so she drops that low score, jumps up into third, and now only requires a 5.94. Sarah Baum in fourth place. She's going to have a strong paddle on a right-hander. Down the line, waiting for one opportunity. Goes for the air reverse. Back foot comes unstuck. Unfortunately, she goes incomplete. Now the Californian, Spencer, a flurry of waves inside the last few minutes. Big outside tag there from Alyssa Spencer. Love that back foot power she displayed there, Kai. And now Callanan, one of the biggest waves of the day over at Bathers, and another big closeout turn there from the Australian surfer. 2 minutes to go, a flurry of action. Zoe Stain with priority in the third place in that elimination zone right now. Two South Africans in third and fourth. We're hoping for an opportunity from a South African fan point of view. The last two left in the draw.
I'm on the edge of my seat, and it's a tough one. Zoe doing really well with the 5.7. If Sarah had landed an air reverse on her backhand, there could have been interesting. In the meantime, that previous left down towards the opposite end of the beach got a 7.3 for Macy, so she's really opened up a gap now on the rest of the field, and she's had the wave magnet. She's moved up and down the beach, and she's found the scores.
Yeah, wave selection has been impeccable there from Callanan, drawing on all her championship tour experience. A former world junior champion as well. And she is really showing her class here in this round of 32 heat. This is Spencer. Her score is going to come in too, and it's going to also replace her low. It's a 6.57, so pressure on Stain. She needs a 7.7 on this wave. Nice back foot jam there, powerful turn. But unfortunately, only the one opportunity there for her. 1 minute to go. Pressure is now mounting.
Yeah, I love the turn from Zoe there. That was rad. And like you said, she needed a second turn on that one. The good news is maybe now paddling across, she picks up one of those little wide peaks, and she gets to do that. But certainly hasn't let herself down here. She's shown why she's the top pick in the juniors for South Africa. She didn't go down without swinging, and I think people should take note of that name. You're going to see a lot more of it.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. With 30 seconds on the clock, it is Callanan and Spencer, the two internationals from Australia and the USA, who have really managed to control the seat from the start. Some solid surfing from Callanan, out with one of the biggest heat totals of the day, 14.30, 80 rather, and 10 seconds remaining. We have to give a big shout out to the South African women, Zoe Stain and Sarah Baum, for putting on a great display of surfing here, and they'll learn a lot from this one, particularly Zoe, the 18-year-old, and we'll see Sarah Baum and these girls continue into the US Open as they bow out from the Ballito Pro at this stage. Congrats there to Macy Callanan and, of course, surfer there from the USA, Alyssa Spencer.
Yeah, two factors from that heat just quickly. One is great call moving the banks, two of the highest combined scores of the morning already, and then number two, you've got to finish those opportunities. Start of the heat. If Sarah Baum had made that turn, I think a different heat.
Awesome stuff. Well, we're going to take a short break here from the Ballito Pro. When we come back, it's going to be more of the women's round of 32. Thanks for watching. We'll see you soon.
WSL, we travel all over the world, chasing the best waves and surfing the nicest beaches. But we don't just surf. We're also doing our best to protect the thing we love most by restoring coasts, stopping plastic pollution, and reducing climate impacts. We know we're not the only ones trying to save the ocean, so we want to hear what you're up to. Use hashtag #WeAreOneOcean and tag WSL to share your sustainability story.
You can never determine who you are by what you do. Because if it gets taken away, then who are you?
My circumstances do not define me, I define me.
Just stay true to who you are, and if they don't like it, stuff that.
Welcome back to the show. It's all eyes on Africa for the month of July. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series, the third of 8 stops coming to you from Ballito. It's a good, beautiful, sunny Friday morning here. Gig Saliers alongside Brad Bricknell for the call. Brad, just to update again, we did a shift of venue into the next cove. Of course, at that little transition, just taking a few minutes. So we just ran around 20 minutes late, but a fair result out of that last heat. The banks look better in the next cove, so good call from Tours and Competition.
Yeah, I have to agree with your Gigs there. Plenty of opportunity, and that's all we want. We want the surfers to have equal opportunity to perform, to get those scores on the board, and that left-hand bank looking really fun right now.
A sad day for South African surfing on the women's side of the draw. We have lost Zoe Stain and Sarah Baum as we transition to live action out in the heat. You're joining us for Heat 5. It is the round of 32 surfers remaining in the draw here. And we will look to crown a champion come Sunday. Forecast looking very positive for a windless and overhead swell for finals day. But it is Friday. We'll continue through the rounds here. Temperatures starting to lift in the mid-morning. We're just around 40 minutes from the high. Local time now 10 a.m. Thanks so much for joining us here on the east coast of South Africa. Of course, the Quadacooza region opens its arms to both men's and women's Challenger Series. Stop 3, and we're in heat number 5. And a quick look at Molly Picklum, who'll get her campaign underway. A little tricky there. We're starting to see some evidence of the side shore, onshore wind starting to just brush the ocean surface. Of course, out in the lineup, Molly Picklum, Brianna Cope, Francisco Vaselko will get her campaign going. The young Portuguese surfer. And then, of course, Tessa Tyson is also out of the French Guadeloupe. She is in the green, and she holds the priority because she's the only surfer that, well, no, she has found a wave, a 3.5. So just catching up on a fairly quiet start to the heat, except for Molly Picklum's 5.17. And so a good building block score for the Australian early on, Brad.
Yeah, one of the most exciting surfers to come out of Australia on the women's side. She's had some championship to experience already, so she's stepping down onto this Challenger Series, which she really did well on last year to qualify for that slot on the tour. So she's no stranger to the Challenger Series. She's got some big match temperament, and I really like seeing the innovation that she's bringing into her surfing as well. So taking a look here at this first wave from Molly Picklum, it's a 5.17, and you can see it gets up nice and vertical on that closeout turn. Just one turn. The judges are rewarding those one-turn waves, Gigs, and we've seen with Macy in the last one, Macy Callanan, going up into that 7.5 range if you can find a 3-turn combination.
Yeah, Macy Callanan did particularly well in that last heat, showing her pedigree there, Brad, like what she brought. And so the same story with how to fetch scores out of the lineup as you overlook surfers on the left half of your screen, and now the new bank we call Bathers. Next door, and of course beyond that to the south, is the Bogs Bay. Of Of course, Ballito, a series of these sand bottom coves, a number of them. And of course, lots of warm-up surfs take place around the competition area each season. And for now, Commissioner Travis Loge, looking at the high tide around 35 minutes away, has decided over the next 2 hours or so, let's move on to what is seems like a more level packed sandbank in the next cove, Brad.
Yeah, it seems to have a nice bit of shape to it too. You know, we haven't got a true south swell in the water. There's a bit of east in it as well, so that often determines how those banks behave when the swell lines hit it. So I think a good call here from Trav Loge. Of course, Trav's a former pro surfer himself. He knows what it's like to surf in challenging conditions, and he's bringing all that experience into his role here with Tours and Competition.
Still plenty of time on the charts. 23:45 to go. A little overview, as we say again, of our lineup. There is the Boggs Cove, one of the favorite little tucked away right-handers for lots of the locals. Of course, the locals this time of year open up their arms. They're very happy to share the break. There's a good vibe here. There's not a heavy, there's not a heavy vibe out here. So it's all good.
Yeah, I have found that with the locals are very open to sharing information, really keen to let you know which spots work on what kind of conditions and what sort of swell and wind. And I think that just talks to the stoke that all the South African surf fans have by having international surfing back on our shores. You know, the first time since 2019 that we've seen this. So everyone's just amped to have pro surfing back and sharing the love out in the water.
Well, as we mentioned, temperatures starting to rise. People coming down to the beach. It's a favorite destination for everyone around the country to just get away from the colder weather of the Cape. Of course, those cold fronts marching up. We don't mind those cold fronts. They deliver the swell. We don't mind a turn like that from Francisca Veselko as well, who is starting to show her momentum in the heat. Here goes Picklum, who opened with the 517, just slightly unstuck there from the Championship Tour surfer. Well, you know, this is how brutal it is, Brad. I mean, you look at her as far as a 2022 start and then ditched off at the halfway mark. Nice turn there for Brianna as well, who's slowly working her way into this heat here, Brad. She opened with a 4.5, did the Hawaiian in blue. Backs it up there with that score. We'll wait for it from the panel. So momentum quick from Picklum and Cope. Nothing really on the cards yet for Francisca Veselko. We'll expect her score to up a little bit. And then, well, Tessa Tyson's been sitting a while now with just a 3.5 and holding priority.
Yeah, I really like that last turn from Brianna Cope. She really put the back foot into it and hit that tail section up into that critical section of the wave and rode out nice and clean. So she'll lock in her second score there. And, yeah, like I said, Molly is holding down the lead. Still early days as this bank starts to take shape with this tide.
It is the Dolphin Coast. We're about 50 kilometers north of the actual city of Durban. We refer to Durban now as eThekwini. And of course that was the original home of, well, going all the way back to the 60s and 70s, the Gunston 500. We saw it transition at the end of 99 into 2000 to the Mr. Price Pro. We've spoken a number of times of Greg Swart and Pierre Tosti involved from a corporate level in industry facilitating that change. And then, well, of course, they were also instrumental in relocating the 50 kilometers north up here to Ballito back in 2008 into 2009. And just a look at the overview of the area, essentially rolling hills from the Natal Midlands all the way down to the beach. There's a steep set of mountains about 2.5 hours drive inland from your picture called the Drakensberg. And of course, that will get a little bit of snow around this time of year, as Brad. So typical interior cold, down at the coast a little warmer. And, well, a warm turn for Francisca Veselko, who's slowly working her way into this heat, Brad. Her previous ride, a 3.37. That was a little bit more meaty, a little bit more substance to that turn. We'll see her replace a score of a 0.05.
Yeah, there's definitely two sort of areas where surfers can find those opportunities here at this little location called Bathers. There is a left-hander that running off that little rock shelf, and then down to the left of your screen here you can see there's a right that runs off the traditional little sandbar over here. So there are opportunities under priority if you need to get away from the other girls in the heat. And we've seen that strategy being employed in that first heat. So surfers sort of jostling in that lineup, switching banks, depending on what their priority situation is.
We use the high tide part of the day to continue with competition here. The round of 32, 8 heats to complete the round, Brad. Heat 5, so another hour to go. And then we will transition to men's surfing again. We'll also chop that time down from 30 minutes. It'll be 3-man format when we switch gender. And we'll go to 25-minute heats for competition on the men's side. But that's still an hour and 19 minutes away, so still plenty of time to focus in. Will be interesting to see if Travis holds and switches and brings men's competition back. Do we start the round of men's back at Surfers in the Cove next door? All topics to talk about.
Yeah, interesting thing. We'll see how that unfolds throughout the course of the day. But right now, we focusing on this bank, I think it was a good move. We don't want to go on hold too much. We haven't got that much time left in the waiting period for any wriggle room. So we've got to push through today. And I think we're seeing the scores come through. A lot of opportunities.
Good set of scores in that last heat for the heat win for Macy Callahan. She got a 14.8. Let's go down and hear from her.
All right, Macy, we had the big move across to the Bathers Bank, bit of a delay as well, which I'm sure is a little difficult going into the water. Talk us through the move and how it changed your strategy.
Yeah, I knew either bank is going to be slow and tricky. Today is definitely pretty small, but yeah, you just have to adapt, and I'm glad that they actually moved over there because there was some fun lefts, so I like going left.
Well, you certainly showed us that you like going left with some big backhand turns there. Highest heat total of the day, and you were pretty much the most mobile surfer in that heat as well. If I watched through it, you were moving across, you weren't really staying in one place. There are a couple of different spots at Bathers. Was that sort of what you were looking at from the start?
Yeah, I just knew like those 4-man heats are pretty tricky with priority, so when I didn't have it, I just wanted to go and hopefully find a wave by myself, and I ended up getting my backup score by myself on the other side, so yeah, it was nice.
All right, and then lastly, obviously very small today, probably the smallest day we've had competition on here at Ballito. Does that change your equipment at all?
Not really. I just love the board that I'm riding at the moment. I ride it in like 5 foot to 1 foot, so it just feels good, and I don't like to change around boards too much, but it's a good board.
All right, well, we look forward to seeing you and the good board back in the next round.
Well, thanks, Kai. Macy Callahan and Elisa Spencer continue now through to the final 16 in the draw on the women's side of competition. If you're just with us, it's the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill, the third stop on the World Surf League's Challenger Series, coming to you from this beautiful part of the South African coastline, about 1,000 kilometers north of Jeffreys Bay. And I reference that again to the fact there's only about 4 days to go, Brad, until the start of the Corona Open J-Bay. And like that, I get a little emotional groan from you because everyone is in their seats waiting, and looks like we'll get a start perhaps as early as the 12th of July for J-Bay, looking at the swells in the Southern Ocean.
Yeah, that first day of the waiting period is looking pretty promising, and then you always hear the rumblings and the rumours about the swell coming for those opening events, but this one looks pretty promising. We could get a start on Tuesday, but certainly Wednesday, Thursday looking really good, and of course we've got a handful of South Africans in there as well, and a few wildcards in Jose Faulkner getting the call up late this week.
Yep. The eyes of the surfing world on South Africa, and we trust that we share that Ubuntu feeling with you here from the shores of the continent. The beautiful backdrop of Ballito frames up the Friday morning of competition here, round of 32. We're working through at Heat 5 out in the water with no real stories to tell, no real twists in the way it's unfolding just yet. Best individual wave belongs to Molly Picklum, the 5.17. She got that early on, Brad, and then a 4.5 for Brianna Cope as well. And the rest of our surfers, Francesca and Tessa, not getting to the 5-point range just yet. And then, with having said that, Picklum and Cope looking for backup scores as well to further their cause.
Yeah, that's definitely the trick on days like this when the opportunities are few and far between. It's that backup score that's so important. We need, you can't really go into an advancing position with a 0 or a 1 in your top two. You want to try and capitalize those opportunities. We have seen a pair of 4s win a heat, but then again, if someone like Macy Callahan grabs 2 7s, you're going to be in all sorts of trouble. So that backup score really critical for Sivers in 3rd and 4th right now.
Just loving the overview shots as we get that Maverick 2 drone just flying over the landscape of Ballito here. I trust that you're enjoying the images that are coming via the broadcast. Of course, we did get everything going in the area here, well, about 10 days ago, actually, with the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior into schools. There was a lot of festivities in the lead up to the start of this Challenger Series event. And certainly people, as we mentioned, from all around packing the beaches. It's the warmest place to be. And, well, we trust that you're enjoying the show with us. A little bit of movement in the lineup. Let's see if we find everything. We're into the second half of the heat here. Just watching very carefully. The priority with Tessa Tyson's been incredibly quiet. Brad, we saw that almost as a plague, P for plague, over the last few days. Surfers tended to sit and wait for perhaps a wave that didn't come. This one looks like reasonable structure. Down the line she goes, Tessa Tyson, and a little mistake as well. So all of that time sitting on priority. It's been an interesting week where priority hasn't always been the ace card to hold on to.
Yeah, it's always difficult when you don't have a groomed groundswell with lots of opportunity. You can almost overthink priority too much, and it's decision making. You've got to make those decisions under pressure. Which wave are you going to go on? What scores can you possibly convert? And unfortunately for Tessa there, she sat a long time. She looked really promising on that wave. Had a lot of speed heading up into that section, but unfortunately just couldn't convert that priority. So still in fourth place and still looking for a score to get into that advancing position.
Still almost half a heat to go here in heat number 5. We'll take a quick break from the action and we'll be back after the ads to continue with more from the Ballito Pro. Welcome back to action from the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. You're with us on the east coast of South Africa as we see a wave for Brianna Cope, who works it all the way along, a running right-hander here in the bay, this cove of Ballito. It's a good morning from myself, Gig Saliers, and Brad Bricknell for the call as we work deeper into completing the round of 32 surfers remaining on the women's side.
Yeah, great move from Travis Loge from Tours and Competition to shift the event location just over to the immediately south cove, and we're seeing a lot more opportunity there this morning, and Brianna Cope's certainly been taking this one, you know, from the get-go, her first 2 waves of the heat counting, but looking like she's maybe locked in something more meaningful now.
Well, Travis making compensation for the high tide, which still is around half an hour away, just under half an hour to go until we hit the top of the tide graph. Local time here just 10:15 local, and the high tide about 10:40, so just under that half an hour mark, Brad. And considering that, we have been keeping a little beady eye on the original Surfers Cove, and well, definitely a good decision here. The waves are finding the bank, and more importantly, we're finding reasonably competitive scores from the surfers in the lineup.
Yeah, seeing those 3-turn combinations lit up across that left-hand bank has been super exciting. We're seeing scores in excess of 7 points, you know, for those surfers able to find those waves that connect with the sandbar nicely, and plenty of opportunity here for all 4 surfers.
Racing into that northerly wind is Molly Picklum.
Love that turn.
Yeah, trying to back up the 517 there, Brad. So all it really takes is just a constructive run, an attack at the lip. We've seen 5. I mean, I loved what Macy Callahan brought in that last heat. Best heat score we've seen thus far.
Yeah, nice smooth surfing from Mace on those left-handers. She loves going left, and we'll see Molly Picklum pick out you've got to say, a fair, rare right-hander in that little corner, but love the way she drifted the fins over that section. A nice, powerful surfer. We know she can take to the air as well. She's got a crazy air reverse on her. As we're going to take a look now at this last wave from Brianna Cope from Hawaii. Opened up with the right-hander down the beach and found two opportunities. You can see the pace of this wave is nice and slow. It really allows Brianna to open up her shoulders and really time her maneuvers as she'd like to. She's not rushed, she's not forced, and she's found a rare inside runner that's connected all the way to the shore break over here. And we're still waiting for the score to drop in from Brianna, but that's going to be really one of the most meaningful scores to drop in this heat so far.
Well, good pace from Brianna Cope there, the young Hawaiian, part of a whole insurgence, a whole rank of young female surfers making their way to the global limelight. Noticed not a lot of logos on Brianna Cope's board, but doing everything right as far as approach, good rhythm to that wave. Judges thinking about that score. And the other thing to note, Brad, is that was one of those right-handers that ran almost right across that whole cove.
Yeah, I think this takes a lot of strategy and a lot of guts. You've got to be really brave to break away from that pack and go sit by yourself on that bank. But Brianna obviously did her homework prior to that heat. She did see there were some opportunities over there. And, the other thing is once you have that opportunity, you've got to convert it. And she absolutely did that. So we are going to wait for that score to come in. And I think, we'll see her go to the top of the pile again. We have seen now that score drop in from Molly, which puts her into the lead momentarily.
Well, still plenty of time. Well, over 8 minutes to go, and an updated score in for Brianna, and it's going to go into, well, it's the second to highest, well, third to highest individual wave. A 5.07's come to the scorecard for our surfer in blue, and well, Molly Picklum also that forehand turn for the 6-pointer, so that's where the numbers are coming from. Perhaps some replays of Molly Picklum and Brianna Cope. Two different ways of constructing, what is counting scores in the lineup.
Yeah, exactly right. It's a fascinating sort of comparison there between those two surface rides. Molly Picklum, one big solid turn. We saw the fins drift with a lot of power. And then Brianna had a series of turns down the beach, maybe not as critical as Brianna's. We see live action.
Following Tessa Tyson, who is down in fourth. Requirement still fairly sober of a 5.9. Perhaps she wants to break that into a two-wave strategy. She's sitting on a lowly pair of threes, a 3.67 and a 3.5, so perhaps slight improvement to her low-scoring 3.5 there, Brad, but well over 7 minutes to go. And with the compactness of the lineup, anything can happen with that time remaining. But let's break down these two right-handers for this one, particularly for the 5.07.
Yeah, 5.07 for this one from Brianna. And you can see the wave has a nice slow pace to it, which means there hasn't been a lot of lip line for those big vertical, powerful turns. Brianna surfed exceptionally well. You can see smooth rail transitions throughout that whole wave and finish strong. By contrast, one turn here from Molly Picklum, but you can see she gets her tail up and high. She puts a lot of power in the back foot, drifts the fins out and lands solidly. So the judges liking the big closeout turn, one maneuver over the slower paced wave of Brianna Cope.
So a 6 for Picklum in red, the 5.07 for Cope in blue. They are our top two positions in the heat thus far. Care of perhaps that as the strength. Also, credit to Picklum and Cope. They opened up with waves that are still sitting in their counting top two as well, Brad. Molly opened with a 5.17 real early on, and Brianna with the 4.5. So they've been in charge of this pretty much for the 24 minutes that's unfolded thus far. Still 6 minutes to go. Can the Portuguese surfer in white find some momentum of her own? She's improving her own individual scores. Her last ride now ended at 4.6.
Yeah, it's just about building that momentum, Gigs. I think as competitors, you always want to have that early start. You always want to lock in, one of your counting rides inside that first 5 minutes. That does one of two things: build your own confidence, but also puts a bit of scoreboard pressure on your competitors as well. So, when you can do that early on, you can build momentum. Otherwise, you're chasing. And, some surfers do like chasing. They like coming from behind. Others like leading from the front. So, all depends kind of how your temperament is. But that's kind of surfing.
Well, to end up top 5 at the end of the year, you've got to be pretty good at handling every situation. So, from being in control of a heat to salvaging a heat to dealing with perhaps even a paddle or priority interference. We've seen those kind of stories unfold this week. So, it takes the full package to be at the top of the sport. That's an obvious statement. But certainly being able to handle all the different twists and turns of how heats unfold is going to be the formula.
And that just comes with years and years of experience. You got to put the reps in. You got to do your time. You got to surf a lot of heats, and then you start building up that muscle memory of how you react, how you cope in those various situations. And these girls have been surfing competitively since they've been young teenagers, starting on the junior series events, and then elevating their performance onto the qualifying series. And now with the advent of the Challenger Series, this takes the pressure and the consequences to the next level.
Well, we've slipped under that 5-minute mark. Priority with the heat leader. You always see the championship tour surfers just sort of keeping pace with the rotation. And I've noticed almost every red jersey's had priority in the back. There's a strong paddle going on here. Brianna Cope and Molly Picklum chasing like there's something chasing them in the water. That's some of the most aggressive paddling I've seen, and not really sure because it is a first priority versus a third priority, but Molly's not letting Brianna go. Brianna needs she needs a 6.1, so it's a fair stretch score in the context of the heat thus far. 3:45 to go, but a strong movement northwards in the lineup here from both of our surfers in first and second positions.
Yeah, Molly clearly trying to defend her lead here over Brianna. She's in second place. The threats are really the surfers in third and fourth here in terms of who can knock Brianna and Molly off that top two position. So definitely interesting strategy there, seeing Molly chase Brianna down. Brianna's probably also looking to defend that second place. And if she can drop that 4 from her scoreline, it'll make that requirement from Francisca even more difficult. But now you can see the shuffle here. Brianna's going to start moving towards where Francesca is.
Well, Molly's just following both of them. It's like a pack of sardines
Get out
in the
of there,
lineup.
Molly.
3 minutes to go.
The other thing here, Giggs, is when you get in these three-way paddle tussles, you do run the risk of getting a paddling interference. You don't really want to get in the way of the person who has a higher priority to you. So you really got to be careful not to get tangled up in those paddle battles.
Yeah, there's some conversation going on as well there between Molly and Brianna.
I'd love to hear that. Hear what's going on in the water.
Surely we can mark our surfers up. There's got to be a way to do it. 2:35 on the clock. Just want to bring importance to the 498 requirement for the Portuguese surfer in white. It's achievable, but the downside to that, Brad, she's in the fourth priority on the rotation. But that doesn't mean that Brianna's not going to go and cover her like a blanket.
Yeah, exactly right. You can pretty much throw a blanket over all three of these surfers right now. You'll catch all of them. They are tightly tussled in this priority little battle. Picklum is in the lead with that priority as well, so it's really fascinating to watch this. In fact, here they go again off to the northern side of the bank.
I'm not sure what's chasing them up and down like that. Like I say, made some humour about the fact that we hope there's nothing in the water chasing them. But just have a look here. Francesca's breaking away, a third place surfer, needing a 498.
Yeah, that's
she may have
right
sold them. She may have pulled them down the bank and going back. So there's a definite cat and mouse at play here. But can the third place position? She has to break away. She's got the lowest priority. So she's got to almost find a lucky wave in the lineup.
And that's exactly the strategy for her. She can't get a wave if she's sitting next to Brianna and Molly because they have higher priority than her. So the only way for her to break away and try find one opportunity for a 498 is to put some distance in between them. But now she's up against the rocks on the left-hand side. There's nowhere else for her to go unless she decides to break back and go all the way back to the right again.
So this is like trying to shake one of those little things that attach to your clothing while you're walking.
Goes.
Yeah. So she's trying to just shake Cope away from her. And of course, Molly Picklum. Everyone's a higher priority than the young Portuguese surfer. But this is good stuff. This is good intel. This shows that she knows her game. She's been working on the qualifying series in Europe. She's still looking for opportunity no matter what. And Molly's going to let her go. So here's an opportunity for the Portuguese surfer. Oh, and not bringing it underfoot. A 498 requirement. That wave not really allowing her speed through the lip line there, Brad. And it's going to go down to 40 seconds to go. And that looks like the last roll of the dice for the third place surfer.
Yeah, well, you got to give her credit. She was under immense pressure there from Molly Picklum and Brianna Cope. And somehow she managed to elbow herself into some room. She gave herself the best opportunity, but unfortunately just couldn't convert that wave. So here we go.
Still a few lines approaching here. The clock's on 20 seconds. We will see some more surfing. And the higher priority for Picklum will now just run to cement her heat win into the next round of 16. And, championship tour surfer, the Australian Molly Picklum, doing a good job of moving through the rounds here as we'll count this heat out. And we'll just notice a priority for Brianna out the back, and certainly having that as an asset. She's not going to let Francisca or Tessa find anything out from underneath her. And that looks like it'll be the official result, Brad. It looks like Molly Picknam, Brianna Cope have done a good job. And that was a bit of entertainment, particularly at the end, with the Portuguese surfer trying to shake the cover of priority off her back.
I loved it. Just got to show that there is the strategy side of surfing. It doesn't have to be 1,000 waves to be entertained. And yeah, Molly and Brianna managed that well.
That wraps up the Heat 5. Stay with us. We'll continue with action live from South Africa after the break.
I am Lauren Ely McGregor, Senior Board Short Designer at O'Neill Clothing. The Hyperfreak board short features Hyperfreak Pro Stretch, a premium high-density 4-way stretch fabrication engineered to be rash and cling resistant. The Hyperfreak features our Flex Tie Draw Cord, a super secure and comfortable stretch draw cord specially designed to stay tied while surfing and swimming. The Hyperfreak has a welded zip pocket with a low-profile, functional design to keep your goods safe and secure. This board short features O'Neill Hyperdry, quick dry water repellent treatment. The Hyperfreak, the ultimate performance board short. O'Neill, first name in the water.
By O'Neill. Stop 3 on the Challenger Series. And when we left you a minute or two back, we were waiting for a number to fall in. So Holly Picktham did get that win, but Tessa Tyson, and we just kind of didn't get that at the end there, Brad. But that's how tight the heats are. And wow, Tessa Tyson jumped from 4th to 2nd. So at the expense of Brianna Cope and Francisca Vaselko will fall out. Welcome to a fresh heat of 4 as we move now through the high tide. Introducing your 4 surfers out in the lineup. One of them, Championship Tour experience and profile in Betty Lou. Sakura Johnson out of Hawaii. Sawyer Lindblad is also the exciting talent from the Americas. And then Summer Macedo, part of the new Brazilian push. She'll be in the lineup. And of course, Irena Rodriguez Vargas representing Peru. Great to see the South Americans from the west side of the continent coming to play on the global picture.
Yeah, absolutely right. So this is talking to the growth of surfing around the globe, and great to see some new flags represented on the Challenger Series rankings, and hopefully that's going to convert into that CT Championship Tour as the years progress. But certainly an exciting time to be alive with for women surfing.
It is. It's an exciting time to be a surf fan as well. 64 women in the start of each Challenger Series draw. It was like that back on Monday when we got things underway. And well, we're going to narrow it down to 16 in just a heat or two's time now. You are joining us for Heat 6. 8 heats make up the round of 32. 4-person field, 2 advance each time. And so, Brad, in about an hour, we'll be down to 16 women remaining in the draw. And well, hard to pick a winner at this stage too, because there are flash-in-the-pan performances. There's a sprinkling of stories to tell when we get to that final 16.
Yeah, it's a really interesting draw this year. Of course, you've got that Championship Tour experience coming through from the likes of Nikki Van Dyke, and then you've got this young crop of international surfers representing, San Clemente, California, the Hawaiian girls coming through. Unfortunately, the 2 South Africans that were left in the draw also bowed out of the event in this round, so no more South Africans left in the draw, and that really leaves things wide open.
It's been a fairly unscripted Ballito Pro this. We've seen a lot of left-handers. We've now seen the relocation. Just to talk back to the point of, a lot of the locals were sort of hinging a lot of hopes on the backhand surfing of Sarah Baum and, of course, Zoe Stain. And they didn't get to use their backhand. They had to scrap it out on the left-handers. We've seen a lot of lefts through the tides, both high and low, at surfers and now here at bathers, as you have a slightly oblique angle to the look of the lineup. It's because we have moved into the cove next door, and it is now 10:30 local time, and as we mentioned, we'll surf through the high tide with this particular heat, Brad, and then obviously keep an eye on it. And we did segue to that topic a little earlier. Do we start men's surfing at this bank, or do we move it back? And we'll only answer that in about an hour's time.
Yeah, that's a good point you make there, that wind is going to pick up throughout the course of the day, and but I think we'll see more and more opportunity as that tide drops out, the sand gets shallower out the banks, and we'll see more of these waves standing up. There's definitely a lot of scoring potential today. We've seen, scores in that 7-point ride from Macy Callanan. We saw some solid surfing in that last heat too, so definitely more opportunity on this bank. And I think, even hearing Macy reference, she was happy to move over there because it just meant more opportunity for them.
Yeah, better packed sandbank in the cove next door for the high tide conditions anyway. And just looking at when that low tide falls at about 4:40 this afternoon, and considering sunset is just a few minutes later than that, it's really at last light that will end up on the low tides. Of course, that's still far way away, and there's a lot of stories to tell. We trust that you are enjoying the show with us. Gigs Elias alongside Brad Bricknell for the call, as we draw our attention to the lineup itself with absolutely no rides.
It's been a dead heat so far, and of course, the head judge will be watching very, very closely if we get to that point where no rides have been ridden at a certain mark. Sometimes it's the halfway mark, sometimes, inside that sort of first 10 minutes, he can call a restart, provided no one's actually paddled for a wave and there hasn't been an opportunity passed.
You and I have both been lucky to call heats for a couple of years now. In fact, I remember both of us having turns to commentate at the beach at J-Bay back in the 90s and into the aughties. I never understood the significance of the tides as much as I think that we do now as older, wiser people. Can we describe ourselves as that?
Older?
But what I've noticed, and I remember this, I just want to showcase a story quickly if we do get the opportunity. I remember following Bells a couple of years ago and watching the broadcast, and they were at Winky Pop, and it was a heat featuring Fanning and Slater, like maybe a round 3 heat. It came early on in the draw, and I was like, and the waves had been pretty good to that point, and their heat was just absolutely plagued, and I was like, I could not understand what it was, and I went and looked up the tide chart, and sure enough, any heat that falls on the high tide does have a little slip in momentum.
Yeah, I have to agree.
I've just helped every single surf coach around the world.
Yeah, you're welcome. And then conversely to that too, Gigs, we often see the similar effect on the dead low tides.
Yes.
Sometimes the ocean goes real sleepy.
The lulls.
Takes a bit of a nap, and it gets a bit lolly on those dead low tides. So, as a surfer, you're always stoked to see the draw and your heat coinciding with a pushing tide, because you always knew there was going to be opportunity, and that's all you want as a surfer. You want to have at least a few cracks to be able to showcase your talent.
Well, pearls of wisdom from Brad Bricknell. and the odd one from myself. Oh, we love it.
It's getting touch and go here at the Gigs, and
yeah, exactly.
As a surfer, you start to get a little bit antsy. I remember being in these situations a few times, and sometimes my strategy was, if I can just get one wave quickly before this recount, that means I can
At least you'll have one.
Yeah, I'll have one, and then I'll have the advantage going into the back half of the heat. So other surfers I know were like, had no one catch a wave, because then we can all have a clean clock. So interesting to see how this is going to play out here with 24 on the clock.
Yeah, we saw that the other day too on the men's side of competition. We had a 30-minute heat, and it was literally 10 seconds before the potential heat restart countdown. I think it might have even been Tidley Island that caught a wave. And so there are strategies that you could use to cancel out heat restarts. It's an interesting topic, not one we'll dig into very often, but certainly as I flick to the local time of now 10:36, well, this is the high tide, and this is exactly what has happened here. So our theory remains intact, Brad.
Yeah, another thing too, Gigs, of course, there's no priority at the beginning of these heats. So, for women out there, it is a bit of a free-for-all before that priority does get set. So it really is critical. And you can see there's 2 schools of thought here. We've got 2 surfers on the southern bank and 2 surfers on the northern bank, and no one in between. So no priority here. And it's really whoever's on the inside of that breaking part of the wave who will have priority on those first ones.
Well, in that last heat, Brianna Cope did find a wave from that southern end, which became a counter for her. Sawyer Lindblad to the north, where these two girls right now on screen are sitting, is found that score that turned the heat over and found the advancing slot. So there's lefts in this corner where Johnson and Lindblad are sitting. And, well, no heat restart. There it is. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson from Hawaii will just cancel that discussion. And now we have a 23-minute heat on our hands.
Yeah, of course, a big shout out to Ross Williams. He is a WSL commentator from time to time, of course, coach to the Stars, John Florence, and also coaching Betty Lou Sakura Johnson here. We hold that thought.
Oh, here goes Sawyer. Lovely momentum down the line for the American, who has been performing top level on the regional qualifying series, just making final upon final this year. And she'll bring her momentum here to the Challenger Series. Let's see how she performs.
Yeah, just talking to Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. She is in contact with her coach, Ross Williams. They have a chat before the heats. She sends videos of the conditions. They assess them together, on the phone. And
Coaching
then,
by remote control.
Coached by remote control. And then they go out and, set a strategy for the heat. And then it's up to Betty to go out there and pull it all together. So here we go again.
Well, having a paddle, puts the head down, gets the board planing forward. And just a little in and out. Brad, interesting to note, as a surf coach for entry level, the head weighs 15% of the body's mass.
Thanks, Gig. That's good.
No, you throw your head.
And the rest follows.
Pretty much.
Power surfing. So you're trying to say that people with bigger heads are better power surfers.
Don't get a big head now. No, but it's interesting. You see how surfers drop their heads just to create that extra momentum. That each limb has a component weight to the body.
Yeah.
The organs in the middle, and then the head has a huge percentage. It weighs quite a lot.
Yeah, and then it's how you kind of move all those together. Obviously a lot of the power comes from your thighs and your hip area, and when the surf's small, Gigs, you've got to generate a lot of your own speed. So that comes down to how your body moves, and then of course equipment comes into play as well. So in bigger waves, obviously the wave provides a lot of the power for you. When it's small like this, you've got to generate a lot of your own power, and I think your theory will come into play there too.
So you've got to use your head.
Pretty much.
Physically and mentally, of course. We slipped just under 21 minutes to go on the clock here. The potential heat restart just robbed away by a 0.9 for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, who has found just that and 2 decimal scores in the lineup. So just sniffing around. Sawyer Lindblad got that run down the line. Perhaps we'll even have a look at it as the only feature score of the heat right now. 2 forehand turns for the 4.5. So fetching that on the left-hander, running with the wind, Brad.
Yeah, I love Sawyer's approach here. She's from San Clemente, California. Nice little tag here. She maintains all the speed throughout there. Is able to get a big bottom turn in, and that sets up a nice little closed-out turn there for Sawyer. And incidentally, that crop of San Clemente surfers features a whole host of up-and-comers. We're talking about Jet Chilling from that area as well. Sawyer's got a brother Taj, who's really one of the stars coming out of that area as well. The Colapinto brothers, Kaloe and Dino. It's a real hotbed for talent, and they also seem to be surging along with the Hawaiians.
Yes, absolutely. Of course, this San Clemente machine just churns it out season upon season. And we'll look eagerly over the next seasons ahead to see how Sawyer Lindblad performs at the high level. Of course, last year she had a run through the Challenger Series events, finished 11th on the rankings. Comes to Ballito 19th. There's no real numbers jumping out at her from her trip to Australia. But perhaps this is the visit here. Stop 3 as the Challenger Series tour continues. See where she finds herself at the end of Ballito Pro come Sunday evening. Will it be celebrations, or will she fall out? We'll answer all of those questions. Little error there from Sawyer. That wave also just slightly fractured, Brad. Not the strongest set we've seen, but Sawyer keeps her scorecard moving. And at this stage, no waves for Arena in red, nor Summer in the blue. And as I say that, Summer Macedo will just exit her first ride. Again, one of the young crop of Brazilians starting to make her name known.
Yeah, of course. For Summer is one of those surfers who has switched flag allegiances, originally from Maui in Hawaii, and has been spending a few years over in Brazil. She's dating João Chianca, who's also one of the standouts on the men's side of the draw. So we've seen a few surfers now, switching flags with an eye on those Olympic game slots and qualifications.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the Olympics, the next one coming up, French-based, of course, all the land sports in Paris, and, well, the French territories. Chopu becomes a discussion for the Olympic surfing participation of 2020. Well, it will be 2024, right?
Yeah, that's right, 24 games, and then we've got...
only 3 years between the Olympics, technically.
That's right, and then we've got LA after that, so probably Huntington Beach as well, so lots to look forward to there on that stage.
Well, the fact that surfing and skating are Olympic sports, if my grandmother was still alive, I'd say, you see, Gran, I told you, because she frowned upon me taking a surfboard as a sport, but nonetheless, it's all changed and we love it, and it's just a whole new era for the sports, for the board sports. Of course, it was led by snowboarding, but of recent, skating and surfing in the Olympics, and it's always a discussion as we see Summer just exiting a second ride. Her first one was a little throwaway and not particularly pushing strong momentum right now, just a single turn. But nonetheless, plenty of time to go, Brad.
Yeah, plenty of time to go there. And, of course, I think Summer is basing out of Saquarema in Brazil, which is going to be home to the second last Challenger Series event on tour later on this year too. So a very similar kind of setup over there, multiple random peaks in the beach break. And Summer's been spending a lot of time over there, so I think she'll be fine with the conditions. It's just about finding that opportunity and then converting it.
Well, Brad, both you and I have had the privilege of hosting championship tour stops there. Always an interesting trip to Rio de Janeiro. And, of course, the energy of the Brazilian fans. It's always such a topic to talk about.
Yeah, another vibrant surf nation, It's your senses, again, are alive in Brazil. Some of the most passionate surf fans you'll see around the world. And, looking forward to seeing how South Africa fares on finals weekend here coming up soon.
Nice backhand snap for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, who's been here a while in South Africa, participated in the O'Neill Smith Shapes Pro Junior the week before in a run-up to this Challenger Series stop. But yeah, Brad, the beaches of Rio de Janeiro, it's as close to stadium feel for participation in the sport as you can get.
Yeah, 100%. Security guards are on high alert there, just trying to protect the surface to get them to the water's edge and back. So it really creates for a stadium-like atmosphere. The crowds are partisan, they're loud, and they appreciate good surfing no matter what country you come from.
Well, we all appreciate good surfing. We got a little bit from Molly Picklum in that last heat. Let's go down and hear from her.
And the call coming from Travis that we were going to move across to bathers. Slightly different lineup to deal with out there.
Yeah, I think out the front got a little bit slow and tricky. So thanks to WSL for being so adaptable and flexible to, give us an opportunity out there at bathers. And it was fun, and it's not too tricky. It's just a little left off the rocks and a little right off the other side of the rocks. So not too much, but yeah, really fun.
Now, of course, next up we start moving into 2 people in a heat. It's always interesting, I think, for the viewers to see that transition from the big heats into sort of the man-on-man situation. How do you change your game plan?
Yeah, the women-on-women situation is so nicer for the surfer because you can kind of surf more rather try and protect as much. With 10 minutes to go, you try and then I was spending 8 minutes following the girls around to just protect my lead. But when it's women-on-women, it's just you can surf and it's the best surfer wins. So that's always nice, and I don't know, I like to lean on my surfing more than my heat tactics.
Well, we look forward to seeing what you got for us in that round, and hopefully the swell looking like it's going to increase for tomorrow, so you must be excited.
Yeah, I know. I'm super excited to hopefully get on a normal board rather than a groveler, but let's see how we wake up every morning and see what it brings.
Awesome. Well, we look forward to seeing her in the next round. Back to the studio.
Well, the exciting talent of Molly Picklum remains in the draw here at the Ballito Pro, winning that last heat number 5, and of course Tessa Tyson just sneaking it in at the final few seconds of that heat to get the advance. We're narrowing the field down to 16 surfers. That's the objective here, and we will get it done. Round of 32 heat number 6 with 13.5 minutes to go. And we'll wait to see how heats 7 and 8 play out. Of course, looking down the draw, Caity Simmers leading the charge in the next heat. She'll be up against Sophie McCullough, Amura Suzuki, and Luana Silva. Now the stacked one coming our way, Brad.
Yeah, it doesn't get any easier from here on out, gigs. We're seeing a lot of those top seeds will start coming up against each other as the draw progresses, and that just makes for exciting, action for us surf fans. And just referencing this ruffle we're seeing coming across the ocean here, gigs, you can see that wind forecast to come up from the northeast today. You can see the first signs of that now. It's going to blow sort of diagonally from left to right across your screen. And I think, the left-hander possibly going to be affected less as it'll be blowing more into the face of those rights coming down the beach.
Well, 10:45 local time. We've just moved through that high tide mark, and well mentioned there, Brad. You've spotted it. That new northeast just now will start really showing itself. It's a question of how much does it fracture the lineup here in the Bathers Cove of Ballito. And of course, Travis Loge, head judge Luli Pereira, contest director John Hutchinson will be watching the water movement over the next hour or so, because we do have scheduled to go to men's round of 24 after we conclude the ladies round of 32 here. Plenty of stories still to tell though. 12 minutes to go out in the lineup. No massive numbers jumping at us here, just slightly suppressed heat due to the high tide conditions. Again, that head down for the paddle with Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, who's really finding her groove now. A 183 previous to that. That there perhaps the first meaningful score for Betty Lou.
Yeah, that's more like the Betty Lou Sakura Johnson that we know. She's already putting that little firewire board to good use. That's probably an epoxy construction, if I'm not mistaken. And really you can see a bit of spark and a bit of pop. Even though that wave was small, gigs, she managed to link 3 nice sections together with flow. And importantly, got that strong finish that the judges have been rewarding all event long.
Judges will have a think about it. We'll try and have a look at it. There's a couple of good numbers. Going to be easily the best number of the heat. We'll try and pull back the tape for a score that comes fairly quickly from the panel. Easy to sift that one out. Diamonds in the rough. A 683, Brad.
Yeah, strong section. You see immediately gets a little tag going, but she's keeping her eye down the line because she sees this section over here, capitalizes on it, and that sets her up nicely for that third turn combination of scores. So nice and vertical on that second turn. That was the power pocket. That's where the scores were, and she did not let that opportunity slip her by.
Putting enough power in to throw the spray, but not enough to bog the rail. And she'll go straight back to work on the way out. She'll turn around now, same part of the bank for a backup score. Twists through the hips, brings punctuation to the first turn. And we'll just try and pat it flat through to the inside. She won't be able to wrap that score up, but a couple of stings there will get rid of her 183. So strategy playing out quickly here. Good heat management for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, who we feel might even go to the lead now.
Yeah, it is. You mentioned heat management there, gigs, and it's really important to go out with those plans. We know that the top 2 waves are going to count, and when there's marginal opportunities, you have to convert those opportunities, and that's exactly what Betty Lou's done. She's had a few scrappy waves to start off with, but as soon as that quality wave presented itself, she pounced on it and converted that into a score, and she's backed it up straight away. So that'll give her a lot of confidence now coming into the last 10 minutes.
Summer Macedo has a look at the right-hander into the wind here. High tide starting to pull the wind across the bank here, and a nice combo turn. There it is. So this will be a useful score. This will see Summer Macedo perhaps attack the second place position. And just a quick look back at the scores, Brad. Sawyer Lindblad leading, but scores to come now for Betty Lou and Summer Macedo. We're into the last third of the heat, and perhaps some shape of the heat to change now, because Betty Lou only needed a 2 to go from second to first, and well, Summer Macedo on the scorecard, a 474 requirement. Let the judges settle that. Meanwhile, that number has come in for the Hawaiian in white.
Yeah, looks like she's going to jump straight into first place with that last one. So, yeah, managing this heat nicely. Got 2 scoring waves back-to-back for her wave number 5 and number 6. So she's now in a strong position. And I like the look of that wave from Summer Macedo. It was that right-hander down the beach, gigs. It looked a little bit different, a little bit a different complexion to the wave. We saw a right-hander, and that first turn was nice and powerful from Summer. The wave dissipated a little bit after that, though. So we'll see where the judges go with that one. But it'll be Summer's best score of her heat so far, too.
Judges having a review of Last of Blue, and perhaps an important score to the shape of the heat. We're down to under 9 minutes to go, so the final third of this heat. Love the look of the water here. Of course, this is the Indian Ocean, And it's clear in blue, and we're waiting for the score for blue.
Yeah, nice rolling here from Summer. You can see uses the back foot jam nicely on that occasion. A little hung up, but it did allow her still to get in front of that bump and that chop. She managed to capitalise for a second turn, and that third turn really of no consequence as far as the score's concerned there. So the scores are going to be looked at, for those first 2 turns, and it will be Summer's best wave.
Well, number in for Summer Macedo. It's going to land at a 5.5. So creating a good set of numbers now is our new second place surfer. So Betty Lou leads, Summer Macedo in second. Numbers top left of screen now updated. And for a look at the requirements, start looking to the surfer holding priority now down to third. Sawyer Lindblad, the American, has to find a 4.94 in the lineup. And Irina Rodriguez Vargas, the Peruvian, perhaps a quieter heat for her. Let's have a look at Sawyer. This could be an important wave in the context of the heat. Lovely jamming turn right there. Little runner. This is not particularly a big wave, but it's kept a little cup for her. 4.94 requirement. 7.5 minutes to go.
Well, I love the opening turn on that wave, Giggs. It was just full of speed and power, but I think the thing that's going to work against Sawyer here is the wave didn't really give her more opportunity. If she had a second opportunity to put down a big closeout turn, that would be a very big number. But, gee, she looked lively on her feet, and I love the spark in that first turn.
Here's a young talent that started the year in the Championship Tour jersey. Somehow just not making the cut, finished 1 stop outside of the mid-season cut. But Betty Lou Sakura Johnson will go back to work. We know that come year end, well, we can speculate very strongly that she will be back in the top 5 come year end. You would think so with her pedigree, the fact that she's based on the North Shore, finishing up at Haleiwa, all of those factors. You love this little stingy turn here.
Yeah, had an oncoming section, Giggs, that had a bit of a bend to it, which was able to really lean into that turn. She put the back foot jam in and kicked up a lot of spray, but you can see, unfortunately, that wave didn't give her any other opportunities after that one. But, wow, she's dangerous. If she can get a 2-turn combination or even a 3-turn score down, she's going to really... she's going to really push Summer and Betty Lou to find something bigger.
Well, young Sawyer Lindblad trying to keep her momentum and her dream alive here of getting a good set of numbers from her visit to Ballito. Third place surfer still chasing Brad the 4.94. So her scores are just hovering. The average is just under a requirement. And a frustrated paddle and a priority being spent there for the Peruvian, who's kind of starting to get left in the story here now. Nothing really on the scorecards. And, well, a little mistake there from Irina Rodriguez Vargas, the Peruvian. She'll go back to the lineup for the 4th priority. But Betty Lou out front. Summer Macedo holds the priority. And do we start seeing a situation where blue starts to come and smother green's potential? I've got a feeling that could be the story. Sawyer Lindblad has the ability underfoot. Strong runs on the qualifying series in the North American region, making finals regularly through those slow cal events in locations like Pismo Beach and Morro Bay. Of course, finaling in Barbados. And, of course, taking out the Jack Surfboards win. So we feel that there is a threat here for Sawyer Lindblad to attack the 2nd place position of Summer Macedo.
Yeah, well, they've definitely left her with some room to move as we watch Betty Lou take off here.
Heat leader, under 5 minutes. Chucks a nice turn. There's a bit of good construction to this. She's just going to pace this wave along nicely, trying to improve on her low score of the 3.7. And we feel that good heat management from Betty Lou, she will have done that. Meanwhile, Sawyer Lindblad into picture, chasing the 4.94. We'll try and maybe reel back the tape for those last 2 waves. And it's a flurry of waves now. Here's the Peruvian, who could be getting her best wave. There we are. Combo right there, out of the lip. A 0.6 will vanish for Irina Rodriguez Vargas. And perhaps she starts coming into the picture, but she's left it very late. Brad, down to 4 minutes to go. Judges owe all 4 surface scores. So we'll let all of this pepper into the scorecards and have a look at the shape of the heat.
Yeah, really like the tone of that wave from Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Her class starting to now bubble to the top in the last few minutes of the heat. That right-hander ran down the bank and, again, didn't miss an opportunity. Hit every section that came at her and finished strong on her feet. So I think we'll see her, possibly extend that lead. And then Sawyer Lindblad had some space. She found a closeout turn on her backhand, so we're going to have one of those comparisons again, the 1-turn maneuver or 1-turn wave versus the smaller 3-turn wave. We'll see how the judges dissect that.
Well, let's see if White Hot Media can bring us some replays to break down. Judges having a good old think, and they know that that was a vital exchange in the final outcome of this heat. Betty Lou trying to improve on a 3.7 to extend her lead. Summer Macedo trying to drop her low number, also sitting in the threes, a 3.93. And Betty Lou's done more than improve. She's shot the lights out with her last score, 7.83, Brad. We want to have another look at that.
Yeah, that 7.83 is talking to the type of maneuvers she was able to get done. Those 3-turn combinations all were done in the critical section with speed and power. So surfing well to the criteria there was Betty Lou. And that score obviously just reward for a well-executed wave.
Little roll of the dice there, no outcome for that. We're just under 3 minutes to go. Judges doing the catch up on scores. We have an extended lead for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. A 7.83 now joins her 6.83. And she ran this one beautifully into the wind, and she hit the turns at the right time, Brad.
Yeah, that bottom turn just critical in setting up this turn over here. You can see getting her board up and over that section for 3 very well executed turns in a row. Speed and power, slight bubble in that second turn, but she recovered well and almost used it to her advantage, maintaining her speed, didn't lose a beat on the way through, and 7.83, well, like I said, highest score of the heat so far.
Sawyer Lindblad found a 4.9 on that exchange. It became part of her top 2 scores, but not enough to dislodge the second place position of Summer Macedo. So no change to the situation. We're updated. It's Johnson leading. Macedo remains in second. Lindblad chasing now a bigger number, Brad, is 6.63.
Yeah, those requirements, they feel to have more consequence and put more pressure on when there's only 2 minutes remaining. You know, if you've got time during the heat, you can play around with it, but now this is where, you're probably only going to have one more opportunity, so you've got to make it count.
Well, the door's open for Lindblad with priority in the heat. Can the third place surfer from San Clemente take this big match temperament that we know that she's already developing? We've seen her with successful results thus far in the regionals. Can she bring this to the Challenger Series here for the Ballito stop? Of course, she will be going over to the United States next for the US Open, so Sawyer will get her chance with hometown support there just up from San Clemente. But for now, we'll stay with the 1 minute 10 on the clock, and Sawyer Lindblad has got to find easily her best wave as well, Brad, averaging scores in the mid-ranges, 4s, 4.8 and a 4.5 for our third place American. She's got to go above that. She's got to go 6.63.
Yeah, well, she's found herself a shadow in the form of Summer Macedo. She has, she's sitting there because she is in 4th priority, does Summer, but Sawyer's got the priority. So I think she's just there to go, hey, I'm here, I'm ahead of you, and you better make the right decision, because if you don't, I'm going to pounce.
Well, what I love is a 4th priority sitting right under the hood of 1st priority.
Yeah.
That's just cheeky. Let's have a look at Rodriguez here. This is Arena, the Peruvian. She's got a big requirement of an 8.66, and she's just going to want to improve her numbers for her own sake, as she'll be falling out of the draw here in the round of 32 for an equal 17th place finish at the Ballito Pro. And once again, just to mention, it's great to see surfing coming out of the regions like Peru and Chile and the western side of the South American continent. Here's the opportunity. Lindblad. Snap, carve. There it is. Chasing a big number. Lovely let go of the rail again. It's a tapered left-hander. She got that first carve and it had a nice speed and wrap on it. And, well, we'll wait for those numbers to land, and right that, the clock is now wrapped up, and we'll wait for those scores. We'll give you the answer straight after the break. We'll be calling in Tasha Mintasti and Kai Linder for the call.
Senior board shirt designer at O'Neill Clothing. One of the most important features of the Hyperfreak Hydro Comp is that there's no inseam. When there's no inseam, there's no rash. The no-tie fly is slim and secure, and it stays flush and flat when you're laying on your stomach. More security, no distractions. The mini welded zip pocket is less bulky and perfect for wax, wax comb, or your keys. The comp also features our O'Neill Hyperdry Plus, which is our premium water repellency, which dries faster and lasts longer. The laser cut hem allows for greater freedom of movement and less rash by eliminating the restrictive stitching or welding that you see in common board shorts. Hyperfreak Pro Stretch is our premium 4-way stretch fabrication that is engineered to be cling and rash resistant. O'Neill, First name in the water.
A very warm welcome from the Ballito Pro here on the Dolphin Coast in Quatakuza Municipality. We are into day 4 of the Challenger Series, women out in the water, but you can see just the beautiful weather that's on offer here in winter in KwaZulu-Natal. A very warm welcome as well to people tuning in from the People's Weather channel. It's fantastic to have you. Please stick around, enjoy the surfing. There's been some really exciting heat so far to kick things off, and we are into heat number 7 of the women's. We've got one more heat after that, and then we move into our exciting men's division, round 3. My name is Tasha Mentasti, sitting alongside Kai Linda, and we're going to make the call for heat number 7 here for the round of 32 at the Ballito Pro. So you can just see what beautiful warm weather we have on offer. Girls in bikinis, boys in board shorts. Here's our surf fans. Just enjoying having international competitors on our shores. And if you've just tuned in, welcome to all our viewers on People's Weather Channel. It is fantastic to have you here. I hope you're enjoying the action down at the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. It's been a good morning for us so far. We're into day 4 of the Challenger Series. It's a World Surf League event. Ladies in the water right now. My name is Tasha Mentasti alongside Kai Linda, who are going to be making the call for heat 7 and 8 of the women's division. And then we will be moving across to round 3 of our men's division here at the Challenger Series. Stick around, there's some really good stuff going on, and the weather has been beautiful. We can't complain about the weather. We would like a little bit more swell around for us surfers, but the exciting stuff is that we're still running, there's still great surfing, there's great scores, and in the water right now we have from America, you know, the phenomenon, Caity Simmers in the red singlet. We do have from Hawaii in green, Luana Silva. Japan representing in white. Her name is Amuro Tadzuki, an Olympic surfer, an Olympian. How beautiful is that to be able to talk about? And then representing Australia, Sophie McCulloch. So it's a good heat on paper, Kai. And we've been able to witness Caity Simmers and what her dominance on the World Surf League has been, whether it be junior surfing, qualifying series, or even CT events. I mean, making the cut for 2022. Choosing not to compete on the Challenger, on the Championship Tour, and that is our elite tier. What the World Surf League has done is we now have 3 tiers to surfing. Our 3rd tier, qualifying series, as we call it, the QS Grind. You then build up your ratings and points to get onto the Challenger Series, which is what we're witnessing now here at the Ballito Pro. And then your top 10 men, top 5 women, advancing to the Championship Tour for the following year. So it's become more cutthroat, really.
Yeah, way more cutthroat, and this event's been pretty eye-opening because the new generation, and especially in the ladies, seem to really be putting up their hands. We saw in that previous heat, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson just with an absolutely dominant display. The heat before her, Molly Picklum. In this heat, you got Caity Simmers, and of course, coming up in the next heat, Kira Pinkerton. And these girls are really starting to come to the fore, and the older generation are feeling the heat as these new school surfers start coming into the ladies, and they're bringing a fresh approach, they're bringing a very new school edge in that, like in the water right now, Caity Simmers, she can go to the air, she's got some big aerials in her arsenal.
Yeah, so to our viewers, if you're not used to surfing or don't understand the sport well enough, what is happening now in surfing is we are seeing athletes getting their board up above the lip line of a wave. It's very technical, especially that our playing field is always changing. Every wave is different. You're kind of looking for a ramp, almost like a skateboard kind of setup, but then your wave keeps moving ahead towards the shore, and you've got to be able to maneuver that board above the lip, change direction, and land completely and looking like you're in control for the judges. There's nothing easy about it. It is exceptionally technical. And Caity Simmers in the red singlet, only 16 years of age and globally known as an aerial specialist. Just so much hope for the future of women's surfing from my side.
Yeah, we've seen her come through the ranks pretty quickly as we see her up and riding. Nice little backhand attack to the lip there from Caity Simmers. And, you know, technology has helped us, because it's not often we talk about advancements in technology and surfing, because, you know, in equipment, yes, but it's the wave pool that's created this phenomenon we're seeing in girls surfing, as we see another hardened but young competitor in Luana Silva.
Yeah, Luana Silva representing Hawaii, currently 5th on the Challenger Series, so she's actually within that cut line of top 5 women who qualify for the 2023 Championship Tour. She had her 2 results, an equal 9th on the Gold Coast. She then got an equal 5th, one better at the Sydney Surf Pro. So a good part of the series so far, good start to her Challenger Series campaign, and looking for another good result here in Ballito. We then have not spoken about Sophie McCulloch. I must be honest, I haven't got to witness as much of her surfing as I would like, but just looking at her results and you know, doing some research, she's had her best result was an equal 3rd at the Sydney Surf Pro, so stop number 2 on the Challenger Series. Her biggest result ever, though, was very recently in June in Indonesia. She took out the QS 5000 Crew Pro. And then also just back home, she's had a win at Phillip Island, she's had a 2nd on the Tweed Coast Pro, and then she took another win at the Gold Coast Open, which were all qualifying series events, but a great string of results that must be helping with her confidence.
Oh yeah, and you know, these young Australians have got such a support network, and you know, a lot of experience behind them. Talking to Glenn Micro Hall this morning, he was just going like the current crop of young girls like leading the charge out of Australia are really pushing each other so hard, and you know, that's what you want to see. I think similarly for the Japanese surfers, you know, they've had such a big push behind the sport there with the Olympics going down, and you know, obviously our own Wade Buerter, Wade Sharp being involved there, and the coaching side, and he's given us a lot of insight into that as well. And that's kind of what you need now, you know. It's an Olympic sport, it's also a championship tour sport, and without the assistance of governments getting behind these sports now and pushing that development, some countries are going to start lagging while others explode, and that's really what we've seen from Japan really coming to the fore. And I mean, I don't think I've ever seen so many Japanese competitors in a Challenger Series as this event.
No, never, and it's such a great, it just shows so much growth within the sport. But let's just check into what's going on in this heat. We into the first 3rd of the heat, and talking about Japanese surfers, Amuro Suzuki currently holding down the lead. She found a 4.33 as her 2nd ride, and that has pushed her into that 1st place. Caity Simmers with a 3.67, and then that throwaway 0.5 sitting in 2nd. That's why her heat total sits at a 4.17. Still early days though, live action. This is the Japanese surfer, quick in and out for Amuro. She's got the throwaway 1-point ride, and we've been seeing the lady sitting more on the left-hand side of the screen. It's that we've had to move venues pretty quickly this morning. I think it was a great choice by the event organizers and by Travis Loge, who is WSL Tours and Competitions. We've just gone through high tide, Kai, and we've been seeing good quality waves running along that left sandbank, and also some good scores. This is the young phenomenon. Caity Simmers up and riding now. She surfs with so much maturity. You can just see how she releases that tail. I mean, effortless, really.
Really aggressive surfing, and I really enjoyed some of her interviews already in the Challenger too. A very straightforward, straight talker, speaks her mind, not scared to say what she's thinking, and that's refreshing in a kid her age, you know, 16 years of age. Often, you'll see them coming through the ranks here, and they're a little bit intimidated maybe by the whole scene and by the media package, but she really is just a super grounded, and I kind of like that little punk edge to her as well. So we watch this left-hander just gets over the bumps, puts in that nice drawn-out bottom turn and just attacks the lip, really throwing the tail out. And that is aggressive surfing, and the judges are certainly going to reward it.
Yeah, I'll be excited to see what they're going to give that first score. So just one big hit, but you saw how she released her tail there, and I think that's the exclamation mark on the score. And currently sitting in third place, reason being we did see a big score coming from Sophie McCulloch, a 6.5. It would be great to see the replay of that.
Yeah, Sophie McCulloch unleashed on that wave, and it would be great to get the replay. You know, we spoke about her results already this year, and she's showing why. She is a highly competitive surfer. Here you go. So she took off on this little right-hand ball, absolutely whipped the tail out there. Great release, but still with the control. And then managing to get the second turn. And I think that's why she pushed up over that sort of mid-range score mark into the sixes, was because she had that big aggressive first turn and then backed it up with a second.
Yeah, great analysis there from you, Kai. On our screen now, this is the Hawaiian, Luana Silva. So wanting a big result. She's only got a 1.07, just one wave. That was her second ride of the heat, so we are going to see things change. But you also saw the change in names on the top left of your screen right there. Caity Simmers dropping a 7-point ride for that one hit. Kai?
Yeah, and through the event, we've seen a couple of the girls get big scores for single maneuvers. I think about the first round, you know, Zoe Stain, the young South African, got a 7 for one maneuver. Nikki van Dijk was really putting down some big maneuvers, and of course we've still got Nikki coming up in the last heat of the round as well. And you know, generally speaking in surfing, judges want to see multiple maneuvers. I mean, they want to see a bit of variety, and you're also showing that you're, you know, linking the wave properly and making the most use of the wave. But sometimes, especially in these conditions, that's not possible. So they are then going to go to higher scores if you do something exceptional.
And exceptional surfing here from the young American Caity Simmers. Yeah, I mean, our judging criteria doesn't change in surfing, but what does come into play is the conditions that are on offer, and the judges do set their scale based on conditions. So we've been seeing quite a small swell that's been running over the last week. It has made things quite difficult. We also have at high tide that moves through the day period, you know, through our daylight time, which hasn't been making it very easy. And judges have been setting their scale. And yes, I mean, I watched an earlier heat, and a young Hawaiian doing a 3-turn combo, got a 507, and then we saw the Australian do 1 turn. Very critical, very tight, lots of flow, lots of power, and she came out with a high wave score of a 6-point ride. So it is a point of difference. But the judges are being critical. This is a Challenger Series event. It's our second tier on the World Surf League. And here we're going to be able to look at a good comparison of what that one hit would be and what we see Sophie McCulloch score for her 3-turn combo. It'll be really interesting to see how it all drops in. And talking about dropping in, another score has dropped in for Caity Simmers. It's a 6.17. So she is looking really comfortable in that first position.
Well, Caity Simmers with the 617, pretty similar to the 7-0, and I think that's why the score came down. You know, we talk about that word variety. The judges want to see variety. She kind of almost duplicated the 7-0, so she gets a little bit less. In the meantime, though, we're waiting on that score for Sophie McCulloch, because for me, that was probably one of the best surf waves of the heat. I really like that left-hander. A couple of really tight turns in the pocket, really keeping her board moving dynamically through the turns, and of course connecting the dots for almost like 5 turns down the inside and finishing way down the beach. So it'll be interesting to see what the judges give her for that one, and it comes in at a 5.97. So again, there you see that comparison. The judges are really looking for those aggressive turns today to reward the points. We spoke about Brian Cope in 2 heats ago, you know, doing that long right-hander with a lot of turns, but the judges obviously deeming that those turns were in the softer part of the wave, not quite as, you know, high risk. And I think that's the key word today. They're really looking for the high risk turns.
Yeah, and when we talk to our non-surfers who are watching on the People's Weather Channel, a soft wave is a wave that doesn't have a very big incline or surface area to work with. A more critical wave is something that hits the shallow sandbank and just lurches forward and creates that curvature or that curl that you're looking for. And what that means for surfers is you've got to react really quickly to be able to fit a maneuver in. So almost, you know, for me, when I think about it, free surfing, I'm looking for a wave that's got open face to do multiple turns. But what's happening right now in the water is the girls that are finding just that one turn, so almost like a closeout, is actually getting rewarded the highest score.
Well, to put the comparison in with, if we looked at skating, the bowl, you know, in a bowl, two surfers doing the same maneuvers, two skaters doing the same maneuvers, one in the shallow end, one in the deep end, who's going to get the biggest score? The one in the deep end. And that's what the judges are looking for here. They're looking for those maneuvers in the deep end of the wave, where you're going beyond vertical, and obviously, you know, the critical level of making the move is so much more difficult.
Yeah, and wow, you know, our playing field always changing, having to adapt so quickly. I was thinking of the girls yesterday. You know, we had a day called off. Mother Nature just didn't want to have anything to do with it. It was howling onshore, and it was a good call. We've come back today. But, you know, just thinking about these athletes, the amount of travel that they do, mentally how prepared you need to be, and then you're adapting to conditions on the fly the whole time, every single wave being different. You're putting your body, you know, on the line. It's not easy to be a part of this Challenger Series as much as we all want to be a part of the Challenger Series. We are going to cut through to a beach interview, catching up with our previous heat winner, the Hawaiian Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, another win for you here at Ballito Bay, but we changed locations, and just talking off camera, you hadn't really surfed out there much. You've been training at the front. How was the new experience for you at the new break?
Oh, it was totally different. It's a different beach, next over to the main break, but totally different wave, different sandbanks. But super stoked to get through that heat. When conditions are tough like this, it means a lot to make through those. These are the heats that mean the most. But yeah, not getting much practice out there kind of was like a little shock in the morning, but I knew just to put my surfing out there, I think I could make heats.
Got to say, your boards are looking really good. I was in the booth commentating that one. You found a left and a right that stood up nicely, but you're surfing really quick across those small sandbars. Coming from Hawaii, where do you go training to surf for small waves?
Oh, that's a great question. We have, in the springtime, Ahukai Beach Park is really our only practice. We'll go to the east side and try to find some beaches, but really there isn't much. It's all reef break back on the North Shore, and totally different situations.
Now you're into the final weekend. We've got 2 days left of the event. This is where things start to become a lot more pressurized, but you've been here before. How do you approach the final 2 days of a competition?
Excited. I'm really excited. I really want a result here, and I'm just going to try to keep this positive mindset going into all my heats and be calm and surf.
Well, you're looking good. Good luck for the rest of the event.
Oh, thank you so much. Thanks, guys.
Tash?
A very big thank you to Brad Bricknell interviewing Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. She's a champion here already at the Ballito Pro. She took out the JQS, so the Junior Qualifying Series that happened, well, must be about a week ago now. I'm losing days. But like she was saying, she's been practicing on the main podium, now being thrown onto that second backup podium, but excited, and boards are feeling good. And, you know, I just love her surfing. I think that she's got a great career ahead of her if she can keep the mind strong. She's got incredible people in her corner, like Ross Williams. And yeah, just exciting for me as a surf fan to be able to watch. But what's been happening in the break, we're down to 11 minutes of this heat number 7. Caity Simmers holding down the lead. Her two scores, that 7-point ride and the 617. We have Sophie McCulloch from Australia representing in the blue in second position. She's also got two good scores, a 6.5 and a 5.97. That brings those heat totals up over the 10-digit mark. It is the Japanese Olympian surfer requiring a big score. Kai sitting in third, needing an 8.04. And then Luana Silva, the Hawaiian, in the green, looking for an 8-point ride. So on the judges' scale, both white and green needing an excellent score.
And we have yet to see those big scores out there this morning. I mean, Caity Simmers holding a 7-point ride must be one of the highest single wave scores of the morning so far.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, it's a tough call here because you need an 804 for Amuro, but you've probably got better chance of getting 2 scores in. So she's got to look to replace those. And we see Luana trying to start that ball rolling here and that wave just letting her down. So it's almost come down to kind of like the wave choice for these girls. You know, you got to find those little nuggets out there. And in the break, I mean, we missed an exchange while we were in the interview there, a 4.47 for Luana, a 5.93 and a 5.57 for Caitlin and Sophie. Those didn't even go into their top 2. So they're throwing away scores now that are higher than the counting rights for Amuro and Luana. And that's really showing you the difference here between the one side of the heat to the other, is that red and blue are finding those scoring opportunities. And in these conditions, it is difficult. We heard Betty Lou talking about, you know, it's like a different bank. They've been training and focused on Willards. Now they had to suddenly change it up. But if I look at the decision to move and then immediately into those first few heats, we've seen much higher scoring waves than the first 3 heats of the morning. So, like you said, a good call, but it does change the whole mindset of the heat, changes like where you're at. I mean, just waiting for the beach interview of the last 2 heats, sort of counting the minutes because these girls had to walk such a long distance back to the competitors' area.
Yeah, so true. And I was a part of the changeover on the beach and, you know, dealing with coaches as well. I had Greg Emsley, who's in Zoe Stain's corner. We unfortunately saw both our South African girls knocked out. Could I say that the change in venue could be a factor? Yeah, maybe. Not from a surfing point of view, more from a mental point of view. And they did have to sit and wait a bit. But I thought it was a great call to move venues. I was watching what was happening out on the main podium and on that full high tide. I mean, it was absolutely dead. And we have just gone through the full high. It was at 10:18 this morning, South African time. So that tide is now dropping. But we are also seeing, if you're looking at your screen, you can see from left to right those white horses. That's very new. That wind is just starting to come up. It is an onshore wind here on the east coast of South Africa. And if you have just tuned in, where have you been all morning? It's been a great morning of surfing here. We are into heat number 7 of the round of 32 at the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. And we have our viewers on People's Weather, on OpenView and DSTV. Welcome. Enjoy the surfing. It's going to feel a little bit like you're in KZN thanks to all the great footage that we've been getting from our team behind the scenes. I can tell you that it is a warm day down in KwaZulu-Natal on the Dolphin Coast here in Ballito. And the water temperature, 21.3 degrees Celsius. We feel like it's a bit cold. We've been spending too much time in KZN.
Well, coming with the info there on the onshores and the water temps, we're going to have to get you a job on the Weather Channel, Tash.
I'm happy to talk about surf, thank you. I'm really happy. Live action now. This is our current heat leader. Kai, take us through it.
Yeah, Caity just really enjoying her backhand out there. And, of course, the old commentator curse strikes as I'm trying to give her kudos. But she's been on that same board the whole week, no matter what the trusty steed. And... you know, interviewing a couple of surfers this morning that have won their heats, you know, wondering if they were indeed, like, you know, going to other equipment. And Molly Picklin was the only surfer that said she had dropped down onto a groveler, i.e. a board for these sort of softer, smaller conditions. Of course, on the Darren Hadleys out of Australia. And she said she's really hoping that that swell that's on the forecast for Saturday and Sunday pulls in because she wants to jump back onto a normal shortboard.
Yeah, and with surfing, equipment is everything. It's the tools of our trade. And as a competitor, you definitely need to know what you've got in that toolkit and what's going to work and what's going to not work. I think the hardest thing is when you do lose that magic board. And sometimes it can be in big conditions, sometimes in small. And it's amazing the effect that it can have on the mindset as well. When, you know, we saw... we had a surfer in a previous men's round where you could see it was an older board. It was kind of getting that little yellow color, and He said, no, when it's really grovelly and small, this is the magic stick. I only bring it out when I need it. Otherwise, it gets stored really safely. I know I've got a couple of boards like that as well in my quiver. And it's really important to have good equipment under your feet and be able to understand it. So with 5 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock, we don't see any change in the situation. It is still Caity Simmers, the American, sitting in the lead with a 7-point ride and a 6.17. Sophie McCulloch in blue, holding down that second position with the 6.5 and the 5.97. You can see third and fourth. So third, Amura Suzuki with a pair of fours. She has that first priority, which is going to be important. But as you were saying a little bit earlier, Kai, it's probably going to have to be a pair of sixes that will actually get her through into those advancing positions. And then Luana Silva, the Hawaiian, in green, she needs an 8-point ride, an excellent 8-point ride. But sitting with that third priority, it's not a good place to have under your name right now with 4.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, in these conditions, no one wants to see requirement of an 8.04 or an 8.0. And Amura and Luana are definitely now in the sort of back 5 minutes of the heat. They're going to have to find two scoring waves. And of course, it's easier said than done because they've got two very competitive ladies in Sophie and Caitlin. And right now, Amura does have priority. So she's at least got that one sort of little trump card. She gets first choice of any wave coming through the lineup. But Luana sitting in third priority. And you know Sophie McCulloch is sitting on her now. You can just see that surfer in blue going and sitting on the green. And that's a blocking tactic. She's going to make sure she tries and takes that advantage, you know, away from Luana if that wave comes, because she knows Luana is in fourth place, but needing a smaller requirement than the surfer in third.
Yeah, and also totally capable of getting those scores. So if you're wondering what priority is, you look at your top left corner of the screen, you're going to see a big P next to the Olympic Japanese surfer Amura Suzuki. That means she has first priority, and what that means for all competitors in this heat is that she has any choice of wave in the lineup. Second priority is with Sophie McCulloch, so you'll see the number 2 next to blue, and then next to the red, you're going to see number 3, Caity Simmers. So that is not positions of where you placed in the heat. It is a priority situation, and the priority system coming into play a couple of years ago, Kai, because of, you know, kind of trying to make it more equal, more fair. You did have some athletes that were bigger bullies in the water, and listen, I definitely was one of them at one point in my career. I
accommodated a few of your heats. You were such a bully.
And when I say bully, it was never verbally, but it was holding my inside, pretending I might go sometimes for a wave, and then not going, and allowing my other competitor to not have that opportunity to find the score. It was pretty much not very sportsmanlike,
and I'm going ruthless.
You had to be ruthless if you wanted to win. But what the sport of surfing has incorporated into competition is the priority system, and what that does is it really does allow all 4 competitors to have equal opportunity to find the best wave out there, and be able to showcase what they're made of.
Well, here we go, the Japanese surfer using the priority on that one, and unfortunately the turn not coming off on the closeout section there. You saw that one went a little bit flat on the bank, and I must say we had a free surf out there yesterday after we were called off, Brad Brecknell and myself, and there are definitely 2 types of wave on that ride. You get the ones that kind of stick up a little bit more on the bank and give you the closeout section, and then there's like super fadey, wobbly ones, and unfortunately for Amura right there, she got one of those wobbles. And then of course on the other side of the beach, you've got that left running off the rocks. And I mean, in the first girls' heat, I mean, it looked like a point break almost. Yeah. But I think as the tide drops out now, that left will become less and less good, and you're going to see them concentrating more on the right. And this bank does get very shallow. It is a very shallow bank. So you're going to start seeing a couple of closeouts in amongst the gems, and surfers are going to have to really get clever with the wave choice. But now you can see, like I spoke earlier, Sophie let her go actually on that last one, and it was a score, came in at a 4.57, not enough, but she's not going to let her go now, because Luana's moved into third place, and now Sophie with priority, she's not going to give her a chance in the last minute.
Yeah, first and second advancing through to the next round, third and fourth eliminated from the event. Kind of got sold a little bit here. Oh, beautiful backhand snap, followed by another. The young Sophie McCulloch utilizing her priority with 40 seconds on the clock.
Wow. Oh, didn't ride out of it. Sorry, I got all excited there just seeing the fins straight out the back.
That is what Caity Simmers is all about, though. I mean, I can't wait to see her in really clean, quality waves. One day on the walls of J-Bay, one day. She chooses not to be part of the championship tour. Only 16 years of age, her dad, Jesse, here with her. So going on a surf trip, really. Making a couple of heats and making some money. But we're down to the last 5 seconds. And we're not really going to see much in the change of situation. It is the American, the young Caity Simmers in red, holding down that first position. Sophie McCulloch, the young Australian in blue, sitting in second. And then Luana Silva, our Hawaiian. The requirement slightly smaller, needing a 7.9. She was looking for an 8-point ride. So her final wave, the 7th ride, a 4.57, getting slightly higher than the 4.47 that she holds on to. But it is not going to be enough. And then Omura Suzuki, the Japanese surfer in white, unfortunately eliminated in that 4th position. We will be taking a short ad break. When you come back, it will be Tashamin Tasti and Ka Linda calling heat number 8 of the round of 32 women's here at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill.
I am Lauren Ely McGregor, Senior Board Short Designer at O'Neill Clothing. The Hyperfreak board short features Hyperfreak Pro Stretch, a premium high-density 4-way stretch fabrication engineered to be rash and cling resistant. The Hyperfreak features our Flex Tie Draw Cord, a super secure and comfortable stretch draw cord specially designed to stay tied while surfing and swimming. The Hyperfreak has a welded zip pocket with a low-profile, functional design to keep your goods safe and secure. This board short features O'Neill Hyperdry, quick dry water repellent treatment. The Hyperfreak, the ultimate performance board short. O'Neill, first name in the water.
Nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back when I catch fire.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. If you have just tuned in on People's Weather, a very warm welcome. We are down here on the Quatakuza coastline, the Dolphin Coast. It is channel 115 on OpenView, channel 180 on DSTV, and we're sitting in the studio, but it is beautiful weather outside. Myself, Tashamin Tasti, alongside Ka Linda. We do have warm conditions out here on the Dolphin Coast. The temperature around 20 degrees Celsius. The ocean temperature is 21 degrees Celsius. And a little bit cooler, I'm going to say cooler. We are in KZN. I know that the rest of the country is much colder. But a little bit cooler because of the onshore wind that has just come up. It is a northeasterly wind. We are on the east-facing side of South Africa. That northeasterly called an onshore wind. And what that does is it brings some bumpy conditions to the ocean, but it also just brings some cooler wind and conditions because it's blowing off the ocean onto the land. So please stick around. It is round of 32, heat 8, our final heat for the women's round of 32. And we will go straight into men's round 3 coming up next. An introduction to what is going on in the water right now. It is Kira Pinkerton representing USA in the red singlet. Rachel Presti representing Germany in the blue, Nikki Van Dyke from Australia in the white singlet, and then another fellow Olympian and Japanese surfer, Mahina Maeda, in the green singlet. I did an interview with her yesterday, Kai, and she is very much got the American twang, but growing up at Sunset Beach in Hawaii, choosing to represent Japan to actually feature at our first ever Olympic spot for the sport of surfing last year at the Olympics.
Yeah, very much like Kanoa, Igarishi grew up in San Clemente, but, of dual descent, and The bottom line is with the Olympics is countries only have so many slots available for the Olympics, and the US not only encompassing all the US surfers, but also the Hawaiians. So you've got two very big groups of surfers available for that team, and they're not all going to get that opportunity. So many of them are now choosing to go with their second nationality.
And if you've just tuned in, you can see clean conditions, clean ocean. Surfers have had to move venue. This is at Bathers Beach, so it's usually where the bathing area is found, and then we sit to the left of the screen at Surfers. But we have changed location because of the tide, and definitely a great call from Travis Loge earlier today. We've seen some great scores coming through in that previous heat. This is our final heat for round number 2 of the women's. And it's the first time since 2008 that we have had such a high caliber of female surfers on the shores in Ballito, but also in South Africa. We have had our championship tour surfers that feature in J Bay, but there was only a very few select that are able to compete at that incredible right-hand point break. Right now we are in KwaZulu-Natal. This is the region. It is under the Quadakuza municipality. It is affectionately known as the Dolphin Coast, and we can't see it now, but we have had dolphins greeting us all morning here at the Ballito Pro, and you can see how beautiful and clean the ocean conditions are. On the right-hand side of the screen, you've got the rocky outcrop, and then you've got our lady sitting in the middle of the surf zone here. As I was saying earlier, 21 degrees Celsius water temp, around 20 degrees Celsius air temp. Ladies in the bikinis. We have had some surfers in full suits, the 3 mils in the mornings, because it's been chilly some mornings. And that is with those big cold fronts that do move up along the coast of South Africa. At the moment, none of that, and that is why we've got smaller conditions out here. And let's just talk about where we're at. 24 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Our biggest score at the moment coming out of Rachel Presti, the German surfer. I mean, a couple of years ago, to talk about a German surfer in a Challenger Series, just shows the growth of surfing, and it also just shows how important having surfing in the Olympics is to our sport and the growth of our sport.
Well, a few years ago, if you spoke about surfing in Germany, it was river surfing. That was the only option they had. But a lot of the Germans now are basing out of Portugal or France, and Canary Islands also had a good option for them. Of course, Llewellyn Whittaker out of Mossel Bay was heavily involved with the German team for the last few years. See Kara Pinkerton, lovely little snap off the top on that one. This young lady has been impressing since the juniors and getting the close-out turn. And then, another person you really want to keep an eye on this heat. She's only had the one wave, but Nikki van Dijk, World Tour experience. She blew up in round 1. She's currently in that top 5 on the Challenger Series, and she is looking so hungry to get back to the top. She wants to be back in J-Bay and Tahiti with the rest of the championship ladies.
Yeah, she definitely has the highest single wave score in the women's division, an 8.5, so falling into that excellent range. She found that at a different beach, on a different wave, and on a different day. So it's new scorecards today, but starting off strong with a 4.5. It's going to be a keeper in her back pocket if we base it off those previous heats that we've seen. Rachel Presti with the highest wave score at the moment of 5.5 for her first ride. She has backed it up with a 3.33. That's how you get to the heat total of an 8.83 as it stands on your top left of screen. Kira Pinkerton dropping a 4.17 for that nice tight little re-entry on her forehand. And to all our viewers that are watching, I know sometimes surfing doesn't make sense with scores. Sometimes the most exciting thing seen by a non-surfer is disregarded from a surfer's point. Yeah, totally. We love the wipeouts, but from a judging point of view, that is not what you want to do. And the biggest wipeouts are never deemed the biggest scores. It's just the biggest wipeout seen from surfers, and usually you get back into that surfers area and everyone will make a comment about it. Unfortunately, it usually comes out as your lowest score. But yeah.
It's always that wave that everyone sees as well.
Absolutely.
Well, talking about wipeouts, I saw an worm on the beach there. That's a one of the older gentlemen on the beach, and he was very quickly shutting down his umbrella because it looked like it was about to take off. And that just shows you that that northeast breeze is starting to actually pick up, Tash.
Yeah, and unfortunately what that does to conditions on the east coast of South Africa, the wind direction is in a northeasterly direction blowing onto the land. So we call it an onshore wind. And what that does for the surface area of the ocean is it starts creating bumps, and it makes the wave face very difficult to to work through. You want a cleaner wave face, you want land breezes or offshore winds. We've got a pulled back view here. You can see the white horses on the surface area of the ocean moving from left to right. That is showcasing that onshore flow that we see. Does it mean we cannot surf? No, not at all. It just becomes a lot trickier for competitors.
Yeah, and we're looking at very small waves today, which generally means if surfers are going to choose to go onto sort of a small wave board, it's going to be a much flatter board with less concave and rocker. The problem being, though, is that once this bump starts coming up, obviously you've got a lot more chance of getting caught out and hitting the nose into the base of the wave and nose diving. So those who've stayed on their usual equipment have probably got a little bit of an advantage now with this bump coming up, because the rocker on those boards is going to help them a bit with the bump. Those who have moved on to the flatter boards are going to just have to keep an eye on it. And just watching that last left ridden by Kara Pinkton on the way back out from the 417, I did see her as she was bottom turning go straight through a bump and get a little caught up. She didn't wipe out, but it definitely disrupted the wave.
Yeah, and I also think what you've got to bear in mind is these ladies are surfing very critically. This is a great angle to witness and watch. But you can see how they deep bottom turn. They go straight to the trough, bottom trough of the wave, and they try and turn the nose of their board from a lateral position into a horizontal position. That showcases to the judges critical surfing. And what's happening now is when you have that bump on the wave face, you're already connecting to that lip. You're not watching the trough of the wave, so you want to try flow through it, and that's when you hit a bump sometimes. And if you're not able to adjust quickly, so if you're physically unable to adjust so quickly, you can sometimes come off your board and have that wipeout, and what is deemed from a judging point of view as an incomplete ride.
Yeah, and I was just watching Nikki van Dijk as she hopped off the back of that last ride, definitely on a standard shortboard. You could see a lot of rocker in that Channel Islands' nose, and she's obviously not opted for the groveler. And just looking at this lineup from the air, it's so nice to have the drone shot because you can see the spread from the surfers across bathers. I'm actually watching Nikki van Dijk now. If you see that surf in white, she is steaming back across to this side of the beach, maybe thinking this set is going to hit the bank a little different. And it's been one point I've really noticed this morning is that there's almost two swell directions. Because some of those sets come and they're really much better on the left side of the beach, and others are running better from the right-hand side.
Up and riding now. This is Maeda, the Japanese surfer. Lovely two-turn combo. She actually is a CT replacement of the Challenger Series, so she didn't qualify for the Challenger Series in 2022, but very fortunate to compete at the second, both Challenger Series actually, and her best result in ninth, equal ninth at the Sydney Surf Pro Challenger Series stop number 2. I was chatting to her yesterday and just saying, getting through this round is going to be a good result. And she says, well, I'm actually not on the series, I'm a replacement, so I'm hoping to get a better result so that I can go to the US Open. And Maeda, representing Japan, but living on the north shore of Hawaii. It's only about a 6-hour flight from Hawaii to California, to LAX. So she is looking forward to making it and getting into the US Open. But also, as you were saying earlier, Hawaii is a state of the United States of America. As much as in surfing terms, you have your own flag, you've got your own status. When you fall into the Olympic terms, if you're Hawaiian or you're American, you fall under that USA flag. And that's why we've been seeing Hawaiian surfers changing nationalities. Not just Hawaiians, but a lot of Hawaiians changing their nationality, finding if there's any grannies or grandpas that have been able to move and be able to get that nationality, that second nationality. And Maeda, a representation of that. Keeping busy though, Kai?
Yeah, keeping very busy, almost getting the two-turn combo out there. The score I'm really intrigued on, and I'd love the replay for, is Rachel Presti, the young German surfer. She got a really nice looking left-hander and went to town on it. And I think we are going to see her opening up a bit of a lead now. She's already got the 5.5 and the 3.33, so she's had a strong start to the heat. Also, not going too busy out there. She's really been waiting for her waves, making sure she gets those quality runners. And that's what happened on that last one. Nice wave right across the left bank. She almost dry docked on the rocks on the other side, on the bog side of the bay there. Big rock popped up right next to her. She did her last turn, and luckily she didn't take the fins out. Meantime, Mahina 4.83 coming in for a tash, so you were right. She's definitely sort of up the tempo, but it is Rachel Presti out in the lead, and she's going to get another score. I'm having a feeling that 3.33 is about to go.
Yeah, I think it's a good call, Kai. And Rachel Presti, if she advances through this heat, it's going to be her best result on the Challenger Series for 2022. So managing those nerves really well. First ride starting off at a 5.5. That's what you want to start with. It always just kind of gets rid of those nervous niggles, and then you can really tap into what you need to do for this heat. As I was saying earlier, I have yet to see one easy heat on paper. And then we actually witness what these girls are capable of, and they're putting on a fine display of surfing. Just catching up as we go halfway through this heat. If you've just tuned in, it is Rachel Presti holding down the lead. We are waiting for a last score of blue to come in, and she could push her lead even higher, but currently sitting with a 5.5 and a 3.33. Kira Pinkerton, the American, holding down second position. Her heat total just a 7.97. Her highest wave score of 4.17. And the backup a 3.8, which she found on that last ride. Maida moves to third position. Her last score of 4.83. She's got the throwaway 267 that she wants to get rid of and replace it with anything from a 3.14 onwards. And Nikki van Dijk, now, we were talking about her. She holds the highest single wave score of the women's division here at the Ballito Pro, an 8.5, but finding herself in fourth position at the moment. Her highest wave score of 4.5, her backup score of 2.1. She's probably going to want to replace both of those, Kai, if she wants to get into that first or second advancing position.
Well, the 2.1's about to go because she's got a score coming in, and I watched that wave. She had two really nice turns on the backhand. So I'm very confident she'll switch it out. Meantime, that score for Rachel Presti, surfer in blue, comes in. It's a 6.07. So highest wave of the heat.
You should be a judge.
Oh, I don't think I could deal with the pressure. I'm grey enough already.
But yeah, the 6.07, but a great backhand turn there from Maida in screen. You were right, Kai. Definitely dropped the 3.33 Rachel Presti, German surfer. Now sitting with that first priority, so on your top left side of the screen, you're going to see the P, and that means she's in a really commanding lead at the moment. Having first choice of any wave in the lineup, has the two highest single wave scores of the heat, a 6.07 for her third ride, a 5.5 to start the heat off. Lovely pulled back drone shot here for the ladies up and riding. This is our heat leader.
Yeah, Rachel Presti, nice little maneuver off the top. That one goes a bit flat, though. Interestingly, Nikki van Dijk in fourth place, doing a 3.91. I'm watching scores come in. I've got a 3.9 and a 3.7 from the judges already. So this is going to be a very tight score for second place. Mahina Maida might find herself replaced in second place. And unfortunately, it just comes out at 3.53. But that was super close. That was for two turns on the backhand from Nikki. So what that'll do is it gives her an indication of exactly where the scale's at now. And she knows what she got for her 4.5. She knows for the 3.53. She only needs a 3.91. She knows exactly what she needs to do to get that score now.
Yeah, wonderful to be able to share your knowledge like that. And it really is about the comparisons. So, putting in two turns, hearing what the score is and how it came through, and really starting to be able to make decisions on what type of wave am I looking for and what do I need to do on that wave to find the score. We're down to 12 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. This is the final heat of round of 32 for women. We will be going directly into that big round for men. Round of 24 for men coming up next. We do still have two South Africans in the mix. It is my guy, Luke Thompson. It's been great to see this young 18-year-old. He was 17 when the Ballito Pro started. He turned 18 during the event, but it's been fantastic to see the young South African junior team member advancing through a couple of heats and playing on the biggest global stage in his career so far. And then we also have another favorite of mine, and maybe because I'm from KZN, I don't know, but Slade Prestwich is just a great competitor, a phenomenal surfer. He's feeling the local crowd on the beach. He's enjoying being home, and I look forward to watching those two South Africans coming up shortly.
Yeah, Slade's in the next heat, so you're going to get to see what he's got. I spoke to him this morning, and he's in a good place. He's a little bit nervous, he says. You know, it's the furthest he's been in a Challenger so far. But he's been looking very polished. He's, you know, we know him as a hard-charging South Coast surfer, but he's actually really good in the small stuff, and he's got the full arsenal of tricks. He's got major airs, and I talked to him about, you know, like if he gets through a few more heats, you know, if there's a couple of no-shows on the CT, he might suddenly be putting his hand up for a wild card to J-Bay as well. Not to put any pressure on him, I said. He just laughed nervously. But Slade's the all-round package.
Yeah.
And I think if he can make through the next heat and get through tomorrow, then he's going to be really dangerous.
Okay, live action now. So we have seen a change in situation. This is Mahin Maida making her way into second position. And that was wave number 7 for the Japanese surfer. She wants to replace a 3.57. I don't think that wave's going to factor in what that means. Nikki van Dijk sitting in third now, only looking for the 3.91. And this is going to be an important ride. Big one hit, nice flow, nice control.
Probably one of the biggest waves of the heat as well, which is can always be a factor.
And if I'm going to compare it to previous heats and what the judges were scoring, that should factor in and move her from third up to second. That's just my personal opinion, though. I am no judge.
Well, I look at the 5.5 that we opened up with Rachel Presti in the blue, a 5.5 for one turn on the backhand. It was probably a little bit smaller than that wave, and Nikki only needing a 3.91, so I think this is going to be super tight.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing the change in situation with just 9 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. What a beautiful view from the water.
I'm pretty sure you can see a turtle right there, just in the bottom right of screen, popping up quickly.
I just saw Kai's jaw drop. I didn't know what he was looking at, but it's a turtle. And you know what? These waters are so clean. They're so beautiful. I mean, this is the middle of winter in KwaZulu-Natal, and big scores have dropped in. Nikki van Dijk finding that 5.17. You know, quick takeoff. Saw that section coming, went straight into it, but still had loads of flow. And for me, the control really played the big factor there. And we see a change in situation. Here's the replay, Kai.
Well, she went straight into it, straight off the bottom, and just whips the tail up. And, you know, a combination of things there, you know, in her favor. Number one was the size of the wave. Number two was that there were no hold-ups, there were no stutters, it was all smooth. And number three was the commitment. She went straight up into the lip and rode out of it. So great call by the judges, 5.17, very close to that 5.5 of Rachel Presti. And you see both surfers with 5s under the belt. They're up in first and second. Of course, Rachel Presti also had that long left-hander that came at a 6 or 7. My buddy, the green turtle's hanging around. I can still see him under the water there. He's come to check out the show at the Ballito Pro.
Oh, yeah, it's been so amazing here. We've had dolphins all morning, coming from sunrise, starting from the left of your screen to the right, and then turning around and coming back. So holiday makers down here in Ballito, absolutely loving it. They, you know, even if there's no surfing going on, we've got a full beach down here. If you have just tuned into People's Weather, how's it? Welcome, Sawubona. Sorry you're not with us down here, but follow the action. There's so much going on. We've got a full day of surfing at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. Tapping into our surfers area right now. We can see the Brazilians checking things out, watching. That is our men's round coming up next.
Yeah, David Silva and crew there. David will be coming up. Crazy display on the backhand in his last heat. And of course, Brazilian on the next heat, Leo Muniz, a past winner at the Ballito Pro.
2015 winner at the Ballito Pro. David Silva, as you're talking about, our 2019 Ballito Pro champion. So the Brazilians loving South Africa. Nikki van Dijk up and riding now, currently in second place. So you can just see, even with her surfing, just a little bit more confident all of a sudden, you know. Fitting in that two-turn combo, she wants to start making a big gap between herself and third place surfer Mahine Maida, only looking for a 4.85. Mahine's biggest score, a 4.83, so totally possible. But Kira Pinkerton, power with that first turn.
Yeah, just a pity she didn't get the second maneuver there. That would have been a good score. Also just crazy for me looking at Nikki van Dijk, and I've seen so many highly talented surfers at this event. Whiteboard, no stickers, and it really is just showing the effect of this whole COVID scenario for us in surfing and in professional surfing. No events for 3 years, number one.
Yeah.
This is our first one back in South Africa. Number two, just so many brands under pressure. You know, sales are down, factories have been closed, and that rollout effect is what you see there on that whiteboard, is like brands unable to support all of these amazing surfers.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of GoFundMe campaigns. You know, I must be honest, I thought it was a South African thing. We've got to fund ourselves, but I've seen Australians with GoFundMe campaigns. I've seen Brazilians with GoFundMe campaigns, and Americans as well. And so we are affected globally. You know, what I have seen, thanks to the pandemic, is this new crop of young surfers that have come through and just giving us all so much hope and just getting really excited for what the future of surfing holds globally around the world. We're down to the last almost 5 minutes on the clock. Kira Pinkerton, check what happened while we were chatting too much, Kai.
Well, I said she missed the second turn, but obviously the judge was very impressed with that big, powerful hack. And I mean, you called it. You were like, wow, that was a good turn. So, you know, if we saw the scores coming out for Nikki and Rachel on one turn, why not for Kira? Just because she didn't get the second turn doesn't take away from what they saw in the first.
Yeah, and loads of power and speed off that top turn. So Kira Pinkerton now moving into second position. Her last wave number 5, came through at a 6.07. That is how she gets herself to the total of a 10.25. She's got the 6.07 and the 4.17. This is Kira Pinkerton, up and riding now.
Wow, really getting busy, and she picked that one up on the way back out. See, it's that left from the middle of the beach going down towards the rocks, unfortunately falling at the end. You can see how shallow that bank is. Goodness, it's like waist deep.
And this is still high tide.
Yeah, the tide's still going to drop. What's interesting now, Tash, is a 5.08 for Nikki in third place, and she got that 5.17 with one maneuver. So she really knows what she's got to do. She's either got to find 2 solid turns down the line or the one big one. Here she goes.
Yeah, keeping busy, sitting in third. Oh, that was exactly what she needed to do. But what the comparison is going to be is slightly smaller wave, not as much of a section. She pushed it, but she pushed it with control. I'm really excited to see what the judges thought of that turn. There was a lot more new school there.
Well, I'm super impressed. That was an explosive maneuver. She really, she risked everything there. And I feel the judges have to reward that risk. When you're going to go for those big, high-risk maneuvers, if you're going to land them and you're going to land them cleanly, then the score needs to come out. And I'm sure the judges feel the same way. Like you said, not as big as her 5.17, but I mean, a way more radical turn. So needing a 5.08, let's see what comes out.
Yeah, and also just bearing in mind that she didn't have to push so hard. She could have just done the stock standard bottom to top re-entry, but knowing that she needed a score. Let's watch the replay here. You can just watch what she does off the bottom. Now, that's where she pushes the tail, releases the fins, holds onto it, rides out really comfortably. Quite lateral though, when to start off, not as deep a bottom turn. Will she get the requirement? She might just come out. She does. So, last of white comes through. It's a 5.13. She was looking for a 5.07.
Tight.
Very, very tight, pushing the American Kira Pinkerton down into third. And now red, looking for a 4.23. So a smaller requirement needed. 2 minutes 30 on the clock. We might see another change. Mahine Maida in fourth position, the Japanese surfer, needing a 5.47. So 2 minutes 20 on the clock. Rachel Presti, the German surfer, been in the lead the whole time. Started with a 5.5, backed it up with a 6.07. It really has been the fight for that second position, and it's changed and exchanged itself throughout this 30-minute heat. It's the final heat of women's round of 32. We're going to move directly into the round of 24, heat 1 coming up next. And it will be one of only 2 South Africans left in the Ballito Pro. His name is Slade Prestwich, representing from the south coast of KZN and coming up against Taichi Wakita and our previous Ballito Pro winner from 2015, Alejo Muniz. That guy's been on fire.
Ripping, absolutely ripping. It's interesting, we look at that wave of Nikki van Dijk, you know, needing the 5.08. It's a 5.13. 2 of the judges went sub 5, 4.9 and 4.8. So she's very lucky that the judging system works like it does, because that 4.8 was thrown out. And one of the judges went 5.5. So he was super impressed, like I was, with that radical maneuver. And like, of course, that got chucked. And then it was the 5.8 and the 5.0 blended with a 4.9, and she just gets the score. So I think it was the right result. She's really been pushing in this heat, and I think deserving the score, but of course I'm not a judge, so I don't get to make those calls.
Oh yeah, we've got the best job in the world, being able to just talk about it and not putting any pressure. But we've got a panel of 5 judges, your highest and your lowest drop, and you get the average coming out. And as we saw with that last score, a 5.13 for Nikki van Dijk, it pushes her up into that advancing position of second place, and with 30 seconds on the clock. Priority is with our current heat leader. Second priority, though, with 4th place surfer Mahine Maida. She's only needing a 5.47. What is not on her side is time, Kai.
When I see Kira raising her hands there, so not happy with the decision on something there with regards to the priority. Of course, if Mahina paddled for something and didn't get the wave, then she would have that call. Let's watch this takeoff, though. Another big frontside turn from Nikki van Dijk. What happened on the other side of the peak, though? It's a mystery.
Yes, and I think that the judges have got their work cut out a little bit. I see some small scores coming through, but all 4 surfers having a last ride in those 5 seconds of our final heat of round of 32. You can see how busy the beach is getting. T-shirts off, bikinis on, boardies on, and this is the middle of winter down here at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. It is another great day of surfing for us, and we are going to go straight to the ad break. When we come back, it will be calling Gig Cilliers alongside Paul Canning for our first heat, men's round of 24, coming up next.
Yeah, PC.
Calm yourself down. Keep on lifting higher, higher and higher. I said your love keep on lifting higher and higher. Now once I was downhearted, disappointment was my closest friend. But then you came and he soon departed, and you know he never.
Welcome back to the show just after midday here in beautiful Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. It is a good afternoon for the first time we can say that today. Gig Cilliers alongside former championship tour surfer Paul Canning for the call. Welcome back to the booth, Paul. Of course, we kicked off this morning. We had you in here with stuff to contribute regards O'Neill and such like that. And well, what we were doing then is we were getting the round 2 of women's out the way. So we've managed to do that. We'll be shortly transitioning to the men's draw as we'll change up to 3-man heats. How are you feeling, Paul? Big week for O'Neill, the brand here. And of course, well, it's all unfolding beautifully.
Yeah, afternoon gigs, afternoon to all the viewers from South Africa, from Ballito. Yeah, it has been a big week. We feel like we've been here for ages already. We went through all the junior surfing last week and now into the Challenger. But it's been amazing. Very, very exciting. I'm thoroughly enjoying it and looking forward to calling this next heat with you.
Well, a big one on paper. South African fans will be at the water's edge to Will on Slade Prestwich, one of only 2 South Africans remaining in the draw as we set off to cut the round of 24 down. Top 2 surfers will advance in now the 3-man format. Heat adjustment on the time scale as well. 25-minute heats. And this one, the South African will take on Taichi Wakita out of Japan. A number of Japanese on both men's and women's fields, making the trip here to the 3rd Challenger Series. And of course, a name that needs no introduction. Lots of the locals will remember cheering for Eleo Muniz in his win back in 2015. And the sprightly and energetic Brazilian is looking in good form, physically, mentally looking sharp. No injuries this year for Eleo. And it will be first blood too. The tall South African Slade Prestwich just incomplete to start. And you are joining us for the opening heat of the round. As we say, we will now trim the round of 24 surfers remaining in the men's field down to 16. We'll lose the 3rd place finisher each time. Over the whitewater beautifully, with lots of flow underfoot. This board looking smooth. Waikita beautifully draws those lines and looking very sprightly, Paul. And well, here goes Eleo as well. So all 3 surfers straight into it. Big backhand blast for the Brazilian. No stranger to surf fans, Eleo Muniz. And just like that, we've got some stuff to talk about early on in the first round. In the first heat.
Yeah, I love that first wave of Tai Chi's. Looking very sparky and alive. As you say, that board is looking great underfoot there. And yeah, I know, very good to see the move over to bathers. Definitely a better bank on that side of the beach. You know, after the floods we had, it seems like all the banks are on the right-hand sides of the rock crops, you know, so causing much better left-hand banks off the rocks. And yeah, great to see the move over to that side. So here we see Taichi just really like getting lots of extension off that first turn, great bottom turn, and a nice wrap, and just closing it off nice and strong on the inside there. So that'll be a great start for Taichi.
Well, spicy surfing from Waikita. No numbers yet from the panel. They might just hold on to that score just a little bit. They might even allow another set to roll through. We have transitioned from women's back now to men's surfing. And of course, still 21 minutes remaining in this encounter. So plenty of time to break it all down. Paul, northeast wind, going to be the story for the rest of the day and into tomorrow?
Yeah, I think the goofy footers will be quite stoked that we've moved over to bathers. Nice little fast left running down the bank there, but I mean the natural footers getting some big backhand turns. We saw Slade went on a right. There are a few rights. You can get one big turn on, but the general flow of the ocean with this northeast onshore wind and that left-hand bank, you know, you can get more flow down the line on the lefts, but there is opportunity to one big turn if you do find a right into the wind.
Well, one big turn has fetched the biggest number, Paul. 533 for Muniz for the one big turn. The lovely sort of very beautifully visual wave of Waikita just for the 433. So a point separation there comes out of a single turn versus the flow. Let's have a look again at the single maneuver of Eleo.
Yeah, nice big bottom turn and huge hit off the top.
Oh, he belted that one.
Yeah, giving him a 533.
Back to live action here. Waikita opened at the 433. Second wave now in the can for our Japanese surfer. Opened with the 433, as we said, Paul. I love the flow of what Waikita brought them. Not sure that one will go way north of his opening score. And right now, Prestwich already, the South African, not finding much in the lineup. So a couple of numbers already for the international visitors. And Slade in red, just going to hold position. He's sort of not up against the rocks for the left-handers, and he's not over to the south side for the right-handers. So he's obviously seen something there in the preparation to this heat. and he'll just hold position there with the priority. Paul, we've spoken about the priority not being a big asset this week in Ballito, and let's just see if that priority doesn't weigh Prestwich down.
Yeah, with the smaller swell, it feels like once you get priority, you need to really use it, and sometimes it puts you in a position where you end up waiting too long, and now all the surfers are going to have to readjust to 25-minute heats, and that extra 5 minutes does make a big difference. Yeah, I mean, Slade, he's been around for a long time from the South Coast, a place called Scottborough, quite similar to Ballito, really, really good surfer. So all the South African crew supporting him. We'd love to see him do very well.
Well, he'll play out the single turn for us. Slightly softer coping. Didn't sting that one as hard as Aleo Muniz did for the Brazilians 5-3-3. So a little bit of a softer coping there. And he used the priority for that, and he'll quickly move back. Paul, where are we seeing that score go as a discussion?
Yeah, I don't think, as you say, I don't think it was as big and didn't throw as much spray as Alejo's wave. So it's probably going to come in at a high 3, maybe low 4, probably a high 3, I'd say. But at least he's keeping busy, as we were saying. You get that priority, you feel like you got to hold on to it for about 10 minutes, waiting for one of the biggest sets. And sometimes that goes against you in the end of the heat.
Well, great chatting with you, Paul. Of course, Paul Canning, a former championship tour surfer back in the mid-90s, got to really mix it up in an interesting time where Slater went on his rampage for his world titles. And then, Paul, we'll talk more about your career respectively. Here is the second counting ride for Aleo.
Yeah, great whip off the top. Nice innovation. Aerial 360 there. As we were saying, you find that odd right, and you can just throw a big turn into the wind.
Well, you see a slightly oblique camera angle if you're just joining the show. You're with us now for the round of 24 on the men's draw, and we did relocate here an hour or two back through the high tide. As you see, Slade Prestwich trying to answer straight back to Aleo Muniz, who fetched a 4.3 for his launch off the lip, and Slade will quickly try and emulate that. We were discussing the value of what we thought Slade Prestwich's backhand crack was, and it was a 3.6, so it came in almost, nearly 2 points lower than Aleo Muniz's, and that's due to the wave quality.
Yeah, it was a smaller wave, and Alejo's wave was definitely one of the sets, bigger wave, bit more power, and I think that was really the difference there.
Watching movement in the lineup here. Aleo Muniz, second priority, in and out. That won't factor in. In fact, it will, because Prestwich will now get second prior. So the P, 2 and 3 will keep rotation top left of screen as the priority judge freshly reallocates priority after every wave is ridden. That cascades and rolls over. 16 minutes into it, almost at the halfway mark. This one's whizzing by, Paul, and what I can see is consistency from Taichi Wakita, the Japanese surfer, in a pair of 4s, 487 and a 433, both built on the forehand on the lefts.
Yeah, no, definitely. As we were saying, we got to, Slade's got to be careful not to let the heat run away from him. He's got to keep consistent, getting his scores on the board. Don't leave it right to the end.
Yep, good point you make there, Paul. Alejo went backhand crack for the 5.33 and then went forehand air for the 4.3. So two different approaches to the lineup. We'll see where Prestwich, the South African, finds himself. As we mentioned, we started with 12 South Africans at the beginning of the week. We've lost them all except for 2. Prestwich is one of them. The other remains in the draw is a young surfer from the region, Luke Thompson, and he'll be coming up later in the round. Of course, first and second will continue to progress here in the draw of the Ballito Pro, and bang, there's a big stinging turn again, and that is pretty much carbon copy of the first one plus a little bit extra.
Yeah, it'll be nice to see a replay of that wave. I don't know if we just got onto it halfway, so I don't know if he did anything before that, but that closeout turn was really nice. Here we see him paddling in, and let's see what happens here. Really nice bottom turn. No, it was just the one big turn, but it was a really big turn, throwing lots of spray, lots of power, exclamation.
Paul, that wave kind of squeezed together and gave a bit of a junction and a bowl for Aleo Muniz, and he rolled his sleeves up and punched the heck out of that. So we are speculating that numbers will increase for our heat leader Aleo Muniz. We're almost at the halfway mark in the heat. Perhaps time to take an ad break shortly while the judges ponder that. We'll wait to hear from the big bosses if we throw to a break. But meanwhile, we'll wait for that number to come in, Paul. Aleo Munez perhaps replacing the 4.3 forehand air with the big backhand smash. You were thinking that?
Yeah, I think it can be very close, but it should increase his position a bit.
We'll wait for the judges to answer the question. We'll take a quick break here from the action. Stay with us. It's the Ballito Pro from South Africa.
Senior board shirt designer at O'Neill Clothing. One of the most important features of the Hyperfreak Hydro Comp is that there's no inseam. When there's no inseam, there's no rash. The no-tie fly is slim and secure, and it stays flush and flat when you're laying on your stomach. More security, no distractions. The mini welded zip pocket is less bulky and perfect for wax comb, or your keys. The Comp also features our O'Neill Hyperdry Plus, which is our premium water repellency, which dries faster and lasts longer. The laser cut hem allows for greater freedom of movement and less rash by eliminating the restrictive stitching or welding that you see in common board shorts. Hyperfreak Pro Stretch is our premium 4-way stretch fabrication that is engineered to be cling and rash resistant. O'Neill, first name in the water.
Welcome back to the show. It is live coverage from South Africa, the World Surf League's Challenger Series. You're with us for the Ballito Pro, coming to you from Ballito on the East Coast. And while we were away at break, judges did answer the question that we posed. Aleo Munez, a 4.9 for the backhand crack. So a 5.33 and a 4.9, top left of screen for the updated numbers. Munez leads over Waida, who's been sitting on the priority now for a little while. And we start asking the questions of the South African on screen in red, Slade Prestwich. Can Slade stay involved in this heat? His scores quite a lower average with 12 minutes to go. Just a 3.6 and a 2.97. And, well, Slade cannot sit on those numbers. Paul, he's got to get moving.
Yeah, I know it's important. He doesn't want to leave it to the end. And, I mean, he's not far off. I mean, he hasn't really got going yet, you know, just with a 3.6 and a 2.97. He would pretty much want to drop both of those, you know, and he's only looking for a 5.6 to get into second. But, yeah, I think his heat hasn't really started yet, you know.
The South African in second priority, sitting in third. The tall natural footer from Scottsboro on the KwaZulu-Natal South Coast, about a 40-minute drive south of Durban itself. Makes it just over an hour and a bit from Ballito. If you head south on the National Freeway, the N2, you'll get to the sleepy seaside town of Scottsboro. And things are not always so sleepy there, especially not in the lineup. Very talented region. Of course, quality waves on offer there. And, well, Slade just loves being part of it. Of course, he mixes it up with names like Gavin Roberts, Frankie Oberholzer, and his son Kobe. Names like Casey Grant, who's finaled here before in the past. A very talented group out of the Scottsboro region. And Slade's been one of those consistent people, if not a hot and cold to the consistency. Here he goes, second priority. He'll squeeze around and he won't find any answers with that. So can question the wave selection there. He'll go back now to third priority, and that won't help his cause, Paul.
No, here we see Taichi surfing really fast and getting two nice hits off the top. That's going to be a good score, I think, and keep him in the heat. And,
well, the heat moves forward here. Aleo Munez in and out. Waida, scores open for him, trying to improve on a 4.33. But back to the question, did Slade make a strategic error there? You could argue it because he's already gone to rotation back to priority. But he sat with priority earlier with no results, Paul.
Yeah, I think the wave selection there, you know, it was a little bit of a smaller one. He was a bit behind the peak and, you know, maybe possibly should have waited a little bit longer with his priority. But, you know, Slade is, you know, he's such a good surfer. I really got a lot of respect for him. And he just seems like one of those surfers on the tour that he just really enjoys himself, you know. He seems to be very comfortable on the Challenger Series. And whenever I chat to him, he just, he seems like that's his life, you know. He wants to be at the events on the tour. He's not rushing home or he's not rushing anywhere in between the contests. He's very comfortable on the Challenger Series.
Well, Slade Prestwich has had a wild card opportunity at J-Bay several years back. Didn't manage to break through the ranks, but certainly has had those tastes. It's around 11 years ago, back in 2011, over in Fiji. Slade Prestwich won a very highly charged Pro Junior and elevated his profile. Had a number of sponsors gravitate to him from that win. But it's been up and down. It's been hot and cold for Slade Prestwich, who must work on consistency if he wants to break and get big numbers on this year, the Challenger Series this year. Slade did the trip to Australia. No real results for him. A 49th on the Gold Coast, a 37th, slightly better in Sydney. This is hometown advantage for Slade, and he's got to make good here with some results in the lineup for his time in Ballito. He's going to get an opportunity to go left here. It's running with the wind, and he's not going to be able to get up and smash the lip in the same way Aleo Munez has done. So heat leader is going to perhaps, well, just go out of screen for us, but he has a 5.33 and a 4.9 already, does Aleo Munez. A little over 8 minutes to go. Nothing from that wave from Aleo, and a quick scrap here. Interesting paddle between white and red at this stage. And Aleo's going to win that little priority battle. So little battles within the story here, Paul. And not seeing any progress yet. No replacement numbers in for third place surfer, the South African Slade Prestwich. 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, as we drop into the lower tide, it is running down the bank very fast. It's, you know, some of them are closing out, but you just seem to be, you need to find those little power pockets that just catapult you into the wave and down the line, and those are the ones you're looking for.
Well, Waida holds priority and sits in the advancing second place position. You see requirements, a 6.34 for the South African. It's got 7.5 minutes. Lots can happen in 7.5 minutes. But looking at Waida's year, as we mentioned, nothing great out of the two Challenger stops down in Australia. He's gone okay in the qualifying series regionals over in the Far East. An Asia Open third place finish to Rio Waida, losing in the semi-final. Of course, Rio Inaba coming up next. Rio's in pretty loaded heat of his own. Keanu Singh and David Silva make up the next heat. We're about 7 minutes away from that. But in the meantime, Taichi Waida sits in the advancing second place position, Paul. And we saw him switch up. He got two lefts, and then he switched to the right, and he found a 5.07. So a bigger requirement of a 6.34. Here goes the South African. He'll huck it, and he'll go incomplete. So the heat perhaps starting to fall apart at the seams a little for Slade Prestwich. He's got to go back to the drawing board and rejoin the priority rotation. 6.5 minutes. And if anything, a 6.34 is would ask of the best wave of the heat thus far. Single biggest score for now, a 5.33 for heat leader Aleo.
Yeah, Slade's still in that position to turn the heat and get into second on one score. You know, if Taichi does improve a bit, then Slade might start needing to look at two waves. But at the moment, he can still do it. It's, you know, still 6 minutes to go. But you see Taichi, he's not really worried about Alejo there. He's heading down, keeping a very close eye on Slade.
Well, perhaps Slade trying to improve his 3.6 as a stepping stone. So a 2.97 we know is a weak score, but perhaps even his highest counting wave, the 3.6, needs to be a little firmer to drop the requirement into the 5 range perhaps. So maybe that is what Slade's approach is. Right now he's sitting, everyone's in the same zone here on the sandbar, but Slade will stay in the lower priority options. And Slade will query. And well, Blue's going to go, yes, I've got a higher priority. So here goes Waida defending second place. So that was more blocking tactic right there. Second priority now to Prestwich. And so the gate's slightly open for the South African with a little over 5 minutes to go, Paul.
Yeah, I think Taichi, I think that was a clever move going there. You know, that wave did have like a little section. I think Slade could have gone for one of the bigger air reverses. We've been seeing him try them, but on smaller waves. And if he had got onto that wave and made an air reverse there, I think that would have given him a score up in the 5s. It would have really made the heat a lot closer for him.
Well, Taichi Waida's best wave is a 5.07, and he got it on the backhand. Prior to that, he sat on the pair of 4s, going forehand on the lefts. We'll see where Slade Prestwich goes. 6.34 remains the requirement for the South African.
There's a nice looking set coming through here. I think Alejo is going to choose and
well,
use his priority there.
Alejo not going to be grateful. He's not going to be generous in any way. Little error there from the heat leader, but he did block off the opportunity for Slade. So now priority to the South African. 4 minutes to see if Slade Prestwich can keep the hopes of the Rainbow Nation alive here in the picture of the Challenger Series. Of course, Slade got a warm-up here of his own 6 months ago. We got to run a QS 5000 level on the local qualifying series, and Slade, well, a very tight heat in that semi-final if we think back 6 months ago, just losing by half a point to Geordie Smith. And here he goes, he's stretched out. Something perhaps? And the answer is no. So Slade Prestwich found the right-hander, but it didn't give him opportunity to gear up any turns there.
Yeah, these next 2 minutes are going to be crucial for Slade. He really needed that wave to cooperate, but it was just had a couple hard sections to navigate and not letting him get the turns in.
3.5, the clock's ticking quickly now, Paul. This heat, I just feels almost whizzed away. We've just touched lightly on subjects, and suddenly we're down to the last 3 minutes of it. But for now, the biggest wave score of the heat would have to come Slade Prestwich's way. 6.34 requirement. Once again, reminders, best single wave, a big backhand blast from Aleo Muniz for a 5.33, and then he kind of replicated it with another backhand smash for 4.9. We saw Aleo again also go to the air on the forehand, only fetched a 4.3. Slade's been trying to do something similar to that. Slade's got to find something special now, and it's a very hard task with a third priority sitting in his lap.
Yeah, no, for sure. And yeah, it's tough conditions out there, but I think we're very fortunate we could have moved over to Bathers this side. There's a lot more sand that side of the rocks. I actually just had a look out at in front now where we have been running, and there's not much at all. There's quite a deep hole there now and very tough conditions. So we did do this about 10 years ago. We moved over to Bathers, and it definitely helped, and so yeah, we were lucky.
Oh, tight situation there between Waikita and the lower priority of Prestwich. Might even be concerned that there may have been a little interference. Meanwhile, this is how you win the heat. It's not always the prettiest, but Aleo Muniz is punching these waves to pieces, and he's trying to now better the 4.9. He'll turn around and go back with just under 2 minutes to go. The South African back in the priority and just trying to lean an ear to the situation. Was very close there with Prestwich and Waikita on that paddle, with the higher priority belonging to the Japanese surfer in blue.
Yeah, no, that's going to be that was a bit close, but yeah, I love that wave of Aleo Muniz. That very fast, great surfing. I'm sure we'll pull up a replay now, but that's, I think, it's definitely going to be the highest score of the heat.
Well, 8 waves selected in the lineup for heat leader Aleo Muniz. We are awaiting his last score to come in. We can discuss if he improves on a 4.9. It looks like he's going to find the best wave of the heat here, Paul. 5.57, so 10.9 the new heat lead total, and it's made up of the 5.57 and the 5.33. So almost a bookend to the story of heat management for Aleo Muniz. Opened with the 5.33, it remains his counter, and well, 8 waves later, a 5.57 to bookend it off. And that's how you win a heat, that's how you manage a heat. And of course, Aleo Muniz, no stranger to competition. He's been doing this quite a while, Paul. You think of those championship tour showings 6 or 7 years back. We speak of the win of Aleo Muniz in 2015 here. Just having a look at stats, Aleo Muniz, a 5th in Ericeira last year at the championship tour, 17th in Sydney, didn't partake on the Gold Coast. So you expect a strong push in the back half of the calendar year for Aleo Muniz to find that top 10 finish. He'd want to be part of the championship tour in 2023 again. He's had those tastes of it in former years.
Yeah, no, Aleo's a great surfer. He's been around forever, and here we see Slade's last chance with 3 seconds to go.
Well, Slade's going to need a miracle here. Flips it. Requirements are 6.34. We saw Aleo with a similar wave go into the 4s. And Slade will know that probably heat management letting him down there. Could hang a question on wave selection as well. We know he has the talent. Just a great all-rounder, very adept in small waves. We saw him there punching the air. But when it gets big and barreling, Slade is a monster in the lineup. And as I say, he would have been hoping for 6-foot overhead Ballito. We may finish the event in such conditions. But for now, It is a level playing field, and the level playing field has eliminated Slade Prestwich. We lose a South African, and we only have one left in the draw. But all credit to Alea Munez on screen. He's done a good job. He says thank you, and he will be moving to the next round along with Taichi Wakita. We'll take a quick break, and we'll continue with action from the World Surf League's Challenger Series.
You can never determine who you are by what you do. Because if it gets taken away, then who are you?
My circumstances do not define me, I define me.
Just stay true to who you are, and if they don't like it, stuff that.
Welcome back to the show. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series stop 3 of 8 opportunities to rake in the points and finish top 10 on the men's side, finish top 5 on the women's, and find your way to the championship tour of 2023. But, there's a lot of work to do until we can print out those lists in November. It's a good afternoon from Ballito in South Africa. Gig Saliers and former championship tour surfer Paul Canning to make the call, as 25-minute heats frame up our next heat out in the lineup, and a very strong start. Former championship tour experience for that man on screen, Keanu Singh, who's already fetched a 717 in the lineup. In a heavily loaded heat here, he'll be up against Rio Waida from Japan. And of course, David Silva needs no introduction. Surfer in white from Brazil. Unceremoniously ditched off the mid-season cut. He's back here at the Challenger Series level, looking to find his way back to the start of 2023 on that highest level. And of course, David Silva, you could technically say the defending event champion, care of his 2019 win, and that is a strong turn for Keanu Singh. Anytime there are small running left-handers, Keanu Singh has the ability to beat arguably the world's best. He's one of those few surfers that can boast a championship tour win, Paul.
Yeah, he's a great surfer, and he's really good at putting heats together. You know, he's a very good competitor. He knows how to structure a heat, and I'd love to see that opening score that he got. Looked like he might have, got it down the beach. He was sitting quite wide there, but well, I'm sure we'll see a replay on that. And yeah, great to have David Silva back, as you say, 2019 event winner. Yeah, I'm very impressed with his surfing. He's a great surfer. He's had some incredible results on the championship tour. Very strong backhand, so it's going to be good to see how he goes on the lefts here. He's right up against the rocks now. Every now and again there's a good left that comes off those rocks, but you got to wait for them.
Well, Keanu Singh, we're assuming, built his 717 on the left-hander. It happened in the first couple of seconds of the heat just before we came back to picture. We'll try and find the tapes and play that for you. He's also backed it up, Paul, with a 383. So already into the double digits, Keanu Singh. And nothing on the scorecards for either David Silva nor Rio Waida. Because Keanu now 29 years of age already. He's been around a long time. And into picture comes David Silva, who will just try and squeak out in what we could describe as a fairly consistent wind swell moving into the lineup here in Ballito. Friday afternoon now, and the crowds and the beaches have packed out. It's going to be a festive scene here with a lot of onshore winds predicted tomorrow, but definitely a swell increase. And then, of course, we're expecting overhead conditions and light winds for finals day on Sunday. So all unfolding according to plan here, Paul.
Yeah, I think it's going to just be the surfers that can get through these 2 tough days now. I think the ones that get through to Sunday are going to have some great waves on the weekend, on finals day.
Lovely
really
turn.
Big turn there from Rio.
Yep, good one from the opening ride of Rio Waida. We'll see how that compares to the 717. There we just pick up in picture Keanu Singh. Wave number 3 already for the heat leader. Just like that, we're moving along very quickly. 25-minute heats. This one now 19.5 to go to find the top 2 advancing slots. This is the men's round of 24. Technically, it's the 3rd round of men's competition, and we'll lose a 3rd place finish here for an equal 17th place finish. And then we'll be left with a final 16, and we'll of course whittle through that over the next 2 days. Love this overview of Ballito. If you're just with us for the broadcast, we are on the east coast of South Africa, subtropical region about 1,000 kilometers north of Jeffreys Bay and about 1,700 kilometers from the tip of Cape Town all the way up here. We sit in a warmer subtropical climate, and of course the beaches get packed this time of year. It is midwinter in the southern hemisphere, but that doesn't mean anything. The temperatures go nice and warm, and the surfing is red hot, and that's a lovely drift over the section for David Silva. 177 to start, Paul. Judges not going overly excited on the first 2 rolls of the dice for the Brazilian. They did like Rio Waida's 467 to start.
Yeah, that was that one big turn that we saw. And we've been seeing it right through the event, on a set. If you can throw a nice big turn and throw lots of spray, getting rewarded. But Keone is just looking very strong. Yeah, nice. To get that 7 in your scoreline right at the beginning of the heat, it just makes your job so much easier.
Well, we're hoping the lads in production bring us that 717, because we haven't seen a number that high perhaps all morning. There's been a number of 5 and 6 pointers pretty much. Macy Callahan got a couple of top scores to build a 14.8 heat total to near the end of the women's round on the same bank. Let's have a look at Rio Waida.
Yeah, sure. To fit 2 turns in such a short space on that wave, he did really well. Very electric, very fast surfing.
Yeah, of course, Rio, part of the Japanese push. A field of 5 men and 5 on the women's side, making the trip here to South Africa. Of course, Rio Waida, first 2 stops down in Australia, 37th on the Gold Coast, and a first round loss in Sydney. So nothing special for the year thus far, except a win in the Asia Open in the regionals. Rio Waida, I'm sure a household name over in Japan. Paul, as a campaigner back then, your trips to Japan?
Yeah, I spent a lot of time in Japan. I was fortunate enough back then to have actually a Japanese wetsuit sponsor. So I spent a lot of time around Chiba and those beach breaks around there. Great part of the world. And yeah, and I made lots of friends.
And you're okay with the cuisine as well. Here is Keanu Singh. Lovely stretched out wall, bang, and there's the backhand that can beat the world's best. He got that win in Hossegor back in 2016. He just knows how to put scores together. One of arguably the best backhands in 2 to 3 foot lefts on the planet. And he gets it tight and fast, and that one is easily going to replace a score. Singh opened with a 717. We'll say goodbye to his 383. We'll try and have a re-look at that. But lots of speed, joining the dots, did everything right there, Paul.
Yeah, Keanu is looking very solid in this heat now. And this is an important round. I think from here it's man on man through to the end. And yeah, as we were saying, Sunday's lining up to look, just looking really, really nice. That onshore that we have tomorrow is probably going to push in quite a bit of swell. And then we got the offshore winds on Sunday, light offshore. So, and here we see Keanu's wave just dropping into that next section there. You can see something down the line. This turn really projects him out into that open face and then gets the big hook off the top and throwing buckets out the back, and he likes it.
617 is going to come to the scorecard, so the first wave still a higher value, a 717. So there it is. We're into the double digits with some loose change to spare for the heat leader. Keanu Singh now will return to the lineup in third priority, and I just want to take a little breather and sit back and go, okay, boys, you guys scrap it out a little bit. I know what I'm looking for in the lineup. I've now got to beat that last score of a 617 if I'm going to pull the trigger again. And, well, he's still got a whole half a heat to go. In the meantime, let's go down. Well, we'll stick with the action here. Rio Waida is going to have a look again. 4.67 and a 3.5 is what he's achieved. And there's a little bit more power and energy. And while the judges think about Rio Waida's ride, let's go down and hear from the winner of that last heat, a former winner here in Ballito, Alejo Muniz.
I'm here with Alejo Muniz, 2015 winner of this event. You were 32nd on the ratings coming into the Challenger Series here in Ballito, and now you've got through this heat. What are those extra points now, and you got some great momentum in the heat? What does it mean to you?
Yeah, thanks. 2015 was great for me here. I qualified the year with that result here. This year, I was injured during the Australian leg, and mainly for the second event, I lost on this same round. So I was this close to start getting like real points, like thinking really ahead about qualification and stuff. So I'm just happy to make this heat. It wasn't an easy one, everyone serves so good here, and the waves were not like great, but there were some waves, and I'm just stoked to get through.
You did the very first aerial that we've seen today. Did you have an eye on that right in particular?
Yes, I did. Soon as I saw the wind blowing this way, it gets really good for the airs on the right. Couldn't stop thinking about a lot of the Brazilians that did huge airs in the past here, Christian Kimmerson, Michael Rodriguez. So I knew I could try some airs. So yeah, it was in my mind too.
Well done, and we'll see you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Well, Alejo, inspired by his countrymen, and perhaps will take a bit of inspiration as he towels off and has a look at fellow countryman David Silva trying to unlock some scores. It's not quite happening just yet, as we're already into the second half of the heat here. Silva just fetching lowly 177s. Scorecard is open for the Brazilian as he moves back. We'll try and have a look back to see what he achieved. And it's not a whole lot of 267. So for now, David Silva trailing in third with requirements of a 5.9. Keanu Singh's done a great job thus far, 717 and a 617, using that backhand very effectively. And the oblique camera angle to the lineup, we are using the cove next door. It has a better sea floor of sand lying in there, and also maybe perhaps a little bit of protection behind the set of rocks there from this northerly wind, Paul.
Yeah, it's almost making it slight like cross shore there with that, the onshore breeze. And it's a lot choppier at surface where we have been running. So I think it's been a good call to move over. And yeah, as you're saying, David Silva really needs to get going now. I mean, he was so impressive in 2019 when he, he won 2019. I think he made it through the quarterfinal against Geordie.
Oh, that was nice.
And that was a nice turn.
Rio Waida. His previous backhand one slightly improved his numbers at 3.9, but now I think we'll stretch his numbers out a little more. He's got a big requirement of an 8.67 if he wants to steal the lead from the Hawaiian, but another step in the right direction to making a bigger requirement for David Silva. Wait for the judges to ponder this. What are we thinking? Here's David again. Spoke of his backhand for a win here in 2019. Not unlocking momentum just yet. Very untypical of David Silva. Lots of championship tour experience over the last years for David, including making the finals last year in Mexico. Runner-up to Jack Robinson. But here he is now, unceremoniously thrashing it out back at the Challenger Series level. And Rio Waida also furiously paddling out to get the second priority call, which he has done. Let's see if that plays a part in the remaining 11 minutes here. And well, we love that spicy forehand turn. We're trusting we'll get a relook at it from the boys in studio, but a 5.67 comes to the scorecard, Paul. He has upped the numbers, new requirement. David Silva's now got to go to the mid-range 7s. 7.67 requirement for the Brazilian in white.
Yeah, that's going to make his situation a lot tougher. You know, to get a 7.67, he kind of needs to get 2 waves on the scorecard. Now, here's Rio's wave. Let's see what he does here. Just a nice little setup turn, getting him to that next section, but that's where all the power was. A great turn there, throwing lots of spray. Judges loving it.
Yep, we loved it too. And then here's the backhand sting from David Silva to reply.
Yeah, I think David, he really wants to get through today, and hopefully with that bigger swell and the onshore winds tomorrow, we'll be back at surfers, and that's the very, very similar conditions to how 2019 was when he won. So, you know, I'm sure he would be really trying to get through this and know that he'd have good chances tomorrow to make and then get through to that final day.
Well, you feel that one of the takeaways from Aleo Munez's interview, Paul, was how important the win was back in the qualifying series framework, but it was a QS 10,000, so we just want to talk to that point this year. Now the Challenger Series still also issues out the 10,000 points, so you've got to win a Challenger Series event. I mean, that's the first takeaway from, you know, everything that you can discuss about qualification, finishing top 10, end of year. You can almost speculate that you need a win, you need at least another 2 quarterfinals and perhaps another sustainable result come year end in Haleiwa.
Yeah, it's extremely tough, you know, and as we were saying, every one of those guys, there's 96 guys, any one of them can win an event, and with 8 events in the Challenger Series, you would think that you would have to win one and then back that up with quite a few quarterfinal or higher finishes.
Yep.
I think anything more than 2 early round losses is going to make it almost impossible.
Well, you get 3 throwaways, Paul. So having a look at you know, a lot of the surfers in their visit here, a number of surfers with, you know, 33rd and 49th from the first 2 stops in Australia. So if they get a bad result here, that's it. The 3 throwaways are done. You've got to hit the US Open and come out the gates, and then you've got to, you've got to back it up in Ericeira, Portugal. You've got to get a result in Hossegor over in Brazil, and then, well, to Haleiwa to wrap up the Challenger Series for the year. It's a tough tour. Of course, they all are. But this one perhaps stretches our athletes the most, and there's a new intensity to the elevated performance level that is going on in the Challenger Series as a discussion. Just under 8 minutes to go as we summarize the heat for you. Top left of screen for updated scores. Anaba is sitting pretty securely in that second place position. 5.67 for last of red. We've locked that in with that big forehand turn. And David Silva chasing a 7.27. So that single backhand turn for David Silva a couple of minutes back only fetched to 3.07. There was not a lot of momentum to that wave, and certainly wasn't exactly a big one. So perhaps Silva's got to look at using a few of the left-handers. It is a 3rd priority to the Brazilian. It's a higher priority to Anaba. And so Rio will go the blocking tactic. You'll see if he can up his numbers. One of his scores, a 4.67. So that was a block. Silva up to 2nd priority. Will that help him fetch the 7.27 in the lineup, Paul?
Yeah, that was, as we're saying, just a block. He's just trying to buy himself time here now. I think, you know, as the clock's ticking down, it's just a time game now. You know, the closer he gets to the end of the heat, it'll make David needing, you know, instead of trying to break it down into 2 waves, it eventually just gets to 1 wave, you know, as we get closer to the end. So he's just trying to run the clock down on him.
Well, Keanu's been very quiet, and that's okay. He's not even in picture. He's off fishing in the corner somewhere. He's already got a 7.17 and a 6.17. There he sits, furthest to the left. So that's furthest to the north, which indicates that he's waiting for another left-hander. He hasn't focused on the right-handers at all here, Paul. And, well, it speaks to the strengths of Keanu. And, well, it's serving him well right now. Strong heat lead, 13.34 heat total. Coming up next, Timothy Biso comes to South Africa to look for his results. David Silva, 2 stings there on the back end. There's been a lot of fist claiming for just 1 and 2 turn contributions to the lineup through the weekend, Ballito, but that's okay. It shows us that surfers are happy with what they produce. They'll have a gut feeling of their own when they know that they're starting to move in the right direction, and perhaps that score is a step in the right direction. Either way, it's we feel it will replace a 267 for now.
Yeah, no, that should definitely improve his situation. And let's have a look at it here. So a little smaller right, nice bottom turn, nice top turn, throws lots of spray. I think that's another one there, and then he gets the third crack off the top there. So he actually gets 3 turns in, which we haven't seen much. There were no real very big turns, but he's such a powerful guy. He throws a lot of spray when he does them.
Well, he geared those turns, he let go, you could see a bit of power. As much power as you can apply without overcooking it. It's a weakish swell. Here's Inaba replying now. He'll go backhand of his own. Also, a 3-turn input. So this is the battle. Ooh, little fall there for Inaba at the end. I was going to say it's going to be now the comparison of 3 backhand turns per surfer. We'll wait to see where the judges go with David Silva's last ride. And we'll definitely advantage Silva in that exchange. Care of the fall of Rio. And as we mentioned, Timothy Biso coming up next. He'll take on the last South African still alive in the Ballito Pro, young Luke Thompson. And of course, do not underestimate the power of Vasco Ribeira, who we feel is due to really blaze his way and get a slot on the championship tour at some stage. Could that be at the end of this year for the Portuguese surfer? We'll answer all of those questions over the next half hour or so. But for now, down to 4 minutes to go. Keanu Singh just quietly in the lead of this heat. He's done the good yards, backhand surfing for the 717 and the 617. But now up to date with scores for David Silva. They only threw it a 4.23, Paul, so not overbuying into it. You mentioned that they wasn't the biggest wave for one. He did what he could out of it, and that's all he could get. It's like blood out of a stone for a 4.23 there from David Silva.
Yeah, I think it was just the size of the wave, and all 3 turns were almost the same. You know, there was no variety in it. If Rio hadn't have fallen on that last turn, I think that score could have been a lot more.
It did reduce the requirement to a 6.11, so we'll stay with the story. Rio Inaba defending the second place position. You have a look at him there, third priority. He'll hang a question mark on every single bump that rolls through the lineup here in Ballito as we start winding down the second heat of the round of 24 this afternoon. Almost lunchtime here, 1 o'clock. And we will, in 3 minutes' time, wrap this one and go to heat 3, and we'll see how the South Africans can rally on the beach to support the last South African in the draw. In fact, the last South African draw on both men's and women's sides. So it hasn't been a great campaign for the South Africans here in Ballito. And they'll go back to their respective qualifying series drawing boards. And of course, a number of them will make the trip over to the US Open of Surfing come end of July.
Yeah, I'm very excited to watch Luke's heat. I'm off the webcast. I'm going to go sit on the VIP deck and watch that one. But yeah, Luke's from the same beach as me, Nupia in Durban. And I've known him since he was 8 years old. Watched him come through the junior ranks. And yeah, he's a great surfer. A little bit unlucky not to make it onto the Challenger for this year in our qualifying series earlier in the year. But I think he's got a big future. He's got the power, he's got the new school moves, you know, and that's going to be an exciting heat to watch.
A little over 2 minutes to go in the lineup. Priority with heat leader Keanu Singh, who's pretty much spent the last 12 minutes with not much at all. And that's okay. Now to improve a 617. Inside of 2 minutes to go, he feels that there won't be too much threat, and that's beautiful flexing turns from Keanu, who's surfing on point, and he's done everything right to perhaps up his lead. And that was a spicy, strong set of turns on the forehand. We haven't seen anything like that in the lineup. Perhaps all of the men's rounds thus far at the Bathers.
Yeah, that was a great wave. I mean, Keanu's small wave surfing is incredibly good, you know. Coming from Hawaii, we obviously know he knows he charges in the bigger stuff, but he's very, very good in the smaller waves. Very fast, electric, and a lot of flow. And you know, we know he started with those 2 great scores at the beginning of the heat, and I think this is going to be this could even beat that 617. Let's have a look at it. You know, great bottom turn, nice sort of setup turn there. Then he comes into the power pocket, great off the lip. And this last turn throwing lots of spray, and he even gets a 4th little off the lip there, so he likes it. And yeah, he's had a very comfortable heat. There's no real stress for him in this heat, and I think it's been a nice, enjoyable heat for him.
Well, that's worth a 5.83, so it doesn't replace the backhand stings for the 6.17. Either way, no harm, no foul. Keanu Singh is on his way and will be part of the 16 surfers remaining at the end of this heat. 30 seconds to go. David Silva, former event champion from 2019 here in Ballito, is still searching for a 6.11 and has the priority. And is there something left? 20 seconds to go. He hasn't found anything close to that neighborhood of score. Currently sitting on a 4.23 and just a 3.07 is the surfer that didn't make the mid-season cut at Championship Tour. And this is the highs and lows of professional surfing here, folks. Forehand approach. David Silva punts it. Slow rotation to completion for the Brazilian. And we look back and think of a 6.11 in the lineup over the last couple of heats. That wave particularly poor, perhaps not having the elevation and the speed and the projection that would require the score from the panel.
Yeah, I think it was an insider. You know, they are throwing the scores if you do that on a set, bigger wave, and as you say, a little bit more of a faster rotation. But
did David Silva find the requirement? We'll find out after the break. We'll bring in Brad Bricknell and Kai Linder for the call as we continue from Ballito.
You can never determine who you are by what you do. Because if it gets taken away, then who are you?
My circumstances do not define me, I define me.
Just stay true to who you are, and if they don't like it, stuff that.
Well, the last remaining South African is an 18-year-old man from New Pier, Durban. His name is Luke Thompson. He's on the far right of your screen. He is the last remaining South African in this event, up against Vasco Ribeiro and Timothy Bisu. The hopes of a nation rest on his young shoulders. Brad Bricknell here with Kai Linder for the call. Kai, this is one of South Africa's brightest young prospects, and he's on a roll here at Ballito Bay.
Yeah, I think they need an updated photo, though. He's not 12 anymore.
Here we go, some live action. Just a couple of scores in. We're waiting on that to drop in. And just results confirming of that last heat. Keanu Singh took out the win. Rio Waida got the second. David Silva was waiting on a score to see if he was going to advance. Unfortunately, that score came up just short. So Singh and Waida through to that next round. We're in the round of 32. Heat number 3 to be more precise. Thanks for watching the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Of course, Luke Thompson is up against Timothy Bisu, who's been one of your favourite surfers through the early rounds, Kai.
Yeah, stocky guy, a lot of power and not shy of going to the air. Crazy, in the 3 years since I last saw him competing here, he has really become a lot faster, a lot more dynamic. So obviously put a lot of work in the break, and here he goes.
Up and riding the man from France. He resides in Guadeloupe, to be more precise, a little town called Saint-Francois, 25 years of age. Actually had a wild card back in 2016 at the Bells Beach event. But this year on the Challenger Series, a 17th and a 37th so far. So looking to get his campaign a little bit more momentum here at Ballito Bay.
Yeah, and interestingly, one of your top guys on the Challenger Series in that last heat, David Silva, out now. So we're going to, I think at the end of this event, you're going to see a big shake-up at the top of the field. Rio Waida coming up in the next one. He's right up top there at the moment as well. Matthias was kind of on the fridges of that top 10. So I think we're going to see a very interesting looking Challenger Series, very different looking Challenger Series rankings when we come out of this.
Yeah, exciting always to see a new winner emerge here at the Ballito Pro. Of course, they've been going for a very, very long time. 1969, I believe, was the first iteration of this event. So it's one of the world's longest standing competitive surfing events. 21 minutes to go. Of course, Vasco Ribeiro is the other surfer in this heat. He's the man on picture now. He's from Cascais in Portugal. He's been around the tour for a very long time, the 27-year-old. He's got a 9th and a 25th in the first 2 events of the year.
Well, we watch him going here, big power surfer out of Portugal, and straight to the lip there. And you just see how your man handles that lip. Makes it look easy. That was a very heavy section.
Yeah, that sandbank's starting to stand up now on the lower tide. Here goes Luke Thompson, the 18-year-old from South Africa, squares off the bottom. Nice little tag to get things going. Tries to find a oncoming section to redirect off, but on that occasion, it does not present itself. So Thompson, just a quick in and out to get things going.
I like the tactics there, though, too. Luke kind of saw that wave wasn't going to give him much more, and you could see Vasco paddling back out. So quickly hops off and just starts steaming out to the back line to try to get that second priority, and worked out for him.
20 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. We've got look here at Luke Thompson up and riding now. He's got a head of steam, goes for the big air reverse. Wow, excellent rotation through that turn too, tail high, and gets the fins in there for a beautiful revert. Thanks for watching wherever you are around the world. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kai Linda for the call today. Just want to say a big thank you to all our viewers on the People's Weather Channel. You guys have been amazing. Hope you've enjoyed the show here, coming at you live from Willard Beach in Ballito Bay. We're going to say goodbye to you guys now, and you can tune back in around 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. And of course, we can kick off tomorrow. It's going to be the final weekend, kicking off on Saturday morning over here. So don't forget, all your viewers on the People's Weather Channel, come back tomorrow morning. It's going to be a 6:30 start for a 7 o'clock call.
Yeah, of course, they can go watch on the YouTube and the WSL as well.
"19 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in this heat. Thanks for watching wherever you are around the world. It's great to have your company. 19 minutes remaining in this one. Timothy Bisu up against Vasco Ribeiro, and the last remaining South African in the draw, Luke Thompson. Scores waiting to come in for second of Thompson. Here goes his third wave, up and riding. Nice snap out of the gates to get on with. And a second. He's a powerful surfer, but he's got this air reverse on him too that he can pull out at will. Didn't need to dig deep into his bag of tricks on that occasion, but building a nice constructive heat here. His second scoring wave in the bag now, Kai.
Well, you wouldn't think he's an 18-year-old fresh out the junior ranks and on a wild card here, the way he's surfing. Really mature and very good tactical surfing in the heat as well, already displayed by Luke Thompson. Started with that little 157, and then of course just quickly got that right hander straight on the back of that with a big air. I'm looking forward to the score from that, and then backing it up quickly.
Here goes Vasco Ribeiro, nice back foot jam to get things going for him, streaking across the line here, and a big layback hack. Solid, powerful surfing there for the man from Portugal. And now Bisu extends the tail out for a attempted rotation, does not quite stick that one. So Bisu still leads, however, still waiting on 2 scores to drop in there for Luke Thompson. And of course, that's a powerful display there from Vasco Ribeiro.
Yeah, Vasco is all about the power. I was kind of wondering how Vasco was going to do in these conditions, because it is small and it's not got a lot of power out there, but he's not looking like he's struggling at all, and really liking those big, powerful hacks on the front side.
Of course, Vasco from Cascais in Portugal. He was a replacement surfer at the Mayo Pro this year. Got a 33rd over there, and he's going to have a look at this left-hander here as well. And just pulls the eject button on that one. And he had plenty of wildcards in his career in those Championship Tour events. Between 2015 and 2019, at least one a year in that Portuguese leg on tour.
And the judges are having a real hard look at those 2 lost rides from Blue, Luke Thompson, as well as that nice 2-turn combo from Vasco. So those are going to really set the tone for this heat. You know, Timothy with the 4.67, I think Luke's waves certainly were a little above that. And here he goes again.
Building up ahead of steam now, the young South African up and over that section for a nice redirectional float. And then there's the air reverse again, another smooth execution. He digs his tail in and reverts out nice and smoothly. So a bunch of scores still to drop here for Thompson. Waiting for 3, in fact, for him. We can say his second wave now is a 5.67. So wave number 2 for Thompson, a 5.67. His wave number 3 will be a... Looks like it's a 3.40. So a couple of scores locked in for Thompson. We are waiting on now his last score to come in. He jumps to the lead momentarily. You can hear some of the crowd outside starting to celebrate when those scores are called out as he finds himself in the lead now.
Yeah, and you know, these conditions suit Luke. He's got nothing to lose. He's a wild card. He's still a Grom. The other guys are feeling the pressure, whereas he's just out there having fun by the looks of things. But he's also a very competitive young guy, so he doesn't want to lie down. He wants to take the win and go through as far as he can in this event. And so far, he is boxing very clever. We're also waiting on that last ride from him. And if you look at the 5.67 for the one-off air, which was a nice big one, a 3.4 for the multiple turns. That last wave was 2 turns and the air. So I'm interested to see where it's going to come on the scoreboard.
And we're also waiting for that 2-turn powerful combination from Vasco Ribeiro in sharp contrast to the approach from Luke Thompson. I think that score is going to be a significant one as well. So as soon as those drop in, we can describe the shape of the heat to you as we come up to the 15-minute mark. Of course, third place here will be out of the event. We'll take home an equal 17th place overall. And $2,000 in prize money. Top 2 will go through to that round of 16 with a shot to advance to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and Luke Thompson, I think, is wanting to get there. That's definitely how he's approaching this heat. He's not approaching it as a wild card at all. He's been boxing clever, building scores, looking for those sections. And more interestingly for me, he's stayed completely away from the other 2 surfers.
Well, being coached there by Quinton Jones, a former professional surfer who... got his start out of Port Elizabeth, your hometown as well, and my wife's hometown as well. So some good people come out of that place.
Oh, I love PE. And of course, Quinton, I mean, if you're talking small wave competitive surfing, he was a beast in these conditions.
I hated getting Quinton Jones in the draw on a small wave day.
I don't think anyone wanted QJ, king of the pipe in PE. And so who else do you want telling you what to do in these conditions but Quinton Jones?
Yeah, great surfer to have in your corner there as we keep our eyes on the screen here. Luke Thompson, of course, we have a few changes in format here, or the form of the heat. We've come down to 3-man heats. Also dropped the time down to 25 minutes. So while 25 minutes doesn't sound too much shy of the 30, that extra 5 minutes will make a big difference.
Yeah, it makes a huge difference. And we felt that coming out of the juniors into the main event. Just that 5 minutes extra. The heats at first seemed so much longer. But now for these guys, and I think that's why you saw that almost that frenetic pace out of Timothy and Vasco at the start of the heat. It was like, dang, I don't have that extra 5 minutes. I got to get going. Whereas Luke, who's been in the junior event with this sort of timeline, is a lot calmer, taking things a little bit slow. And Vasco got the 5.3 for that 2-turn, went into the lead, but Luke answering straight back with a 4.93.
I think we are still waiting on one more score to drop from Ribeiro, so we'll look at the shape of that in a minute. Thompson leads, Ribeiro second for now. Timothy Bisu being a little bit quiet by his own standards. He's been setting a high bar from the early rounds of this event. He's got a 1.0 and a 4.67 as his top 2.
Well, the crossover there.
Yeah, we've seen this a little bit this morning, haven't we? There's 2 distinctive takeoff spots here. Kai, just talk us through those.
Yeah, well, where Luke's sitting down the beach, there's a really distinctive right. What we have seen this morning is that there's the odd left-hander off that bank as well. And here goes Luke again.
Flying down the line, a little inside wave here. Will he go to the air again? It's a small wave. He's going to need something special. Decides that the scoring potential on that one is limited. So he'll hop out. And yeah, you are correct. That score from Vasco Ribeiro is now in the 5.3. And Luke Thompson a 4.93 for his wave previous to that. So the situation is as such on your leaderboard. Thompson is first, Ribeiro second, Bisu is third. And, well, a man who was on fire in that last year was also the man in blue, Keanu Singh. He's standing by on the sidelines now with Michael Frew.
I'm here with Keanu Singh, winner of the last heat. Keanu, you were a late entry into this Challenger Series event. It's your biggest international event since becoming a new dad. Tell us a little bit about that heat win.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this is for me, I love coming to Ballito, and I didn't get into Snapper and Manly, so this was like my real first event this year. And once they told me like, oh, you're in, I was like, oh, for sure, I'm going to Ballito. This is like one of my favorite places. And we were just talking the other day that this, we've been coming here since 2013, so that's nearly 10 years that we been coming here. And just being here, I'm just real happy to be here, happily to be traveling again. And being a new dad, I have a different mindset and just kind of a different purpose in my life now. And just coming to this heat, it's to me, this is fun. I kind of, this year I really hit a stride within myself, and spending a lot of time with my daughter and my wife. And when time is away, it's very important. And I'm trying not to waste too much time being away from them. And just coming to this heat, I'm just focusing on my product. Right before this event, I got to work with the kids at the U.S. Champs, and all my kids did really well. That ride for Billabong, and kind of our motto was like focusing on your product, delivering your product, and the result will follow. And you can only control what you can, and that's kind of our mantra, is just to deliver your product, and the scores and the results, everything will follow. And that's kind of, I'm just trying to follow their lead and inspire them. And they inspire me just as much. So just to be here and to be doing this and have the jersey on, speaking with you, hanging out with you here, it's all a blessing to me. And I just want to thank God just for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Keanu, and you guys are an inspiration to us too. Back to the studio, guys.
Well, inspirational words there from Keanu, saying looks like the weight of the world's off his shoulders. He's enjoying himself, and it's certainly showing in his performance as well, Kai.
Yeah, cool to see that local motion sticker. I haven't seen one of those in a
how
while.
good's that? 10 minutes remaining in this one. Is the South African, the 18-year-old, the wild card in this event. Still with an early lead here. Vasco Ribeiro in second place, looking for a 5.31, and Timothy Bisu looking for a 4.81 as Thompson just in third priority. Just having a little look-see. Bisu has priority, but further up the beach. He's been favouring some of those left-handers. He's been doing some nice air reverses of himself on those left-handers on his front side, and now he's looking like he's going to be sandwiched between the surface here in first and second as Thompson makes a move to the other bank.
Yeah, Tom has got nothing to lose here, really. He's already put some solid scores on the right. May as well go have a look at the left. He's got a really good backhand, this kid. And he's also in third priority, so why not move around, shake up the field a bit? It's an interesting thing is, like, you think maybe in the priority battle, like, queue up, get your priority, but there are lots of fun and games you can play, especially with diverse conditions like these. And just by paddling to the left now, he's got those other two thinking, why is he going over there? What's he doing?
Yeah, it's a lot of mind games in these 25-minute heats, but down to those three-man heats now as we progress into the round of 16. It'll be man-on-man surfing. So again, strategies and tactics will change there with the reduction of surfers in the water. And we'll see Luke having another strong paddle here. He's just keeping busy under priority. Another little fractured right-hander, but look at this head of steam he's built up. He goes to the air again, and there's another completion. Oh, maybe I put the mockers on him. That was not a completion. Unfortunately, not riding out of that one for Luke. But yeah, nothing ventured, nothing gained really in that situation, Kai.
Yeah, and I mean, he's really not scared to go for it, and he's under priority, so why not have a crack? You have to put in a big paddle to get that one. I think now also what would be, something I'd be wanting Luke to look for is maybe a little bit of variety.
Here we go, paddle up and riding out for the man in second, Vasco Ribeiro, in and out for him. And I think too, he can't be too complacent, Kai. The 4.93 he's got in his second score is still one that he will probably be looking to replace at some point in this heat.
Yeah, and you've put the big tail highs out. The judges, do want to see variety, and we've seen a couple of heats here where you've had very similar waves back to back from the same surfer, and the judges are always going to go slightly low on that second wave. So maybe now, I know he can do a big frontside punt as well. He's got some mammoth turns in his arsenal. Time just to flare it out a little bit.
Well, we saw just a quick little paddle battle there between Vasco Ribeiro and Luke Thompson, and that wasn't for any other thing than to claim priority. So because they rode those last two waves, the first person really generally back out to the outside will be given that priority, and in that case it was Vasco Ribeiro who took priority over Luke Thompson. So situation as we hit that 7-minute mark is Thompson leads in third priority, Vasco Ribeiro in second looking for a 5.31, and our man from Guadeloupe representing France is Timothy Bisou, the man with priority, looking for a 4.81 to go into first place. It's great to have your company. Thanks for joining us here for the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. It's Brad Bricknell alongside Kai Linder for the call, and we've had a bit of a stop-start day. We've moved locations. One little bay down to the south of Willard Beach, the main break, to a little section of the beach called Bathers, generally where everybody takes a dip. And there's a bit more on offer here this afternoon. We see Bisou now finally coming alive. Watch for the big rotation. In that time, he didn't quite rotate, but he got the big slide going, a nice power hook. And he liked the feel of that one, didn't he?
Well, you certainly claimed it. Big turn though, big section, so I'm sure the judges will reward that. He's been very quiet, Timothy Bisou too, so maybe he's just pumped up that he finally found a decent sized wave in the lineup and was able to go for it. It was interesting because you were expecting him to go to the air there, but he cut it a bit short and went for the big lip line turn instead. Of course, that northeast is blowing with you on the left now, and it's going to make it tricky to do airs going left.
Yeah, that's an interesting point there. Of course, the other day when Bisou was doing helicopter spins, he was surfing into that southwesterly breeze, which was coming into those left-handers. So we do have a lot more of this northeasterly flow forecast for the next few days. We will keep an eye on that as the day proceeds, and looks like it's going to be a strong paddle here with priority. Ribeiro up and riding, left-hander, big float to start off with, and unfortunately just hooks the inside rail and can't capitalize on anything further down the line. 5.5 to go. Thompson still leads. Bisou, we are standing by on a score for as he just exits that inside wave. Just coming up to that 5-minute pressure mark now.
Yeah, and it comes to the conversation I was having with a couple of the guys on the panel yesterday after we shut down, and just talking about Luke Thompson, you know, this young man, and they were saying that they've been really impressed with his maturity and heats for such a young kid. And right now you're seeing it in this heat. He's really put the pressure on the two experienced surfers, you know, who have got way more hours in big QS heats than he does. But you wouldn't think so looking at how the heats run. He's literally controlled it from the word go.
Yeah, he has with 4.5 minutes to go. The word composure comes to mind when thinking of his performances in those earlier rounds. Spent a lot of time without a wave in that first heat against Geordie Smith, but then pulled together a great combination of scores. Meanwhile, we're going to watch Timothy Bisou now unleash his backhand. Nice little vertical whip on that first one to start off with. Scores came through. There has been a change in the situation because Bisou has locked in a 5.33 for that closed-out turn where he drifted that tail nice and powerfully. So Ribeiro now drops down into third place. 4.71 is his requirement. Thompson, the 18-year-old South African, the last remaining South African in the draw across the men's and women's event. Well, he's showing maturity well beyond those 18 years.
Yeah, and the judges like that big old frontside carve off the top. He really did attack that lip, so he gets the 5.33. And interesting now is between Luke and Timothy Bisou, just a 0.6 of a difference. So it's a tight heat up top, but the pressure now on Vasco, he's gonna have to find something. He's gonna have to find it soon.
4.71 is his requirement. Thompson maintains priority. Let's see if we can get another look at that 5.33 from Bisou. He is favouring his front side. That smaller little right-hander is not going to go into his top two. His last score 2.43, so it's all to play for inside these last 3 minutes. And here's that replay here, the 5.33.
Well, you just see him building up the pressure there as he goes to that big low stance, and he really whipped the tail across that lip. Did really well to pull the nose out at the bottom there as well. So solid turn, gets a score for him, and he was certainly like it, flexing that gun.
Yeah, well, he waited a long time for the wave, didn't he, Kai? It was his wave number 6 that got him into that advancing position. And on a second look at that, it was a lot more impressive than when watching it live. Just breaking that down, just a lot of power in that bottom turn, and really a back foot heavy surfer on that open face.
Well, yeah, and the judges have that advantage. They can look at the slow motion, they can look at the replays. So when we saw it in slow motion, we were like, oh, okay, yeah, that did actually look quite impressive. And this is the big difference in, you know, the old style of judging into the new on WSL, is that technology has given us the chance to actually make sure we don't make mistakes.
2 minutes and 20 seconds or thereabouts remaining. Another big one coming up next. Matthias Hurdy, John Mel and Rio Waida. On paper, another absolute cracker of a heat with some big consequences now as we head towards finals weekend tomorrow. It's around 20 past 1 here local time in South Africa. Big paddle here from Vasco Ribeiro, exercising priority rights. You can see how much spray this guy kicks up every single turn. A few buckets of water are displaced. And he's making great work with this one, getting an inside little connection too, but doesn't ride out of it. Meanwhile, behind him is Thompson. Nice blowtail on that second turn. It was his second maneuver as we saw him take off there behind Ribeiro. We'll see how that falls in terms of the scale, but with 90 seconds remaining, things start to tighten up now.
Yeah, I like Vasco's wave. He had to work really hard to get into it and almost missed the first section, but every turn he does has got power, so he's always impressing the judges, and he did link together a number of turns there. Just in the background, though, slightly bigger wave for Luke. Maybe not as many turns, but 2 solid ones, and I think it's going to be pretty tight between the two of them. But Luke might just be looking at dropping the 4.93.
Well, we'll see how that one plays out. Of course, Ribeiro just looking for that advancing score. He's been in second place throughout the majority of the heat until Biso landed that power punch on that left-hander. So with under a minute remaining, priority is with the man Bisu. He can defend this second place against Vasco Ribeiro. He's nowhere to be seen, though. They're not close enough together. So the Ocean will dictate the last throw of the dice here with 40 seconds to go. Luke Thompson still holds down the lead. We are waiting on one more score to drop in from Thompson. And there it is. It is a monster score in the context of the heat, a 7.17. So we might have to quickly look at that one if we can with only 20 seconds to go. We missed the first section, but now he solidifies the lead and the requirement near excellent for Biso in second place.
Well, yeah, let's have a look at this because I saw the 2 turns, but they were at a weird angle. So whips it off the top, just straight off the bottom, up and over. So the judges rewarding the connectivity, the power, and a bit of aggression there. Nice to see the old boys giving the youngster a pat on the back. They're like, good on you, Grom.
Wow.
And I love this about surfing. This is exactly what it's all about.
That is so cool. The young 18-year-old carrying the hopes of South Africa on his young shoulders. The last remaining surfer from South Africa in the draw is through to the final 16 here at the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. It's great to have your company as Luke Thompson takes us a little goofy footer victory lap in. We'll take a short break from the action here. When we come back, it's going to be more action from the men's round of 26.
I am Lauren Ely McGregor, Senior Board Short Designer at O'Neill Clothing. The Hyperfreak board short features Hyperfreak Pro Stretch, a premium high-density 4-way stretch fabrication engineered to be rash and cling resistant. The Hyperfreak features our Flex Tie Draw Cord, a super secure and comfortable stretch draw cord specially designed to stay tied while surfing and swimming. The Hyperfreak has a welded zip pocket with a low-profile, functional design to keep your goods safe and secure. This board short features O'Neill Hyperdry, quick dry water repellent treatment. The Hyperfreak, the ultimate performance board short. O'Neill, first name in the water.
Welcome back to a beautiful sunny afternoon here in Southern Africa. You're watching the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. It's great to have your company wherever you are watching this stream from around the world. Brad Bricknell in the booth here alongside Kai Linda. We have a new heat in the water in this round of 24. It's heat number 4 between Matthias Hurdy, John Mel and Rio Waida. We just saw an incredible performance there for South Africa. Luke Thompson getting the win over Timothy Biso and Vasco Ribeiro. Thompson and Biso make it through into that round of 16. And now we've got a new clock and a new solid heat on paper in the water. Waida, Hurdy and Mel.
Yeah, Mom D and the sisters are going to be gleefully celebrating. Luke marches on. And all I have to say about this heat is, can you spell aerial?
Well, we've got 3 amazing aerial components. No doubt, Matthias Hurdy, a former world junior champion from back in 2018, won that event at Jinzun Harbour in Taiwan over Eitan Osborne, incidentally, in that final. Another aerial proponent there as well. And up against John Mell in the blue singlet from Santa Cruz, California. If you recognise that surname, you're not wrong. As we watch now, Rio Waida up and riding his number 2 ranked surfer on the 2022 Challenger Series after a big win at the event over at Manly. Opened up this year with a 25th place in on the Gold Coast. Backed it up with a first against Ryan Callanan down there at Manly. And he comes into Sydney ranked number 2 in the world on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, and there are a lot of great Indonesian surfers, and not just recently over a long time period, but for me, Rio is really the first Indonesian surfer to come on the scene that has this really good contest strategy. He is an absolute genius in heats. And as he surfs more and more in the Challenger Series, he's just getting better and better.
He's been building a lot of momentum over the last few years. It culminated in a wildcard call-up for the G-Land Pro this year, where he did pretty well. He got a 9th place overall and ended up being knocked out by Felipe Toledo, who is the current yellow jersey holder on that men's championship tour as well. I think Luke Thompson has just scored himself a whole lot of new fans here in South Africa and indeed around the world.
Is it too early to start campaigning for a J-Bay slot?
Never too late. You know, us South Africans will always try and pop our heads up somewhere, everywhere. 22 minutes and a half remaining. A couple of scores have been locked in. They are quite meaningless if in terms of that scoreline for Matthias Hurdy. Just a couple of zeros and a 0.93, 0.5. Rio Waida, a 3.50. And John Mell, of course, from that hardcore surfing community of Santa Cruz. His dad, Peter Mell, former professional surfer, WSL commentator, and a big wave surfer. He rode one of the waves of his life at Santa Cruz a year ago now, a couple of years ago. It made headlines around the world, and there was, in Pete's own words, just the culmination of a lot of years of hard work, and it was really a crowning moment in terms of his career. And so this man, John Mell, comes from great lineage.
Yeah, and he's not shy of a big wave either. Sure, I've seen some crazy footage in that last little...
Doesn't mind going left at Mavericks.
No, well, he goes for it. And it's kind of interesting, too. I saw a great little piece from Channel Islands on the big wave board they've developed, not just with Pete, but with his son as well. So they wanted input from both Mells.
Yeah, really cool to see John Mell. He's been putting a lot of hard work in on that qualifying series. He's definitely got a win under the belt this year already at QS 1000 at Pismo Beach. So he is building up a nice little resume here as he gets his young pro surfing career underway. And great to have him here in South Africa for this Ballito Pro event. It's his first Challenger Series of the year, so didn't make the cut for that qualification process through the regions. But an opportunity has opened up here, and he's taken it with both hands.
Yeah, it's interesting, John Mell. I mean, I knew he was a charger, obviously coming from his dad and everything, and he was a good surfer. But in the last round, I hadn't realized how good he is in the air. I mean, he busted one of the biggest airs of the second round.
Yeah, made the highlights package yesterday evening here on the post show. And so make sure you keep your eyes on Mel. But let's keep our eyes now on Matthias Hurdy. We know what this man can do in the air. He's done it on repeat throughout his career with and without the jersey on. That score's not going to be a score of consequence for him. He's from Florianopolis in Brazil, and just came off a wildcard slot, a quarterfinal finish 5th at the Rio Pro in Saquarema.
Yeah, and he's keeping really busy here. This is wave number 5 already. Catches the front edge there. Interesting one from Matthias, which I was always so impressed with when I first met him at 16 when he came out. I met him in Lambert's Bay, of all places, for QS 1000 up there. And back then he was traveling with 1 or 2 kids a bit older than him, trying to get some experience out there. And there weren't sponsors paying for it. It was Adriana D'Souza.
Yeah, well, that's an amazing thing. We have heard of a few examples of, the older pro surfers funding some of the young ones, and a screen of a score of consequence has popped up onto our screen. Wave number 3 for Matthias Hurdy was one that we might have missed on the broadcast. A 7.0 has been put down, so not sure if we can, to use a gigasm, rewind the tape and see if we can get that score back up. Here we go, John Mel up and riding, tail high, air reverse attempt, and he's going to make sure he rides out cleanly. So there's that air that you were referencing, Kai. Nice and tidy there from John Mel to open up his account here in heat number 4 of the round of 24.
Oh, and a nice crack off the top there for Matthias. I've just realized something. Do you know how I know that kid is from Santa Cruz?
He's wearing booties.
He's wearing booties in Durban. The only other person I've ever seen do that was Stanley Badger.
We do need to get to the bottom of this. Sometimes people do wear booties in warm water climates because they may have a cut on their foot or, something they have to protect. But we have seen John Mel don the booties here in Durban, which is a tropical paradise. You can see Luke Thompson wearing board shorts there. He still hasn't made his way back up to the viewers' deck yet, the competitors' area. He's just been swamped by fans as he makes his way back. We need you back for a post-heat interview, Lukey, so if we can hustle you along, that'll be really good.
Mike's fretting right now.
18 minutes remaining in this one. We're going to bring up to speed. Matthias Hurdy leads. We are trying to find a replay of that 7.0 so we can bring it to you folks at home. And Rio Waida 3.77 and a 3.50. His top 2 scores. And we are waiting for the score to drop in for last of John Mel. One more judge to come, and there it is. It's a 5.0. So 5.0 from Mel, and this is the 7 from Matthias Hurdy.
Oh, you got going on this one. Big tail high blowout. Very clean on the landing. You see why these guys have those dimples on the nose of their board that we'll never ever have. It's because of those maneuvers right there.
John Mel would have heard that score from Matthias. He locks in wave number 2, streaking across the open face, then a nice projection over that closeout turn. Love the way the tail drifted over that oncoming lip. So Mel now locking in wave number 2. That'll be a score of consequence for himself. And a 4.57 for last of Matthias Hurdy. So the Brazilian out to an early strong lead. Total heat score of 11.67 at this point in time. Rio Waida still waiting on his opportunity for a third. And John Mel now building up a nice head of steam. 17 minutes remaining. Hurdy's going to have another look. It's a strong paddle. And it's a right-hander, and we know what he's going to do. Another big air reverse attempt, but that, unfortunately, just had a bit of a bump in that wave, that landing, not quite the landing he was hoping for.
Yeah, he wanted to land that one clean, get some pressure on the 4, 6, 7 and the 7 already, so he's not doing too badly if we look at the scores we've seen coming in the last few heats. And John Mel with the 5 and the 4.2 comes in for that last one. I got to say, looking at John's waves on those lefts, that epoxy Channel Islands is looking very poppy under his feet.
Well, poppy translated into a 4.2 on that last wave from Mel, so he's solidifying that second place slot behind Matthias Hurdy. John requires the 6.88, you can see on your screen there. And Rio Waida is still looking for an opportunity to launch in this heat. He's the man with priority with a 5.43 requirement.
Well, I can tell you one thing for free. John Mel is not cold.
John Mel's not cold. He's just warming up in this heat too. I want to see more of that opening wave, opening air that he's got down so well. And yeah, I've seen plenty of vision of John charging the left of Mavericks to being a goofy footer. Some great vision of some of his first times out there under the guidance of his dad Pete as well. And just great to see that DNA being passed on in the classic core crew of Santa Cruz. Let's pay attention now to Hurdy, just having a little look, and he pulls back because this man had priority. Rio Waida, there we go, beautiful air reverse, tail high, pointed down towards the beach, and probably one of the smoothest executions of that maneuver we've seen today.
Yeah, I mean, if that wave we saw the replay of, I'm starting to doubt if it was the 7, I've got to be honest, because if you look at that aerial from Rio, way cleaner, much more sort of upright through the whole maneuver as well. So this will be good for us to check it out.
Let's see where this one goes.
You know, if it comes in near that 4, 6, 7, we know that Matthias did something bigger on the other wave.
Well, here we go. Talk us through this one. Launch pad upcoming.
Well, there was only one thing happening on this wave, and it gave him a nice soft section there to launch over. But that's not that easy to do because there's no lip, and normally they want like a little bit of a coping to get the boost off of, and he basically forced that air. So a lot of strength in the legs there from Rio as well.
Nice power display there from Waida. A 6.0 is what he's rewarded for. So Mel now drops into third place, and Rio Waida jumps into that second berth. Here goes Mateus Hurdy. Again, driving down the line, gets the tail up and over again. It's becoming an air reverse fest here this afternoon at the Ballito Pro. And these guys are, watch this paddle battle here, Kai. What's going to go on between these two?
Oh, how's the little pop off the bank there for the speed start? And using every advantage. This is a big paddle. It looks like Mateus might have slightly chunkier arms. So
look at this.
This is one of the best paddle battles we've seen in a long time, since priority started, actually.
So they are trying to see who gets out to the back first. Whoever gets back out to the first, the priority judge will take into account who rode the last wave as well, and they will allocate priority accordingly, and it's going to go to the man from Indonesia. So second priority goes to Waida, third priority to Hurdy. And what was so important about that paddle battle, Kai? Why did they both try so hard to get out before each other?
Well, because they're in first and second place, and they've got John Mel breathing down there next, and they want to have that first position on lockdown, because even if John jumps up, they'll go into second, which still goes through. So super important. Right now, Rio in second. He's the one in the firing line if John Mel moves up the order. And he definitely wants to have first opportunity once John's used to his priority. 13 minutes as well. It's really, these heats are going a lot quicker with that 5 minutes off. And I think, you know, any heat with Mateus Hurdy, you want every advantage you can get over him, because he really is one of the most dangerous surfers on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, his make rate, his completion rate on those air reverses is phenomenal. Here he goes again. He's found a little wedge. There's an oncoming left. Just get some a little speed line transfer, but that one doesn't really amount to much for Hurdy. So he was in third priority, so nothing really lost there in terms of position. Waida in second place with second priority. He's now looking for that 5.81 to take Hurdy out of his, well, I'm not going to say comfortable position, but that 7.0 certainly a highlight as far as Hurdy's scoreline is concerned.
Just look how busy he is in a heat. I mean, 9 waves ridden already, 12 minutes to go. You might even go up into the 20s if he keeps going at this pace.
He's got an absolutely highly technical air game with a lot of variances thrown in. Let's see what he can come up with this one. He's going to go to the air again, gets a big tail whip around, looking for that full rotation, which will really be a punctuation point on this heat. Should he be able to land one of them? Not on that occasion. John Mel asking for the time. If I could tell him, I'd tell him there was 11 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's definitely getting into that heavy part of the heat. I kind of feel like now, Mateus, a couple of air reverses, we've seen a number in the heat. It's almost time to maybe go for a variation. Nice straight air, put the grab in, a little tweak. We haven't seen that many straight airs in the event, and I feel like the judges would really reward that variety right now. You know, in these small waves, sometimes, you know, it gets a bit boring watching the air. It's crazy that we say that these days. In the old days, it would have been like, what?
Yeah, I've still never landed one, personally.
I don't think I have either, so don't worry. Getting over 100 kilos into the air is not easier said than done.
11 minutes remaining in this one. We are being highly entertained here by Mateus Hurdy, Rio Waida, and John Mel, as it looks like it's going to be our man from Indonesia. Also, watch this for an air reverse. Gets up and lands that nice and cleanly for the clean revert out. So air reverses on tap here this afternoon. Here goes John Mel, something different on his backhand. Nice backhand closeout Rio from Mel. 4.20 is his low, but needs a 4.78 if he wants to usurp Rio Waida from his second spot perch at this point in time.
Well, someone please just get the ice bath ready for John's feet. He is going to need them.
He's got short sleeves on and booties, so I need you to get down there, Kai, and have a chat to him. We need to know what's going on there.
Yeah, I definitely.
It could be something to do with just he's so used to surfing with booties on in the cold water climate that he just likes the feel of it on his board.
Well, that is probably what it is, to be quite honest. I mean, growing up in Santa Cruz, he's probably never surfed without booties. And he's probably just more comfortable in them, and it goes a long way. If you're more comfortable in the boots, often, you know, people who aren't used to wearing boots, it's hard to get into that groove. It
Yeah,
takes a
I'm
couple
one
of
of them.
sessions. And you're in Cape Town now, so you're stuffed. You have to wear them.
Yeah. I just don't like not being able to feel the wax under my feet, but that happens anyway because my feet are numb the whole time and I can't feel my board anyway. So maybe I should invest in some booties. 9 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Hurdy leads, Waida second. Rio's last wave coming in, and it's looking like it's going to shift things in terms of the shape of this heat. It's a 7.27 for that greased air reverse. So Waida now jumps into first. Hurdy's in second. He now requires a 6.28. And the requirement for John Mel goes up to around 6.81. His last score not going to go into his top two, just a 3.17, Kai. So it is the battle of the air reverses. Let's break this one down.
Well, I love the intent here. You can just see him building it up, and this time hits the lip perfectly. Not getting the full rotation, but it was nice and tail high, and just super clean. He's really planted on the board there.
All right, so Waida does shake the heat up with 8.45 on the clock. We're talking about those air reverses, which really is a revert out because they don't do the full rotation. We're not going to get into the debate around the Air 360 or the 540. I like just talking about full rotations or reverts out. And you spoke about the variation. I think one way to get us off our chairs would be to do that full rotation, spin all the way around in the air, and land with your nose towards the beach as opposed to your tail before towards the beach and reverting out.
Yeah, and let's just add a nice landing in the flats on that as well.
Yeah, don't crease your board while you're there. Here we go. It looks like a paddle from Hurdy. He's using priority on a left-hander. Bit of a bumpy start to that one, so unable to capitalize on that priority situation. 8 minutes remaining. He was one of the surfers that was very, very happy with this change in location call. I saw him arriving for his heat, and he had a big smile on his face. He was bouncing around. He's eager to get out there, and he came past and said, yep, stop, we're moving over that side, ways of fun. So he's enjoying himself.
Mateus is really not scared of sharing his opinion, and not in a bad way, but he is a very vocal surfer, like on the WSL, for the Challenger and for the Championship Tour, they choose a surfer's rep. I feel like he'd be a really good surfer's rep because he is very, very comfortable with going, like, this is my opinion, and it is valid. He is one of the top competitors on the planet. So he'll always come and talk to people. I've noticed, like, a lot of the surfers avoid, for example, chatting to the head judge at the end of the day. He's not one of those surfers. He will literally come and question the head judge all about all the decisions that he's not, sure of. But that's good to me. That shows how much he wants to compete and how much he wants to win. So even if he's lost, he'll go find out exactly why he's lost.
Yeah, of course, those decisions are never reversed after those conversations, but it is always, the door's always open with the head judges to have a chat about it. And I just got a feeling that Mateus Hurdy is not going to let this one go in terms of the second place that he finds himself in. I feel like, him and Rio are kind of at similar points of their career where they are here to prove themselves. They are here to showcase their talent, and they're both looking for a spot on the championship tour full time. And I just feel like with Rio one-upping him on that last one, we might be in for something special here should Mateus Hurdy get the launch pad to do something.
Well, yeah, Rio's lit the fuse, that's for sure. And, of course, they're teammates, both on the Quicksilver team. So they've traveled together. They've been on surf trips together. So they know each other really well. They're of a similar age. So it's an interesting one because they're very similarly built. They've got very similar style. And that's why I said at the start of the heat, are you ready for aerials? Because you knew it was going to go that way.
It's a great matchup, and then throw in the likes of John Mel, who's proven to be a real handful in all kinds of conditions. He's the man with priority over on the left-hand side of your screen. He's going to try and chase down the left-hander being a goofy footer. And he's not out of this heat by any means. The 6.81 is his requirement. We can already see that he's got an air reverse of his own. So for John Mel, the situation here is just look for the best opportunity you can and make sure you convert when you get onto it.
Yeah, and I like that he's moved off on his own now. He's left the other two to battle because they certainly are, horns locked right now. And we've seen some lefts run off that bank the whole morning, so I'm sure he'll find one before the end of the heat.
Hurdy just looking for the launch pad on that occasion. You can see him just building up ahead of speed, ahead of steam, and just looking for the right kicker to just launch into that air maneuver.
wave number 13. I think he heard me, and he is literally going to try to do 20 waves in this heat.
Well, as long as one of them ends up in a big full rotation air to get the fans happy on the side of the beach. And, well, someone who has taken a long time to find his way to the interview area is the young 18-year-old sensation from South Africa. Luke Thompson is ready now with Mike Frew.
I'm here with Luke Thompson, winner of the last heat. Luke, it took you almost 20 minutes to get to our beach interview. You were so swamped on the beach by fans after that heat. Tell us a little bit about that result, and I see your mom in tears after that heat too.
Yeah, Flip, I'm so stoked. That heat was a huge one for me. Yeah, coming in, I was just swamped by the support crew, by all the South Africans. It was like full, like overwhelming of happiness. It was super cool. Everyone was super nice. Yeah, I'm just so stoked to make it through.
You're on an absolute tear through the heat and the event so far, Luke. We really look forward to seeing you in the next couple of rounds. Good luck. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Michael Frew, with one of South Africa's next superstars, Luke Thompson, 18 years of age, the final South African left in the draw across both the men's and women's side. Excited to see him advance into the round of 16. We'll see him surfing, no doubt, tomorrow on the finals weekend.
Yeah, I called it. I was pretty sure D would be in tears, but I don't blame it.
You were almost in tears.
I was almost in tears, especially when you saw Vashko and them like giving him a hug, and like, you know, that's the kind of thing I love to see in surfing. I really do, and it's cool to see like the older guys stoked for the youngster. You know, they know what this means to an 18-year-old on a wild card at a massive event like this.
Yeah, of course. He's taken down some big names along the way as well, so he'll go and rest up tonight and refocus for tomorrow. 2 minutes 45 seconds on the clock. And some scores are dropping in. So here we go. It looks like Matthias Hurdy has found something while we were away at that interview. It's a 6.80. He's now jumped into first place. Rio Waida has slipped back down into second. And this duel is not over yet. 2 minutes and 28 remaining. Hurdy leads, Waida second.
Well, now we are left to wonder, while we were talking to the 18-year-old, what has Matthias done to get a 6.8? It's one of the highest wave scores of the heat, just behind that 7 and the 727 of Rio Waida. So hopefully we are going to get a replay.
Well, Kai, I think your words have been heard, and we'll see how we go in the last 2 minutes to see how Matthias Hurdy has stolen the heat lead back from Rio Waida. Now 2 minutes remaining. John Mel with second priority, still requiring an 8.27. Here's what went down in the break.
Well, this is the 383 from Rio. Oh, no,
that's the 727.
That's the 727 for sure from White. So good comparative, because 6.8, 727, but we need the last of red. And on 14 waves, I mean, just so busy. And this poor kid from California, I mean, he's surfed really well in this event, but he's got a big ask now of an 827.
Yeah, you can see just a little bit of frustration as the timing just a little bit off on that section. John's waited for a long time for his wave number 5. And he's still looking for an 8.27 to go into the lead. He's had a great little run here at Ballito Bay. Matthias Hurdy leads. Rio Waida second, looking for a 6.53, down to 1 minute remaining. It's been a airfest here this afternoon. And it looks like that wind, Kai, if I'm not mistaken, seems to have backed off slightly.
Yeah, it does look like it's calmed down a little bit, which is good news for us if it happens early. It means the waves are going to stay relatively clean for the rest of the day, but what it really means is tomorrow morning is going to be even more clean when that offshore land breeze comes through. So let's hope tomorrow's forecast, because the wind was supposed to be a bit stronger tomorrow afternoon, maybe that's backed off as well, and then we're in for a glorious weekend.
We're going to get through to 8 heats of the men's round of 24. We'll complete that round this afternoon and also try and go into the first 4 heats of the women's round of 16. So a long day of surfing here, 20 seconds remaining in this one.
Yeah, and John Mel just sort of going, well done, Rio, good heat. And again, seeing some good sportsmanship from these youngsters. These guys are not old, they're pretty young, but they've all surfed against each other in the Worlds and a couple of the junior events, so they know each other well. And here goes Rio. Can he get the lead?
Big blast off the end section there from Waida. That one will go incomplete, so it will be the former world junior champion Mateus Herdy from Brazil with the win over Rio Waida from Indonesia. Both those two surfers advancing to the round of 16. And congratulations there to John Mill. His run unfortunately coming to an end here. He'll be knocked out of the event at this point in time. Well, exciting surfing here from the round of 24. Thanks for watching wherever you are around the world. This is the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. For myself, Brad Bricknell and Carlinda, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's going to be Gixilias with Tash Mentasti for the call.
Live coverage of the World Surf League's Challenger Series. The Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. Mid-afternoon and the beaches have packed out. The temperatures have climbed and will continue into the next heat. Heat number 5 of the round of 24 as we introduce Lucas Macinas, Championship Tour surfer, not making the cut at the mid-year. He will roll up his sleeves and get stuck into the Challenger Series' 3rd stop. Watch for the talent from Michael Rodriguez. The name needs no introduction. And of course, the stars and stripes of Ethan Osborne, who has plenty of talent of his own, and he'll try and showcase it. As we get quickly out of the gates with Lucas Macinas, it's a good afternoon, local time in South Africa, close to 2 p.m. Gixilias in the studio along with Tash Mentasti for the call. And, well, a couple of quick scores to get going. No real numbers jumping out at us just yet, Tash.
Yeah, slow heat. If we look at some other heats that had started really quickly, and with the change of venue, I think it was a really good call. We've seen some consistent surfing, and when I am out of the booth and checking what is really happening at that main podium, it's been absolutely flat.
Well, slightly oblique angle to your camera overview here. It's because we have moved competition over to the cove next door. More consistent sand lying in a flatter base will allow turns like this from Ethan Osborne, just coming unstuck. Potential to already go into a good category score, will go adrift for the American. And as we said, 25-minute heats. This one's got 21.5 to go. And quick pulls of the trigger in the lineup. Seen a couple of heats, Tash, go to like 7-8 waves per surfer. So it is not the biggest swell that we've ever seen in Ballito, that is for sure, but it is consistent and it's a good level playing field, and we are getting some good range scores out of the heats here in the men's round of 24.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing those good score ranges. It's just not the backup as a good score. It's been coming out the winner with a good score and then an average score as their second wave count. And then really, for that 3rd place, you have to get into the good range. I mean, if you're coming out with average scores, it's not going to help you advance through. And being in a round of 24 now, I mean, it's been cutthroat from the beginning. There's no easy heat, but it definitely just gets harder and harder as we move through.
Beautiful clear ocean here, the Dolphin Coast, as it is known in the area. This is the region of Quatakuza, home of the Zulu Kingdom. And of course our theme and tagline this week here with the world's best surfers arriving is Umkhosi, which is to celebrate. Of course, 11 official languages. And this here, the Zulu language, entrenched in the DNA of the landscape. Of course, just up the coast, Sharkers Rock, a historical site. You ever been to Sharkers Rock, Tash, and had a look for yourself?
Yes, I have. I'm a tourist, even though I'm from here. Love South Africa.
Of course, a drive up to many historical sites like the Battle of Infantluana, of course, Ginging Shlovo, many sites to talk about. Of course, the port of Richards Bay, about an hour and a half up. Strong economic drive here into this region. And of course, here in the seaside town of Ballito, a strong vision from the Quatakuza municipality over the next decade to grow this into a city of vibrance. And of course, a beautiful place to hang out in the Rainbow Nation of South Africa. Strong turn on the rail for Etain Osborne as we focus in on the surfing. 3 combo right there, and that'll go a long way towards the campaign here in the 5th heat of the round of 24. 3-man heats with top 2 advancing each time. 3rd place will fall away. We did lose John Mell in that previous heat, just thinking of the Americans' input to the Ballito Pro. So he will finish equal 17th. And of course, well, Mateus Hurdy and Rio Waida advancing into the final 16. And from here on out, once we go back to men's competition, perhaps as early as tomorrow, Tash, we'll go into the man-on-man formats.
Yeah, and it's something that we don't often get to see in South Africa, just because we don't have as many high-profile surfing events. And it's going to be fantastic to witness that. And it gets harder with that man-on-man or two-person heats. For me, it's also just being able to witness some of the best women in the world coming to our shores. And yeah, it's exciting action. We've got jam-packed days, a full day today, gigs, my apologies. A full day today. And
I've worked so hard at losing weight and you call me Car. I'm very upset. 18 minutes to go in the lineup. I just want to make reference to the previous ride of Etain Osborne of 4.67. So that's 3 turns on the forehand, perhaps even a replay of it. Sort of sets the pace and the theme of the heat. 4.67, the best ride at this stage. Just under 18 minutes to go. And you mentioned women's surfing there. We will go back to women's surfing. And that will be in around, well, in quite a while still. We heat 5. 8 heats to wrap up here. And then transition back to the women's format.
Yeah, 8 heats in this round and then straight into that round of 16 for women. But you know what I've been noticing just with the scoring and stuff is I've been seeing some scintillating 3-turn combos and really strong turns, but never coming into those bigger scores. Those big good scores have been the one turn that is on offer. It's quite interesting to see. I did wonder if the judges could witness it all now that we've moved venue, and they've got 3 different video angles of replays, and they're able to see it head on at an angle from one side and at an angle from the other side.
Well, while you wonder, what did your mind wonder about the advancement of the last South African in the draw in the Ballito Pro?
Yeah, a very proud moment, especially as having the opportunity to coach the young man at ISA World Juniors last month. But you know what, I spoke to him yesterday, Gigs, and he is so cool, calm and collected. He's really composed. He's actually so calm. I got worried about him, but he's focusing on breath work, he's focusing on meditation, and he's got his mind under control. And I think it's a great performance from the young man. He's only just turned 18, and it showcases to the world that he should be around.
Etain Osborne, we'll have a look at this one. Here's a junction to hit, and those are the kind of turns we were talking about, single maneuvers, powerful maneuvers in the lineup in this cove here in Ballito. And that one is a good sting to the lip there, and we expect a replacement score to come in. Last wave of the 163 for Etain Osborne will vanish shortly. And meanwhile, into screen comes Lucas Messinas. Of course, the Peruvian, getting his start this year on the championship tour. And, well, it was an enthralling event at Pipeline with Messinas going all the way to the quarterfinals in an event that would see Kelly Slater get an incredible win for the 50-plus brigade. I say that with respect to all us elder surfers, but of course a strong message that surfing is a lifelong sport. And well, I mean, the celebration just around the world. There will not have been a surfer in January, no matter what your age, teenagers, groms, and of course the elder statesmen and everyone in between that celebrated that win of Kelly Slater. But point is, Lucas Messina got a 5th there, so it was a great start, and yet he didn't make the mid-season cut.
I know, how radical is that? And you know, he's got so much in him, and he showcased that at one of the most commanding breaks in the world at Pipeline. And it's one of many stories that we've seen, just not making the cut and having to get dropped down onto the 2nd tier of the World Surf League, the Challenger Series. And I must be honest, I quite honestly think that the Challenger Series might be a little bit more difficult than the CT, just based on the caliber of surfers.
Well, it is an interesting barometer as the Challenger Series here absorbs the cutoff of the Championship Tour. Of course, that transition at the end of Margaret River from the Championship Tour, end of the 5th stop, got rid of a lot of surfers, including, as we mentioned, Lucas Messinas. And he needs to get his work done here at the Challenger Series level. And of course, someone that would love to be full-time on the Championship Tour come the start of 2023 was the winner of that last heat, young Matthias Hurdy. Let's go down and hear from him. He's with Brad Bricknell.
Matthias Hurdy, that was one of the most entertaining hits of the day so far. You were just telling me off camera that you and Rio Waida were having a full chat to each other, really pushing each other along in that heat.
Yeah, all respect to John Mel, but we're such a good friends, me and Rio, and last year we stayed together in a few contests, especially the Mexico event, and we got the wildcard together. Like, we found out together when we got the wildcard, and we were screaming so loud in the hotel, I remember. And in the heat, yeah, like, we look at each other before and we're like, it's on, man. It's between me and you. Like, I don't care who got 3rd, but if you get 3rd, get 2nd. If you get 1st, like, if you're gonna go 2nd, I go 1st. And then, it was such a good heat. He inspires me so much. We always talking about, like, he works so hard, and he makes me work really hard too. And you already had a win. I've been on the QS for a long time, and he already have a QS win. So, it's it's my turn now.
Well, you've got a World Junior title in your bag already too, so that's got to give you a lot of confidence. And, traded off some massive airs in that heat, and now you're through to the round of 16. You had a taste of CTs. You're coming off a quarterfinal at Saquarema as a wild card. What does it feel now? What's it going to take for Matthias Hurdy to make the big elite tour?
Oh, for sure. It's taking a lot. The QS is so hard, and I'm 100%. I haven't been home since the beginning of the year. I've been working so hard, and that's my dream, And then the 2 wildcards that I had, I realized how much I wanted, and I think that's why I got a good result. And I don't know. I think my surfing fits the tour. The thing about the CT, it's the best in the world, so you have to go to 100%, all the time. So I think, I don't like to go. It's not my kind of heat to go mellow. I like to go hard. I like to go, try my 100% all the time. I know it's tricky sometimes. I think that's my problem in the QS. Sometimes I had to hold back a little bit, but that's what I want. And the QS is this year. It's been fun. This is my best result tune out, and I want to win. That's what I want to go.
Well, we love seeing you going hard. It's entertaining for us as surf fans. So congratulations and good luck for the finals weekend.
All right, thank you. Let's go. You.
Gigs.
Well, thanks, Brad. Great insight from Matthias Hurdy. Brad pulled out some good material from, prospectively, a Championship Tour surfer full-time next year. We'll see how Matthias Hurdy campaigns. He's into the final 16 here in Ballito, the 3rd Challenger Series stop. He'll be back in action tomorrow. Of course, Rio Waida, with a win in Australia, is also in the final 16 here in Ballito. Back to the water, just over 11 minutes to go. Having a look at the shape of the heat. One more score to come on Lucas Messina's scorecard to bring it up to date. Etane Osborne, a 6.83 in the lineup, and an earlier 4.67. We'll see the 11.5 made up of those 2 scores. The American out front. Quite a big requirement for Lucas Messinas, the Peruvian. to snatch the lead from Etain. He would need a 7-6-7. Judges working on a last, and we're now up to date. Top left of screen for the exact heat situation. Messinas in second, and here he goes. Around the section. And we saw Keanu Singh get a similar wave earlier, but a very clean run into the sevens for the backhand snaps on one of those little runners on the bank. And a relatively quiet heat for what you could argue is one of the longer profiled surfers in the lineup, Michael Rodriguez. M-Rod, affectionately known, always comes to Ballito with the excitement factor. We saw Michael Rodriguez as a replacement surfer over in Rio de Janeiro a couple of weeks back at the championship tour. Finished 9th. We know him. We've seen him many times. He blew the lid off performances here a couple seasons back with a massive rotation for a straight-up 10-pointer from the judges panel. But that was a couple of seasons back in Ballito. He's here in 2022. And he's got to make this Challenger Series stop work for him in his campaign. Nice snap to go. And not much more than that. So, the heat for now, the American out front and holding priority, Tash.
Yeah, and his highest score, 6.83, came from that one powerful turn with that oncoming section. His backup, the 4.67, it was a 3-turn combo. So you're really wanting to put the exclamation mark on those one turns, and it's showcasing that the judges want to see critical surfing, they want to see commitment, and they want to see you push it. But I kind of thought Michael Rodriguez would come out quickly, and you know, he's just, I mean, his highest wave score, 1.1, and we are already halfway through this heat, gigs. It's not going to be an easy one to get back on. He's on the back foot in a big way.
Well, deeper than halfway. Tash, take a 25-minute heat, cut it in half. It puts you at 12.5 minutes. We're deep now in the last third of this heat. Osborne looks like he's going to be clear with the 6.83. You spoke of the strength of that score, Tash, but the heat leader too can improve on numbers.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, he's got priority as well. You can see him kind of moving away from everyone. It's going to be red and white sitting together. Lucas Messinas got a pair of threes. And Michael Rodriguez only needing a 5.96. He really actually just needs to find a wave that has scoring potential out there. But body language looking a little frustrated. And then with that third priority, really just not in a good space.
Hard to puzzle if the scores could potentially come for M-Rod on a right or a left. Let's throw, while we ask all those questions, we ponder them in a little lull in the action. We'll take a quick break here from the Ballito Pro. We'll see you after the break.
I am Lauren Ely McGregor, Senior Board Shirt Designer at O'Neill Clothing. One of the most important features of the Hyperfreak Hydro Comp is that there's no inseam. When there's no inseam, there's no rash. The no-tie fly is slim and secure, and it stays flush and flat when you're laying on your stomach. More security, no distractions. The mini welded zip pocket is less bulky and perfect for wax comb, or your keys. The Comp also features our O'Neill Hyperdry Plus, which is our premium water repellency, which dries faster and lasts longer. The laser cut hem allows for greater freedom of movement and less rash by eliminating the restrictive stitching or welding that you see in common board shorts. Hyperfreak Pro Stretch is our premium 4-way stretch fabrication that is engineered to be cling and rash resistant. O'Neill, first name in the water.
Welcome back to the show as we get the full pop, shove it, and a full-on spin from Etain Osborne, who had a little look at the judges panel as he completed that, and a combination from Lucas Messinas to fire up the back 6.5 minutes. Welcome back to the show. It is the Challenger Series coming to you from Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. Kik Salias and Tash Mentasti in for the call. A priority for Michael Rodriguez, who's had a very quiet heat, but the action came with Etain Osborne and Lucas Messinas, and looking forward to a replay of Etain's rotation through the air.
Oh, he just looks like he's having so much fun. And you know, sitting in that first position, you got the 6.83. You want to get rid of that 4.67 like you were talking about a little earlier, Gigs. And knowing he needs to get to the air and do something, especially with what the judges have given him in this heat so far.
Well, judges having a good ponder. We'll try and bring you the replay, especially for last to blue.
Oh, so he chooses his backhand, and we know he gets to there really easily. Lovely controlled pop shove it, rides out of it so comfortably and looking straight at the judges to go, there you go.
Stared them down for a 7.5. We love it. Etain Osborne further extends his lead in the heat, and so you could almost speculate and bet the house on it now with his 14.33 out of the lineup on offer this afternoon here, a Friday afternoon in Ballito. That Etain Osborne is on his way to the last 16 in the men's draw. Of course, this is the round of 24. Three-man heats sees the third place fall out. And right now that third place does belong to Michael Rodriguez, who's had perhaps the most slumberly heat we've seen in absolutely ages from him. Emrod, the Brazilian. Couple of results, well, nothing special out of the Challenger Series in Australia, a 25th and a 49th. Remember that there are 3 throwaways of the 8 stops on tour. At the end of the year, we'll count the top 5 results in this year, the Challenger Series, and Emrod staring down the cold, hard fact that this could be his 3rd throwaway in the campaign.
Yeah, he's going to have to dig really deep if he wants to get out of this. With priority, he's in the best place he can be right now for where he's sitting in that 3rd place. I mean, a heat total of 2 points at this level and this round in a Challenger Series is not what you'd expect, but only looking for a 5.96 gig, so it is totally possible for the Brazilian.
Well, have a look how impossible it is right now for Lucas Messinas with 4 minutes to go to perhaps steal the lead from Etain Osborne. Those are up-to-date scores, top left of screen, requirements as a combination for a heat win. So we'll look at the spread of scores between Messinas and Rodriguez. And, well, Michael Rodriguez, we know that he can pretty much find a 5.96 in his sleep, one of the more edgy performers that we've seen in the last decade. We know that he's able to mix up power, and he's using his priority perhaps to capitalize on this. Will he go left? Will he go right? We'll ask those questions. Some powerful turns have been coming on the backhand, and Emrod will just get a little bit stuck in the whitewater and timing a touch off perhaps. He'll just do a half punch to the air, because prior to that there was absolutely nothing on the scorecard. And, well, someone in momentum as Osborne will just fly away, the heat leader. But just referencing Michael Rodriguez, who, you know, kind of half claimed his 2-turn backhand maneuvers. Prior to that, a 0.9 and a 1.1. So Rodriguez will lower his requirements. We'll wait for the number to settle. Right now it is a 5.96. Score will come for the 2 turns. Timing perhaps a little off, so he'll rob himself of the full potential of that score, Tash, but it will drop the requirement.
Yeah, and the judges have been very critical, especially with that late timing, and then also with the lack of flow or speed. So we can see here, he's got to hit that little white water, gets caught up, and then just incorrectly timed for that closeout maneuver. For us normal surfers, I mean, we would still think that's a great wave, but when you're sitting at this stature of an event, I mean, the judges are super critical, and we've seen it before. So, yeah, they definitely looking at the replays, because it's taking a while to get that wave score in.
Well, first priority is with white. You see the illuminated boards just underneath the judges section of the encampment here. This is the headquarters of our 3rd Challenger Series stop. Festive beach scenes coming to you on a Friday afternoon out of South Africa. And 4.07. Now have a look how low the requirement is, Tash. Let's just remind you folks at home. 3rd place in red, Michael Rodriguez, now just a 2.99 requirement. That could be at the expense of Lucas Messinas. Messinas has the priority. It's game on now with 1 minute 40.
Yeah, and a big point of reference and difference there is Rodriguez with the 4.07.
Oh, Lucas has let him go. Let's see what comes of this. Gets the vertical hit. And another one. He's going to question it. He's not going to claim that. No fist pumps there. 2.99 requirement. Well, okay. What are we thinking, Tash?
Well, it's very similar to his 5th wave. I think a little bit off time as well, once again. Not going to get as high as a 4.07, but definitely going to replace the 1.1. That's what I can comfortably say.
Your fence sitting, Tash Mentesti, with 1 minute to go. What are we thinking of this? Requirements of a 2.99.
Yeah, he's going to get the score for sure.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Tash has put out a thing, and she's right, 100% right, 3.37. Lucas Messinas looked at the situation with priority and let Michael Rodriguez go. Upside down, the script flips.
Wow.
Now, Messinas has the priority. He's got to focus in on his own efforts. He must find the requirement of a 3.62. It's a low-range score, and there's 30 seconds to go. And even though Michael Rodriguez has a lower priority, he's just going to stay right up Lucas Messinas' grill here. Maybe even a few little expletives in the lineup, perhaps a few words, getting mentally into Lucas Messinas' space here. He's going to sit right in his vision, and he'll check the clock to see, well, 10 seconds to go. Wow. Lucas Messinas, strategic error, but the clock is not finished yet. Here is the opportunity. It's the countdown. We're watching it. And the clock will beat Lucas Messinas. And wow, what a way to wind up the 5th heat of the day. I didn't see that coming.
No,
Rodriguez just hurdled it. And he'll let go the emotions on the outside. That's how important it is. And Lucas Messinas will be hard on himself here. And meanwhile, let's just give a little bit of credit to Etain Osborne, who absolutely sailed over the field, got progressive. But that man on screen, Michael Rodriguez, will celebrate as he moves into the final 16 here. And that was as close as a second place finish can get.
Yeah, and you can just see how heavy the Challenger Series is just by the emotion and reaction from Rodriguez with that second place finish.
We'll take a quick break and we'll continue the action from the round of 24 here from the Ballito Pro.
You can never determine who you are by what you do. Because if it gets taken away, then who are you?
My circumstances do not define me, I define me.
Just stay true to who you are, and if they don't like it, stuff that.
We're the WSL. We travel all over the world, chasing the best waves and surfing the nicest beaches. But we don't just surf. We're also doing our best to protect the thing we love most by restoring coasts, stopping plastic pollution, and reducing climate impacts. We know we're not the only ones trying to save the ocean, so we want to hear what you're up to. Use hashtag WeAreOneOcean and tag WSL to share your sustainability story.
Welcome back to the show. And Umkhosi means to celebrate in the Zulu dialect of the region. You are with us in South Africa, and certainly there was a celebration as Michael Rodriguez got that win. Got that second place advance. Etain Osborne for the win in the previous heat. Welcome to the fresh one on deck. It's heat number 6, round of 24 3-man heats with 2 advancing each time. Who will fall away and who will continue to progress? Caity Simmers from France will take on Eli Hanneman, the talent out of Hawaii. And then, well, someone that's been around for a while, Jacob Wilcox out of Western Australia. When will he get his turn? He must be thinking, well, you know, Jack Robinson's doing a great job at the CT level. I'd like to go and hang out with him next year in 2023. Perhaps he can. It's his opportunity here at the 3rd stop on the Challenger Series to rake in some points. Gigsleers along with Tash Mentasti for the call. Only one ride to catch up on. It's the 4.83 for Caity and Delahaye. And he'll put a 4.83 on the board with his opener.
Yeah, tall surfer, long and lanky. I love how tight he can get into the pocket and just quick reaction for that second maneuver. And comes out once again, it's an average score, you know, and sets the pace, sets the tone of where we're going with this heat. But yeah, I think there's a lot to come, especially with the Hawaiian gigs.
Well, out of Guadalupe, Gatien, let's see how he finds it. Of course, Timothy Bissau is already through to the round of 16, so he'll want to keep the momentum from the region, the French territories. And of course, Eli Hanneman yesterday, highlight score, well, apologies, the day before for the highlight score of a 917 into the southerly wind. He's back in the lineup, the exciting Hawaiian, who's trying to build his own campaign here at Challenger Series level. We speculate that it will be not too long before Eli Hanneman joins the top ranks. The talent of the Hawaiian in white, no rides yet for him. And Jacob Wilcox, well, as we mentioned, Jacob, we've seen him many times over, and he'll get the snap to go. Here he goes. Good campaigning. He's got better at the beach break and heat management over the seasons, and there's more consistency coming to every heat that Jacob Wilcox applies himself to. And we'll see how he fares in the 2022 Challenger Series. Of course, Jacob Wilcox, saw him in Western Australia at the 5th stop on the championship tour as a wild card. And let's have a look at Gatian, who'll quickly pull the trigger for a second ride. You mentioned how tall he is, but that tall frame getting a lot of leverage and throwing a lot of spray, Tash.
Yeah, throwing a lot of spray, also nice and quick to react with his board.
And talking of quick, almost completion for Eli Hanneman. We hear some oohs and ahs and gasps. Of course, he'll have his fan base here. A lot of South Africans very keen to see what Eli can produce. Here's Jacob Wilcox back into it, managing heats much better now as he campaigns. So we'll do some catch up on scores here. 2 waves now owed quickly for Jacob Wilcox. Just over 5 minutes into the encounter. 2 more heats to wrap up the round of 24, and then we'll transition back to women's surfing this afternoon here at Ballito, local time. 2:20 in the afternoon, we're about mid-tide again. So we'll surf it all the way out to the low tide mark at around just before 5 p.m. this afternoon.
Yeah, moving through those tides, I mean, that was one of our biggest issues this morning, is we started at the main podium and we had to move, and we surfed here on the second podium through a full high tide, and we saw great waves on offer, so a good decision from Travis Loge. And you know, Giggs, what you were talking about, just managing heats, I think that's one of the biggest things that these youngsters need to figure out, is how to manage their time. Oh, getting to the air though.
Oh, we like it. Gatti and Delahaye managing his ride quite well, we dare say. And, well, that was wave number 3. So judges catching up 2 scores for the tall Frenchman. Throwaway score for Eli Hanneman won't factor in. And Jacob Wilcox constructing a pair of 3s early on for, well, what is an early lead? We might see that roll over. Everybody probably will have a go at leading this heat. Plenty of time. But just to talk back to the tides quickly, Tash, for a moment. It is a neap tide week. Measure it out, it's about 2.5 feet of tide difference. So that's not a lot, about 70 centimeters. So the fact of the matter is it has played a part. So a small tide shift, but it has played a big part because there is such small energy and swell running in the ocean. So perhaps tides won't even be a discussion when the impending swell arrives for finals day on Sunday. Meanwhile, Eli Hanneman back at it. Nearly completed his first one, so just a little bit more stock standard, just winds out a few turns. Does the...
Almost holding back a little bit, hey, Giggs?
Well, yeah, I think that it's testimony to the fact that these waves are not carrying a lot of power. This place can break as hard as the North Shore of Hawaii. It's not doing that today. Nonetheless, Jacob Wilcox will go to the air. Oh, and almost the completion. So there are these little pockets. We've seen every now and then a standout score come our way, care of 2 bowls converging, and the surfers are sifting the lineup, looking for those ramps and opportunities. And Wilcox will go back to the drawing board. We mentioned the pair of 3s, so the 6.74 that you see on the scorecard for Jacob Wilcox, made up of a 3.67 and a 3.07 for now. Gatian Delahaye, slightly higher averages, fetching scores of a 4.83 to start, backed it up with a 4, and so the tall frame of the surfer in red out front in the encounter. Eli Hanneman, you feel at some stage is going to blow the lid off a score. Meanwhile, perfect heat management. The rhythm is working well. Priority getting effectively used here. And, well, maybe not that effectively. Gatian looking for potential to up a number. He won't improve on a 4-point ride with that. Plenty of time. 16.5 still to play.
Yeah, a pair of 4s with our current heat leader, a pair of 3s with our second place surfer. And we saw in that previous heat, I mean, second place advancing with a 4 and a 3, really. So it is possible right now based on conditions, and like you were saying, just such a minimal swell, very weak swell period that we've seen. For winter, very unlikely what we're seeing actually, Gigs. I mean, I was excited when I knew I was coming to Ballito, and excited for what KwaZulu-Natal offers in winter. And
it has been an uncharacteristic Ballito Pro. Let's just be honest. We're normally used to seeing big reeling right-handers off the sandbars. I feel that we could still get some of that before we wrap up this third Challenger Series stop. But yeah, it's been a tough one. It's been a tough one for Travis Loge from Competition and Tours to call as well. Has not been an easy neap-tied week in South Africa. And here is your heat leader, Gatien. Stretches this one out. Soft landing. And, well, yes, brings the completion with 15.5 to go. Remember, he is trying to improve on a 4-pointer. But one of the bigger waves, and he found that under priority.
Yeah, and I like the extension of his tail, and how he threw that back leg and extended that back leg into that reverse, but live action now.
Priority will be used, and there's the rotation. So we knew that was coming. Eli Hanneman will go to the air. Might have a re-look at that just to sort of measure the increments of invertedness and height. Speedy rotation. Back to the drawing board. Right now only a 2.5 and a 1 in the scoreline for Eli.
Yeah, it'll be a great comparison to be able to see what red and white can showcase. For me, it's like Eli Hanneman has those on tap, but let's just watch what Gatien Delahaye does. So speeding down the line, sets it up. I like that push of the toe. You see the extension of his back foot, and then gets it wrapped around. And then the comparison here with Eli Hanneman. Also setting it up, speeding down the line. Gets the quick rotation when he lands, but for me it was that extension from Gatien as he held it through the rotation. I could be totally wrong.
Well, 2 4-hander here's for the judges to draw some comparison. They gave 5 to Gatien. Here goes Wilcox. The Australian slashes a big turn. 2-turn combo, that's better from him. That's the kind of waves that are fetching the numbers out of the lineup, folks. 2 strong turns, got some leverage. Gatien's back at it as well. In and out for him, inconsequential. Has already improved his numbers, has the Frenchman. His last air rotation for a 5. We're waiting to see how Eli Hanneman's compares. And now we can give you that. Just a 0.2 separating it, slightly higher value to Eli Hanneman. 5.2 brings him right into discussion in the heat. And now, well, 2 big snaps for Jacob Wilcox to consider. And while the judges ponder that, let's go down and hear from the winner of that last heat, Etain Osborne.
Eitan, Doug Marsh just walked past and said that should have been a 9. Super progressive surfing and kind of new surfing. I mean, I got the board varial, but you kind of went opposite with the body. Are we calling that the double varial?
No, it's just a regular shove it varial. But it was off the end section, which feels nice, like off an actual section. So that was sweet. I was stoked.
Now, it's nice to see progression coming into surfing. Of course, you were not really planning on surfing this event. You came out to South Africa, got in the event. Now you're on to the round before the quarters.
Yeah, it's my best result in a challenger, so hopefully I can keep it going. No pressure still, so why not?
And then, of course, staying with the Sykes family here in Ballito, you and Shane, good mates. You've been hanging with Jazzy and the parents. Kind of got a little bit of local support behind you as well.
Oh yeah, they're the best. Treat me like family, delicious dinners, taking us everywhere. Love them.
All right, and what have you been thinking of the waves up here in Ballito?
It's pretty fun. This reminds me of home, like 1 foot little slot, but when I first got here, it was so sick. Just perfect little right tubes, air wind all the time. Pretty awesome.
All right, my man, well, we're looking forward to seeing what you got for us in the next round. I'm sure it's going to be exciting. Back to the studio.
Well, thanks, Carl. Remember the name, Etain Osborne? He's in the last 16 on the men's draw. And we'll see who joins him. 3-man heats, 2 progress each time. We'll lose 1 surfer from the heat out in the water. And we'll answer that question in 11.5 minutes' time. Who will it be? Priority with Eli Hanneman down in 3rd, but a small requirement in the context of the heat, 4.38 requirement. Still sitting on just a 2.5. But went to the air for the 5.2. Gatien went to the air for a 5. And I wanted to just link that to the 2 backhand power snaps of Jacob Wilcox. We're up to date with scores, a 5.9. So 2 ways to build a score.
Interesting as well, because we've been, like I was saying, we've seen those single wave maneuvers or single maneuvers on a wave getting the highest scores. And here Jacob Wilcox gets the slight increase over a 2-turn combo with the 5.9.
Well, 983 versus 957, Tash, just to talk to the split between first and second. Only a 393 for the Australian to now steal the lead.
Very small score needed. And then we'll put pressure on the Hawaiian in that third position. But a 4.38 for Eli Hanneman, totally possible. His highest score, 5.2, so he just wants to get rid of that 2.5. We saw in some previous heat gigs many waves caught, the Mateus Hurdy heat especially, 13 waves, 14 wave count. Here we see the Hawaiian with just 3 waves and 10 minutes left.
What I'm noticing is mostly right-handers now to build this heat. Another 2-turn sting from Jacob Wilcox. His previous one, a 5.9. This one perhaps not as big a wave, not as amplified turns, but that perhaps is going to drop his 3.67. As you mentioned, Tassie only needs a 3.93 to steal the lead, and he did that under priority of the rest of the pack. So does he turn the heat in his favour now as we go just under the 10-minute mark?
Yeah, I definitely think he's going to throw out that 3.67, and I think that we will be seeing a big change between that first, second and third place.
The judges will ponder that. We'll take a quick break and we'll come back for more after the break from Ballito.
That noise gone.
Calm yourself down. Keep on lifting higher, higher and higher. I said your love keep on lifting higher and higher. Now once I was downhearted, disappointment was my closest friend. But then you came and he soon departed, and you know he never.
Welcome back to the show. It is live coverage from the east coast of South Africa. The Ballito Pro proudly presented by O'Neill. Kik Saliers and Tash Mentasti in for the call. And when we left you a little while back, we asked the question, can Jacob Wilcox find the requirement? And he was in third priority, and he did it. He has sneaked a 5.17. So 2 waves for the lead, both of them backhand 2-turn combos. So that is the secret to the heat lead right now. Jacob Wilcox now the new heat leader.
Yeah, and interesting because we saw a lot of left-handers a little earlier. So the tide coming into effect once again, out here at the Ballito Pro. And for me, the pair of 5s is what is going to be the counters. So Gatien now needing a 6.07. That'll be the highest wave score of this heat so far. But keeping busy, Jacob Wilcox. So with that third priority, just kind of looking for anything, finding any opportunity. And we made a call a few days ago, sometimes gigs, that priority, first priority, kind of holding surfers back a little bit.
No, good point you've made. It's probably been the one theme. There's been a couple of themes out of this week, but certainly holding priority hasn't really been a major advantage. Just care of, you know, the consistency of average waves running through the lineup in Ballito for this year's visit. Eli Hanneman does sit with that priority. Relatively low requirement of 4.63. Already has a 5.2. The third place surfer's got to ditch the 2.5. Back to Jacob Wilcox, though, who found his 5.17 just before the break under the priority. So, yeah, discussion is priority really an asset? It's been a debatable topic all week. We're down to 7 minutes to go. Wilcox leads and looking for a pathway to the final 16. Of course, we'll go to man-on-man template next time we visit men's surfing. And we are hearing that we will transition into the next round of women's later this afternoon. Tash, you're excited about that, as always.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I just am thoroughly enjoying having all these international competitors on our shores. It's been many years that we've seen such an incredible caliber of female athletes come to Ballito. I mean, we get fortunate. In 2019, we had our championship tour of female athletes for the first time in a long time come to South Africa. And I also think just for the growth of the sport in this country, it's just good to be able to witness what the professionals are doing and kind of being able to gauge where our South African girls are and what they need to do to be able to get to that level.
Strong push from regions like Japan, Europe, the South Americas, starting to see more Brazilian names on the ladies' draw. We look to a season or two ahead to see if South Africa can start building momentum in the female ranks. Here is Caity Simmers. We'll just spike the board for an incomplete. Still enough time to see this heat change shape. For now, priority with the heat leader, Jacob Wilcox. Of course, Jacob, all the way back to 2013, was showcased for his potential. A wild card care of the sponsors at Bells and then up in Peniche. So Jacob Wilcox's name, we feel, has been around for a long, long time. He's had championship tour experience from very early on in his teenage years. And much like the Jack Robinson story, we feel at some stage Jacob Wilcox will get the breakthrough results. Could it be this year? 8 stops on the Challenger Series to find the top 10 come November. And, well, Jacob, let's see if he can fare in that crusade in 2022. Hasn't done much Challenger Series work right now. This is, in fact, his first Challenger Series of the season. Worked the qualifying series back in Australia, but first in Phillip Island, got a 5th on the Central Coast, a 9th in Newcastle. So he's kept the blade sharp. And now seeing if he can get all the way to finals day come Sunday. It is a Friday afternoon here in South Africa. We trust that wherever you are around the world, we bring you some content to keep you involved in the process of finding 10,000 points on both men's and women's sides for the winners. And of course, this is already, as we mentioned, the 3rd stop on the Challenger Series. A couple of weeks' time, the US Open will hold your attention on this tour. And, well, a little spill from Eli Hanneman, who is chasing reminders of 4.63. And enough time to do it, Tash.
Yeah, well, he utilized his priority. Unfortunately, not making good use of it, and now going to sit in that 3rd priority. So this is where we could see the Hawaiian actually just finally start to light up a little bit in this heat number 6. You know, listening to Matthias Hurdy earlier, and I'm just thinking of Jacob Wilcox. Yes, we've heard of him since 2013. Yes, we've seen him featured in these CTs, but it is a whole different beast on the qualifying series. Matthias Hurdy stating, like in the QS, he likes to go hard and go big every single heat, and sometimes in the QS you shouldn't be doing that and just pacing yourself through the rounds. So I think, you know, Jacob Wilcox, so talented, but it's about managing time, it's about managing your mind.
Well, if it was hard on the qualifying series, it's harder on the Challenger Series, Tash.
Absolutely.
Every heat is a supercharged one. And while it's bringing great value, so Friday afternoon here, people from all around the greater KwaZulu-Natal flocking down to a finals weekend. And lots of people at the beach. Temperatures have lifted nicely. It's been a good beach participation day. And, of course, it is school vacation. Well, it's summer holidays in the Northern Hemisphere. It is winter holidays here, but that is the strong draw card for Ballito. It's the warmer climes of the country.
Oh, yeah, this is the middle of winter, and we're in bikinis.
We're actually having better weather for the winter edition of the Ballito Pro than we ever did for the summer one. We had a lot of rain and a lot of southerly winds for a QS 5000 version of this. The production team got to warm up 6 months ago. A win for Aidan Masonkamp in a final against Geordie Smith. And, well, of course, Slade Prestridge would get 3rd place in that, and it's all been a good warm-up. A little over 2 minutes to go out in the lineup. Wilcox still holds the priority and still holds the lead. No change to any of those situations. Eli Hanneman is the surfer who will now be feeling a little bit of pressure to fetch requirement of the 4.63. And could that be at the expense of Caity and Delahaye? So Delahaye has the higher priority here over Hanneman. And we'll watch very, very closely the movement in the lineup here. The taller figure of the Frenchman in red, already starting to gravitate towards the smaller figure of Eli Hanneman. And Eli will try and continually stay away from Delahay's reach. We go under 90 seconds to go, Tash.
Yeah, 90 seconds. For me, Eli sitting with that 2.5, and he got it on his second ride, so it must be frustrating for him. I would try and move away as quickly as possible and just find something. A 4.63 is not unachievable. But like you said, the Frenchman is going to hang around, follow him. He's like trying to not look at him, but I'm watching you the whole time.
1 minute to go. Focus in on the story between red and white here as we move to the back part of Heat 6, round of 24. Only 2 can progress. The third place eliminates for a 17th place finish here in Ballito. And right now, Eli Hanneman in the hot seat. Wants to try and break away. This is a very small wave. Is it going to climb on the bank? The answer is no. 40 seconds to go. Still sticking with it. More movement from Caity and Delahaye, just shadowing the situation. I'm seeing a little bit of movement. I feel that perhaps no rhythm. Here we go. This is a breakaway moment. Small little pocket for Hanneman. It's too small, but he's created about 10 yards.
Clever.
There's the long arm reach. One of the taller surfers in the draw. Caity and Delahaye will just glide that board closer to blanketing Eli Hanneman. A little bit of frustration starting to show from the Hawaiian. He can see the 100 yards out to sea and perhaps not seeing anything that can immediately change his situation. And the clock is going to beat Eli Hanneman here. And it's looking like a 17th place finish. Frustration on display. And we can understand that. Of course, every heat is a tough one. And Caity and Delahaye and Jacob Wilcox will just have a little moment of celebration there. Wilcox reaches out to say, well, Caity, you're in the final 16 here. It starts becoming a result. And, well, that will wrap up the 6th heat of the round of 24. Stay with us. We'll call into the booth Brad Bricknell and a very special guest after the break.
Oh, welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by Anil. It's such a pleasure to have your company wherever you are watching around the world. My name is Brad Bricknell, and joining us in the booth this afternoon is a very, very special guest, the 18-year-old new South African sensation, Luke Thompson. Welcome to the set, Luke.
Thank you for having me.
It's been such a pleasure to watch you grow up as a surfer and as a young man. And I've got to say, this role you're having in the Ballito Pro is nothing short of spying the last remaining South African left in the draw.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, really, really happy to have this opportunity of being in the event. And yeah, really looking forward to my next heat.
All right, let's introduce the heat in the water to you at the moment. It is heat number 7 of the round of 24. We've got Dylan Moffat from North Narrabeen in Australia up against the current number 1 ranked surfer on the Challenger Series, Leonardo Fioravante, representing Italy, and then another Australian in the heat, young Mikey McDonough from Lennox Head in New South Wales. And it's going to be the 2 Aussies up against the experience here of Leonardo Fioravante. We've dropped down to those 25-minute heats. And looking like just one short score in there from Dylan Moffat to speak at this point in time. So Luke Thompson, 18 years of age. You've had a great run coming into this event. You're from Durban, from the New Pier, about 40 minutes drive away. But you had some success early on in the event with that Pro Junior win.
Yeah, I mean, it was super nice to have an event before the trials. There were 2 events, a JQS and Pro Junior under 18s. And yeah, I mean, I was just kind of filling out my boards and just trying to use it as a warm-up for the trials. And yeah, I was super stoked and super fortunate to be able to get the win in that contest.
And then you got a second place in the trials to your good mate Tide Lee Island. You were one of 18 South Africans in the draw before this event started. Now you're the lone South African standing. How does that make you feel? Does that put pressure on your young 18-year-old shoulders, or does that just keep you inspired to keep the flag flying?
Yeah, it kind of keeps me inspired. Hey, I mean, I haven't got too much pressure on myself for this contest. Kind of just enjoying the moment and having a lot of fun surfing every heat. Yeah, and I'm looking forward to flying the South African flag high and, yeah, representing my country.
Well, I can tell you, looking at your place now, you are guaranteed the minimum of equal ninth, and that's 3,320 points. Luke Thompson, I can tell you some very, very special and exciting news. We've just got word from Tours and Competition Travis Loge. You have got the wildcard slot into Jeffreys Bay next week.
No way.
Absolutely, for real life.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe that.
So we've got you in the booth here as a special guest today. I think it's a just reward for all the hard work you've been putting in. And now you get to test yourself not only at the Challenger Series level, but you're going to be thrust against the world's best surfers at the Corona Open J-Bay.
Oh my goodness, I'm like in disbelief. I get to surf my first CT event at J-Bay, my favorite wave in the world.
It's so
Thanks,
special
man.
to be able to share this moment with Luke Thompson. If you just joined us from around the world, Brad Bricknell here against with local wildcard into this event. Luke Thompson, 18 years of age. He's just been given the news that he's going to be one of a handful of South African surfers surfing in the WSL World Championship Tour event, the Corona Open J-Bay. It's one of his favorite places in the world, Super Tubes. And Luke, it's been such a pleasure watching your progression. I've got to say, one of the things that's really impressed me about your surfing, not only physically, but your mental game seems really, really strong. You show so much composure under pressure. And that's going to be something you have to draw on when you take on the big guys at J-Bay next week.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really, I'm in shock right now. Yeah, I'm seriously looking forward to the opportunity. Yeah, I mean, I've spent a lot of time at J-Bay. Gonna have to phone my shaper after this and try to order a couple boards. But yeah, it's actually quite funny because before this event started, like a couple of days before this event started, before the trials even, I was on the phone to Matt McGillivray, who's on the CT, and we were speaking, and I was telling him about it could be a possibility and an opportunity if I maybe, do well in the trials and get into the event and then make a couple heats in the event and become the highest ranked South African, that it could be a possibility. And I mean, it was a long stretch for me. I didn't even think. I was just kind of joking around. And now it's just super cool. And I don't know, I can't even believe it. But now I get to phone him and tell him that we're both in the J-Bay Open, which is super cool.
Well, I think you've got a few phone calls to make. We'll let you catch your breath and your thoughts as we just catch up here with Dylan Moffat from North Narrabee in Australia. Just locking in his wave number 3. It's been a slower start to this heat. Leonardo Fioravante, a 4.67 on his opening wave. It's been the highlight of the heat so far. And Luke Thompson, 18 years of age, just joining me in the booth. You've got a few people to call, not just your shaper. You've got your mum and your sisters who have been an integral part of your success, really and truly in your corner for a long, long time.
Yeah, I mean, my mom and my sisters are my biggest supporters. Yeah, they've always been there for me, backing me and believing in me. And that's been a huge part of my career, and my success has come from them. My mom has given up so much to get me to events and get me to worlds, and she's really put everything into me and my career. And I owe everything to my mom and sisters. They're the best people in the world to me, and yeah, I mean, I can't thank them enough for what they've done for me.
Yeah, it's a really heartfelt message, and shout out to the family, Luke. I know how much family means to you, and I've seen you progress, like I said, as a young surfer through the qualifying series, the junior series, the ISA series, and here you are on the biggest stage of your career so far, and it's about to get a lot bigger as you go into that event at Super Tubes Jeffreys Bay. We're going to talk more about that in a minute. Also want to just let you give the opportunity to give acknowledgement to your longtime coach, Quinton Jones. You've been working with him since you basically were an absolute grommet. You're still a grommet, but you've been working with him for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, ever since I started surfing, I've been working with QJ. I think I started working with him when I was 11, and I'm 18 now, so it's been a long time. And he's not only my coach, he's kind of like he's a big part in my career and my team. Every decision I make, he's a part of it, and yeah, he's been a huge role in my life for not only surfing, just life in general. He's been a coach of mine, and yeah, I mean, he's amazing. He's very calm. He gets me into a good headspace. He's got a lot of belief in me, and that helps me put a lot of belief in myself. And yeah, I mean, I'm really, really happy to have someone like him in my corner, and yeah.
Well, we're really happy to have you in our corner here in the host set. Thanks for watching the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. It's such a great opportunity here to have Luke Thompson, 18 years of age, in the booth with us. He's been on an absolute tear across the South African region, and now his name is certainly popping up on the international ranks as well. Qualified as a wildcard here into this event. He's the last remaining South African and the highest ranked South African on the Challenger Series up until this point, and he's just received the news that he's going to get a wildcard into the Corona Open J-Bay, which starts on the 12th next week. And Luke, looking forward to that event. The buzz around the town is that there's a real good forecast, and we potentially could get action underway as early as Tuesday, Wednesday next week. How does that make you feel now that you've just got the news?
It makes me super happy. I was looking at the forecast yesterday or the day before, and I booked my flight. As soon as I saw the forecast, I booked my flight for Monday.
So you were going anyway?
Yeah, so I was going anyway, 100%, heading down there to just watch Matt, support Matt, watch Jordy and support him, and just free surf along with the guys. And, just to be here now and hear the news from you, to have the opportunity to, be in the event and surf these waves is going to be amazing. I mean, I've only been to J-Bay and surfed it, like the least crowded I've surfed it is probably like 40 guys. So I'm just in disbelief that I get to surf 2 heats out there no matter what. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to the opportunity. And yeah, hopefully I can have a good couple of heats and have a good time.
All right, well, we're going to keep you in the booth for the next 15 minutes. We are seeing vision here of a great two-turn combination from Leonardo Fioravante. He's grabbed the lead from wave number 1 with a 4.57, and he's just locked in a 4.13 on that last one, the replay we just saw. Surfer from Australia, Mikey McDonough from Lennox Head. Also a decorated junior career over there, now finding his way on the Challenger Series. He's in second place, looking for a 4.48. And then Dylan Moffat, who also has CT experience as a wild card, in third, as we track now with Mikey McDonough. Nice bowl ahead of him. Big back foot slash off that oncoming section, but unfortunately just gets hooked up on that delivery of that turn. He requires a 4.17, and we're just under 14 minutes remaining in this one. Luke, we had to move over to the new sandbank today, just over from Willard Beach main break over to a little place called Bathers. We'll just watch this one quickly before I grab your thoughts on that. Dylan Moffat got knocked out by Gabriel Medina in his wildcard opportunity at North Narrabeen. He did make it through that first round, though, and bagged heaps of experience. Luke, that bank seems pretty fun. It's a really good backup option. There's lefts, there's rights, and you seem to find a few opportunities in your heat.
Yeah, I mean, it's an amazing wave. Before the contest started, during the juniors and stuff, if I wasn't surfing heats, I'd be free surfing there. And since the contest started early in the mornings, it's been super small with the high tide at the contest bank. So I've just kind of been going and surfing Bathers and trying to get my warm-ups in there and feel my feet and my boards and my wax. And yeah, I think it was a really, really good call. Yesterday, they called the contest off and everyone was surfing Bathers and it was the spot. And yeah, today they moved the contest to Bathers, and I think it was a very, very, very good call by the contest director. And yeah, seriously looking forward to possibly surfing there again tomorrow.
Yeah, amazing stuff. Hearing from Luke Thompson in the booth. We've got about 12 and a half minutes remaining in this one. Leonardo Fioravante in first, Mikey McDonough in second. Dylan Moffat looking for a score of around 4.17 to see him advance into that second place. We'll take a short break from all the action here at the Ballito Pro. When we come back, it's going to be Luke Thompson in the booth with myself, Brad Bricknell, for the last 12 minutes of heat number 2 of the round of 24. Stay tuned. Back right after this.
I am Lauren Ely McGregor, Senior Board Short Designer at O'Neill Clothing. The Hyperfreak board short features Hyperfreak Pro Stretch, a premium high-density 4-way stretch fabrication engineered to be rash and cling resistant. The Hyperfreak features our Flex Tie Draw Cord, a super secure and comfortable stretch draw cord specially designed to stay tied while surfing and swimming. The Hyperfreak has a welded zip pocket with a low-profile, functional design to keep your goods safe and secure. This board short features O'Neill Hyperdry, quick dry water repellent treatment. The Hyperfreak, the ultimate performance board short. O'Neill, first name in the water.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro. It's great to have your company wherever you are streaming in from around the world. Brad Bricknell here alongside a very special guest, the 18-year-old Luke Thompson, the last remaining South African in the Challenge Series event here in Durban. Across men's and women's, he's just received incredible news from Travis Loge from Tours and Competition that he is, a wildcard slot starter at the Corona Open J-Bay, and that starts up next week. So incredible to have Luke in the studio with me here. Luke, we did surprise you on the set. I hope your heart's had time to recover from the good news.
Yeah, I'm still in disbelief. I feel like pinching myself. I feel like I'm in a dream. Yeah, I can't believe it. I'm so happy. And yeah, I mean, Brad, I've known you for a couple of years now, and to get the news from you is also super cool. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to the opportunity.
Yeah, well, this is certainly one of the highlights of my career in broadcasting, to be able to give you that news, Luke. And I know it's going to be one of the highlights of your very long surfing career that you've got ahead of you. Situation in the water remains the same. Fioravanti leads, McDonough second, Dylan Moffat still looking for a 4.17. And now looking ahead to the rest of this event, we're not done here. We can get carried away with Super Tubes coming up next week, but your job's not here. You find yourself in that round of 16, and you're probably going to come up against, we think it was Rio Waida in that next heat. So another great up-and-coming surfer who's pushing for a slot on that championship tour full-time. How are you going to approach that heat against Rio?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that heat. Rio's an amazing surfer. He won the Challenger Series event at Manly. And him and I are actually good friends. I've known him for a couple of years now. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to that heat. It's going to be a tough heat and a tough draw, but hopefully there's some good waves and we can go 1-for-1 with each other and have a fun heat.
Well, slot in the quarterfinals up for grabs, of course, if you make it through that one. And then, of course, Luke, you're going to transition from 4-man heats to 3-man heats, and then this is going to be your first man-on-man heat against Rio. Does that change how you approach the heat, or how does your strategy have to evolve when you go in a man-on-man situation?
Yeah, definitely. 4-man, you're not going for the win. You're kind of just going for first or second. And it's just kind of a bonus if you get the win. And then 3-man, my whole focus kind of shifted to, you just have to beat one person. So yeah, it definitely changes now that it's onto 2-man. It's man on man, so you're not really surfing a heat against a group of people. You're kind of surfing a heat against one other person. I've had quite a bit of experience with 2-mans at WSL Worlds and in the JQS contests. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. And yeah, I definitely think there's going to be a couple of changes in the strategy. But yeah, I'll just have to have a conversation with my coach, and yeah, we'll definitely.
You're not going to give us a strategy live on air, I would assume. So we'll let you keep some secrets in the bag there for the round of 16 tomorrow. Just keeping our eyes on this heat. It's been a bit of a slow one between Leonardo Fioravanti, Mikey McDonough, and Dylan Moffat, but it is the Italian, the current leader on the championship, on the Challenger Series rather, Leonardo Fioravanti out in the front. Mikey McDonough maintaining that second place, looking for a 4.48, and Dylan Moffat, the man with priority, still looking for that 4.17 if he wants to advance into that round of 16. And just talking about the other surfers in the draw, the other South Africans in the draw, we saw the last two remaining female surfers going out today, Zoe Stain and Sarah Baum. You got a feel for those girls. They had a tough hit against some really high-quality international opponents.
Yeah, all the South Africans here in this event, I'm really good friends with all of them, and we've had a big support crew going for every heat. And I almost prefer losing than watching my friends losing. Yeah, it's one of the toughest moments, watching people that work super hard, and seeing them come up like just short is is very hard to see. But yeah, I'm staying with Zoe now. We didn't really have a plan. We're just kind of going with the flow. And yeah, on the 7th, our accommodation ran out, and her and her mom were super grateful. And yeah, they opened their arms to us and let us come stay with them. So yeah, very thankful for them. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to watching Zoe the rest of the year. She's an amazing surfer along with Sarah Baum. They're both really good, and I've watched Zoe at J Bay, at East London, and she's probably got one of the best backhand out of the females in the world. So yeah, I'm really hoping she gets a nice breakthrough result soon. And yeah, Sarah Baum as well, she had a nice quarterfinal finish, I think it is, at Manly. And yeah, I'm hoping that she and Zoe can get a good result at the US Open and kind of keep it going. But yeah, I mean, we all get along super well, and yeah, I just can't wait to watch them in the upcoming challenges.
Yeah, what's the amazing thing, of course, one of the things that we have noticed at this event is that camaraderie on the athletes' deck. We've seen all the South Africans come down and watch whoever's in the water, no matter what time of day it is, first heat of the morning, last heat of the afternoon. It's been really cool to see the South Africans gather around. And of course, Slade Prestwich was the other South African in the mix this morning who fell out in this round. We're going to pay attention now to live action. This is Leonardo Fioravante looking for a little inside right runner. Gets the board up and over for that smoothly executed air reverse. So just trying to solidify that lead on a small inside right. 4-1-3 is his low. And he's defending the lead from Mikey McDonough, who's been on a bit of a roll so far in the seat. He had food poisoning, Luke, before his last round heat, and didn't sleep all night, but managed to pull off a win there. And those are the things you have to deal with when you're a pro surfer. It's not all the glamour stuff that you see on the social media. There's a lot of hard work and a lot of adversity you have to overcome if you want to be a professional surfer.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, you know, people can have those unfortunate things of you know, getting food poisoning and, you know, an injury and stuff like that. And I think it just really comes to show who's got the mental strength. And yeah, I mean, Mikey McDonough, he's a really good surfer. He's kind of been on the junior scene for a couple years now. Yeah, it's cool to see him getting results. And yeah, in the Challenger Series. But yeah, I mean, that comes to surfing. You know, you never really know what you're going to expect. But yeah, he's really good surfer, and it's cool to see, you know, come through food poisoning and make it into this round. And yeah, he looks like he's doing all right now. So yeah.
Well, another Australian that went on a bit of a roll in that last heat was Jacob Wilcox. Before this heat winds down, we're going to throw down to a quick interview on the sideline.
Here with Jacob Wilcox, winner of the last heat. Quite tough out there, but that wave you had with those 3 snaps really seemed to set up the heat for you, and from there, you never really looked back.
Yeah, it was probably a little worse than I was expecting when I got out there. I think the wind came up a bit more when I get out there, and yeah, I kind of on my first few waves I was kind of groveling super hard. So then after that I was like, oh, just stop, get one, just try to square off on 2 turns or even 1 turn. Yeah, and I was happy to get through. It's hard when there's conditions like that. It's like you can be the best surfer and you don't get through. It's not so much about your surfing, it's about you competing in the waves you catch. So yeah, I was happy with that.
And it's turning into a good result for you. Coming into this event, you were 71st on the rankings, so these points will be super valuable on your Challenger Series challenge.
Yeah, for sure. It's wasn't the best start of my year in Oz. I felt like my surfing was really good. I just lost a close heat at Snapper and then lost another close heat in Manly. So I've just I felt like my surfing's been there all year. So just keep presenting the same stuff, keep improving every event, and yeah, I'm glad I'm getting into the 2-man heats now where you get a few better points. But it's a long year. There's plenty more events to go. So it's definitely, you want to just pace yourself throughout the whole year. But yeah, it's good to get a bit of momentum in this event.
Great stuff. We'll see you in the next round, and you're into the man-on-man. Back to you guys in the studio, guys.
Yeah, thank you, Michael, for chatting on sidelines there with Jacob Wilcox, also booking himself a place in the round of 16. Thanks for watching the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. It's so great to have your company. Brad Bricknell here alongside special guest Luke Thompson from South Africa, the last remaining South African in the draw. And catching up some replays here, Luke, on Leo's last wave.
Yeah, Leo is going ham out there. He's an amazing surfer, and I was super surprised to see him fall off tour. Yeah, he's one of those guys that works really, really hard. I was in Hawaii a couple of years ago, and he's up now.
Yeah, up and riding again is Leo Fioravante.
yeah, like I was saying, I was in Hawaii a couple of years ago staying at the Quicksilver House, and yeah, I met Leo there and hung with him a bit, and I just saw his routine, and he basically trained every single day, sometimes twice a day. Yeah, I think he kind of trains more than he surfs. But yeah, so it was super cool to see someone putting in, real hard work. And yeah, I mean, it was unfortunate with the halfway cut that he just didn't get that many good results. But yeah, I'm sure he'll be back on tour in no time. And it just goes to show how good he actually is. I mean, he's #1 ranked at the moment, and he's just about to, he's looking like he's about to lock himself around in a spot in the round of 16. So it just goes to show how good he is. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him on tour, hopefully soon.
Well, 1 minute remaining in this one. Leonardo Fioravante just locking in a couple of scores there. There's first two waves of Leo's are the ones that are counting towards his two-wave total at this point in time. He did get a fifth in the opening event, the Boost Mobile Pro up at Snapper Rocks, and then he backed it up with a third down in Manly, where he lost in the semi-finals there against Ryan Callanan. Live action now. Looks like Dylan Moffat, one opportunity to get a score. 4.17 his requirement. Oh. Nice little two-turn combination until it all went wrong on that second turn there from Moffat. And on the outside, a quick in and out there for Leonardo Fioravante. So 30 seconds to go in the heat. It looks like it will be the Italian and one of the Australians going through to that round of 16. 19 seconds remaining, though. We never count these heats out, Luke. We know that anything can happen, especially when there's a lot of opportunities out there.
Yeah, I mean, you can never count one of these guys out. They're all super, super talented. And, yeah, I mean, even with 5 seconds to go, if a guy needed 8, I'd still be pretty scared. But, yeah, it looks like the heat's about to count out now. And looks like Leo and Mikey McDonough are going to be into the round of 16. Yeah, they both definitely deserve spots. They're super good surfers. And Dylan Moffat, it sucks to see him go out. He's an amazing surfer, but I'm sure he'll be back better than no time and getting good results at Huntington.
All right, well, that heat is officially over. And Luke, well, it's been an absolute privilege and pleasure to have you in the booth here this afternoon with us. Once again, congratulations on your incredible role, not only in this event, but the amazing news that we were able to share with you on the set here, that you are now the next South African wildcard at the Corona Open J Bay. All the best for that event, and
thank you for having me.
Keep flying their flag for South Africa.
Thank you. Yeah, super stoked.
We'll take a short break here from the action at Ballito Pro. When we come back, it's going to be more action from the men's round. We're going to bring in Kyle Linder for the call.
I am Lauren Ely McGregor, Senior Board Shirt Designer at O'Neill Clothing. One of the most important features of the Hyperfreak Hydro Comp is that there's no inseam. When there's no inseam, there's no rash. The no-tie fly is slim and secure, and it stays flush and flat when you're laying on your stomach. More security, no distractions. The mini welded zip pocket is less bulky and perfect for wax comb, or your keys. The Comp also features our O'Neill Hyperdry Plus, which is our premium water repellency, which dries faster and lasts longer. The laser cut hem allows for greater freedom of movement and less rash by eliminating the restrictive stitching or welding that you see in common board shorts. Hyperfreak Pro Stretch is our premium 4-way stretch fabrication that is engineered to be cling and rash resistant. O'Neill, first name in the water.
You can never determine who you are by what you do. Because if it gets taken away, then who are you?
My circumstances do not define me, I define me.
Just stay true to who you are, and if they don't like it, stuff that.
Welcome back to a beautiful sunny afternoon here at Ballito Bay. It's just gone past 3 o'clock in the afternoon here, local time, and you're watching the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Great to have your company wherever you are tuning in from around the world. It's great to have your surf fans company here. Brad Bricknell alongside Kyle Linder for the call. And we've got another heat in the water here, the last one of the men's round of 24. Federico Marias, Cody Young, and Liam O'Brien come in to do battle for the final 2 slots up for grabs in the round of 16. And Kai, just catching our breath after an amazing opportunity to chat to Luke Thompson, who's got that wild card into the J-Bay event.
Yeah, super stoked for Luke. He's such a good kid and big team behind him working really hard. I'm sure QJ, his coach, is also super stoked. And that's 2 South African wildcards into the event now. You know, J-Bay local Jose Faulkner, Luke Thompson, and of course we've got Manny McGillivray and Geordie Smith. It's one of the biggest rosters for J-Bay of South Africans in the event, so I'm really, really happy.
Well, that's all to look forward to from next week, July 12th. Is when that waiting period opens up for the penultimate stop on the championship tour. Before we go to some replays here, Federico Moraes, find yourself out in front.
Well, Kikas, you know what he's going to do. He's going to go throw some power turns out there, and starting off with that one, I think he got a 4.67 just for that turn, so judges rewarding it. The last heat looked like it went a little bit slow compared to the previous 3. So I think the guys would have hit the water knowing that they want to get started, and he's already backed it up with a 5.0.
So out to an early lead is the man from Cascais in Portugal. He's a 30-year-old. He stands just over 6 foot tall. And he joined the CT full-time in around 2017. His highest rank was number 10 in 2021. And, well, he's had a bit of a slow start to the Challenger Series, a 73rd and a 49th, Kai. So he's ranked coming into this event 80th on the Challenger Series. But fortunately, the top 5 out of those 8 events count. And so I'm sure Kikas, as he's affectionately known, is going to be looking to Ballito Bay to really resurrect his Challenger Series campaign.
Yeah, here goes the young Hawaiian, Cody Young. He's been really good through the event. 2 nice little turns there. And yeah, Kikas is he's a super rad dude. He's been coming to Ballito and J-Bay obviously for a few years. I've got to spend some time with him through the years doing some projects for Monster Energy. And like I said, I think I told you the story the other day. We took him for his first bunny chow, his first year here with Nick Van Rupp and Dale Staples. And he won the Chili Award because he was crying like a little girl.
Well, you might need to elaborate for those who don't know what a bunny chow is.
Well, it's a lamb curry generally. I mean, you can have any curry, but right up here in Durban, it's got to be a mutton curry and half a loaf of bread. They pull the insides out, the curry goes in, and then the bread goes back on, and it's a very hearty, filling meal. And the story behind the bunny chow is in the old days on the sugarcane farms where the Zulu workers didn't have cutlery or plates, and the curry would be served for lunch. And one really entrepreneurial Zulu guy pulled up one day with a half loaf and thought, well, I don't need a plate, just put it in my loaf.
That's brilliant. Been born and raised in South Africa, and I didn't even know where that came from. So I'm even learning something on the set here this afternoon. Great to have your company. 19 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. This man, Liam O'Brien, is looking at this right-hander down the beach. Beautiful, smooth style, honed on the points of Burley Heads on the Queensland coast of Australia. And Liam had an incredible Challenger Series run last year, qualified for the Dream Tour, and then injured himself before he served 1 heat at the Pipeline Masters at the end of last year, beginning of this year, and had to forfeit his place on the Championship Tour due to that injury that he couldn't recover from in time.
Yeah, pretty heartbreaking stuff. And I mean, we were all very excited for Liam to get onto the tour. He's one of the most exciting Australian surfers to come along in quite some time in my eyes. Full package, he can do it all. And if you go watch his free surfing edits online, like a phenomenal surfer. Also good kids, so here he goes again, already into another one.
Yeah, just finding this little right-hand area where you can do that sort of stuff. And of course, the Gold Coast isn't all just perfect point breaks. There's heaps of well, long miles of beach break surf too, where you know he can go and get some coaching done. I know he does do some work with J. Bottle Thompson. And, well, he would have worked out the heat strategy nicely as we watch the replay of this one over here.
Yeah, smaller wave, but found that little ball, and you see him just eyeing out that lip line coming, and beautiful little aerial, nice and clean, never looked like he was struggling. And like I said, he's the whole package. We saw the big power hack on the previous wave, now going to the air.
Well, standing by for those scores to get locked in. We'll pay attention now to Federico Moraes from Portugal, again, ahead of steam, up ahead of him, and he deals with that oncoming section appropriately with a solid back foot jam and trying to solidify this lead that he's built up on his first 2 waves, a 5.0 and a 4.67. Getting out of the gates quickly is the man from Portugal. And Liam O'Brien's scores are locked in. Just a 2.93 on that last one, but enough to get him into that second place. Caity Young drops into third, looking for a 2.37. So just the size of that wave, despite the little air reverse, probably coming into a factor there, Kai.
Yeah, it was a small one, but still a 2.93 on a teeny little wave like that, not too bad. And he knows kind of what he's got to do now. We spoke earlier today about like using those kind of waves just to really find where the judge's scale is at. And it's a clever way of doing things. Luke Thompson was also really good at doing that in his earlier heat. And then, of course, we saw Federico getting the 5 on the 4.67, waiting on that last turn of his, which was pretty explosive. We kind of know the big 6-foot man's not going to the air, but he doesn't really need to.
Here we go, Liam O'Brien up and riding again, looking for a result here at the Ballito Pro. Nice two-turn combination, beautiful style, and great execution there from O'Brien. So looking to start building that scoreline. He's going to drop a 2.93 pretty easily, you would say, on that attempt. That's wave number 4 for O'Brien. He started off with a 73rd at the Boost Mobile Pro, and then backed it up with a 25th at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro at Manly as well. So really looking to get his year started right here at Ballito.
Yeah, and right now, kind of just looking at Caity Young. He's got priority, the Hawaiian. He's got a 4.63. He's definitely got to get rid of that 0.77. But that guy can surf pretty good too. We've seen him in the last round putting in like a rock-solid performance. Now he's in priority. The waves have become pretty random. At first we saw the wind dropping off. It looked like it was actually on its way out, but in the last heat while I was standing there, it really picked up again. The northeast came hammering back in, and it's kind of made the conditions way more difficult.
Yeah, that's right. And of course, we've got that low tide to deal with as well. And so the two culminating here for the late charge into the day. We are going to go and hop into the first 2 heats of the women's round of 16 before we call it a day here at Willard Beach. And that's because we're all geared up now for the final weekend. We'll touch on the forecast in a minute. 15 minutes remaining in this one. It is Federico Marias out in front, O'Brien in second. He's locked in a 5.5 on 5.0 on his last one rather. And here he goes again, live action. And kicking out quickly on that one. So it is Marias leading with O'Brien second. Caity Young from Maui in Hawaii has changed allegiance to the Country Canada flag. Bang, as we see an incredible execution of a 2-turn combination there from Federico Marias. We said he wasn't going to go to the air, but that was equally as devastating there from Marias.
Yeah, 2 really powerful turns, and you saw him throwing the craps table there at the end. He was very happy with that one.
Very happy on that one. Of course, Federico, a long-standing member of that championship tour. And talk us through this replay, Yakai.
Well, love it. Look at that bowl. So finding firstly a really good-looking wave out there in the lineup, and then just blasts it over the top. And you can see he was very happy with that one.
Yeah, 14 minutes remaining. That's going to be a score of significance as far as the heat shape's concerned. It will solidify the Portuguese surfers' lead, put some pressure on Liam and Cody. And scores coming through quickly from the judges there. They liked it. They were decisive for a 6.67. So now O'Brien, his requirement pushes out to a 6.18. Caity Young still looking for that 4.95 if he wants to go into the lead. And just picking up on that point I started to make around changing flag allegiances. Of course, Caity from Hawaii originally, but has some heritage and some lineage out of Canada. So he's chosen to represent Canada going forward. And that's obviously speaking towards some of the Olympic qualification opportunities that some of these surfers have in front of them.
Yeah, it's all about the Olympics. It doesn't matter what nationality you are for the Challenger or the Championship Tour, but if you want that gold around your neck, much like Italo, you're going to have to go and earn it at the Olympics. Of course, for me, the really interesting equation is that we look at the next Summer Games in Paris, but the surfers are heading off to Chopu, and you're really going to have to earn that medal.
Here we go, live action. Liam O'Brien, nice click off the top. 2-turn combination as he banks off that oncoming whitewater section. So Liam O'Brien locking in his wave number 6. Looking for that 6.18 if he wants to hop into the lead. Of course, we are going to see the championship tour move to Chopu in Tahiti after J-Bay as well. In and out for Caity Young, and that's going to be the first time we're going to see the women's competing at Chopu for the first time in many, many years. and really looking forward to that spectacle, of course, as that championship tour heads towards the Rip Curl Final 5 and the crowning of the world champions at Trestles in September this year.
Yeah, and I can't wait. I love watching Chopu. I mean, who doesn't? It's so intense, and you've got guys throwing themselves over that ledge and into the barrels, and we've seen some incredible battles over the years. So, J-Bay's up next, and it's a whole different animal. It's also an incredible wave. I mean, it's my favorite wave in the world, but Chopu's just got that extra little sort of wow factor.
So 2 events remaining on the championship tour, and they are into event number 3 of 8 on the WSL Challenger Series, and these guys are all vying for a slot on that elite tour. Of course, the top 10 rated men at the end of this tour will qualify for the 2023 tour. The top 5 women on that side of the draw will also qualify. So lots at stake here, and it's a really a great addition to the tour makeup. And I think as surf fans, we are now spoiled for choice across all these tours that we have access to.
Yeah. Here comes the paddle from White.
Here we go, Liam O'Brien staying busy, quick in and out for him.
Yeah, so looking at the maths, I mean, you've got the regional system now, so let's talk most regions on average, maybe 3-4 events, maybe a few more in some of the bigger regions, between 1,000, 3,000 and 5,000. You've got entries for those, you've got travel. I mean, if you look at the Asia Pacific sort of area, you've got to go to Indonesia, you've got to go here and there and everywhere. Then you qualify for the Challenger Series. Now you've got 8 events around the globe. You've got to travel, you've got to accommodate yourself. Oftentimes you've got to pay for a coach and all of that. And then at the end of all of that, and the men's, out of pretty much 100 guys, 10 go through. So it's a 10% going through. It's pretty narrow margins for all that time, money, and travel.
Well, if you want to be the best, you've got to beat the best, and then you've got to get onto the championship tour and do it all again. So here we go, Caity Young looking for his place on the championship tour. Quick in and out for him. Of course, those regional qualifiers, a great introduction, meaning that surfers can stay within their regions and surf their domestic qualifying series and then qualify for this tour. As we're going to see Caity Young picking up on this left-hander, nice vertical stab to get up on that first turn and manages to get up and over that whitewater section for the second, and he makes sure he rides out cleanly because the judges are very critical of waves that are not completed.
Well, there was certainly a little bit of petting the kid in there, just a little bit. Nice kitty.
Nice kitty. We'll wait for that score to come through from Young. Remember, he's been in third place for the entirety of the heat, 9:37 on the clock right now. So he is looking for that score, the 5.77, and that one might get close given the size of the opening maneuver on his backhand. Yeah,
and he did really well on the second turn too. It was a difficult section. You watch the takeoff here. That wave had a little bit of a bend on it. The first maneuver is nice and critical, goes straight up. And I thought he had pretty much run out of space on the second, so he did very, very well to get up the white water and pull it down.
Smooth surfing there, mixed with a bit of power as well. Caity Young locking in his score. It's going to come in about a point short, 4.47. His requirement was a 5.77, so a point and a bit shy there. What could he have done on that one to get up towards that 6-point range, Clay?
I think if he'd come around the corner a little sooner for the second and the lip line had waited for him, he'd been able to get the tail right up instead of just the whitewater climb. Would have been in that region. The first turn was really nice. So yeah, it just was more the wave than him there. I don't think he did anything wrong. Wow, big paddle.
O'Brien using priority, keeping Caity Young off that board. He has the smooth Gold Coaster style in play here, and with a strong finish as well. Liam O'Brien wasting no time in trying to make sure that Caity Young doesn't have room to move with 8 minutes 20 to go. He saw he would know what Caity Young is capable of, and he's just trying to drop that 4.9 from his score, and those repetitions now for Liam are coming thick and fast. That was wave number 8 for him.
Yeah, and you asked me the question what Caity needed to do for the score on the last wave. Liam answering your question right there. 2 big explosive maneuvers, really clean, and that's exactly what Caity needed. He had the first turn but not the second. So both chasing Frederico still, but I'm interested to see what Liam's going to get on the next one. It could be a heat changer, maybe.
Of course, Liam O'Brien, part of the Burleigh Heads Board Riders Club, based at the famous Point Break. Also home to championship tour events back in the day, and a great surf club there who has got that point on lock. They have great events once a month, barbecues on the beach. It's a great family club. And Liam O'Brien, when he's home, he's taking part in those club events and has a proud history and a proud heritage. And one of the great things about Australian surfing, their board riders club level,
amazing,
really a feeder into those pro junior events on the WSL, which then turn into QS and Challenger Series opportunities down the line as well.
Yeah, it's something I really wish we could get going in South Africa. I think it would be very beneficial. You know, we've got the old life-saving clubbies sort of system, but unlike in Australia, it didn't really connect with surfing like it did in Australia. And I think there's a reason Gold Coast surfers do so well, like Liam up and riding.
Big hit from Liam. He's going to get the opportunity to try and reverse that one out, but doesn't quite pull it all the way around. And here we go. This is Federico Moraes trying to find a pocket. He's got a lot of speed. What's he got for us? The big Portuguese surfer standing over 6 foot tall decides that opportunity is best left alone. He maintains his lead though with 6:24 on the clock. Requirements for O'Brien still the 6:18, and the requirement for Cody Young still hovering around that 6.37 mark with 6 minutes remaining.
And I was saying, I think there's a really easy explanation for why Gold Coast surfers do so well in heats is because they are so amped to only have 4 guys in the water.
Yeah, I mean, snapper rocks on any given day, 300 to 400 surfers on those big east swells. It is a long point though, but you're right. It's eat or be eaten out there, and you really have to have your wits about you, and trying to be polite and do the right thing, and not ride anybody over at the same time. It's quite an art surfing up on the Gold Coast, but they do have some of the best groomed sand bottom points in the world, and some very similar sort of setups here to Ballito Bay. Let's keep an eye on Cody Young here. Nice little snap over the top there for him, but not going to find the second opportunity. He's really hunting for a slightly bigger wave that can maybe give him that 2-turn combination that'll put him up in that 6.5 range. And Liam O'Brien locking in, close on 9 waves now. And we are waiting. Well, there's no more scores to be locked in on this exchange now. So situations does remain the same. Moraes leads, O'Brien second, Cody Young. He's been in third place all this heat, Kai. It will be very frustrating to sit there for 20 minutes and just been unable to find that opportunity that he knows he needs.
Yeah, no, as we go into the 5 minutes, what's happening is white straight on over to where blue is. He knows he's got the priority over him, and Liam O'Brien's get over here.
He's going to stick to him as close as he can. Of course, Cody Young, with that third priority, means he's pretty much third in line for a wave that comes through. Of course, if he does put some distance between himself and the other 2 surfers, he can take off on a wave under priority. But if Liam O'Brien or Federico Moraes is anywhere near Cody and a wave comes in and they want to go, they can exercise their right to take that wave off Cody Young, despite whether they're on the inside and have right away for the wave or not.
Yeah, and there's a tractor beam between Liam O'Brien's board and Cody Young's right now. He is definitely going to take any opportunity he thinks that Cody might have over him. And here we go, and he'll even go left.
Exercising his priority right is Liam O'Brien, and looking at this wave, it's not really offering too much in terms of that stand-up wall. So, pretty much a strategic decision there. I think that shows how much respect Liam O'Brien has for Cody Young. He knows how explosive he can be, and it is hard to tell whether that wave was going to offer up the opportunity that Cody needed, and Liam didn't want to leave anything to chance.
Well, and you also see there just the level that these guys surf at. I think any average surfer would have taken off on that left and not even been able to get through a bottom turn. He did 4 turns. Yeah,
he definitely milked that for all it was worth. Don't think that one is going to go into his top 2, so maybe playing that strategy game there. 3 minutes 20 on the clock. Moraes still leads. He has done so since the early stages of this heat. His first 2 waves were the ones he locked in. Now it's wave number 2 and wave number 4 that are his top 2 counting waves. He's sitting there with a slight lead over Liam O'Brien. You can see that graphic up on your screen with the priority indicated on the coloured blocks, which represents the coloured singlets that they're wearing out in the water. 3 minutes remaining. So Cody Young will be starting to get into that scrap mode here, Kai. If you were him, were you going to try and break away? And we've seen a few really intriguing paddle battles today, more so people trying to get away from those who have priority. What's Cody Young got to do now to try and find that opportunity?
Well, it looks like he has managed to sneak off, because I'm just looking at Kikas and Liam sitting there. Federico's got a decent buffer, 618 for Liam to get into the lead. In these conditions, that's, I'm not going to call him safe, but I mean, it's a nice buffer to have. So he's not too stressed right now. He's just going to look for another score and try and improve and open up that gap. But if I was Liam O'Brien, yeah, I'd be looking around and going, where's that guy in blue? I need to get on him. Unfortunately for him, though, Caity's got second priority. So he managed to almost jinx him into that last one, which wasn't a great wave. And 2 minutes to go, he's going to have the opportunity if the wave comes.
All right, so it's all in front of Caity Young here now as we come down to under 2 minutes remaining. The pressure will be on the Hawaiian. Liam O'Brien is sitting pretty in second slot with the 618 requirement to go to first. And here goes Caity Young with his last opportunity, you have to say. Blows out the tail for a nice area, carving sort of 360 through that banking turn of his backhand. Didn't quite get into the air for the reverse. But a nice powerful turn there from the young Hawaiian, but that's not going to be what he needs. He needs something bigger.
No 637 there, and he's fast running out of time. He's putting in a big paddle now, but I can see the big Australian at the back lines now definitely paying attention. He's back above him in second priority, and Caity's going to try sneak along the inside here. It's like cat and mouse deluxe here.
Well, he's got 60 seconds to try and get away from Liam O'Brien. He's also got 60 seconds to try to find a 6.37, so it's not that easy. It's a case of actually trying to find a wave that will give him that scoring potential as we get a look at Bronte McCauley. She's coming up against Paige Harrop in the first person-on-person heat, round of 16, heat number 1. We're going to do 2 more heats after this one today. So those women surfers 2 heats will be coming up in around 30 seconds time. Meanwhile, it is Federico Moraes drawing on all that championship tour experience. He was knocked off the championship tour at the mid-season cut this year, and now he's fighting for his place back on tour. Liam O'Brien in second, and looks like Caity Young and Federico Moraes are going to have a chance here. Caity Young does blast the tail around for another attempt at something that will get him up to that scoreline, but it's not going to be that one on the occasion. And as the time drains quickly out of the clock, it's going to be the end of the road here for Caity Young, and a big congratulations to Federico Moraes from Portugal and the Australian Liam O'Brien going through into that round of 16. Those final 2 places have been booked, Kai.
Yeah, and Federico, much like Leonardo in the previous heat and Rio Waida, those 3 are probably now looking at going top of the order on the Challenger Series. So now we've got to just see which one of them is going to go the furthest.
Plenty of action to look forward to. It's been great to have your company here from the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. Brad Bricknell here alongside Kai Linder for the call. We're going to take a short break from the action. When we come back, it's going to be the last 2 heats of the day. Heat 1 and 2 of the round of 16. We're going to bring in Gixi Elias and Tash Mentasti for the call.
Calm yourself down. Keep on lifting higher, higher and higher. I said your love keep on lifting higher and higher. Now once I was downhearted, disappointment was my closest friend. But then
good afternoon, and welcome back to coverage from the World Surf League's third stop on the Challenger Series. It is the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill, coming to you on a Friday afternoon from sunny Ballito. Gig Saliers alongside Tash Mentasti for the call, and we have managed to get through that round of men's surfing. We've narrowed the field down, and now we'll start moving our attention back to the women's draw. Of course, we started with 64 surfers. We're now down to the final 16. We'll now look at person-on-person, man-on-man surfing in the format. As we introduce a fresh heat on deck, Bronte McCauley takes on Paige Harrop. It is a good afternoon from Ballito, around 3:30 local time. And Tash, what are you thinking
Deep
as
breaths.
we go into the last, well, we're hearing 2 heats. We'll get 2 heats done here, and then we'll wrap it up for the afternoon. You see that northeast just fanning along. And Tash, little murmurs in our ears that there is a big south swell marching up the coast. So we'll wake up tomorrow to, perhaps a different landscape to what we see, but it is a Friday afternoon. The beaches are packed, and we'll move into the round of 16.
Yeah, the big difference here is that 2-person heats. It creates more opportunity for the surfers in the water, and with 25 minutes on the clock, it's going to be interesting to see who gets things started first. For me, Bronte McCauley has really been the standout that I've witnessed in Ballito so far. Paige Harrop getting through in her last heat. I spoke to her after a heat, and she just said, yeah, the changeover did kind of be a little bit of a hiccup. They had to reset a little bit, but she is stoked and happy to be in this round of 16. But McCauley really is the one that has been impressing me a lot down here at Ballito.
Well, Paige Harrop will get the first draw. Turns to her backhand. And we've seen a number of lefts and rights on the higher tide. There were a couple of left-handers running through. But as the tide's fallen out this afternoon, more and more rights coming into play. Little right-hand cups running into the side shore wind.
Yeah, little bowly sections almost, and very contestable. I think it was a great idea from Travis Loge and the contest director, John Hutchinson, to move that venue today. It didn't make it easy for us behind the scenes, but from the surfing point of view and from surf fans, it's been exceptional.
Well, not that far to go until the low tide mark. Just looking at the local time here, Tash, about an hour and 5 until we get to the low. 4:40 this afternoon will be low tide. We spoke of the shift of the tide between low and high, not more than about 2.5 feet, about 70 centimeters. So it's not a massive tide swing here in the neap tide week in Ballito, but considering the size of the swell running through the lineup, it has played a part, and it was a good call for that 10:40 right in the middle of the morning, the 10:40 a.m. high tide. We jumped it over. We got a couple of heats done, and then we had about a 25-minute changeover. It's a relocation of cameras and then positioning of judges, etc., etc. And, well, the surfing has been, effective in this cove of bathers here in Ballito. And already a second wave on the screen at just a 317 to start for Paige Harrop. And she'll switch her focus up. So backhand surfing for the 317. Let's see what Bronte's got. She gears in the turns there. Nice and strong, particularly those 2 first backhand snaps. And you've said that you're enjoying Bronte McCauley's surfing. Well, there she gets her wave 1 for you, Tash.
Yeah, she's just looking really light on her feet. I'm enjoying seeing that speed and flow through her turns. And she also has quite an incredible pivot off the top, which the judges seem to be enjoying. Paige Harrop, they're both goofy footers. Looking at the rights at the moment, 317 being the highest wave score, but I do think that we will see a slight variation with Bronte's first ride.
We'll try and reel the tape back for a replay. Of course, Paige Harrop's backhand attack for the 317. We feel a little bit more vertical, a little bit more power applied to the turns, perhaps, in those opening maneuvers for Bronte.
Yeah, and you can just see how this onshore wind has affected things. But this is Paige Harrop's 317. So almost like a little speed check turn to really get that closeout maneuver. And then when we look at the comparison to see Bronte's, there was just a lot more drawn out bottom turn and utilizing more wave face. So hopefully we'll get that replay. But you can see on your screen now that onshore flow, that bump, not making things easy out there. Some waves looking like they are going to run, and it's literally just one big lip and it closes out.
Well, Bronte on screen will switch up, same as Paige now. One left, one right. Here is the left. Lovely teed up turn, just incomplete for Bronte. Looks like she's on a bit of an Old Faithful board there. Looks like it's been doing some service for her. But good news for the Australian. She'll open with a 5.5. So the 2 backhand turns for her. She'll get the advantage on the first exchange. And she'll go into, well, as much as a nearly 2.5 points better on the opening score of Paige Harrop. So 5-5 in early. Little throwaway on the left-hander. So both surfers on 2 rides each early on. And advantage Bronte McCauley for the updated numbers top left of screen.
Yeah, and I think in these small conditions and how erratic the sandbar is in regards to, you've got lefts as an opportunity, you've got rights coming your way. I really do think that the advantage is that 5-5 that she got over Paige Harrop. So Bronte McCauley getting the 5-5, Paige Harrop 3-1-7. We haven't been going into that excellent range in the men's division. We have now had to reset, and we've got new scorecards. But it will be interesting to see what those good scores are made up of. What we've seen previously was it was a big one turn, and they got into that good scoring range. I've saw some guys getting 3 turns into a wave and coming out at like a 4-5.
Yeah, there was a little more water on the bank, perhaps, you know, that was allowing those waves to run and peel. I'm not sure that we're going to see as much lateral in the lineup as we get closer to the low tide. Of course, this is all speculative. The ocean does take twists and turns. You're noticing quite a separation here in the lineup for takeoff choices between Paige Harrop and Bronte McCauley. About 30 yards, we'd call it. So maybe Paige wanting to stick on the right-handers. Bronte perhaps has seen a couple of lefts just running up in the corner next to the rocks there. That wind out of the north. This is an east-facing venue. And, well, the good news about that is any swells that move up the coast of South Africa will eventually get to us. It's just a matter of when. We're strong speculation that by the second half of tomorrow we'll have a lot of swell energy filling in. Reports from down in the Cape Town area is that the swell is double overhead. And, well, J-Bay for now around 3 feet. Getting the updates from Jeffreys Bay, and well, so that tells us perhaps a lot of west in the swell, and it'll take a little while to fill in, but no doubt by the time we crown champions on Sunday, Tash, it's going to be some solid energy for the field to deal with. On screen, Teresa Bonvalot, fresh off a win in Australia. She'll be just studying the remaining 15 minutes out in the lineup between McCauley and Harrop, and she will take on Zoe McDougall in the second heat of the round of 16.
Yeah, another exciting heat to look forward to. Zoe, no stranger to our South African shores, and definitely had free surfs in Ballito in prior years. She also competed at the QS 1000 in Ballito a couple of years ago. So, yeah, no stranger to Ballito at all, and feeling very comfortable. Teresa Bonvalot, though, looking good. I'm enjoying her surfing as well, and I would love to see her put on a good display for the second heat and advance through.
Well, there is news that it will be just these 2 heats. So upcoming heat, Teresa Bonvalot and Zoe McDougall will wrap up the afternoon's proceedings here in Ballito for a Friday afternoon. Beaches are packed now, Tash. Lots of people knocked off work early. Of course, the elevated status of the Challenger Series, a strong draw card for the local community. And everybody flocking in here to share in the excitement. That late afternoon sun filling in here. You'll see Bronte just showing interest. She's going to scour the lineup. It's been a mix-up of lefts and rights, so she'll just move around looking for any opportunity. The 28-year-old from Gracetown, Western Australia. She's been surfing nearly 20 years. Dad, Dave, taught her to surf as a little 9-year-old. What age were you when you started, Tash?
Yeah, I was 11 years old, but my dad didn't think that girls surfed, so he didn't really get us into it until I couldn't understand why Dad would always come home on a Saturday afternoon stoked, hungry and tired.
And with salt water running out of his nose.
Absolutely.
Of course, Ringo Mentasti, Tash's dad, a charger at Cave Rock over on the south side of the city. I remember him getting a center spread in the zigzag.
1984.
Back in the early 80s. I got scared looking at that barrel that your dad was in. I remember that struck fear in me. It was such a big hollow wave at Cave Rock. And of course, sharing that love with you, much the same as Dave McCauley has shared the love with his family.
Yeah, and I think it's so beautiful to have a close relationship with your dad and be able to share waves and go surfing, and it just creates so much more depth into that father-daughter relationship. And like you said, I mean, 28 years of age, and she's been surfing for 2 decades already.
Well, the McCauley clan, no doubt, wee hours over in Australia, perhaps as late as, I wonder how late it is there. It must be around midnight, somewhere there. You want to Google that while we're talking?
I'm on it.
What's the time in Perth right now?
Yep, you got it. You called it right, yeah. Quarter to 12, midnight.
So a late Friday night over in Western Australia. They'll be watching the proceedings here as Bronte tries to work her way past Paige Harrop. Of course, even later over in New Zealand. And while we wait for some more action in the lineup, just under 12 minutes to go. It's a Friday afternoon. Ballito will be back after the break.
I am Lauren Ely McGregor, Senior Board Shirt Designer at O'Neill Clothing. The Hyperfreak board short features Hyperfreak Pro Stretch, a premium high-density 4-way stretch fabrication engineered to be rash and cling resistant. The Hyperfreak features our Flex Tie Draw Cord, a super secure and comfortable stretch draw cord specially designed to stay tied while surfing and swimming. The Hyperfreak has a welded zip pocket with a low-profile, functional design to keep your goods safe and secure. This board short features O'Neill Hyperdry, quick dry water repellent treatment. The Hyperfreak, the ultimate performance board short. O'Neill, first name in the water.
Welcome back to the show. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series, the third stop of 8 through the 2022 calendar. It's a good afternoon from Ballito, a sunny midwinter's afternoon here. Gig Saliers alongside Tashmin Testi as we go back to the action with Bronte McCauley switching it up again. Focuses this time on the right-hander. A couple of scores while you were away, including a wave that we are waiting from the judges from Paige Harrop. We'll see how this heat starts shaping up. It's moving by fairly quickly, Tash, into the second half of it. 25-minute heats, this one a little over 10 to go. And the scorecard for Paige Harrop is up to date. Her last ride in at a 4.33. So she is trailing, and Bronte McCauley still waiting for another score to land now.
Yeah, it's quite incredible how 5 minutes make such a big difference. You know, the 30-minute heats, I felt like there was enough time, especially in these conditions, for surfers to get into a good rhythm. And just cutting off that 5 minutes, if you don't start early, you really are trying to play catch-up at the end. And yes, things have changed now. We've got 2-person heats. We went from the 3-man heats in the men's division. But, wow. It goes quickly. Right now, we're just seeing that it is Bronte McCauley, but you could see Paige Harrop making some fire at the back of this heat, and that will be with that priority right now that she holds.
Well, good point you make there. Paige lying second, holding priority, only a 4.45 requirement. Lost to Bronte McCauley in updated scores. It's an 8.77 over a 7.5. It's made up of 2 rides each. So no real numbers jumping out at us here. Bronte will hang on to the 3.27 for that last wave that we saw. Time is always a relative statement, Tash. You know, 5 minutes is not a long time until you're asked to hold your breath for that long.
Yeah, 5 minutes is not a long time until you have to hold that priority. You know, or 5 minutes is not a long time if you need to find that big score. I mean, it really is relative. But a 4.45 is totally possible for Paige Harrop.
Yeah, absolutely.
It'll come out as though the second highest wave score of the heat so far, though, so she is going to have to do something with it. And now, just looking, we had red on the left-hand side of your screen and blue on the right, and surfers doing a complete opposite after those last exchange of waves.
Yeah, big distance between the two. Bronte maybe feeling that a potential right-hander in the more southern end of the cove might give her the opportunity to replace the 3.27. Meanwhile, as we mentioned, Paige Harrop chasing a 4.45. Paige has already fetched a 4.33 on her last ride, so she'll want to go similar score and more. And both surfers looking to drop threes out of their scoreline. Bronte McCauley leads, still holding a 3.27. Paige Harrop sitting on a 3.17 for her opening score. It still sits in her top two. So room to move for both surfers here. Of course, Paige, the older, now at 32 years of age. She comes here to the Challenger Series event ranked 33rd. No real numbers to hang her hat on. A 33rd on the Gold Coast, a 25th in Sydney. She'll want to make this, well, she's already gone better than that. The worst that she can finish now is equal ninth. And this is, of course, one round before the quarterfinals.
Sure.
So progress through the year for Paige Harrop. She'll use the priority. Here she goes. Left-hander, opportunity to get up. And, oh, she needed to hold that one together. 7-minute mark, and she'll spill the beans. She'll go back to the drawing board, and she'll hand the priority to her opponent, Bronte McCauley. As we mentioned, about 4 years age difference. Paige at 32 years of age. Bronte now already 28. But Bronte a much higher ranking, 14th on the current Challenger Series at the start of Ballito. Bronte's numbers will be going up, and she will climb the rankings. Of course, we'll get to review that all come Sunday afternoon as we wrap up and crown champions on both men's and women's draws. Quick jump back to action, though, for Paige. Little bowl, that one not linking. Evidence that we really are falling to the bottom of the tide here. And essentially dealing with a low period, 2 to 2.5 foot odds, 3 foot set. Meanwhile, waiting for some more movement in the lineup. Let's go down and hear from the winner of that last heat to wrap up the round, Frederico Moraes.
All right, Freddie, the game plan for a lot of surfers this afternoon in these like smaller onshore conditions seem to be the air game. Of course, you just go to town with the tail out there. Is that what you were thinking before you went out?
Yeah, well, it's really tricky out there. First, you're gonna find something to do a turn, and then you gotta finish your wave. So I knew we've seen a couple airs, we've seen a couple big turns, just one turners that they've been good scores, and then we've seen a couple, well, the proper waves where you can fit a couple turns. And I knew I was looking for a wave with 2 turns and probably a backup with 1 big turn. That was my game plan. It worked. It paid off.
Well, it certainly did. Now, your first trip out here, we introduced you to local curry. You've been coming for a long time. How are you enjoying being back in Ballito after such a big break?
It's lovely to be back. I love it here. I love Jaibai. South Africa is such a beautiful place. Everyone's super friendly, great food. And yeah, it's just good to be back. Last year we didn't get a chance to come here, so this year we're back with a good result already, a couple points, and hopefully a lot more hits to make. And yeah, pumped to surf tomorrow with a bigger swell.
Awesome, my man. We're looking forward to seeing you. We stoked you back to the studio.
Well, good luck, Kikash. He'll be back at it perhaps as early as tomorrow. Frederico Moraes and Liam O'Brien continue in the draw as the men's field is now narrowed down to 16 remaining. Of course, it's the same story here on the women's side, round of 16. We're into the person-on-person, man-on-man formats. And, well, as we mentioned, a fall out of the draw here, a loss in this round will be a 9th place finish. And then, well, you move on to the quarterfinals after this. Bronte McCauley holds the priority down to 4 minutes. Not a big requirement, still the 4.45 requirement. And potential here for Bronte to perhaps stretch and drop the 3.27. Not sure if that would have happened, but meanwhile Paige kind of showed interest in that, so Bronte thought, well, let's block off the opportunity. 2 very seasoned campaigners, no strangers to the championship tour level, both Bronte and Paige, illustrious careers already, and well, they're trying to make good on the Challenger Series here as we try and find a winner for the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I thought it was a really clever move. I almost thought Paige sold it a little bit. Time is winding down. We've got 3.5 minutes, so very clever move from Paige Harrop. And yeah, Bronte took it, and unfortunately only getting a 2.3 giving up that priority and putting Paige in a much better positive position to be in with just 3 minutes and only needing that 4.45.
Well, it would need to be Paige Harrob's best score. Her best one at this stage, a 4.33, still sits on the 3.17, so she's got to find her best. Highest individual wave belongs to Bronte McCauley of a 5.5, so we know they're in the lineup there somewhere. And Bronte has the same problem as Paige, sitting on 3s in the scoreline. And we'll see how the remaining 2 minutes 45 unfolds. Next heat about to tee up. Zoe McDougall and Teresa Bonvalot will enter the lineup for the final heat of the afternoon. It's been a big day here, Tash. We got going early on, including a little shift change from the one cove to the other. A lot of content to break down for a big day of surfing here from South Africa.
Yeah, great day of surfing, and you could see how shallow that sandbank is when you saw next heat's competitors walking out, and it just showcases how difficult it is out there being on this super shallow sandbar. But yeah, an incredible day of surfing. I know the fans are stoked. I know the beach is stoked. We've got through 2 rounds already, one of women to start the morning, then the men's, and now starting again with this women's round of 16. And yeah, I'm interested to see what Mother Nature's going to throw at us tomorrow morning. I don't quite trust forecasts anymore.
Well, you can trust reports on the ground, reports from Little Victoria Bay, all the way down a couple hours south of J Bay, that it's closing out. So it already tells us that there is overhead swell making its way up the east coast. And we're quite a lot further north, and we'll wait to wake up to a fresh day tomorrow. 2 more heats to wrap up the day as we follow Bronte McCauley, who's trying to get rid of the 3.27. It's down in the last minute. She's done that now under priority, and perhaps just nudging a little decimal extra for Paige Harrob to chase. The Kiwi surfer holds priority, searching at this stage for a 4.45, and we'll see if the numbers stretch out with 1 minute to go.
Yeah, I enjoyed that last ride of Bronte, especially the setup into that first turn. Stays nice and low and compressed as she comes down and then gets straight into the next one. I definitely think she's going to replace the 3.27 that's sitting in her top 2.
Well, here goes the opportunity now for the New Zealander. Snap, let's go, a bit of spray, 2-turn combo. So, tight exchange here between Bronte McCauley, who is still owed a score from the panel. Paige Harrob uses her backhand, so the 2 goofy footers duking it out. 30 seconds to go, and well, are you leaning towards an opinion, or are you going to fence? Or are you going to sit on the fence for me, Tash?
Oh no, I'm going for red. Bronte McCauley
Okay.
getting the better exchange with that ride. Yes, Paige Harrob definitely fitted in 2 turns in very quick succession, but it was that extension of Bronte's bottom turn into the top turn that really, for me,
Perhaps a replay of that last exchange. It's a critical set of numbers. Bronte McCauley looking to drop the 3.27. Paige Harrob chasing the 4.45. We'll try and get a look at it. Meanwhile, the heat has wrapped up. The clock has stopped. And judges' scorecard open for both surfers.
yeah, clearly referring back in the replays the judges are doing and trying to get that comparison. But both of them, even the 5.5 and the 4.3, were very similar with maneuvers. Bronte came out the top for that one. Is it going to be the same for this final wave?
Well, numbers in for Bronte McCauley. She betters her scores, replaces the 3.27 with a 4.97, and she did that under priority. New requirement of a 6.14, and we're almost answering it for ourselves with that score of red that came in. Last of blues not going to meet the requirements. So Paige Harrob, the New Zealander, will fall out of the draw. Not a bad result, an equal 9th place finish. Of course, as we mentioned, 33rd and a 25th for Paige in Australia. So her best number just yet, not a wasted trip here to Ballito. And of course, there are 5 more opportunities at the Challengers Series level. And with that, we'll throw to a quick break and we'll be back for more from the Ballito Pro.
You can never determine who you are by what you do. Because if it gets taken away, then who are you?
My circumstances do not define me, I define me.
Just stay true to who you are, and if they don't like it, stuff that.
We're the WSL. We travel all over the world, chasing the best waves and surfing the nicest beaches. But we don't just surf. We're also doing our best to protect the thing we love most by restoring coasts, stopping plastic pollution, and reducing climate impacts. We know we're not the only ones trying to save the ocean, so we want to hear what you're up to. Use hashtag #WeAreOneOcean and tag WSL to share your sustainability story.
Good afternoon. We all are one ocean. Strong message from the World Surf League with that consciousness and broader responsibility to look after our planet and, of course, our precious ocean. It's a good afternoon. Gig Saliers alongside Tash Mentasti for the call. We are into the round of 16 women remaining as you join us for action for the final heat of the afternoon's proceedings. It's a good afternoon from Ballito with Zoe McDougall taking on Teresa Bonvalot. Low tide conditions here to use, and we'll look for the winner here to advance to the quarterfinals. That previous heat, Bronte McCauley, now into the quarterfinals with her win over Paige Harrib. We'll look to the lineup for a result between our two surfers. About to do battle, no rides yet as you join us for the 25-minute heat, this one with 22 minutes on the clock. And a young surfer who's been impressing us particularly with her campaign through Australia, a win in Sydney for Teresa Bonvalot. The surfer from Cascais, Portugal, will take on young Zoe McDougall out of Sunset Beach, Hawaii. And, well, no real numbers just to talk about yet, but I'm looking forward to this. To me, this is a well-balanced heat. And we look forward to seeing who the winner will be. I'm calling a very tight run to the finish line here, Tash.
Yeah, it's a difficult one for me because I've only seen a little bit of what Teresa is about. Zoe spending a lot of time in South Africa. She's got a lot of power in her surfing and then able to adapt in any conditions. And I think that's what the Hawaiians are really great at. Teresa, I've loved watching her surfing here in Ballito. But I would like to see if she can really put some power into her surfing. I think that's going to be the point of difference between the Hawaiian and the Portuguese surfer.
Let's see how they mix up wave selection in the lineup here this afternoon in Ballito. Goofy versus natural. Of course, on screen, Teresa Bonvalot, the goofy footer in the encounter. Both of them faring very well in Sydney at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. Teresa Bonvalot for the win. And a 9th place finish, a respectable number to hold on to for Zoe McDougall.
So can we say that with the Sydney Pro, kind of conditions could have been similar in some way or point at times, or that's what I'm really looking at.
Yeah, the earlier rounds, perhaps at Manly. Of course, they did finish in reasonable size surf for that win for Teresa. But lots of stories to tell here. We trust that you are enjoying the show with us. It's been a big day of competition here. The Challenger Series tangibly lifting the energy, the interest, and the performances for qualification to the 2023 Championship Tour. At the end of the year, 5 surfers at the top of the rankings will make their way to the 2023 platform at the highest level. But for now, a lot of stories to tell in the journey through 2022. This is the 3rd stop here in Ballito. Next stop will be the US Open of surfing at Huntington Beach. Ericeira in Portugal will play a stop. Of course, Hossegor, now part of the Challenger Series. Saquarema in Brazil. And of course, as every year, that race to the finish line at Haleiwa. Let's have a look at a left-hander. The opportunity for Teresa will hang on nicely to that. And that was a kind of inverted spicy turn. It'll be the first meaningful score of the heat.
Yeah, we did see that first ride of Zoe as well, and I felt Zoe pushed that tail a little bit further than what we saw from Teresa. So the comparison will be a big factor here in these first couple of waves in this first half of this heat.
Well, let's see if production wants to give us replays of both Zoe's opener and, of course, the wave number 3 of Teresa Bonvalot. It'd be good to make that comparison visually. Of course, judges have the opportunity to watch the replays, and perhaps they are. But nice spiked turn through the lip for Teresa Bonvalot. Zoe McDougall pushing her tail. There are little moments in the lineup here.
And it's those slight differences that can really turn a heat around. So let's watch this replay. Okay, so different wave on her forehand, slightly smaller. I enjoyed the way she pushed her tail out. But if I look back at it now, surfer in blue here, she had a better section to hit. A little bit, caught a rail, but somehow held on to it. But
it's almost the case of a better turn on a worser wave versus a slightly worser turn on a better wave.
So true.
Maybe it's a dead tie. You never know. We'll know that a 417 has found its way to the cards for the forehand slamming turn of Teresa Bonvalot. Now we'll hang the question and discussion on Zoe McDougall. Are we up to date? A 367. So 367 plays a 417, slightly bigger wave. Slight advantage Teresa Bonvalot in the comparison, Tash.
Yeah, really interesting for me. I felt that Teresa didn't have as much control at what Zoe looked like going through that turn, but then that difference in size of that wave and that oncoming section, and that clearly was a factor for wave number 1 for Zoe and wave number 3 for Teresa. And she gets priority as well. So Teresa in a good position now. Both ladies with a 0.5 throwaway as their backup scores. It's anyone's game, Giggs.
Tash, it is. It is. And, well, it will take 17 minutes to answer all the questions, but one of them will become a quarterfinalist. And I think in the draw will go up against Bronte McCauley. We know that Paige Harrop is now out of the mix, a 9th place finish. So Paige will be getting all her travel arrangements done to head to Huntington Beach, California. Of course, the US Open of surfing each year, a massive celebration in a very similar way to how everybody flocks to the beaches here in Ballito, except, well, it's middle of summer up there. And, well, those beaches get absolutely packed. Let's have a look at Teresa Bonvalot, looking to replace the 0.5. Oh, almost chance to carbon copy her previous ride of the 417. It'll go incomplete. So the judges will just quickly throw that score, and, well, here's a topic. 0.87 becomes a replacement score. So, well, for now, it will be throwaway. But incomplete. Chance there to slam another 4 home against her opponent, Zoe McDougall.
Oh, yeah, it definitely would have been a keeper if she could have just ridden out of it. But it does give the priority to the Hawaiian, Zoe McDougall. But keeping busy here, now on her backhand. So looking, just hunting, knowing that there's a breakup in the swell and opportunity absolutely anywhere. And we see Zoe as well, just using a priority, going left. And the point of difference here, Giggs, the 2-turn combo.
Well, covering a bit of distance, Zoe McDougall for her wave number 3 in the lineup. Scorecard open for the Hawaiian. Of course, Zoe, now 22 years of age, as a teenager visited a number of times here, and actually had a great campaign on the qualifying series. Back then you had the regional qualifying series and a pretty full calendar, care of Accelerate Sports back then. I remember that partnership, 2017, 2018, very full calendars. Tash, you worked a lot on those events, and a couple of great results for Zoe McDougall for her visit to South Africa.
Yeah, they were curious 1000s, but when you take a win, 1000 as a keeper for a certain part of the time. She was also still a junior, so she used to take out all the JQS events as well. So really comfortable in South Africa, knows it well, and knows what to expect a little bit. For me, I didn't expect to have such small waves in Ballito. It is very uncommon for us in winter here in KZN. But all surfers still putting on an incredible display of surfing, and once again, just so wonderful to have the Challenger Series men and women on our shores.
Well, while we wait for some more action in the lineup here in Ballito, we'll take a quick break from the Ballito Pro. Stay with us. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back to the action. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series coming to you from the east coast of South Africa. The Ballito Pro sees a big field, 96 men, and on this side, 64 women looking for those valuable points. 8 stops in total. This is the third one, and a campaign underway here for Teresa Bonvalot to try and emulate perhaps a win as she did over in Sydney just a few weeks back. Zoe McDougall for now is out in the lead. The young Hawaiian, both surfers in their 20s. Drawing on experience and previous visits to South Africa, Zoe McDougall found a 3.27 on a previous wave. And well, now trying to just work the bowl on the low tide. Goes to the forehand, couple of turns. And we'll see if the judges reward Zoe with improvement to her last ride of a 3.27. It was a fairly nice turn in the bowl.
Yeah, I liked it. You know, the 3.27 was that 2-turn combo, so that's not really what we're looking for. I enjoyed that first power turn off the top there, utilizing a rail, still loads of power in her surfing and speed and flow, and I enjoy watching bowly sections and seeing what the surfers can do. Here's the replay now. Also a little bit bigger wave, sets up nicely. You can see how she powers through on her inside rail there. Lots of composure, trying to keep her speed and finish it off with something, but it just absolutely dissipates on that shallow sandbank.
Well, the meat of the score will be in that first carve in the bowl, and certainly the replay. The judges will have had another look at it on tape as well, and they saw lots of rail being applied. A powerful carving turn for a 5.17. So Zoe McDougall just bumping her numbers up, replacing a score. In fact, she'll go and add an extra 2 points to the requirements. Still very sober requirement for Teresa Bonvalot down in second. Now the Portuguese surfer chasing a 4.68. Plenty of time on the clock as well, 11 minutes to go. So into the second half, 25-minute heats to find the winner to move into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and Gigs, I mean, Zoe is no easy competitor in the water. I think growing up on the North Shore of Hawaii, you've got to fight for waves, you've got to show your intent. I did have a couple of heats with her 2017, the last time I surfed a WSL event, and it was with that City Surf Series. And yeah, she's definitely, she dominates those heats and shows her intention, and not an easy competitor at all.
Well, looking for the situation update. Zoe McDougall, of course, that wind fairly strong out at sea, and we are in the cove next door, so the public address system perhaps just wafting a little bit in the wind this afternoon. It is late afternoon here. You see the golden light falling on the lineup here in Ballito. A little over 10 minutes to go to wrap up today's action. We're on about 4:15 in the afternoon. The sun goes down, well, around 5 p.m. here. The days are short. It is the winter down in South Africa. No doubt we'll wake up tomorrow to some side offshore conditions, and of course confirming the fact that there is a swell energy band moving up the east coast. We'll trust that that marches into Ballito during the course of perhaps as early as lunchtime tomorrow. And of course windless conditions forecast for Sunday. We will crown champions here on Sunday afternoon at some stage. Of course, all those calls to be made still. We'll wake up to a fresh day tomorrow, the weekend upon us. It's a Friday afternoon here, and the beaches are packed. Everyone zoning down from the greater KwaZulu-Natal region. People making the drive from a couple of hours away to come and be part of the festivities here. And that is your view northwards here in the Quatakusa region. Fairly warm temperatures, around 70 degrees Fahrenheit for the water temps. The days are warm, mid-70s, of course around 20, 21 degrees. Water is, I must say, Tash, been slightly cooler than normal. No, you can almost board short it here in winter.
Yeah, we're spoiled.
But perhaps, you know, 4 to 6 weeks ago, we had a lot of rainfall. Perhaps some colder water having made its way down with all those rivers. And what I have noticed as well is no mention of any marine life as far as the sardine run goes.
Yes.
Because we always lean our ear towards the Transkei, the region of coast geographically between Jeffreys Bay and here in Ballito, and not picking up too much information on that. So that's all good. That's great news. We're not often affected by the sardine run here, the little silver fish that come in massive millions of fish in the shoals. So marine life and stories associated with that, fairly quiet. It is a safe area of the KwaZulu-Natal coast and of the South African coastline. And there's the view now southwards as we just hold position over the lineup here in Ballito this afternoon. It's been a big day, and big thanks to White Hot Media and their production, of course to the judging and to all the World Surf League's staff making the big day happen. Let's go down and hear from our first quarterfinalist on the women's side of things, Bronte McCauley.
All right, Bronte, it always amazes me looking at sort of your footage online and the edits that come out. You come from a place that has some pretty heavy waves, and then you get here and it's 2 foot and onshore on a little low tide bank. How do you adapt from your home sort of conditions to this?
I actually struggle a lot when it's a bit smaller, like as an example, that heat, it's really hard. I guess in WA we're pretty lucky with waves, and you've kind of always got a bit of push, so it's just a bit easier. And here you've got push too, it's just today's obviously really small and low tide, so I don't know, I definitely prefer it when there's a bit of push in the waves and find it easier, but I guess you just got to do what you got to do. I've been on the QS for so long, I probably have proved in small waves.
Now, we look at these conditions, we've seen obviously a lot of radical stuff going down. I watched the last men's heat, Federico, and then now your heat, just pretty much sticking to those fundamentals of surfing. Is that what you would say is the core strength of your approach?
Yeah, I don't really know how to do aerials, so I've really just got turns and that's it. So I just stick to that. And it was great watching those guys heats before. They were all surfing the waves as good as you possibly could, and a lot of the Aussies got through, so it was cool to see Jacob Wilcox win his heat, and then Lee McBride won the last one. So that was really, really cool to watch. I really enjoy watching the guys.
Awesome. Well, we're looking forward to seeing what you got the next few days. It's looking like a bit more swell, so excited for that, I'm sure.
Yeah, I can't wait. Obviously, this wave's got a lot of potential, and I've heard the weekend's going to be the best 2 days, so it should be a great day tomorrow and hopefully the next day.
Well, holding thumbs, the swell arrives back to the studio.
Well, thanks, Kai. Well, the McCaulleys can now switch the lights off and go to sleep. Bronte McCauley's into the quarterfinals. We'll decide one more quarterfinalist who is going to go up against Bronte. It will be the winner of this heat. Right now in the lineup, a little over 5.5 minutes to unfold for Zoe McDougall's lead. And Teresa Bonvalot, the Portuguese surfer, now chasing a 4.68 in the lineup. And she's been holding priority for a while. See the scorecard open for Zoe. So Zoe under priority is just trying to keep busy. Perhaps just a small little score to roll in. We'll update the numbers shortly. But for Teresa Bonvalot coming off the win in Sydney, she'll want to stay composed now. Mid-range score of the 4.68 requirement. That is the requirement. Scores are updated. So that is well within the Portuguese surfer from Cascaix's wheelhouse. She'll want to just take her time. You think about the scores already fetched. One of them, a 0.87. So Teresa's been waiting an age for this. We've spoken of priority sometimes being a little bit of a hinder. But here's a bit of structure to a swell, and Teresa will go to the left. Good snap to release. Now, can she back it up? Does the wave offer anything on the inside? So it's just going to be that one carve out of the top of the wave for Teresa Bonvalot. And perhaps she needs to go back to the drawing board. Yeah, clock is marching. A little over 4 minutes to go, and well, she's got to get back to the lineup with a priority in favour now of her opponent. Are we going to see? Two questions. Are we going to see the requirement met of the 468, Tash? And then, well, is she going to find another wave in the lineup under the priority of Zoe?
Yeah, so to answer your first question, no, I don't think she's going to get the 468. I do think it is going to help her situation, but now, with Zoe taking off, if she completes this ride, incomplete. So yes, Teresa definitely has an opportunity. That requirement is going to drop down, but with that time running out with under 4 minutes, she is going to have to really hunt and be clever and busy out there and not wait. Let's see what that score comes through for her last ride, and then she'll really be able to ascertain whether, is it a one turn or do I have to find something with a little bit more length to fit in 2 turns.
Well, Teresa Bonvalot now back with priority in the takeoff zone. The question mark of requirement of a mid-range 4. A 4.33, it's just going to be a little slice of the cake short of requirement. 4.33, requirements still are the 4.52. So, back to the drawing board, 3 minutes to go. The Portuguese surfer must just hold ground. The young lady out of Cascais, she's leading the qualifying series rankings in the region. A lot of Portuguese names in that top 10 picture as far as the regional QS goes. Of course, names like Mafalda Lopez, Francisca Vaselko, who we've lost earlier today, and, well, Yolanda Hopkins also, and Caroline Mendez. Just keeping Teresa sharp and honest in her campaign this year. And, of course, that big success over in Sydney to talk about. She's got to dig deep into that now. She'll be looking into the sunlight and just acknowledging her situation. A 4.17 is the low counting score in for Teresa Bonvalot. She's got to replace it with the 4.52.
Yeah, and still not any of her counting scores, that 4.52. It goes up and above what she's already done out there. So, you know, if I had to be sitting in the water, then I would really be thinking of, do I sit in the same place or do I move it slightly? She's been going on the left to find those scores. Maybe it's the right.
Well, if that left had a section for the closeout turn and just 2 turns for Teresa Bonvalot, we feel that she would have gone over the requirement. So it's all about wave selection now. It's about staying calm. 1:45 on the clock. It was a beautiful turn out of the lip, and really that wave only offered up that one little section.
Yeah.
Perhaps a last little punctuation mark, a little bonus at the end. Teresa Bonvalot will be looking for a very similar wave in the lineup, plus a little bit more to have a shot at requirement. She has the priority. Under 90 seconds to go now. Tash, you're on the edge of your seat.
Yeah, I did. I've just moved to the edge of my seat. I'm watching and waiting in anticipation here. It's such a hard one. You know, I think both these girls have got it in them. I always thought Zoe was a little bit stronger in her surfing, but, you know, Teresa doesn't give up, and she knows what she's got to do. Very tight to come out with a 4.33 when you needed a 4.52. I mean, it's just 0.2 of a difference is brutal. And yes, time winding down with 1 minute, so she's going to have to be very clever, Gigs, with this one. Who do you think's going to take it? Do you think she'll get it?
You can't put me on the question. You can't throw those questions. It'd be my job to throw questions at you inside the last minute. 40 seconds to go. Reminders. The Portuguese surfer lying second, looking for the 4.52. Her last ride, a 4.33 with a good sweep on the forehand. We're seeing motion from her here. Is there something? He has a bit of energy in the lineup. Chance to roll the dice. Is there something? Will she come around the corner? She does. Section to hit. Incomplete for Teresa Bonvalot. That wave just flexing and bending with the onshore wind through the low tide this afternoon. And here is the victory lap for Zoe McDougall. The young surfer from Sunset Beach, Hawaii, will drive the point home and perhaps even improve on her low-scoring ride of a 3.67. And that was it. The heat will count down. And Tash, well, we're not going to see a solution for Teresa Bonvalot, who will now bow out, equal 9th in the Ballito Pro. But that young lady on screen is going to find a way into the quarterfinals of the Ballito Pro. A good result. And so the worst she can do now is an equal 5th place finish here in Ballito, Tash.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Big congratulations to Zoe. And the one thing I was thinking is, did Teresa go on the first one when she should have gone on the second with that low tide, a little bit more water on the sandbar?
Well, it's a good question, because the right-hander in the last few seconds has offered up a big jump in points. Zoe McDougall replaces her 3.67 with a 6-point ride. So perhaps, yes, just pulling the trigger a touch too soon as we just analysed that last breakdown of exchange of scores there. But congratulations to this lady on screen. Zoe McDougall, for the first time this year, will go into the quarterfinals of the Challenger Series here. She got a 9th place. She fell out at this stage of competition in Sydney a couple weeks back. And then, well, a worse result on the Gold Coast. Zoe McDougall will be part of the final 8 in the draw. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back for the post show here from beautiful Ballito. We'll see you shortly.
Calm yourself down. Keep on lifting higher, higher and higher. I said your love keep on lifting higher and higher. Now once I was downhearted, disappointment was my closest friend. But then you came and he soon departed, and you know he never. Nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go louder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back while I catch fire.
Welcome back to beautiful Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. The eyes of the surfing world in this region now for the next few weeks. And well, as we greet you from the beautiful, beautiful afternoon light of Ballito, it's been a big day of competition, and welcome to the post show. Gig Saliers alongside Brad Bricknell. Welcome back, Brad. Got going early this morning at 7 a.m. A lot to break down and a lot to talk through, but we are making progress through both men's and women's draws here at the third Challenger stop on the series.
Yeah, we've managed to whittle down the field even more after a big day, albeit with a big break in between gigs. We'll talk about that, I'm sure, in a minute with that location change. But yeah, we made the most of the conditions on offer up until that high tide, and then an inspired move by Travis Loge from Tourism Competition to move over to the secondary location.
Yeah, it wasn't an easy call to make this morning, Brad. We had that high tide at around 10:40, and we got a couple of heats rolling at the main break of surfers dead in front of the judges panel, and then we got into that little sticky zone where we had to buy about 25 minutes to relocate the surfers. In the end, though, Brad, it turned out to be a good call because through the high, we kept the consistency of the scores coming, and then between both men's and women's, we've made progress on both sides of the draw.
Yeah, absolutely right. And you know, even hearing some of the chatter in the surfers area, there was a lot of agreement and excitement with that call, and I think it definitely paid off. As you said, you know, we got through the high tide, but then later on in the day, on that lower tide, we saw some inspired performances as well. So I think it was a great move all around. A bit of adjustment had to get made by some of the surfers, particularly Macy Callanan, who was one of the first ones to surf on the new break, and so a bit of adjustment there. But these are pro surfers, they're looking for a spot on that championship tour, so they know how to roll.
Yeah, absolutely. As I say, we got competition going again after that little pause of action. And, we had women's round of 32 to get through. We narrowed it down to the last two heats. As we saw, we already into person-on-person, man-on-man format, which we always like to emulate as far as the championship tour draw goes.
Yeah, exactly right. You're starting those 4-man heats. We've got a bigger field, so we can't run those person-person, man-on-man heats from round 1. So start with 96 on the men, 64 on the women, and now we're down to the final 16 in the men's, and we even saw 2 quarterfinal spots being booked by the ladies late this afternoon. So Bronte McCauley and Zoe McDoodle have a night off. They leapfrog around, so to speak, and the rest of them will have to surf that round of 16 tomorrow.
Well, of course, we are on the edge of the weekend start here. It is late Friday, having a look at local time now, 4:30. So about an hour of light left. The surfers will be out there sort of just seeing what they can pick and find. But a lot of strong word and reports of swell coming up the coast already. The Southern Cape already some overhead swell at play. A lot of west in the swell direction. So obviously we will anticipate it arriving here, Brad, as early, we're hoping, as mid-morning tomorrow. It's J-Bay for now, still around 3 foot, and we'll start wrapping up today here with the anticipation and the positive outlook to a big weekend. Of course, we have until Sunday evening here to crown champions on both sides of the draw.
Yeah, it's absolutely set up now for a prime weekend here at Ballito. We're going to see some big crowds in if last weekend's got anything to go by. And we know, yes, that swell is due to increase from tomorrow. We're going to get some onshore winds with it, but, we're going to roll with that. We prefer to have the swell with the onshore wind than rather no swell and prime conditions. So we'll keep an eye on that direction of that swell. Sometimes those westerly swells can go past a little bit, so fingers crossed we'll have some bend in it, and we'll wake up to some good conditions tomorrow morning.
Essentially, that northeast didn't blow too hard. I mean, it was basically, you could describe it as a sea breeze for most of the day. So, hats off again to Travis Loge for, it was disruptive. We got the surfers asking, hey, what's going on? We did a dead pause. I remember you had to pad your way through that for about 25 minutes. But the fact of the matter is it's given us content and value to today, and it really tees us up for picking the eyes out of the weekend.
Yeah, you know what? This is how it has to roll when you've got conditions like we've had to play with. Even speaking to contest director John Hutchison's been around here for a long time, and we've just got a little bit unlucky with what we've had and what he's even seen as a pattern here through the winter. We normally get those northwesterly winds and those groom swells from down south. We've just had a little bit of unlucky run over the last 2 or 3 days, but it is super exciting how we are geared up now and set up for this final weekend. The field's whittled right down, so there are going to be some amazing matchups, and we've seen a lot of them today.
Yeah, absolutely. We managed to get the women's down to the round of 16. In fact, 2 person-on-person heats. That last one, winner Zoe McDougall. She got rid of Teresa Bonvalot, winner from Sydney. Let's go down and hear from her.
I'm here with Zoe, winner of the last heat. Zoe, I don't think we can go into too much detail in terms of the waves out there. It looked super tough, but you got the job done, and sometimes heat winds are not pretty.
Yeah, definitely not the best conditions, but I've seen Ballito like this before, and it's always fun. You can still find the pockets, and you just have to make it fun. But yeah, I'm really stoked to make it through that one and get Teresa back because she got me in Manly, so little redemption from that one.
Talk us through a little bit about your past experiences in South Africa. You've had some heat wins, you've had some event wins in South Africa. How do you draw on that past experience going into this weekend now? Saturday and Sunday we're at the sharp end of the event, the big points, big prize money, and on our way to the finals.
Yeah, I've come to South Africa a lot as a junior to compete. Colin and WSL South Africa put on such a great series of events for their juniors and QS competitors. So I came over here for a number of years and competed in those, and it's a great series and such a wave-rich area, and got to see the country quite a bit and learn these waves and just be in South Africa, which is lovely. So yeah, just continuing those good vibes and experiences past and what I've learned here, and just bringing it all into the next couple finals day, not finals day, I don't know.
We're going to the next rounds tomorrow, and then we should run finals day on Sunday. But good luck for the rest of the event. We hope to see you on the podium on Sunday. Back to you guys.
Well, thanks, Mike. Great to hear from Zoe McDougall. We referenced it a couple of times in the call, Brad, over the heats. Zoe McDougall, 2017, 2018, 2019 came and did a lot of what we had at that stage called the City Surf Series, of course, developing, the entire coastline as far as WSL participation goes. And, well, Zoe fetched some great results there. The other thing that she fetches as a result is the worst she can do now is 5th.
Yeah, and exactly right. So when you've got 5 events, counting your top 5 events out of the 8, and only taking 5 women into that championship tour, 5th place is probably the very least you want to be aiming for. So for her, this is a really good start, and now she needs to try and convert that into an even better result.
Of course, South African fans woke up this morning with 4 surfers in the draw of the Ballito Pro, 2 on the women's side, 2 on the men's. We did get to lose both Zoe Stain and Sarah Baum out of the draw. So no South Africans to cheer for. But on the flip side of the coin, we also woke up with Slade Prestwich, who did fall out. And then, well, the story of Luke Thompson, Brad.
I think it's the story of the day. It's, potentially the story of the event, seeing this young 18-year-old, just how he carries himself in and out of the water. He's come into this event courtesy of a second place, a runner-up slot in those trials, and now he's found himself in the round of 16 and also the highest-ranked South African on the championship, on the Challenger Series, rather, at this point in time.
Well, Brad, you got to call this heat, and it was through the outgoing tide. It was really blasting the lip and, letting go of a lot of power in the lineup.
Yes, this is a 717 that he got, and you can see he's got everything, this kid. He's got speed, he's got power, and then he's got the air game as well. So we also had the opportunity to share some amazing news with him today around that wild card. And of course, he's gained a lot more fans here in South Africa. And certainly, if you didn't know about who he was internationally, you do now.
Well, off the back of this heat win here, Brad, tours and competition hadn't announced it just yet, and you called him in as a special guest to the studio, and then, well, Brad, you broke the news to him. You didn't quite get tears out of him, but we watched the look on his face. Young Luke Thompson, the great news for South African surf fans, a slot in the up-and-coming Corona Open J-Bay for the young Durban surfer.
Yeah, I mean, that was a highlight of my career, being able to share that news with Luke. We got word, with that result, he got a minimum of, I think it was 3,320 points for that 9th place that he's in right now, and that was enough to put him on top of that ranking situation as far as a South African surfer on the Challenger Series is concerned. And as soon as Travis Loge saw that happen, he made the call, and we jumped on the opportunity to share that live with Luke. So to see that that reaction from him here in the booth and how much it meant for him, it took him a good 5 minutes to kind of process the whole thing. Is like he kept saying, I can't believe it, and he's talking about ordering boards, calling his mum, calling his coach, and I told him, well, he's still got the job to be done over here. It's not over in Ballito, but what an opportunity for that young man coming up next week.
Well, that puts 4 South Africans in the men's draw for the up-and-coming Corona Open J-Bay next week. Of course, Luke Thompson, the news announced, and well, he'll join Jose Faulkner, the local J-Bay surfer, the goofy footer. That's a huge story in itself. And of course, we'll probably visit that a couple of more times before J-Bay gets going Tuesday next week, July 12th. And Brad, of course, Matt McGillivray, that's going to be an interesting story to tell as well. And of course, Geordie Smith, we know his pedigree at the break.
Yeah, exactly right. It'll give the fans down there something to cheer for. We love the J-Bay atmosphere. They've got the big grandstand set up there. I've seen some vision of the event site coming together. We're all jumping on planes on Monday to get down there and watch the spectacle, and I think something going to be really special. We saw how the Ballito Bay fans embrace pro surfing. I think wait until you see what happens in J-Bay. It's going to be very big.
Well, one of the highest heat totals today came from an Australian in the form of Macy Callahan. I think you were on the call for that one as well, Brad. Strong surfing from the experience. And, a couple of big cracks and a massive heat total.
Yeah, she was excited about moving over because she loves surfing on her backhand. She made reference to that in her post-heat interview, and she laid down a big heat score of over 14 points, really honing in that backhand surfing from Avoca on the Central Coast. And you can see she just loves getting this rail wet on the water, and a lot of power and style to throw in the mix as well.
It was an interesting day, Brad, because power surfing still ruled 2-turn combos, big hits out of the lip. And, well, I've certainly, there were moments of progression through today's unfolding. But power surfing, you couldn't argue it, and it served Macy Callahan really well there.
Yeah, exactly right. And that bank served her well too. She was one of the few surfers to find those three-turn combinations, and she drew on all the championship tour experience to book a place in this round of 16. So looking forward to see how she progresses tomorrow. And yeah, she's certainly one of those ones you want to keep your eye on from an event champion threat point of view.
Well, we've established quarterfinalists in the form of Bronte McCauley and now Zoe McDougall. When we come back to competition, of course, we'll pick up on the remaining round of 16 heats. We got Heat 3 coming up next. Vienna Ferro taking on Elisa Spencer. Another action-packed one when we get the call, Brad.
Yeah, exactly right. It's perfectly poised now. You know, these man-on-man heats and the person-on-person heats. The strategies start to change. You know, you've got no one else to worry about in the water aside from one surfer. We spoke to Luke Thompson about that. He goes, "Yep, normally you're worrying about a few other surfers in the heat. Now you got one person to beat." So the strategy does get adjusted slightly, and I think with more opportunities as far as the surf's concerned tomorrow, it should line up for a fantastic day of surfing.
Well, it's the rounds before the quarterfinals on both men's and women's side. We're not sure what we're assuming we'll pick up with women's competition. We'll only get that call at around 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. But Brad, any last thoughts as we wrap up a pretty big day? We've worked the field down, and we'll still tell a storyline here. Let's have a look at what else is coming up. There's more action coming our way. The round of 16, Heat 7. That was something to look at as well.
Yeah, well, we've got a big matchup tomorrow. We've got the world number 1 against the world number 2 on the Women's Challenger Series side. So it's the youngster out of California, Caity Simmers, up against the former CT surfer, Nikki Van Dyke as well. So that's going to be a massive matchup tomorrow. And this is what we're going to have a look at. This is Caity Simmers on her backhander. She did turn down a slot on the championship tour. A la Taj Burrow many years ago, we asked her what the thought process was behind that, and she just wanted to stay at home a little bit longer and really hone her surfing. She wanted to make sure she was 100% ready from a physical point of view, a mental point of view, and we can see now her surfing is right up there. It's world class. She's number 1 on the rankings, and she's going to come up against none other than Nikki Van Dyke, who has a ton of experience in the space already.
Well, of course, and Nikki Van Dyke has found very big scores in the lineup already. Let's just have a look at these waves as they unfold. And, well, massive hit out of the lip there for our surfer, Caitlin Simmers.
Yeah, Nikki's been on a bit of a roll lately. She's finaled on the Challenger Series already. In fact, both surfers are holding on to 2 fifth places. The only difference in the points is that Nikki's got a second and Caitlin's got a first. And here's some of the form that Nikki's been showing early on in the Australian leg. A lot of power in that surfing. Beautiful layback hack there from the surfer from South Australia. So, yeah, this is going to be a really tantalizing matchup tomorrow. It's youth against the experience. It's 1 against number 2, and it doesn't get much better as far as the matchup's concerned.
Well, it's Friday evening here, of course, the weekend upon us. We keep looking at what swell is in the water, and, well, a lot of strong discussion that there is energy moving up. We did mention as we got the show going, Brad, but confirmations that there is some strong energy already, as we mentioned, in the Southern Cape, Victoria Bay, the little it's a place where Zoe McDougall's competed many times, and we'll reference that. That bay already closing out, J Bay around 3 to 4 foot now as we move towards the end of the day, and we do speculate that swell will get all the way up here by as soon as mid-morning tomorrow. So it's going to be an interesting call when we get to first light tomorrow morning, Brad. But by the time we crown champion Sunday afternoon, we've got a feeling that the surf's going to be well in the overhead range.
Yeah, I think the forecast is looking solid for finals day. The one thing that we have to factor in tomorrow is the threat of that strong northeasterly flow as far as the wind's concerned. But I don't think, if we've got swell in the water, we're not going to be too concerned about that onshore flow. It'll provide a couple of ramps for our surfers to go to the air, and then Sunday is going to be fun. The winds are going to be pretty light. The weather's going to be good. So it's all sort of pointing towards a big finish here at Ballito Bay.
It's been a useful day here through Friday. Let's go and have a look at our top 5 scoring waves individually that took place here this afternoon. And, well, Rio Waida amongst that discussion there, Brad.
Yeah, he's an electrifying surfer from Indonesia, just to get so much pop and spring out of his turns. And he had a real aerial off here with Matthias Hurdy today. This is one of the scores that he bagged, a 7.27 for this really clean executed air reverse.
Well, showing why he has already got a win at the Challenger Series level. Of course, this is
Yeah, this is the 7.3 gigs there for Macy Callanan. She found this little runner that tapered all the way down the beach, had nice pace and flow to it, and locked in one of the first 3-turn combinations that we saw all day, and that certainly got the judges excited for that 7.30.
No perfect waves in the lineup, but certainly high-level waves. Let's have another look at this 7.33.
Yeah, this is one that she backed up. I think this might have been the 7.5, the 7.33, the one before. You can see getting a little bit more aggressive on that second turn, which enabled her to meet the oncoming section for that final turn here. And that was a really classic display of kind of surfing by Macy Callanan.
And what about the American that got really progressive on us? Full pop shove it with the rotation to goofy foot completion.
Yeah,
we all love that one.
This guy is incredibly technical in his air. You know, he's got that varial down, and I always get nervous watching him surf because you never know what he's going to pull out and what you're going to call it.
Well, a 7.5 for Etane Osborne. Let's have a look at the highest individual wave. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson showing her pedigree, Brad.
Yes, this was a time in the morning where the surf sort of slowed down a bit, and she managed to pull out a 7.83 on this one. A little inside runner that stood up nicely. You can see the pop and the spring out of those first two turns, kicking up a lot of spray, and the bonus here is that third turn to nail down that combination. So impressive surfing there from the young surfer from Hawaii.
All in all, a day that has allowed us to whittle the fields down to just before the quarterfinal rounds for both men and women. We will return to competition for a fresh call tomorrow morning. Brad, any thoughts to sign it off? A big Friday in the day of surfing in Ballito. And, well, highs and lows for the South African fans. We lost a huge chunk of the South African participants, but that great news again, Luke Thompson.
Yeah, for me, that's certainly one of the highlights of the day. It's going to be one of the highlights of the event for mine. I think great call from Travis Loge this morning. We got through all the heats that we wanted to today, despite that change in location. So now we are perfectly poised for the final weekend. And Luke Thompson's carrying the weight of the South African surf fans on his young 18-year-old shoulders. But I think he's doing a great job, and all the best to him tomorrow. And looking forward to calling more heats in the morning.
Well, thanks, Brad. You've had a great input to the day. And, of course, to all of you fans, thank you. We trust that you've enjoyed the show with us. We'll sign it out for now. We'll be back for a fresh call tomorrow morning from beautiful Ballito in South Africa. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series.
the gliding, way down the beach. Aiden Mason Kemp looking for a section. Takes left, drops down into another big one. Aiden Mason Kemp, wow!
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.